Chapter 1. The journey begins as the great Dendro Archon. The flower carriage sways. Nahida opens her eyes. The world forget me. Ifu sat before his computer, having completed the latest update task, nearly ready to curse. What on earth is this? Ah, the academia, those errant scaramouche, and that so-called doctor. They have committed countless misdeeds, taking advantage of my daughter. Gazing at the imprisoned little Dendro Archon Nahida, who had suffered for 500 years, Ifu felt a pang of sorrow. Alas, my daughter is far too responsible. After being confined for so many years, she still prioritizes the people of Sumeru. Ifu lamented, and the great Dendro Archon, sacrificing herself to save the world tree and the world, allowing herself to be forgotten, truly magnificent. In Yaifu's eyes, the great Dendro Archon was nothing short of extraordinary. However, upon observing the despicable academia scoundrels 500 years later, Ifu felt a profound sense of injustice for the great Dendro Archon. The very beings she had fought tirelessly to protect were these wretches and that treacherous doctor. This is simply too unjust. Incensed, Ifu slammed his computer. If I were to become the great Dendro Archon, I would surely. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden tremor coursed through him. Akin to an electric shock, he closed his eyes and fainted. When he awoke again, Ifu found himself in a verdant expanse. Looking up, he beheld a striking figure with white hair, clad in white garments, possessing an exquisitely beautiful visage. Her eyes were a vibrant green, adorned with a cross-shaped four-leaf clover pattern in the pupils. Ifu gazed at her appearance and instantly recognized her. The great Dendro Archon! His mind went blank. How could I be seeing the great Dendro Archon? Could last night's late night gaming have induced a hallucination? Ifu pondered frantically. No, this means I've traversed realms. He suddenly realized. At that moment, the great Dendro Archon looked at Ifu with warmth and spoke. Everything is entrusted to you. With that, she opened her arms and embraced Ifu. In the instant their forms intertwined, they became one. What is this? Ifu was immediately enveloped by an extraordinary sensation, one he had never experienced before. Simultaneously, he felt as though his body was undergoing some transformation. He opened his eyes to behold his hands. These hands were flawless, as pure as white jade. Wait, these are not my hands, Ifu exclaimed in confusion. How could a grown man possess such delicate hands? His gaze shifted downward, revealing attributes that were decidedly not characteristic of his gender. A pair of ample curves. Ifu was instantly dumbfounded. He quickly looked below. Gone, truly gone. Ifu reached to touch his face. Wait, have I transformed into the great Dendro Archon? He gasped in shock. As he spoke, he realized even his voice had changed. It was a gentle tone, reminiscent of a soothing older sister. This further confirmed for Ifu that he had indeed become the great Dendro Archon. Wait a moment. This means I am now the mother of the little Dendro Archon, and she has truly become my daughter. Ifu was suddenly overjoyed. Though he had lost his former male identity, the little Dendro Archon Nahida had genuinely become his daughter. Well, this was not a loss at all. At that moment, Ifu recalled his last utterance before fainting. If I were to become the great Dendro Archon, I would surely. Could it be because of this? Ifu began to recollect. It seemed indeed to be the case. However, with this fortuitous beginning, I have become the great Dendro Archon. Watch as I strike down the scaramouche and the doctor and kick the academia to the curb. Before Ifu could finish his reverie, he suddenly felt an influx of memories flooding his mind. He shut his eyes in agony, clutching his head. It was the memory of the great Dendro Archon. Countless memories surged into Yaifu's consciousness, as if his mind was on the verge of bursting. After a brief moment, Ifu opened his eyes once more. At that point, her aura had undergone a profound transformation. She had shed a semblance of humanity, embracing a divine essence. She had absorbed all the memories of the great Dendro Archon. In essence, she was now the great Dendro Archon, and the great Dendro Archon was her. The two had merged into one. Within the memories of the great Dendro Archon, she discovered a wealth of useful information and understood the context of her situation. The name of the great Dendro Archon is Ive. The current timeline is 500 years prior to the Traveler's awakening, just after the great Dendro Archon has exhausted her power to purify the world tree. After the purification, the great Dendro Archon has plucked the purest branch of the world tree, creating the little Dendro Archon. But just as the great Dendro Archon was about to dissipate, I was summoned here. The merging with the great Dendro Archon has prevented her from dissipating this time. In light of her current predicament, I've smiled softly. I take back what I said earlier. This is undoubtedly the worst possible beginning. I've understood that, although she had merged with the great Dendro Archon, preventing her from fading away, even after the fusion, she remained in a state of near death. This meant that she could accomplish nothing at the moment. Moreover, she was acutely aware that she would soon succumb to slumber. Due to a lack of power, she was compelled to fall into a deep sleep to preserve her vitality. TSK, how frustrating this beginning. I felt a sense of despair creeping in. Seizing the fleeting moments, I've immediately sensed the state of the world tree. Weak, exceedingly weak, just like herself. Furthermore, she could perceive that the pollution of the world tree had not yet been entirely eradicated. TSK, this is troublesome. Eve mind raced with strategies. In order to completely cleanse the pollution from the world tree and restore my own powers, I will need at least 3. No, for divine hearts. Utilizing her intellect, I've devised a plan. However, the requirements of this plan were exceedingly stringent. For divine hearts were not easily obtained. I've contemplated her strategies meticulously. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. That's right, 500 years from now, as long as I follow them, there will be a chance to encounter the 4 divine hearts. I've had formed a resolution. I wonder, will the traveler of this world be ether or lumen? With that thought, I've willingly descended into slumber. The duration of her sleep would be 500 years. She needed to prepare for the arrival of the traveler. Chapter 2. The White Disease of the Slime. Chapter 3. A Small Step for the Hilichurls. After traversing the Dawn Winery, crossing the Anemo Archon's territory, and walking past Starfall Lake, I've finally arrived at her destination, the beach beneath Windry's cliff. Gazing upon the familiar scene, I felt a stirring within her heart. This was the birthplace of all dreams, the commencement of every traveler's grand journey. I've lingered there for some time, yet there was no sign of the traveler. She recalibrated her sense of time. It seemed she had arrived too early. This realization left her feeling somewhat disheartened after all her efforts to rush here. She had arrived prematurely. With no other options, she decided to meander through Mondstadt for the time being. I've contemplated. She figured she might as well explore Mondstadt. Perhaps she would encounter a fellow traveler taking a leisurely break. Given their nature, a mere bottle of wine might suffice to charm a divine heart from them. This brought to mind a recent incident where I've had casually taken, or rather, exchanged for a bottle of dandelion wine while passing by the Dawn Winery. She had traded 2 sunset fruits for it. Moreover, the owner of the winery had not objected, indicating tacit approval. Meanwhile, at the Dawn Winery, Master Dialek, the bottle of dandelion wine recently taken from the cellar has vanished. The winery's brewer, Connor, reported to a young man with fiery red hair. This man was none other than Dialek, the proprietor of the Dawn Winery. A hint of perplexity crossed Dialek's calm demeanor. What happened? That bottle of wine was a vintage aged over a decade. I'm not sure, Master Dialek, but it seems 2 sunset fruits have appeared in the place where the wine was stored, Connor said, holding up the 2 fruits. Perhaps a prank by some monsters? It's possible, Dialek mused, gazing thoughtfully at the 2 sunset fruits. After making the decision to journey to Mondstadt, Eve skipped merrily in the direction of the city. In her form as a dendro slime, she leapt through the whispering forest and arrived at the bridge that lay just outside Mondstadt. The lake of fruit wine shimmered under the sun, its surface glistening as a few sleek, glossy ducks swam joyfully. It was a scene reminiscent of a beautiful landscape painting. Eve couldn't help but marvel at how this environment was indeed far superior to that of Sumeru. Upon reaching the bridge, she spotted a familiar child. Timmy, the largest supplier of poultry on the continent of Teyvat, was there, feeding the pigeons with wheat. As Eve approached the stone bridge, just as she was about to enter, she suddenly realized a grave predicament. Currently, she was in the form of a dendro slime, and if she were to venture in unannounced, she might very well be regarded as a monster and eliminated. She observed the two nightly sentinels at the gate, their hands resting firmly on the hilts of their swords, clearly seasoned warriors. While she was not particularly afraid of being pierced, it would be unfortunate to cause a commotion. Therefore, one must resort to cunning. Eve shifted her rotund form slightly behind the bridge pillar. But how does one employ such cunning? The goddess of wisdom, Eve, revealed a glimmer of brilliance in her gaze. As she pondered, Eve suddenly heard someone calling her name, a special slime. Do you wish to join us? Eve slowly turned her head and discovered that it was a righteous shaman who had called out to her. It appeared she had truly been mistaken for a slime. The goddess of wisdom. Eve certainly understood the language of monsters. What? Do you have a plan? Eve inquired, a look of confusion on her face. Initially, she had no intention of engaging with this group of chuches, but perhaps they possessed a good idea? Thus, listening would not incur any loss. Of course, I've gathered a large band of monsters, intending to invade Mondstadt together. You seem rather special, the righteous shaman remarked, eyeing the white leaves atop Eve's head. Upon closer inspection, he was followed by several small chuches and slimes. I shall name this grand scheme a small step for chuches, the righteous shaman declared with pride. After hearing this, Eve was left utterly speechless. You really think that name won't get dismissed by some blonde-haired fellow? How about it, special slime? Join us. We could complement each other splendidly, create a ruckus, and zap those foolish Mondstadt people, the righteous shaman continued. Under the shaman's incessant persuasion, Eve reluctantly agreed. After all, her objective was merely to enter the city, and once they caused a commotion, that would be her best opportunity to slip in. Splendid. With your addition, the success rate of this plan will surely exceed that of the great round ruckus. Eve? What's wrong, sister? Noticing Eve's unusual expression, the righteous shaman asked. It's nothing. Have you devised any other plans prior to this? Eve queried. Of course. I must mention my most remarkable plan. For that plan, I commanded a frost-armored choo-choo king. Hence, I named it a call to arms in crisis. Impressive, isn't it? Although it ultimately fell to some so-called wind-blown night skirmish captain, the righteous shaman rambled on. Eve. 6. After a while, a considerable number of chuches began to gather around. Eve roughly counted. There were approximately 20. Besides the chuches, there were slimes of all 7 elements, yet her white-headed grass slime stood out rather distinctly among them. All right, everyone is accounted for. Let us charge towards Mondstadt, the righteous shaman announced as soon as he saw the crowd was assembled. Charge, the other chuches echoed in agreement. Eve, however, discreetly distanced herself from them. With this lineup, a single holder of the Anemo vision could unleash a devastating attack, and they would all be done for that. It was prudent for her to remain incognito. The pyro god Kagaya, Choo-Choo led the charge, followed by the slimes and chuches rushing forward. The 2 knights stationed at the city gate, upon witnessing such a commotion, were immediately thrown into a state of panic. They dashed back into the city, shouting, Alert! Alert! Ferocious monsters are invading. Ferocious monsters. A peculiar expression crossed Eve's face. She glanced at the group of chuches nearby. Well, they looked rather foolish. Tell me, where's the ferocity? The righteous shaman, seeing the 2 knights retreat into the city, joyously exclaimed, little ones, seize the moment. A swarm of chuches rushed toward a nearby supply pile, clearly the cargo just delivered by a traveling merchant, yet to be unloaded. The chuches tore open the burlap wrappings, greedily devouring the beast meat within. Eve followed them into the city. She initially intended to head straight for the tavern, but as she passed the supply point, she suddenly noticed a bottle containing a green liquid. Jungle essence. What a splendid find. Eve's eyes sparkled. This substance is quite precious. Not only does it require rare materials, but its production also necessitates a skilled alchemist of the black earth level. She sensed a strong presence of grass elemental power emanating from it. Furthermore, this essence could restore Eve's minuscule divine power, and it was significantly faster than consuming grass seeds or mushroom beasts. Eve promptly consumed the bottle of jungle essence. She felt a surge in her divine power. Though modest, every little bit counted. As she lifted the burlap beside her, Eve's gaze brightened once more to so much essence. In addition to jungle essence, there were oils of other elements as well. Eve first observed a moment of silence for the unfortunate traveling merchant, for he would surely face substantial losses. Then, she silently declared, "I shall partake." Eve began to indulge in the jungle essence voraciously. Chapter 4. I shall remember this grudge. Chapter 5. The traveler from another land after leaving the fruit wine lake. Eve returned to the whispering forest. It seemed that blending in a Mondstadt would not be feasible. Eve decided to borrow some nectar from the deceitful flowers in the whispering forest and wait for the traveler to arrive. After all, such divine power received for free should not be squandered. This day would become a nightmare for all the deceitful flowers in the whispering forest. Even the deceitful flowers hiding beneath the mint leaves were uprooted by Eve. Naturally, Eve kindly borrowed nectar from them, though they might not receive a return. Just after she swallowed the nectar from an iced deceitful flower, an uninvited guest arrived. A shield-wielding choo-choo brute approached her, accompanied by 4 or 5 chooches. The choo-choo brute gazed at Eve, mumbling something incomprehensible. It seemed to be in choo-choo language, but this posed no challenge for Eve. After a brief understanding, she grasped the brute's intention. The white grass slime would make an excellent wooden shield. This was the meaning behind the choo-choo brute's words that Eve's head immediately filled with exclamation marks. How dare they think of turning this goddess into a wooden shield? The nearby chooches immediately chimed in. Yes, yes, big brother. With the wooden shield crafted from this white grass slime, you will surely achieve victory in the tribal conflicts. Ha ha. Well said. Upon returning, I shall reward you with a piece of beast meat. The choo-choo brute exclaimed proudly. The flattery from the younger brother filled him with elation that moment. The irate Eve suddenly remembered that the wooden shield wielded by the shield-bearing choo-choo brute was indeed made from grass slime. Very well, today I shall seek justice for my fellow grass slimes. In an instant, a radiant green light enveloped Eve. The powerful grass elemental force erupted. The choo-choo's scream echoed through the whispering forest. As the green light flashed, the group of chooches transformed into shattered masks, arrows, and horns. Eve hopped away from the scene of the incident. Alas, had she known, she would not have exerted herself so. Her divine power had dwindled significantly. Eve lamented. Appeared her path to restoring divine power was a long and arduous one thus. She resumed her mischief with the deceitful flowers. After absorbing a considerable amount of nectar, Eve joyfully bounced beneath a dandelion. Relishing the gentle, comforting breeze, Eve felt utterly at ease. The psychological and physical fatigue from her journey surged forth at that moment. Gradually, Eve closed her large eyes. Time passed without her notice, when suddenly she heard a delicate exclamation. "Wake up!" As Eve listened to the voice, she slowly opened her large eyes. I actually dozed off. How careless of me! Instantly alert, Eve scanned her surroundings. She turned her gaze toward the source of the voice that had awakened her. There, a white silhouette reflected in her eyes, a young girl donned in a backless white dress, her golden short hair shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The 2 ribbons trailing from her neck danced gracefully in the wind as she moved. Even clad in high-heeled battle boots, her long, slender legs glided effortlessly among the numerous slimes. Was her sister Ing. Eve's eyes lit up. The girl before her was none other than the protagonist of the game. Lumen, with her blade, which bore no edge, Lumen effortlessly shattered the slimes that leapt towards her, turning them into slime condensate. How cruel! Watching her own incarnation, the slimes being reduced to liquid, Eve's eyes widened in astonishment. Even the white leaves atop her head stood on Ing. Seems I should hide for a moment. Eve muttered softly. After all, this encounter in such a setting is rather inappropriate. She slowly maneuvered around. Plump body, moving stealthily so much slime condensate has fallen. I must collect it. Lumen sheathed her blade, which appeared behind her and then vanished from sight. She crouched down, gathering the slime's fallen condensate. Lumen, hurry back. You've strayed from the path. Suddenly, a soft, sweet voice called out that a petite, doll-like girl dressed in white, adorned with a tiny crown, floated in the air. Behind her trailed a small, dark starry cloak, making her appear exceedingly adorable. This was none other than the protagonist's companion. Paimon. Paimon flapped her little legs rapidly, darting to Lumen's side. Ah, it's emergency food, Eve thought, eyeing the diminutive girl. Yes, but these slimes keep pursuing me, Lumen replied apologetically to Paimon. You must be more careful next time. Paimon crossed her arms, chastising Lumen as if she were a parent scolding a misbehaving child. I understand, Lumen lowered her head in acknowledgement. All right, our destination is the 7 Archons, Paimon began, but then promptly patted Lumen on the shoulder. Lumen, quickly, there's another slime over there. Paimon's finger pointed towards a distant location. As Lumen turned, she immediately spotted Eve attempting to sneak away. You can't see me, you can't see me, Eve murmured quietly. Drink, Lumen's voice rang out. Hey, what are you doing? Eve turned around, only to see Lumen thrusting her blade towards her. Wait a moment, Eve exclaimed in alarm. A talking slime. Lumen was taken aback by Eve's words that, the slime has gained sentience. Paimon gasped in surprise. Lumen attempted to halt her advance, but the blade had already been drawn, leaving her no choice but to exert all her strength to redirect its trajectory. Ultimately, the blade grazed Eve's round body before embedding in the ground. Eve let out a mock scream. After all, with Lumen's current strength, she could not truly harm her. However, in keeping with her persona, Eve decided to make the situation appear more plausible. Moreover, she could sense that Lumen had noticeably restrained her power at the last moment. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck Eve's clever mind, a plan to seamlessly join their party. What is happening here? Lumen quickly sheathed her blade, her eyes wide with curiosity as she scrutinized the little grass slime before her. Why can the slime speak? Paimon flitted over, hiding behind Lumen's head, cautiously observing Eve. Seizing the opportunity, Eve let out a human-like sigh. This is a long story. Would you care to listen to this harmless little slime's tale? Eve gazed up with large, teary eyes at Lumen. Now, it was Eve's moment to perform. Showtime. Chapter 6. Eve's encyclopedia. Then tell me, Lumen inquired cautiously. Yes, do tell. What manner of creature are you? Paimon chimed in from behind Lumen's head. Hey, compare to me. You seem even stranger, Eve retorted, puffing her cheeks in defiance. Anyone would be upset if called a monster. Well. Paimon pondered for a moment, then lowered her head, tracing circles with her fingers. All right, Paimon, stop teasing. Lumen smiled warmly. Through the sunlight, Lumen's gentle smile radiated an angelic charm. Let us listen to what this slime has to say. Very well, Paimon conceded, feeling a bit embarrassed. Eve then began to speak lightly. My name is Eve, and as you can see, I am a slime. I have lived on this continent for a considerable time. One day, I encountered an extremely beautiful, graceful, kind-hearted goddess, a true vision of beauty. She radiated a green glow from head to toe. Eve spoke earnestly, as Lumen and Paimon listened intently. It was clear to whom Eve referred as the goddess. After that, for reasons unknown, I found myself able to speak. Moreover, I even turned white. Eve continued, Indeed, you certainly differ from the other grass slimes I've encountered. You are quite pale. Lumen observed, her gaze fixed on the 3 white leaves atop Eve's head. Looking at this unique grass slime, she found it oddly endearing. Since then, I've traveled bit by bit until I arrived here. Lumen and Paimon nodded in understanding. The goddess Eve mentioned must be one of the 7 Archons. Right? Lumen inquired of Paimon that I'm not sure. A green one, perhaps the Anemo or Dendro Archon. Paimon shook her head thoughtfully. As the atmosphere became charged, Eve shifted her tone dramatically that a note of sorrow crept into her voice. I am merely a harmless, weak, and humble grass slime, seeking only a bit of sweet flour to fill my belly. Yet, unexpectedly, I nearly lost my life here. At this, Eve lowered her head, shedding a few tears. I'm so sorry, Eve, Lumen said, her voice filled with remorse as she bowed her head. I apologize for what I said earlier, Paimon added, also lowering her head at a classic gesture of admitting fault. It's all right. It's all right. I know you didn't mean it, Eve said graciously. You may go. Alas, I am wounded now and unable to seek food. Eve sadly turned away. Suddenly, Eve felt herself lifted off the ground and began to ascend. Hey! Instantly, she found herself spinning wildly in the blink of an eye. Eve was face to face with Lumen's clean, adorable visage. I could see that moment. Their proximity was so close that Eve could even feel Lumen's breath. This made Eve's cheeks flush. "It's all right, Eve. Since that's the case, let me take care of you." Lumen smiled warmly. "My name is Lumen, and this is my emergency. My best friend, Paimon." Lumen introduced herself along with Paimon. "Wait, why do I feel like something strange just slipped in?" Paimon floated behind Lumen, crossing her arms and pouting. All right, Eve stammered. The plan succeeded. Lumen cradled Eve in her arms, while the two white rabbits rested upon Eve's leaves. So soft. Eve felt a warm blush creeping to her cheeks. Although she was now also a girl, she had never experienced such closeness with another girl before at a cozy haven of gentleness. As Lumen walked forward, cradling Eve, the soft sensation of the slime invoked a unique feeling within her. Oh, soft. Lumen mused internally, feeling the softness with both hands. She had never anticipated that a slime would feel this way. "By the way, Eve, you mentioned you have been traveling for quite a while." Lumen suddenly recalled something and inquired of Eve. "Yes, it has indeed been a long time, though I cannot recall the specifics." Eve replied thoughtfully. "Have you ever encountered a boy who resembles me closely, with yellow hair as well?" Lumen asked excitedly, unconsciously squeezing Eve's soft-bodied. "I haven't seen him." "Ah, wait, be gentle." Eve stuttered as she was squeezed multiple times. "Ah, I'm sorry. The moment was punctuated by Ying's immediate response. Perhaps it was due to Eve's delicate physique that she unconsciously felt inclined to give it a gentle squeeze. Indeed, the sensation was delightful. After a brief exchange, Ying began to recount her origins to Eve. "Thus, the enigmatic deity took my brother away, and I was sealed by the gods, stripped of my original powers. Once we traversed numerous worlds, yet now we find ourselves trapped here. But how many years ago was that? I do not know, yet I shall find a way to uncover the truth. Ever since awakening, I have wandered alone, until 2 months prior, when I encountered Paimon." Ying spoke softly. Despite having heard this tale several times, Eve listened intently, her curiosity unwavering. She was well aware of the deity residing on the island of skies, the sustainer of heavenly principles. A divine being above the 7 archons. Even at her peak, Eve, endowed with the powers of the world tree, could not contend with her. Therefore, to expedite the search for your brother, let us hasten to our first destination. The statue of the 7. Paimon floated beside Ying, urging her on. "Yes," Ying nodded in agreement. Soon, they traversed the forest and arrived at a gentle slope. A soft breeze caressed them, revealing a breathtaking vista. Before them lay Starfall Lake, at the center of which stood a dim and lifeless statue. "Look, that is the statue of the 7. Paimon exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the distant figure. She was determined to be an excellent guide. At that moment, Eve, nestled in Ying's embrace, suddenly spoke. The divine statues scattered across the continent symbolized the 7 archons guarding the world. This one, in particular, represents the deity of wind among the 7 elemental archons. "Huh, Eve, how do you know this?" Paimon asked in surprise. Ying turned her gaze towards the diminutive slime cradled in her arms. "I know a great deal more. After all, I've traveled extensively across this land and possess much knowledge." Eve smiled at Paimon, seemingly oblivious to having stolen her thunder. "So, feel free to inquire about anything you do not understand. I'm a walking encyclopedia," Eve declared with pride. "Naturally, I could effortlessly fulfill the role of a guide as well," she added, casting a glance at Paimon. This was no mere boast. Being known as the goddess of wisdom, she also held the authority of the world tree, which stored boundless knowledge. Eve's reservoir of information was indeed unparalleled. "I do not believe it. How could a slime possibly know so much?" Paimon puffed her cheeks, clearly irritated. "Oh, do you know how these statues of the 7 came to be? What their purpose is?" Eve asked Paimon, her tone teasing. "I do not know," Paimon retorted, her cheeks still puffed. "What is it?" Ying suddenly expressed her curiosity. She had always sensed that this slime was special, and it seemed her intuition was correct. Initially, the first statue was built by the deities themselves, designed to delineate their dominion. However, later, the deities' followers emulated their creators and established numerous statues of the 7 across various regions. The deities acknowledged their people's efforts and infused these newly erected statues with divine power. The purpose of these subsequent statues was to bestow blessings upon the followers when they drew near, healing them in times of need. Eve spoke elaborately. Chapter 7. The Heart of God and the Eye of God. So that is how it is, Ing exclaimed, astonished by Eve's explanation. Humph. Paimon does not believe it. Paimon insisted, maintaining her pride. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant, Eve retorted with a hint of arrogance. Oh, Eve, you are insufferable. Paimon fumed, stamping her tiny feet in midair. Ing watched the playful banter between Eve and Paimon, a smile gracing her lips. All right, Paimon, Eve, enough of this. We need to move swiftly. Ing gently tousled the leaves atop Eve's head. Humph, Paimon will not quibble with the slime. Hearing Ying's words, Paimon crossed her arms and floated beside Ying's head. I shall not argue with an emergency food item either, Eve replied softly, a smile adorning her face. Thus, Ing cradled Eve, and Paimon floated alongside her as the trio made their way toward the statue of the Seven at the center of Starfall Lake. Along the journey, Eve suddenly sensed that Ying's grip was trembling slightly. It must be that holding her for so long had caused her arms to ache. Without hesitation, Eve wriggled her body. What is it, Eve? Ing asked, sensing the movement in her arms. That I see that you seem quite fatigued holding me. Allow me to climb onto your shoulder. It will be more comfortable, Eve suggested with concern. Without waiting for a response, Eve promptly made her way onto Ying's shoulder. It's fine. Oh, wait, Eve, that tickles, before Ing could react. Eve had already settled atop her shoulder. Eve, truly, I am all right. Ing turned her head to reassure the slime perched on her shoulder. Yet your arm is trembling, Eve pouted. It was clear that Ing was forcing herself. Oh, so you knew all along that Ying's face flushed slightly. Though it was quite pleasant to hold Eve, doing so for an extended period was indeed tiring. Ing felt a pang of guilt for having inadvertently hurt Eve earlier. Prompting her to endure, ahead, Paimon called out, Hey, what are you two doing? The statue of the Seven is right ahead. Hurry up. Yes, yes, coming. Ing shouted back that we must keep up the pace. Ing smiled at Eve on her shoulder and quickened her pace. Eve felt the jostling and clung tightly to Ying's shoulder to avoid falling off. The scenery rushed past them as Ing swiftly reached the edge of Starfall Lake. There stood the statue of the Seven. Although I do not know if the being you seek is the Anemo Archon, I have my reasons for bringing you to their domain. Paimon floated beside Ing, explaining, It is well known that words and poetry drift with the wind. Surely, there lies a clue about your brother within. That is how I see it. Of course, whether we receive a response from the deity can only be determined by our attempts. Paimon exclaimed excitedly. Let us swim across. Yes, Ing nodded slightly. She stepped cautiously into the water. Eve, you... Ing suddenly turned her head, worry evident in her gaze. I am fine. I can hold on. Eve replied calmly. Demir Lake is nothing to fret over. All right then. Ing turned back and bent down to enter the icy waters. Under the sun, the young girl's fair skin shimmered in the clear water. With each stroke, she left a grassland nucleus upon the lake's surface. Eve, glub, glub, glub. Before long, Ing reached the island at the center of the lake. She twisted her soaked clothing. The girl's well-proportioned figure was tantalizingly visible beneath her drenched white attire. Eve hopped down from Ying's shoulder, shaking off the droplets from the 3 leaves atop her head. The elemental reactions in the lake had been quite intense. Meanwhile, Paimon, being able to fly, remained completely dried. We have arrived. Let us begin our prayers. Paimon excitedly proclaimed as she hovered beside the statue of the Seven. Ing nodded in agreement. She approached reverently, closed her eyes, and carefully placed her hand upon the statue's stone surface. Ding! Suddenly, the statue seemed to awaken, radiating a brilliant azure glow. Ing, taken aback, stumbled backward in haste, fearing she had inadvertently done something wrong. Immediately, the element of wind coalesced, and all the azure light converged into the sphere held in the statue's hand. Observing this spectacle, Eve uttered, As long as you do not lose your nobility, the world shall open its doors to you. A surge of azure energy burst forth from the sphere in the wind deity's hand, soaring directly towards Ing. The energy orb bore the insignia of the wind element, and upon contact with Ying's body, it seamlessly integrated with her. Ing stared in astonishment at her hands, feeling as if a gentle breeze enveloped her, rendering her body lighter. I believe I have sensed a surge of power. Ing, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "Ah, have you perhaps sensed the elements of this world?" Paimon immediately fluttered to Ying's side, exclaiming joyfully, "It seems that by merely touching the statue, you can harness the power of the wind element. You can wield elemental power without the need for a vision. You are indeed an exception." Eve observed this scene and coldly interjected, even after absorbing all the memories of the great Dendro-Archon. "I find it peculiar. Individuals like you have never existed before. Those who reside here cannot hope to attain power as effortlessly as you do. Is that so, Eve? How bizarre." Ying, intrigued by Eve's words, crouched before her and lifted her into an embrace. "Indeed. Wait a moment." Eve, caught off guard, found herself nestled in Ying's gentle embrace. "What is it?" Ying inquired curiously. Perhaps you are not originally from this world." Eve continued, her cheeks slightly flushed. That could be true," Ying nodded in agreement. "What exactly is this vision you mentioned?" She pressed on, her interest piqued by Eve's earlier mention of it. The vision. In simple terms, a vision is an external magical organ of a person. Possessing one enables the wielder to channel elemental power. When one's desires reach their zenith, they become the focus of divine attention, and upon gaining the deity's acknowledgement, they receive the vision to guide elemental forces. Eve elucidated so. The deities that grant these visions are the 7 archons who govern the continent. Ying inquired, her curiosity unabated. "To know my knowledge, that is not the case." Eve shook her head. Recalling her memories, she added that since becoming one of the 7 Dendro-Archons 2 millennia ago, she had never bestowed a vision upon anyone. Moreover, the concept of visions existed even before the establishment of the 7 Archons, just as during her 500 years of slumber, although she entrusted the heart of the Dendro-Archon to Nahida. The Lesser Lord Kusanali remained imprisoned by the Academia, unable to even attract divine attention, let alone grant visions. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the distribution of the Dendro vision. Therefore, the deities responsible for granting visions could not possibly be the 7 Archons, but rather the divine being spoken of in whispers, residing high above in the isles of the sky. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the will of the 7 Archons indeed influences the distribution of the corresponding elemental visions, as the divine tool for granting them is the hearts of the 7 Archons. However, the 7 Archons can only indirectly prevent the issuance of visions, rather than bestowing them themselves. It is akin to the granting of visions being a water gate. The 7 Archons cannot determine whose water flows through, but possess the authority to close the gate. Presently, many natives of Teyvat have been misled by rumors, believing that the 7 Archons are the ones who grant visions. Additionally, visions themselves do not possess elemental distinctions, but are rather categorized by region. Individuals from different areas receive visions with varying appearances. The elemental nature of the vision is influenced by the desires harbored within the hearts of those who obtain them. Chapter 8. Elemental Eruption. Thus, Eve asserted firmly, the deities who bestow visions are certainly not the 7 Archons. I see. Ying pondered thoughtfully. She wondered if the divine being Eve spoke of was the same one that had intercepted them as they tried to leave. At that moment, Paimon's gaze toward Eve shifted subtly, though she concealed her reaction well, ensuring no one noticed. That fleeting expression lingered on Paimon's face for only a moment before she quickly reverted to her usual demeanor. "All right, enough of that. If we head west from here, we shall reach the free city of Mondstadt," Paimon exclaimed excitedly, hovering beside Ying. Mondstadt is the city of wind, and among the 7 Archons, it venerates the Anemo Archon. Given that you can derive power from the statues of the 7, you might uncover some clues about your brother there. Paimon continued, her little hands clasped behind her back. Indeed, Mondstadt is home to many bards who roam the continent, collecting epic tales. They might have information about your brother, Eve added, taking up Paimon's thread. Ying nodded resolutely. "All right, let us set forth," Paimon declared enthusiastically. However, just as Paimon finished speaking, a considerable commotion erupted beside the statue. The trio immediately turned with vigilance. A horde of slimes came rushing toward them. Ying. Paimon squeaked in fear, retreating behind Ying. How can there be so many slimes? Ying's expression grew grave as she surveyed the advancing mass. Ying, you obtained the power of wind from the statue of the 7. Swiftly use that power to vanquish these slimes, Paimon urged, Clutching Ying's head, Ying nodded in understanding. She then glanced at Eve in her arms. Eve, it's fine, don't mind me. I'm not acquainted with them. Eve quickly distanced herself from the slimes, signaling to Ying that she should proceed without hesitation. Understood, Eve. Ying gently set Eve aside, conjuring her weapon, the unforged blade. With a swift motion, she lunged forward, sending one slime flying. Yet more slimes continued to swarm in from behind, their numbers seemingly endless. Use your elemental burst. Suddenly, Eve's voice rang out from behind and, I'll give it a try. Ying replied determinedly. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the elemental force within her. Moments later, she opened her eyes. Let the wind carry you away. Ying leaped into the air, twisting in mid-flight, unleashing her elemental burst. As the unforged blade swung forth, a towering tornado rose 6 or 7 meters high, drawing in all the slimes along its path. A powerful reaction ensued, transforming the slimes into a puddle of slime essence. Incredible! Paimon's mouth formed a Na shape in astonishment. Eve was equally taken aback, having not anticipated the strength of Ying's elemental burst on her first attempt. This was evidently several times more potent than her usual bursts. After the onslaught, the slimes were entirely vanquished. Ying half sank to the ground, propping herself up with the unforged blade, panting heavily. Having unleashed her elemental burst for the first time, she had exerted all her strength, leaving her physically drained. Ying, are you all right? That was amazing, Paimon exclaimed, zooming to Ying's side. Are you hurt? Eve bounced over, concern etched on her face. Phew, I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. I'll recover soon, Ying replied, though she was acutely aware of her own condition. This was not something that could be remedied with just a brief rest. While she had not sustained any injuries, she would need at least a day or half a day's recovery. However, Eve's perceptive eyes saw through Ying's well-meaning lie. Here, Eve bounded forward, her white grass leaves atop her head brushing against Ying's body. Eve, what are you doing? Ying gazed at Eve's actions with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Soon after, a soothing and gentle green light emanated from the blades of grass atop Eve's head, as if it possessed the power to heal the heart. Before Ying could fully comprehend the situation, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her body. The fatigue and aftereffects of her elemental explosion vanished in an instant, and even the bruises inflicted by the slime dissipated. Eve, what are you doing? Ying first glanced at her own hands before turning her gaze back to Ev.um. I've been traveling across the continent for quite some time now, and I still know a bit about healing. Eve replied, gently brushing her own head with the grass atop her head. That is not what I meant. I was wondering if using your power like this would affect your injuries. Ying expressed her concern, cradling Eve in her arms once more. She was still worried about the wounds Eve had sustained due to her earlier mishap. It's nothing, really. It's not a big deal, Eve responded with a smile. Ying, you are truly kind. Eve felt a twinge of guilt in her heart I knew it. Eve, have you already recovered? Were you pretending to be injured just so Ying would carry you? Paimon interjected, crossing her arms with a look of jealousy. She too yearned to be held by Ying. I did not. Eve immediately retorted. However, Paimon is right, Eve thought to herself, though she couldn't admit it. While her intentions were not as Paimon suggested, being in Ying's embrace was undeniably comforting. I see you were just jealous, that's why you said that. Eve swiftly countered Paimon. I'm not. Paimon turned her head away, her fingers tapping lightly against her chest. I was spot on, wasn't I? Eve recognized her victory in the playful exchange. Eve, you're the worst, Paimon pouted. All right, you two, stop the bickering, Ying said with a gentle smile. Watching the two little ones play was quite amusing. Paimon, if you want. I can carry you too, Ying offered warmly to Paimon. Really? Paimon's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at Ying. Of course. Ying nodded with a smile. Yay. Paimon twirled around joyfully beside Ying. But let us make it clear. One at a time. Now it was Eve's turn to pout, feeling as though something of hers was being taken away. You too, Ying chuckled, finding their antics both endearing and exasperating. Chapter 9. The Guardian of the East Wind. All right, you two, enough fooling around. We must set off, Ying said, smiling slightly at Eve and Paimon. Paimon nodded in agreement. Indeed, otherwise, if we wait any longer, it will be dark by the time we reach Mondstadt, Eve remarked as she calculated time. Ing led Eve once more into the depths of Starfall Lake, swimming towards the opposite shore. Paimon hovered above Ying's head, following her closely. Upon reaching the shore, Ing wrung out her clothes, the water quickly drying in the sunlight. The trio continued onward, heading towards the whispering forest. Yet before they had traversed even half the distance, a sudden dragon roar echoed through the sky, followed by a powerful gust of wind. The wild winds billowed Ying's garments, causing her to halt abruptly, steadying herself against the fierce gales. "Look up! What is that?" Paimon's voice urged Ing to gaze upwards. Eve also lifted her head towards the heavens. They beheld a colossal blue dragon with 6 wings soaring overhead. Ying's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Something massive is flying in the sky. It has gone deep into the woods. We must proceed with caution," Paimon advised. "Was that?" Ing began in shock. "Indeed, that was exactly what you think a dragon," Eve confirmed, picking up where Ing left off as expected. Ying's gaze lingered. "Eve, do you know the origins of this dragon?" Ing inquired, tilting her head towards Eve, who was cradled in her arms. Faced with Ying's question, Eve hesitated. Truth be told, she did not plan to divulge the matter concerning Valen, as it was rather troublesome and could easily lead others to question her identity. Just as Eve was about to decline, Paimon's voice chimed in unexpectedly. Eve, I bet you don't know, do you? And you call yourself a walking encyclopedia." Eve turned to see Paimon wearing a cute, provocative expression. "Who said that? I just have my reasons for not mentioning it." Eve promptly retorted, "Oh, it's all right, Eve. Not knowing isn't a big deal, that we are all good friends here." Paimon continued to embellish the situation. It was evident that Eve recognized Paimon's tactic of goading her. Humph. Clearly, Eve was getting flustered. "This dragon is one of the 4 Winds Guardians, the East Wind Guardian, a servant of Barbados, the Anemo Archon of Mondstadt," Eve explained. "What do you say, Paimon?" Eve looked at Paimon with a pout. "I see." Paimon pondered for a moment. That's how it is." Ing nodded, deep in thought. "What are the 4 Winds Guardians?" Ing continued her inquiry. "The 4 Winds Guardians are 4 powerful protectors under the Anemo Archon. They're the guardians of Mondstadt, the East Wind Dragon, the West Wind Eagle, the North Wind Wolf, and the South Wind Lion. The dragon we just saw must be the East Wind Dragon." Eve elaborated further. Ing nodded in understanding. By the way, Eve, how do you know all this?" Ing asked, her curiosity piqued. Right. Paimon chimed in from the side. A hint of cold sweat appeared on Eve's brow. "Well, trouble is coming." She quickly thought of an excuse. "I heard about it from a group of traveling bards during my journey. They described the appearance of this dragon, so when I saw it, I remembered." Eve explained. "Oh, I see." Ing nodded in confirmation. How about that, Paimon? Are you convinced?" Eve turned her gaze back to Paimon. "You got lucky." It was apparent that Paimon had run out of retorts, just as the two were bickering. Ing was deep in thought. If we follow it, could that lead us to the Anemo Archon?" Ing exclaimed with excitement. "I don't know." Eve shook her head. "We should head to Mondstadt first. Besides, the dragon is too dangerous." Paimon suggested. "True." Ing dismissed the thought. They continued their journey, soon entering the whispering forest. Look! Paimon, who had been flying ahead, suddenly issued a warning. All eyes turned to where Paimon pointed. "We should hide," Eve whispered. Ing nodded, quickly cradling Eve and ducking behind a large tree, with Paimon following suit. Once they had cover, Ing cautiously peered out, while Eve and Paimon did the same. They beheld the blue dragon from earlier, now resting in a clearing, its 3 pairs of massive wings fluttering slightly. In front of the dragon stood a youth clad in green, wearing a green hat, draped in a green cloak, and donning white stockings. The green-hatted youth extended his hands toward the dragon. "Don't be afraid. Rest assured, I have returned." The youth spoke gently to the dragon. She talking to the dragon? Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. Upon seeing the green-clad youth, Eve's expression turned grave. Barbados! This was precisely the Anemo Archon, one of the 7 Archons whom Eve sought, though he was presently known as Vinny. Complications began to arise in Eve's mind. "Eve, what did you just say?" Ing asked, having caught a few of Eve's muddled words, but not understanding them fully. It's nothing." Eve promptly regained her composure and spoke. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts crossed her mind. Furthermore, She confirmed that Barbados' gnosis resided within him. Simultaneously, Eve sensed Barbados' formidable strength, far surpassing her own at present. This individual must be a girl. Suddenly, Ing whispered to Eve, and T must be so. After all, she is wearing white stockings, Paimon remarked, placing her finger to her lips. No, it's a boy. Eve countered, as adorable. It must be a boy. Eve continued, surely not. I still believe she is a girl. Ing persisted with her viewpoint. T that moment. The ornament on Ying's abdomen suddenly emitted a cerulean glow. Who goes there? This stirred the dragon's agitation. He first directed his gaze towards Eve and her companions, then cast a fierce glance at Barbados beneath him. Is this the reason you sought me out? To have others ambush me while hunting? The dragon roared in fury. He immediately flapped his massive wings, stirring up a tremendous whirlwind. No, Benevolent, let me explain. The tempest raised by Benevolent forced Vinny to raise his hands in defense. Silence. Humans are untrustworthy. Including you. Benevolent reiterated angrily. He raised his colossal claw and struck at Vinny. Vinny swiftly retreated to evade Benevolent's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Benevolent soared into the sky and quickly distanced himself from the scene. Vinty cast a fleeting glance at Ing and her companions, his expression one of grave concern. Yet he did not take any action. Instead, he vanished in a flash, dissipating into the wind. What on earth is happening? Ing muttered, somewhat dazed. Chapter 10. Scout Night Amber. At that moment, Paimon, who had been tugging at Ying's hair earlier, flew to her side. You scared me to death. I thought I was going to be eaten. Paimon exclaimed, still shaken. Moreover, that was quite the peculiar person, talking to a dragon. Paimon continued, talking to a dragon, is that normal in this world? Ing asked intermittently. Certainly not. Eve scoffed. Wait, what is that? Eve, using her supple body, transformed her hand into a small finger. Pointing towards the spot where the dragon had lingered, oh, that object is still glowing red. Paimon said, shielding her eyes as she gazed at the direction Eve indicated. Let us go check it out. Ing declared resolutely. They approached the stone with utmost caution. Be careful. It gives me a very bad feeling. Paimon warned from the side. Ing nodded in agreement as she slowly advanced. In her arms, Eve also gazed intently at the crimson stone. As they drew closer, she could distinctly sense Benevolent's sorrow and roar emanating from it. Clearly, the corruption of the abyssal blood has had a tremendous impact on Benevolent. This moment, Ing and Paimon had arrived beside the stone. Oh, I've never seen such a strange stone. I can't identify what it is, Paimon observed curiously at the hovering stone. However, it appears quite dangerous, Paimon added. I've never seen this kind of stone either. Ing examined it closely. By the way, Eve, do you know what this is? Ing focused her complete attention on Eve in her arms. I'm sorry, but I'm not certain what it is. I've never encountered it before. Eve pondered briefly before making a decision. Ing, it would be impolite to inquire further. All right, Ing replied, somewhat disappointed. However, we should collect it. It may prove useful later, Eve suggested. Indeed, that makes sense, Ing reflected before nodding in agreement. She reached out to grasp the teardrop-shaped red stone and placed it into her backpack. Now, let us hurry and leave this place. Paimon glanced around anxiously. Yes, indeed, Ing nodded and continued deeper into the whispering forest. After traveling for a while, they arrived at the edge of the whispering forest. Look, ahead lies Mondstadt, Paimon exclaimed excitedly from a high platform, pointing forward. Ing's gaze was drawn in the same direction. In the distance, an epic city appeared before them, nestled beside a vast lake. Within the city, several gigantic windmills turned gracefully in the breeze, and the tallest structure was the cathedral. Even from afar, it appeared majestic and awe-inspiring, evoking a sense of epic grandeur. So magnificent and beautiful. Ing gazed dreamily at the scene of Mondstadt. Mondstadt, known as the crown of the North, city of wind and pastoral city, features a towering statue of the Anemo god in the square directly in front of the cathedral. Eve spoke eloquently from Ing's embrace. Eve, you are so knowledgeable. Ing gently patted Eve on the head, complimenting her. Oh, it's nothing, it's just hearsay. Eve's cheeks flushed slightly. Ing, that is not fair. I want to be patted too. Paimon immediately protested, stomping her little feet. Oh, what do you know then? Eve inquired with a teasing expression at I know. Paimon suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Wait, I got it. I know there are many delicious foods in Mondstadt. Paimon exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. So, what do you think? Paimon turned her head towards Ing, somewhat uncertain. All right. Paimon is also quite impressive. Ing smiled sweetly, gently patting Paimon on the head a few times. Yay! Paimon joyfully fluttered around Ing. Ing covered her mouth with one hand, finding this little creature utterly adorable and amusing. Let us continue on, Ing said with a serious demeanor, though the smile on her face remained. Yes, let us hurry. Once we reach Mondstadt, you must treat me to lots and lots of delicious fooding. Paimon nodded, then declared proudly. Why so? Ing tilted her head, looking at Paimon. Because I'm hungry, Paimon admitted sheepishly. At that moment, her stomach let out a rumbling sound. Hearing this, Ing couldn't help but laugh sweetly. All right, I'll treat you, Ing said gently. Yeah. Paimon cheered, flying up into delight. I want some too, Ing's arms chimed in. Though Eve, as a deity, does not require sustenance, indulging in culinary delights occasionally is still necessary. What? Let Eve buy it herself. That's a joke. How could Eve, as the Dendro Archon, possibly have more? Don't worry. Don't worry, Eve has some too. Ing once again patted Eve's head. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted behind them. Hey, you, wait a moment. Ing and Paimon swiftly turned around, and Eve and Ing's arms did the same. However, they looked left and right, yet found no one to overhear. The feminine voice rang out again. Suddenly, a girl dressed in red, adorned with a red hairpin resembling ears, leaped from the woods, performing a somersault to appear before Ing and her companions. Ing and Paimon gaped in astonishment, while Eve remained unfazed. After the red-clad girl steadied herself, she turned to Ing and said, May the Anemo God bless you. Stranger, I am Amber, a scout knight of the Knights of Favonius. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Amber saluted Ing with a gestured, hello. Clearly, Ing was somewhat bewildered by the sudden appearance of the girl. That you're not a citizen of Mondstadt, are you? Then please state your identity. Amber continued, adhering to the official protocol of the Knights of Favonius. Calm down. We are not suspicious individuals. Paimon added, somewhat flustered, it's likely that the title of Scout Knight intimidated her. Suspicious individuals always say that. Amber replied coolly. Moreover, you're a suspicious individual accompanied by a slime. And at the fleeting moment, Amber's gaze settled upon Eve, nestled in Lumen's arms. Her scrutiny was akin to that of an interrogator assessing a suspect, evoking considerable discomfort. Eve promptly shot back a glance, as if to say, What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a goddess before? Yet, one could hardly blame Amber. After all, who among the ordinary would carry a creature of the abyss with them? My name is Lumen. She introduced herself with a sense of poise. That name hardly sounds local. Hotel. What is the story behind the slime in your arms? And what of this mascot? Amber initially glanced at Eve before redirecting her attention to Paimon, who floated beside Lumen. This is emergency food, Lumen said, casting a sidelong glance at Paimon before responding without hesitation. That's entirely inaccurate. It's even less than a mere mascot, Paimon retorted, stamping her foot in indignation. Very well then, what about that pallid grass slime? What is its story? Amber's focus returned to Eve, her demeanor cautious, embodying the qualities of Scout Knight. She is no ordinary grass slime. She can speak and is a gentle and safe creature. Lumen asserted promptly, that's so. Amber raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Sensing Amber's doubt, Eve decided to introduce herself. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Eve. She made an earnest effort to present a smile. What? The slime in Lumen's arms can talk. Amber gasped, her eyes widening in shock. She could scarcely believe that the slime had truly spoken. She had assumed it was merely a ruse. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Amber quickly offered to Lumen, It's quite all right. Lumen waved her hand dismissively. But is she truly harmless? Amber prodded, poking Eve gently. Hey, don't touch her like that. Eve protested, visibly displeased by Amber's actions, of course. Eve is quite docile. And besides, what threat could such a diminutive slime possibly pose? Lumen continued to explain. Indeed, look at my petite frame. A gust of wind could whisk me away. I'm so weak and helpless, Eve chimed in, echoing Lumen's sentiment. All right, then. Amber relented after a moment of contemplation. She resolved that Lumen was indeed correct. What danger could a mere slime present? After all, could it possibly be more perilous than the Anemo dragon? In any case, you are travelers, I presume? Recently, dragons have been sighted around Mondstadt, so it would be prudent for you to enter the city swiftly. Amber advised Lumen that we are not far from Mondstadt, and as a scout knight of the Knights of Favonius, I shall escort you. Having determined that they were not a threat, Amber's wariness began to dissipate. Chapter 11. The large Hilichurl camp. Hey, don't you have any other tasks outside the city? Paimon asked in astonishment at Amber's offer to escort them. Of course I do, but rest assured, I will ensure your safety along the way, Amber proclaimed confidently, hands on her hips, as an exemplary knight. It was her duty. Though Amber outwardly reassured Lumen, her true intent was to remain vigilant for any potential dangers. After all, as a scout knight, one could not afford to be too relaxed. All right, Lumen nodded in agreement. Gentle and kind Lumen harbors no doubts whatsoever. Just moments ago, she suspected you of being a suspicious character. Now she is content to have you escort her into the city. How fortuitous. Eve shook her head at Lumen's naivety. Alas, too kind-hearted. Now, keep close to me, Amber instructed as she turned, setting off at a brisk pace toward a certain direction, with Lumen trailing behind her. Along the way, Amber suddenly queried Lumen, by the way, mysterious traveler, what brings you to Mondstadt? Are you here for business, leisure, or academic pursuits? Amber had begun to fish for information, though neither Lumen nor Paimon seemed to catch on. Lumen, in her lengthy travels, had become separated from her brother. We are her companions. Helping her search for her brother, Paimon interjected eagerly. Seeking family then? Amber pondered for a moment. Well, once I complete my current task, I can assist you in posting some missing person notices within the city, Amber continued. Really? Lumen exclaimed with delight. Of course. Amber replied with a smile. By the way, what task are you currently undertaking? Lumen inquired with curiosity. That's a secret, Amber playfully responded, glancing back at Lumen. Suddenly, Paimon pointed ahead in alarm. Look, it's a Hilichurl. They all turned to follow Paimon's gaze. Not far off, a Hilichurl armed with a wooden club was patrolling the hillside. Fortunately, the creature appeared unaware of their presence. Shoo! Let us hide, Amber whispered urgently. She swiftly led Lumen and Paimon behind a large boulder. Once they confirmed it was safe, Amber cautiously peered out to observe. Lumen quietly asked, Hilichurl, what are those? Hilichurls are the most common humanoid monsters on Teyvat. No one knows how they came to be, Eve explained, nestled in Lumen's arms. Although she was aware of the true origins of the Hilichurls, she could not divulge that information. Indeed, recently these wild monsters have been encroaching upon Mondstadt, and my mission is to clear their camp, Amber added, still keeping her gaze fixed on the movements of the Hilichurl. By following that Hilichurl, we can locate their camp, she continued. I see. Lumen nodded gravely. Quickly, keep up. It's getting away, Amber urged suddenly, darting off. Lumen, not one to lag behind, hurried after Amber. Be careful. Paimon cautioned, fluttering beside Lumen. Don't worry. I am a scout knight of the Knights of Favonius, Amber declared confidently. Amber quickened her pace, while Lumen, burdened with Eve, found the distance between them widening. In no time, Amber had scaled the hillside, disappearing from view. Amber is running so fast. I hope she is not in any danger. Lumen fretted as she strained to keep up. She should be fine. She is a knight, Paimon reassured her. We should hurry and catch up. Eve felt an ominous premonition. Right? Lumen nodded, quickening her pace. Before they could reach the crest of the hill, they heard the sounds of a fierce battle erupting in the distance, accompanied by anguished cries. This is bad. They've already engaged in combat, Lumen exclaimed anxiously. It must be said that as a scout knight, Amber's speed was indeed impressive. Lumen took nearly twice as long to reach the top of the hill. However, when she finally gazed down from the summit, she was met with a shocking sight. There was Amber, bloodied and taking cover behind a stack of hay bales, drawing her bow and aiming at the approaching figures. Before her, two hulking Hilichurl brutes were advancing toward her position, one wielding a wooden shield and the other a massive axe. exuding an intimidating presence. "This is bad. It's a hilichurl brute," Paimon squeaked, trembling as she hid behind Lumen. Amber alone was not equipped to face such formidable foes that Lumen's expression turned serious as she placed Eve down and instructed Paimon, "You two must stay hidden." With that, she conjured her unarmed sword, ready to charge forth. At that moment, Amber caught sight of Lumen. Just as Lumen was about to leap into action, Amber shouted urgently, "Run! This is not a fight for you. It doesn't concern you. Go to Mondstadt and warn them." Amber's voice echoed with desperation. "Damn it, this is clearly not what the intel indicated. This is a large hilichurl camp." Amber gritted her teeth and spoke with palpable frustration. Prior to embarking on her mission, she had gathered intelligence regarding the camp's general conditions. It was a small encampment, inhabited solely by the common hilichurls, and she believed that the presence of hilichurl brutes was unlikely. Thus, she had dared to charge in alone. Yet, to her astonishment, it turned out to be a large hilichurl camp, teeming not only with numerous hilichurls, but even two formidable hilichurl brutes. Amber exerted all her strength to dispatch the ordinary hilichurls. But in the process, she sustained injuries from a giant axe wielded by one of the brutes. Now incapacitated, she could only hide behind cover, struggling to survive. Upon spotting Lumen, she quickly urged her to flee. Knowing that further sacrifices must not be permitted, "How could I possibly abandon you?" Lumen declared resolutely. Unmoved by Amber's plea, she brandished her blade and charged forward. Eve observed this scene with a tumult of emotions. Perhaps this was the very reason she was destined to be a pivotal figure in this world. She murmured softly to herself, "Go for it." Paimon exclaimed, clenching her fists in encouragement for Lumen. The two hilichurl brutes eyed the advancing girl in white, their wooden shields and massive axes brimming with anticipation. The wooden shield-wielding brute launched the first assault, charging swiftly towards Lumen with its large shield. As the distance between them diminished, Lumen deftly sidestepped. However, before she could revel in her evasion, the sharp gleam of the giant axe descended upon her. Realizing she could not evade in time, Lumen instinctively raised her blade to defend herself. The clash of the axe against her weapon produced a jarring metallic sound. Suddenly, the brute intensified its assault, and a flicker of alarm crossed Lumen's eyes. The escalating force made it difficult for her to breathe. With a resounding thud, Lumen swiftly twisted her wrist, deflecting the axe. The brute, clearly unaccustomed to such an encounter, was unable to adjust in time, and the axe plunged into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lumen darted behind the brute, attempting to stab with her blade. Yet, the heavy sound of wood scraping against the ground echoed. Once more, a sense of foreboding washed over her, prompting her to leap back. Her instincts proved correct, as the wooden shield brute had circled back, charging at her once again. This time, it missed its target. "That was close," Paimon exclaimed from a distance, relieved, with some distance now between her and the brutes. Lumen took a moment to steady her breath and prepare for battle. The two brutes, not far ahead, regrouped. Lumen's expression grew grave as she held her sword tightly. The coordination of these two brutes was alarmingly flawless, akin to seasoned partners who had fought side by side for decades. Lumen found herself at a loss for how to approach the situation. Meanwhile, Eve quietly maneuvered around them. Chapter 12. The Theory of Elemental Reactions. Lumen steeled herself for another charge, prepared to engage once more. However, the wooden shield brute stood steadfastly in her path. Before she could initiate her attack, the brute surged forward again, shield raised. Following closely behind was the axe-wielding brute, its enormous axe glowing ominously red and enveloped in flames. Lumen's complexion turned pale once more. Yet, instinct propelled her to evade the duo's onslaught and swiftly maneuver to the rear of the axe-wielding brute. Windblade. As the opportunity arose, Lumen extended her hand. Summoning her elemental power, a devastating sphere of wind erupted behind the brute. However, just as the wind sphere was about to strike, the wooden shield brute appeared before her. The gusts produced by the wind blades pounded against the shield with force, but they failed to inflict any damage to that moment. The axe-wielding brute reacted, swinging its massive axe towards Lumen, forcing her to interrupt her elemental attack. She narrowly dodged the assault. "Damn it," Lumen panted, her gaze fixed on the two formidable brutes. "I must eliminate that shield-wielding fiend first," She mused inwardly. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. Amber, use a charge fire arrow against the wooden shield, and Lumen, follow up with your wind elemental power. It was Eve. Lumen immediately recognized the voice. Yes, utilize the diffusion reaction, Amber exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. An oh problem, she replied weakly. Despite her severe injuries, she could still manage a charged fire arrow. She understood the strategy proposed by the grass slime, using wind elemental diffusion to quickly ignite and obliterate the wooden shield. Previously, her attempts to burn the shield with fire elemental power had been futile, as one strike was insufficient to incinerate it completely. In the meantime, the other brute would charge in, leaving her no opportunity to follow up. Now, however, with the wind elemental diffusion reaction, they could potentially destroy the shield in one decisive blow. Amber swiftly knocked an arrow, channeling fire elemental power into its tip. With a swift whoosh, the arrow, imbued with fire elemental energy, struck the wooden shield. In an instant, flames began to engulf the entire shield. Lumen seized the moment, dashing towards the wooden shield brute. Go for it, Paimon urged anxiously from a distance. Windblade. Lumen extended her hand. Gathering a sphere of wind, as the sphere made contact with the burning shield, it turned a vibrant crimson. Lumen could feel the heat of the flames in her hand. The rapid sequence of events left the brutes momentarily stunned, breaking their stalemate. Wonderful, this could work, Lumen exclaimed, witnessing the shield gradually succumb to the flames. Just as the shield was on the verge of being destroyed, a sudden downpour began to fall. The flames on the shield were extinguished in an instant. What on earth? Lumen quickly retreated. As she pondered the weather's inconsistency, she realized that it was only raining above the brutes while the rest of the surroundings remained clear. The hilichurl brutes, now drenched, appeared revitalized. Suddenly, a cacophony of chattering sounds reached her ears that Lumen's gaze was drawn to a diminutive figure adorned in blue, wielding a staff, dancing in the distance. Not good. It's a hilichurl shaman, Amber exclaimed with a grave expression. The hilichurl shaman, a mage-like figure within the hilichurl tribe, could wield elemental powers across various attributes. This was troublesome. Amber felt a surge of anxiety. The situation had escalated beyond what Lumen could handle alone. Normally, such powerful creatures should not appear in the vicinity of Mondstadt. Even with two brutes, she could usually dispatch them with ease. Yet recent events had left her baffled. The strength of the hilichurls in this encampment was astonishing. At that moment, Amber noticed that a faint black mist seemed to emanate from all the hilichurls in the camp. What could this possibly mean? Amber's mind was plagued with uncertainty. What should we do now? Lumen shouted defiantly, facing the two brutes. Lumen, while you still have the capacity to act, flee. Relay the message to Captain Jean in Mondstadt. I will cover your retreat, Amber urged, each word heavy with resolve. She had made a solemn decision. Given her current injuries, escape was impossible, and she intended to buy Lumen time to seek reinforcements. However, she feared that by the time help arrived, she might already be gone. No, I refuse to leave without you, Lumen declared, preparing for battle, her blade poised against the brutes. From the nearby bushes, Eve watched the unfolding scene, a smile creeping across her face. This is getting interesting. Subsequently, Eve executed a springing leap, landing precisely upon Ying's wrist. Eve, Ying gazed at the suddenly leaping Eve, utterly perplexed. That moment, Eve spoke up. Are you familiar with the concept of elemental reactions? Ying inquired, her expression laden with confusion. I'll explain the specifics later. Right now, I'm affixed to your wrist, and every attack you make will carry the dendro element, Eve continued. You must strike them directly, Eve instructed. Understood, Ying nodded solemnly. Eve immediately began to channel her energy, circling Ying's wrist until a bracelet of intertwining white and green hues formed around it. Above the bracelet, 3 clusters of small white leaves sprouted. Ying felt a gentle power surging through her right hand. Ha! Ying grasped her sword and charged forward. The wooden shield hilichurl, sensing the impending danger, hastily raised its shield to defend itself. However, Ying was swifter, deftly maneuvering behind the hilichurl. Hiss! Ying delivered a decisive strike to the back of the hilichurl. Instantly, a green seed-like entity appeared beneath its feet. That is a dendro core, Amber exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, The hydro-hilichurl shaman's rain not only restores the vitality of monsters, but also imbues them with the water element. And that slime is precisely aligned with the dendro element, triggering a bloom reaction. This means that each time Ing strikes the hilichurl with her dendro-infused sword, a dendro core will manifest. It seems this slime is quite extraordinary, Amber remarked solemnly, utilizing her nimble agility. Ing deftly evaded the hilichurl's assaults time and again. The number of dendro cores beneath the hilichurl swelled rapidly, soon reaching its limit. Ing, unleash a wind blade, Eve promptly urged. All right, Ing nodded slightly. In the next moment. A sphere of wind appeared between the two hilichurls. As the wind sphere disseminated the water element, it also gathered all the dendro cores on the ground. With a resounding explosion, all the dendro cores detonated, inflicting significant damage upon the hilichurls. Following this assault, both hilichurls collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. The potency of the dendro cores had been meticulously calibrated by Eve, ensuring they could eliminate the two hilichurls effectively. The situation had shifted dramatically. Now, only a single hilichurl shaman remained, trembling in the distance. Determined to eradicate the threat, Ing swiftly charged toward the hilichurl shaman and struck it down with utmost speed. Chapter 13. Welcome to Mondstadt. As Ing delivered her final blow, the last of the hilichurls in the camp fell. Leaning against her sword, she half sat on the ground, exhaling, "Phew, it's finally over." Eve reverted from her bracelet form and leapt to Ying's side. "Yes, it's over," Eve affirmed. Faced with the earlier crisis, she had employed the most energy-efficient method, but a mere handful of hilichurls were hardly worth her personal involvement. That moment, Paimon hurriedly fluttered over. "Ing, that was terrifying." "It was so thrilling. I'm relieved you emerged victorious," Paimon exclaimed, burrowing into Ying's embrace with a hint of tears in her voice. It's all right, Ing reassured as she released the sword's hilt. Gently stroking Paimon's white hair, Amber, clutching her arm with one hand, stumbled toward Ing. "Thanks to you, it seems I underestimated you travelers from beyond," Amber remarked with a sense of gratitude. Indeed, had Amber not encountered the traveler on her mission, she would have perished within the hilichurl camp. "What is the matter with these hilichurls?" I sensed an unsettling aura emanating from them, Ing stated, turning to Amber with a serious expression. "It seems you noticed it too." Amber replied, equally grave, "I'm not sure what it is, but I've reported the situation to Captain Jean." Amber continued. "Understood," Ing nodded slightly. "And your slime is quite remarkable," Amber said, shifting her gaze toward Eve, faced with such a penetrating stare. Eve feigned innocence, yet her heart raced with anxiety. Had she overexerted herself and inadvertently exposed her true nature? This slime not only comprehended elemental reactions, but could also bestow dendro elemental energy. Truly exceptional. Miss Lisa and the alchemist would surely find this intriguing. Amber approached Eve, her eyes glinting ominously. In an instant, Eve leapt into Ying's embrace, inadvertently pushing Paimon aside. "Eve, what are you doing?" Paimon exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. "Ing, I feel a bit scared." Eve ignored Paimon's words, displaying her big, tearful eyes to Ing in a pitiful manner. "Amber, you frightened Eve." Ing immediately addressed Amber. Eve's expression shifted to one of triumph. "See, this is what you get for harboring ill intentions toward this goddess." This scene was witnessed solely by Paimon, who crossed her arms and pouted, letting out a huff. "My apologies. I merely found Eve to be exceptionally intriguing." Amber quickly waved her hands in explanation. Eve's vast knowledge stems from her years of travel. "And isn't it true that any slime can attach elements?" Ing inquired, perplexed. Amber struggled to comprehend Ying's words. While she could barely grasp the first part, the latter was beyond her. "Ing, as far as I know, there is currently no slime capable of attaching elemental attacks like Eve," Amber stated gravely. "Really?" Ying's eyes widened in realization. She had assumed all slimes possessed the same abilities as Eve. "Indeed. That's why I said Eve is truly extraordinary." Amber reiterated, "I see. So Eve is indeed special." Ing nodded, turning to Eve with renewed curiosity. "Yes, that is merely my unique ability." Eve explained succinctly to "Oh, so you're that impressive, Eve," Ing exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "Of course." Eve puffed up her round form with pride. "Now, Let's quickly regroup and head back to Mondstadt. If we delay further, it will soon be dark, and we can't be certain if other dangers lurk nearby. Amber proposed. Agreed, Ing nodded in affirmation. Amber retrieved some bandages from her waist pouch and swiftly tended to her bleeding wounds. Meanwhile, Ing collected the loot from the hilichurls, including broken masks, arrows, scrolls, and other items. Once everything was handled, they set off on their journey back to Mondstadt. Although Amber had managed her wounds, she still required Ying's support to walk. Consequently, Eve unusually refrained from leaping onto Ying's shoulder and instead hopped along the ground. Paimon continued to flutter in the air beside Ing. Along the way, Ing suddenly asked Eve, what is the concept of elemental reactions? She remained preoccupied with Eve's earlier comments during the battle. Elemental reactions. Eve began to explain it in simple terms. It occurs when two or more elements collide, resulting in a unique reaction. Of course, there are also pairs of elements that never react, such as Anemo and Geo. I see. Ing nodded in understanding. Yes, that is correct. Not a single detail amiss, Amber concurred. It seems you are indeed quite knowledgeable. Amber smiled at Eve and praised her. After a short while, they arrived at a stone bridge. On the other side of the bridge lay Mondstadt. Crossing the bridge, they reached the city's gate. Foreign traveler, allow me to formally introduce you to the city of songs, the city of wind and dandelions. The city of freedom. Welcome to Mondstadt, Amber exclaimed to Lumen. Wow. Lumen marveled at the grandiose walls and the exotic architecture. Finally, no more sleeping rough, Paimon exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, two station knights approached them. Miss Amber, are you all right? One knight inquired. They had noticed Amber staggering earlier, seemingly suffering from serious injuries. I'm fine, just a few scrapes. Amber replied at no. Miss Amber, we must take you to the Knights of Favonius headquarters immediately. One knight insisted. Amber assessed her wounds and did not refuse. Come, hand her over to me, the knight said to Lumen. All right. Lumen nodded. The knight gently took Amber from Lumen's arms. By the way, Miss Amber, who is this? Another knight asked, perceiving that Lumen was not from Mondstadt. This is our traveler. You both stay behind to guide our traveler around Mondstadt, Amber instructed. But if we don't leave someone behind, who will guard the city gate? The knight pondered, clearly troubled, for the gates of Mondstadt required watchful eyes. Let me handle it. A cheerful voice chimed, It was the sweet voice of a young girl. All eyes turned in that direction, including Eve's. That a white-haired girl clad in a skirt armor approached them. It's Noelle, Amber exclaimed joyfully. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Noelle, maid of the Knights of Favonius. Leave the task of guiding the traveler to me. You can entrust anything to me, Noelle said gently. Thank you, Noelle. I appreciate your help, Amber replied with excitement. Rest assured, Senior, Noelle placed her hand over her heart. All right, Amber nodded, feeling reassured. Though Noelle was not a formal knight, her capabilities were well known. Amber felt confident leaving the traveler in Noelle's care. By the way, Lumen, once my injuries heal, I'll come find you, and I have a gift for you, Amber stated. Make sure you take care of your wounds first. Lumen advised Amber, and oh worries, these injuries are mere trifles. I am a scout of the Knights of Favonius. Amber smiled at Lumen. Amber was assisted away by the knight, while another knight returned to his post. Greetings, foreign traveler. Welcome to Mondstadt. Noelle warmly greeted Lumen. Hello, Noelle. My name is Lumen. Lumen introduced herself to Noelle. By the way, who are these two? Noelle inquired, glancing at Eve and Paimon. These are Eve and Paimon. They're my companions in travel. Lumen explained to Noelle that, I see. Noelle smiled gently. Then let us proceed. I will show you around Mondstadt, Noelle said, performing a knightly salute. All right. Lumen nodded slightly to avoid drawing attention. Lumen cradled Eve in her arms again. For Eve belonged to the category of magical beings. However, within the city, she continued to attract an increasing number of gazes. Yet, it seemed that thanks to Noelle, the onlookers averted their eyes. Eve ignored the stares, carefully observing everything in Mondstadt. The style here was indeed different from Sumi. As they walked through the city, Noelle enthusiastically provided descriptions. When they reached the topic of Mondstadt's cuisine, Paimon's eyes lit up. and she began scanning the area eagerly. Noelle's attentive demeanor resembled that of a caring mother. However, this was quintessentially Noelle's character. She could never refuse anyone's request, perhaps a reason she had yet to become a formal knight. After all, with her disposition, it was easy for her to inadvertently reveal crucial information to foes. Perhaps due to this very nature, they quickly grew familiar with Noelle. Noelle, why do I feel like everyone in the city seems a bit off? Paimon voiced her concern. IT must be due to the recent worries surrounding the Anemo dragon. Noelle replied, always ready to answer. The Anemo dragon? Is it the blue dragon? Lumen asked. Yes, indeed. Huh. How did you know? Noelle inquired curiously. We saw it flying through the sky on our way here. Lumen explained. Oh. Noelle nodded. Oh no, the Anemo dragon. That sounds troublesome, Paimon remarked, recalling the terror of the dragon. Eve remained silent, sensing the environment around her. Just moments ago, she had vaguely felt a change in the wind surrounding Mondstadt. IT seemed to herald the invasion of Benevolent. But as long as Jean is here, everything will be fine, Noelle said proudly. Jean? Paimon asked curiously. Amber has mentioned her before. Who exactly is she? Acting Grandmaster Jean of the Knights of Favonius, the protector of Mondstadt. She is my role model. Noelle blushed as she spoke. Paimon immediately wore an expression of understanding. Well, with Jean by our side, even a calamity like the Anemo dragon, we shall surely triumph, Noelle declared confidently. Upon hearing Noelle's words, Lumen thought to herself, I hope she knows the truth about the Anemo Archon. After chatting for a while longer, Lumen suddenly heard someone calling her from the sky. Lumen. She immediately looked up. Amber flew towards her, a pair of wings sprouting from her back. Amber? Lumen exclaimed in shock. Before long, Amber landed gracefully before Lumen. Wow. Paimon gazed at Amber with sparkling eyes. Hey Lumen, little Paimon, little Eve, it's great to see you again, Amber exclaimed playfully. Amber, are your injuries already healed? Lumen asked, inspecting Amber closely. Are you all right? Senior, Noelle also expressed concern that, don't worry, Barbara from the Knights of Favonius has exceptional healing skills. Injuries like mine heal in no time, Amber smiled. All right, Lumen nodded. By the way, Amber, what was that gift you mentioned earlier? Do I get one too? Paimon asked excitedly to UM. It's something little Paimon can't use. Amber scratched her head at Why is that? Paimon replied, dejected. But tonight I'll treat you to Mondstadt's special honey-glazed carrot pancakes, and little Eve is included too. Amber continued. Hearing this, Eve's attention was instantly captured. Although she could not starve, who wouldn't love delicious food? Moreover, someone was treating them. So no need to pay more. Hooray! Paimon and Eve exclaimed in unison. Now, follow me. We are heading to the highest point in the city. Amber said, Senior, could it be that? Noelle had already guessed what it was. Shoo. Gifts are always more exciting when revealed at the end. Amber quickly gestured for Noelle to be silent. That's true, Senior, Noelle agreed. Noelle spoke. Igniting a spark of curiosity within Ing, they decided to accompany Amber to the pinnacle of Mondstadt. Chapter 15. The Anemo Dragon. Ing and her companions arrived at the elevated Anemo Plaza of Mondstadt. As Ing gazed upon the colossal statue before her, she could not help but exclaim in awe, This is the statue of Lord Barbados, the Anemo Archon. Isn't it magnificent? Amber replied with a smile. Indeed, it is truly splendid, Paimon chimed in. Now, as promised, the gift is the Wings of the Wind. Amber redirected the conversation. Wings of the Wind? Paimon inquired at IS that the thing behind you that you flew in on? Ing asked. Precisely. The Knights of Favonius utilize it for aerial maneuvers, and the citizens of Mondstadt adore it. Amber explained that I brought you here specifically to let you experience its benefits firsthand. Her tone was filled with enthusiasm. It must be quite remarkable. Paimon waved her hands in excitement. After all, wind is the very soul of Mondstadt. Moreover, this serves as a token of gratitude for saving me. Now, enough talk. Let us swiftly test the capabilities of the Wings of the Wind. Amber urged eagerly. Without hesitation, Amber stepped forward and affixed a pair of wings to Ying's back. In that instant, Ing felt her body lighten. The Wings of the Wind are a blessing from the Anemo Archon. When not in use, they can be retracted, and at the moment of need, the wind will manifest the wings, Amber clarified. Though the operation is quite simple, it is imperative that you heed my instructions. Amber said with a hint of concern. Understood. Ing nodded and positioned herself on the platform. I guess it's safe to fly from here. She hesitated, observing the bustling streets below. Fear not. I am the flying champion of Mondstadt. I assure you, all will be well, Amber confidently declared, patting her chest. All right, Ing replied with a slight I could see that moment. Eve leaped onto Ying's hand and instantly transformed into a bracelet, revealing her large, adorable eyes. Are we flying now? Ing smiled at Eve. Fly without worry. I will protect you. Eve, now a bracelet, manifested two little, chubby protrusions as arms, cheering Ing on. Eve, you are so cute. Ing felt her heart melt at Eve's actions. Subsequently, under Amber's guidance, Ing quickly mastered the use of the wings of the wind and became proficient in their operation. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Knights of Favonius, Jean sat before her desk, holding a document, her demeanor serious. Opposite her, Kia also held a document. Captain Jean, this is a comprehensive account of Amber's mission. Please review it. Kia handed over the document. Jean set down her current document and swiftly perused Kia's. A large hilichurl camp, hilichurl brutes shrouded in dark mist, and a traveler accompanied by a talking slime. Quite intriguing. After reviewing the document, Jean's expression finally shifted. Let us go welcome this foreign traveler, she announced, rising from her chair with purpose. Yes, Captain Jean, Kia followed closely behind. Just then, another authoritative voice interjected. Jean, I believe it would be better for you to meet her here, but Lisa, Jean began to protest. That I understand, but Jean, you must recognize that you represent the entire Knights of Favonius, and indeed Mondstadt, Lisa stated with seriousness. Jean pondered for a moment. All right, I understand. Kia, would you kindly bring our traveler here? Jean instructed. Certainly, Captain Jean, Kia replied. It seems you have adeptly mastered the wings of the wind. Amber praised Ing. Yes, indeed. Ing, you are truly impressive. Paimon added enthusiastically from the side. Oh, it's all thanks to Amber's excellent teaching, Ing modestly replied, just as they were immersed in laughter and joy. Eve's demeanor shifted to one of tension. She sensed a formidable presence. This is not good. It approaches. Eve's expression became grave. Suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically, shifting from its azure hue to a foreboding gray, the temperature plummeting, and the winds howled with an ominous intensity, painting a scene of devastation. What's happening? Ing sensed something amiss. Oh no, it's the Anemo dragon! Amber shouted in alarm. A colossal figure soared swiftly above Mondstadt, its magnitude enough to eclipse the sun. Roar! Valen unleashed a fearsome dragon's roar from the sky. Run! The Anemo dragon is here, flee! The wrath of the wind had descended. Chaos erupted within Mondstadt as its residents scattered in panic. In the wake of this turmoil, 3 massive tornadoes wreaked havoc throughout the city. We must flee as well. Amber urgently grasped Ying's wrist, pulling her away. However, just a few steps later, a tremendous tornado descended upon them. Ing lost her footing and was swept into the vortex. Ing, Paimon exclaimed, rushing towards her. Eve, Paimon, in the midst of her panic, Ing glanced at Eve on her wrist and then at the approaching Paimon. Stay calm, focus, and activate the wings of the wind. Eve's tone had shifted, no longer soft but commanding. All right, Paimon, hold on tight. Ing nodded resolutely. Without needing further prompting, Paimon clutched onto Ying's hair with all her might. Ing concentrated on feeling the currents of the moment, she sensed an opening in the airflow. She unfurled the wings of the wind without hesitation. She felt herself soaring steadily through the air. She barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before the Anemo dragon charged from behind. Not good. Eve's expression changed instantly. This time, Ing might not be able to evade it for his protection. Suddenly, a vibrant green shield enveloped Ing and Paimon. Ing felt her body stabilize significantly. Glancing at her wrist, she saw Eve straining to maintain the shield with her tiny hands. Eve, I can't hold this for long. You must be cautious and dodge the Anemo dragon's attacks, Eve urged swiftly. Maintaining such a shield with her dwindling divine power was no small feat, especially considering Dvalin's previous strength had been nearly that of a god. Not to mention the darkened form of Dvalin. whose power had increased exponentially. It is well known that a character's strength diminishes when redeemed and multiplies when corrupted. Thus, Dvalon's current might far exceeded his former self. Of course, had Eve been at her peak, she could have easily dealt with Dvalon, or even Barbados, with ease. Following Eve's warning, Ing noticed the Anemo dragon closing in behind her, charging forward. She adjusted her form as best as she could, attempting to evade the dragon's assault. Yet it was far more challenging than she had anticipated. The speed of the Anemo dragon was overwhelming, leaving Ing little time to evade. Despite her utmost effort, she was struck by the dragon's wing. Thankfully, due to Eve's shield, they remained unscathed. Ing and Paimon tumbled through the air, flipping numerous times before regaining their balance and reopening the wings of the wind. Roar! The Anemo dragon circled around, roaring fiercely. Its massive wings stirred up a powerful storm, continuing its assault on Ing. Eve strained to uphold the shield, resisting the onslaught of the tempest. "Thank you, Eve." Ing gasped, "Be careful. I have no idea when this shield might break." Before Eve could finish her words, a minute crack appeared on the verdant shield. Eve was drenched in sweat. The crowd held their breath, too afraid to make a sound. Yet, the fissure swiftly transformed from a small crack into a web-like fracture. "Perfect!" Eve sighed. "Ah!" Paimon exclaimed. With a resounding bang, the green shield shattered into dust. The group plunged rapidly from the sky. Chapter 16. Paimon. "I'll share half." "Help!" Paimon screamed, clutching Ying's hair tightly. Paimon. Ying's eyes were tightly shut. But not due to the storm. Rather, it was because of Paimon. The chaotic winds rendered the wind wings ineffective. "Where's that drunken fool? Get your act together and manage your companion." Eve raged internally, just as they were about to hit the ground. A gentle breeze surged upwards, lifting them high into the sky. Only when they felt the stability above did Paimon slowly open her eyes, discovering that Ing was soaring with her through the heavens. "Wow, can the wind wings fly this high?" Paimon asked. "I don't know. I just suddenly felt light, and when I opened my eyes, here we were." Ing replied, perplexed. "It was I who summoned the ancient winds to assist you, bringing you to this height. May the Anemo Archon bless you." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice resonated. "Barbados, you arrived just in time," Eve thought to herself. "Now, envision yourself harnessing this thread of wind so that it can pierce through the clouds." The strange voice continued. Immediately, Ing endeavored to follow the voice's guidance, and to her astonishment, she discovered that she could shoot arrows of wind elemental energy. She promptly aimed these arrows at Dvalon and launched a fierce assault. "Who are you exactly?" Paimon inquired cautiously from above. "Ing, doubt me. You will find out in due time," the mysterious voice replied before vanishing completely. Under Ying's brave onslaught, the Anemo dragon was repelled, swiftly retreating from Mondstadt. "Ing, you're amazing," Paimon exclaimed, still tugging at Ying's hair. "Paimon, perhaps if you didn't pull my hair so hard, I might be even more impressive," Ing said with an exasperated expression. "You nearly yanked my hair out. It hurts so much. I might end up bald." "Hee, my bad, Ing." Paimon finally released her grip, realizing she could fly. "All right, let's head back. We can't let Amber and the others worry," Ing suggested. By the way, Eve, how are you holding up?" Ing suddenly noticed that Eve had been silent for quite some time. After a prolonged moment, Eve still did not respond, causing Ing to grow anxious. "Eve, are you all right? What happened?" Ing called out to the bracelet that had transformed from Eve. But Eve remained unresponsive. Ying's anxiety escalated. "Paimon, what if Eve has?" As she spoke, tears welled in the corners of Ying's eyes. "No, that can't be. Though Eve is arrogant, gluttonous, conceited, and domineering, she would never perish so easily. She must have simply exhausted her strength while protecting us and fallen into a slumber." Paimon immediately reassured. Ing nodded through her tears. Although their acquaintance had been brief, Ing had already come to regard Eve as an indispensable companion. Just then, Eve's voice suddenly echoed, "Oh, wow. Paimon, is this how you think of me, behind my back?" The two adorable eyes on the bracelet had opened wide at "What the?" Paimon was taken aback, quickly looking away, unable to meet Eve's gaze. "Thank goodness, Eve, you're all right," Ing exclaimed, enveloping the bracelet in her arms. Wait, I can't breathe," Eve shouted. The tenderness of a young maiden's embrace was indeed overwhelming. "Oh no, I'm so sorry. Ing quickly withdrew her hands. Eve, what happened to you? Ing inquired anxiously. Oh, you guessed correctly. Eve admitted it was a brief, fainting spell caused by overexertion of power. So that was it. Ing nodded, understanding that as she spoke, Eve suddenly reverted to her slime form. Ing was startled by this sudden change and nearly dropped Eve, but fortunately, Eve landed safely in her embrace. Although they had correctly guessed a part of the reason, it was only half the truth. The true cause was indeed partially due to overexertion, but more significantly, it was the divine power of Barbados. When Barbados had aided Ing earlier, Eve had felt a surge of wind, elemental divine energy. This energy was intended for Ing, but Eve had drawn upon a portion of it, as she was currently in need of divine power. Although Barbados's divine power was of the wind element and could not be absorbed directly, she could refine and purify it to extract the pure divine energy within. This was a tremendous boon for her. During the silence, she had been purifying this divine energy. Not only had she replenished the divine energy depleted from the shield, but she had also restored a significant amount of her strength. Barbados, you truly are a good person. Well, as long as you're all right, Eve, Ing finally exhaled in relief. Yes, yes. Paimon feigned indifference, chiming in, ahem, our business isn't quite finished yet. So don't think you can get away with this. Eve quickly countered, I was wrong, Eve. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you. Paimon immediately conceded. All done. Eve teased Paimon, then how about I share half of my honey glazed carrot with you? Paimon said, almost in tears. All right, I won't hold it against you. Then it's settled. Eve smirked, her plan successfully executed. Ing watched the two little troublemakers, her tears dried by the wind, and she couldn't help but smile. Soon, Ing glided down to Windrise using her wind wings. As soon as she landed, Amber rushed toward her. Are you all right? Amber exclaimed, enveloping Ing in a tight embrace. Then, she inspected Ing from head to toe. I'm fine. Ing waved her hands reassuringly. Hey, can't you show some concern for me? Paimon pouted, crossing her arms. All right. How's little Paimon doing? Amber scratched her head. I'm fine too. Thanks to Eve and Ing, Paimon responded with a smile. Just then, a round of applause echoed from a distance, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see a man with a single eye patch, dark skin, blue hair, and dressed in blue approaching them, clapping his hands. He possessed the strength to battle against a dragon. Are you our guest? Or a new storm? Chapter 17. The Knights of Favonius, upon hearing that familiar voice, Eve's expression changed instantly. She glared fiercely at the blue-haired man. It was this individual who had not only poked her backside, but also drenched her completely. This grudge, Eve was determined to repay. The Anemo dragon had begun its assault on the interior of Mondstadt. Kia, you're just in time. We need to hurry. Amber urged frantically. Wait, Amber. There are still some people here who haven't had the chance to introduce themselves, Kia replied, crossing his arms. That's true. This is Kia, the cavalry captain of the Knights of Favonius. Amber introduced. These are travelers from afar. Ing, Eve, and Paimon. Amber once again introduced Kia to Ing. Kia scrutinized Ying's entire being with careful observation, as if pondering something profound. However, upon catching sight of the slime, Eve cradled in Ying's arms. A subtle change flickered across his expression. This slime. It seems familiar, he mused. Yet, Kia swiftly dismissed the thought from his mind. From Amber's earlier information, he was already aware of this peculiar grass slime. So he thought nothing more of it, assuming it was merely a pact formed between the traveler and the creature. After all, there were others in Mondstadt who needed to communicate with the Hilichurls. Meanwhile, Eve's gaze remained unchanged, reflecting a desire to usher someone into the realm of the afterlife. Noticing Kia's lack of further action, Amber proceeded to elaborate on Ying's background. I see. Welcome to Mondstadt, Kia remarked after absorbing Amber's introduction. But alas, it's rather unfortunate that it's during such a dire moment. I truly empathize with the anguish of familial separation, Ing, Kia continued, his words resonating with genuine sentiment, for he had indeed experienced such pain in the past. It's all right, Ing exhaled softly. Let's not dwell on such heavy topics. Paimon interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. Indeed. Moreover, while I am unaware of your reasons for seeking the Anemo Archon, everyone harbors their own secrets, including you and me. So, I shan't pry. Kia said in a half-joking manner. Ing nodded slightly, feeling a growing fondness for Kia due to this sense of distance. In any case, allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the Knights of Favonius. Kia stated respectfully, we cannot simply ignore the calamity. I am merely being humble, Ing replied modestly. How about this? I shall procure a Mondstadt specialty gift for you. On a personal note, Kia continued. What could it be? The three inquired in unison. Eve chimed in. If you intend to gift me something, then this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. At the very least, I require two. Ying's face also brightened with anticipation. The specialty honey-glazed carrot pancakes of Mondstadt. Kia exclaimed with enthusiasm. Disappointment was evident on all three faces. Eve remarked, Not finished yet. Send it to the realm of the afterlife. What's wrong with that? It's truly delicious. Kia assumed their reaction stemmed from a belief that it was unappetizing. No, it's simply that we've already heard that line before. Ing awkwardly clarified. Kia was momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and fixed his gaze intently on Amber. Amber, seizing the moment, smiled bashfully and playfully stuck out her tongue. All right, let us change the subject. Kia redirected the conversation. The recent battle against the dragon was witnessed firsthand by the citizens we protected. The acting Grandmaster is quite interested in meeting the two of you and hopes to converse at the Knight's headquarters. Kia extended an invitation to Ing. Sure, no problem, Ing replied. Then please follow me. Kia led the way, with Ing and the others trailing behind, Amber keeping pace as well. After a brief journey, Kia swiftly brought them to the headquarters of the Knights. Acting Grandmaster, I have brought them, Kia announced as he pushed open the door. I could see that moment. Jean and Lisa immediately turned their attention toward Ing. Kia promptly explained the circumstances to Jean, including Ying's origins and intentions. Welcome to Mondstadt, traveler from afar. I am Acting Grandmaster Jean, and this is Lisa, the librarian of the Knights. Jean introduced herself. Hello, I am Ing, and these two are Paimon and Eve. Ing reciprocated the introduction. A kind-hearted child who has come to lend a hand due to the lack of manpower? How delightful, Lisa remarked with a hint of teasing in her tone. Ying's face flushed with shyness. It's just that the timing is rather unfortunate. Lisa continued. Why is that? Paimon asked. Since the resurgence of the Anemo dragon, it has been wreaking havoc around the city, creating quite a bit of chaos. The elemental flow and ley line circulation in Mondstadt have become as tangled as yarn in a cat's paws. Lisa explained with a hint of resignation. I see. Ing nodded in understanding. Alas, for a mage, this is the worst possible scenario. Both skin and mood can deteriorate. Lisa lamented, caressing her own face. Eve could deeply relate to this sentiment. Just thinking about the mess in Sumru made her head throb, and her mood soured considerably. By the way, speaking of which, I've had my eye on you. Little marvel, Lisa said, shifting her gaze to Eve. She had long been informed of Eve's unique capabilities from Amber's report, including her ability to speak and her extraordinary possession skills. As a mage, she found this remarkable slime quite intriguing. So, little one, how about joining me in some fun activities? Lisa leaned down, getting closer to Eve with a flirtatious tone. Gazing into the depths of Lisa's eyes, Eve felt a slight thrill, but merely a flicker of interest. Such trivial tricks no longer captured her attention. Do not let desire cloud your resolve. Just to be clear, I'm not for sale, Eve stated with utmost seriousness. Ahem. After all, who doesn't adore a mature, big sister? Lisa chuckled at Eve's response. What a delightful little one. Lisa was thoroughly amused by Eve. All right, Lisa, let us get back to business. Jean interjected from the side. Sigh. If it weren't for these distractions, the Knights would have far better means to assist you, Jean said with exasperation. This was indeed the truth, but Jean's words carried an underlying implication. If you help us resolve the dragon crisis, we can assist you in locating your loved ones. For now, please stay in Mondstadt, and let us of the Knights of Favonius work diligently to address the issue. Jean continued. We can't let the Knights bear the burden alone. I will offer my assistance, Ing declared earnestly. And I will help too, Paimon chimed in, hovering in the air. So will I, Eve added nonchalantly. Chapter 18. Vinny, using performance to repay debts. Chapter 19. the mysterious light in the bathhouse after leaving the knight's headquarters. Eve and her companions found it not far from the Angel's Share Tavern. As soon as they stepped inside, the owner at the front desk exclaimed, "Welcome to Dawnlight Inn. Are you here for a meal or accommodation?" "We are definitely here for lodging," Paimon quickly replied, zipping to the front that, "Oh, splendid. What level of room would you prefer?" The owner displayed a rather dubious expression, although he was surprised by the unusual group before him. The essence of a businessman compelled him to pursue the sale that "I recommend our luxurious suite, with not only a beautiful environment, but also complimentary meals," the owner eagerly suggested. "Complimentary meals?" Paimon was instantly captivated by those 4 words. "Then we want the luxurious suite," she declared enthusiastically. "Wait, Paimon," Eve and Ing chorused, their voices rising in unison. Though Ing had received a considerable amount of mora from acting Grandmaster Jean, it was certainly not enough to indulge recklessly. They should first inquire about the pricing of the inn. "Very well, for the luxurious suite, it will be 60,000 mora for 3 guests. A bargain," the owner stated while swiftly calculating. "What? 60,000 mora?" Ing felt as if struck by lightning. "Why don't you go rob someone?" Eve echoed, equally astonished. It was worth noting that Ing had barely 30,000 mora on hand at. "You are perhaps unaware, but the prices in Mondstadt are quite like this. Compared to the bustling Liu harbor, it is relatively inexpensive. Moreover, recently due to the dragon crisis, prices have decreased significantly. Otherwise, they would be even higher," the owner boasted. However, the more Eve observed, the less she found it acceptable, and the more she felt like smashing the place up. Isn't this just taking advantage of honest folks? Just as Paimon was about to voice her thoughts, she was abruptly pulled back and had her mouth covered. "Ahem. Never mind, never mind. How much is a standard room?" Ing cautiously inquired. "The standard room? That will be 5,000 mora per night." Upon hearing Ing's inquiry, the boss's demeanor shifted dramatically. It seems they are a group of impoverished individuals. "Let us settle for a standard room," Ing continued. "How many standard rooms do you require?" The boss, not even lifting his gaze, continued to tally numbers on his abacus. "Well, since Paimon and Eve are both girls, let the 3 of us share 1 room," Ing remarked, glancing at Eve and Paimon. Paimon nodded in agreement. "That sounds fine," Eve added. "Here you go. This is your key. The room is on the 2nd floor. The second door on the left. That will be 5,000 mora in total," the boss said, tossing a key onto the counter. Ing retrieved a pouch of mora, counted out 5,000, and handed it over to the boss. She then picked up the key and, accompanied by Eve and Paimon, ascended the staircase. "A bunch of paupers." The boss cast a final glance at Ying's figure. "Tisich, however, that girl seems to have quite a bit of mora, and she appears to be from out of town. Akati looks like there's a potential profit tonight," he mused with a sinister smile at the counter. The key turned, and the door swung open. Ing stepped into the room first, illuminating the space with the flick of a switch. Eve and Paimon followed closely behind, surveying their surroundings. "Not too shabby," Eve remarked nonchalantly. "This is the epitome of a standard room," Ing exclaimed as she leaped onto the plush bed, bouncing gleefully on the soft mattress. "I feel rejuvenated." Ing sighed contentedly into the blankets, the weariness of their journey dissipating in that moment. Ing, you're so cunning." "I want to join." Paimon quickly dashed onto the mattress, joining Ing in her playful antics. "Oh dear, what can I do about you two?" Eve said with a hint of exasperation before joining the frolic. Although the mattress was not overly soft, it was certainly a vast improvement over the hardships of the wilderness. After their playful tumbling concluded, Ing began contemplating more serious matters. "I've decided. Let us take a shower," Ing announced, addressing Eve and Paimon that we've accumulated too much dust on this journey, and fortuitously, there's a bathroom here. Yes. Paimon wants a bathe too," Paimon exclaimed excitedly. A shower sounds splendid," Eve said, still savoring the softness of the bed. Wait, a shower? Together? Eve suddenly realized that, of course. "We are all girls," Ing replied nonchalantly. "Oh, right, we're all girls." Eve's voice became somewhat stammering. Indeed, transforming into girls is quite delightful. Rising from the bed, Ing made her way into the bathroom. Eve, caught in a whirlwind of excitement and embarrassment, bounced in after her. Ing turned on the faucet, and steaming water quickly filled the bathtub. Without hesitation, she shed her white dress before Eve's astonished eyes. The sight of her youthful, fair skin caused Eve's cheeks to flush with color. Splashing softly, Ing stepped into the tub. "All right, Eve and Paimon, hurry in." Ing called out to them, "I'm coming." Paimon shouted, diving into the tub with a splash, sending water flying down. "Ah, Paimon, you little rascal." Ing pouted playfully. Watching the girls frolic in the water, Eve felt as though she were in paradise. "Oh dear, how could I possibly?" Eve exclaimed as she leaped towards Ing. That night, the bathroom was enveloped in mist, a scene of budding spring. Chapter 20. The night's malice. After some playful splashing, the three of them lay languidly in the warm water, a look of sheer enjoyment on their faces. The comforting temperature of the water was indeed soothing. Ing sat in the tub, her knees drawn up, cradling Eve. By the way, Eve, earlier the Knight's headquarters, why did they so tacitly agree that we only need to resolve 3 ruins? Ing suddenly inquired, seemingly struck by a thought. That question, Eve pondered for a moment. The Anemo dragon is one of the 4 wind guardians, specifically the East Wind Guardian, which allows it to harness the powers of the other 3 guardians. You should already know this. Yes, I'm aware. Ing nodded. So, that explains why the Anemo dragon can only utilize the powers of 3, Eve continued. Why is that? Paimon inquired, still confused. Because from the very beginning, Vinny had already exhausted himself. Eve said while soaking in the water. So that is how it is, Ing replied, a tinge of regret in her voice. Then Eve, why do you think Vinny chose to do that? Ing pressed on. I'm not sure about that. Forget this unpleasant topic, Ing declared, rising from the bathtub. She grabbed a towel to dry herself off, and Paimon followed suit. Eve, however, remained in the tub, perhaps with a mixture of disappointment and resentment. Disappointment with Mondstadt, and resentment towards the Anemo Archon. Eve murmured to herself. Late at night, Ing sprawled across the large bed, holding Eve close, while Paimon lay beside her, clutching one of Ing's fingers. The rhythmic sound of their breathing indicated that all had drifted into slumber. At that moment, some noises emerged from outside the door. "Boss, can we trust what that innkeeper said?" A man clad in black questioned. Of course. We've collaborated many times before. Do you wish to forfeit a chance at wealth? The leader snapped at his subordinate. Yes, boss, the subordinate replied, immediately covering his head. Shh, keep your voice down. Remember, the occupants are outsiders, and one of them is a girl that will make our move and then make a swift exit. Be quick and discreet, the leader instructed. Don't worry, boss. I'm skilled in this line of work, the subordinate boasted, patting his chest. The boss nodded, then quietly produced a key and stealthily unlocked the door. It's open. Hurry in, he whispered. The subordinate nodded and tiptoed inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a delightful aroma. They made their way to the bedroom first. The subordinate stood at the edge of the bed, and under the moonlight, the slumbering Ing appeared even more beautiful and alluring. Boss, I think I'm in love, the subordinate exclaimed, transfixed at the bedside. What nonsense. We're here for money, not for romance, the boss scolded as he rummaged through the room. Boss, I'm serious, the subordinate insisted earnestly. What are you babbling about? The boss approached the subordinate in a fit of anger. Let me see. As the boss laid eyes on Ying's face, he fell silent. Indeed, she was boss, see? I was right, the subordinate exclaimed with excitement. He, with such a pretty face and a lovely figure, we could fetch a handsome price on the black market. The boss gazed at Ing as if she were a walking pile of mora. What? Boss, what did you just say? The subordinate looked at the boss in dismay. That aren't we just looking to make money without harming anyone? The subordinate gaped at the boss in shock. Fool, do you have any idea how much more such a girl could fetch on the black market? The boss scolded, exasperated. Enough chatter. Let us get to work. Grab that rope and bind her up, but don't wake her. The boss pulled a length of rope from his pocket. No, boss, I cannot go along with this. The subordinate protested, his expression serious. Tisich, do as you please, but if you want help, I'll do it myself. Ignoring the subordinate, the boss prepared to take action. It was well known that a girl of such exquisite quality, especially if she were untouched, could command an astronomical price in the black market. Just as the boss was about to climb onto Ying's bed, he failed to notice a green vine creeping up his leg. What do you intend to sell? Suddenly, a sultry voice resonated through the room, startling both the boss and the subordinate. Who is there? The leader, somewhat apprehensive, inquired. Suddenly, The younger brother noticed a silhouette on the windowsill. Bathed in moonlight, a statuesque woman sat gracefully on the ledge, her flowing white hair cascading over her shoulders. One delicate alabaster leg was bent at the knee atop the sill, while the other dangled carelessly below, swaying enticingly, exuding an irresistible allure. Clad in a white dress that accentuated Eve's figure to perfection, she regarded the two thieves before her with a playful glint in her eyes. Ah, no, they were not mere thieves. They were human traffickers. So beautiful. She was nothing short a goddess. The younger brother stared, entranced by Eve, his eyes nearly popping out in awe. He remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Oh, there's another one, and she's even more alluring. Today, I'm hitting the jackpot, the leader thought, gazing at Eve, saliva nearly dripping from his lips. Before either of them could react, a verdant light suddenly illuminated the room. Several tendrils surged from all directions, ensnaring the two men and lifting them into the air. What's happening? The leader exclaimed in panic, but he quickly regained his composure. Beautiful lady, we understand our mistake. Please, let us down, he pleaded, trembling at the sight of Eve. The ability to wield elemental power so effortlessly to bind them indicated she was a wielder of the vision, and her strength was formidable. Hence, it was wise to feign humility to preserve their lives. Just wait until I return to my hideout. I will surely have someone deal with you, the leader mused inwardly, confident that revealing his connections would ensure his release. Answer me. Who were you planning to sell? Eve's voice turned icy wide in that moment. Her gaze became perilous. I didn't mean it that way. It was all just a joke. The leader stammered, growing anxious. I will ask again. Who were you going to sell? Eve's aura erupted, her expression unwavering. The leader, momentarily stunned, blurted, we were going to sell that golden-haired girl and you. Very well. You can perish now, Eve replied coldly. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. I have noble patrons backing me. Eve's slender hand clenched in the air. The tendrils binding the leader swiftly constricted, killing him instantly. The gruesome scene left the younger brother in shock that he hastily pleaded, Goddess, I'm not like him. I have never trafficked anyone. In fact, I've tried to stop him. Please, have mercy on me. Initially, she had not intended to commit murder, as this was not her territory. However, the audacity of these men, who, after stealing a bit of money, sought to sell her an infuriated her. Eve despised human traffickers above all. Countless families have been shattered by their heinous actions. Thus, they deserved death. None could be spared. Moreover, this situation was far from resolved. It involved not just these two ruffians, but also the tavern owner and that so-called noble. Tiske, I acted too swiftly and didn't catch all he said. Eve lamented softly. I understand, she continued, that you've likely engaged in such activities before. Haven't you? Eve pressed. Are you in cahoots with the tavern owner? Why, yes, but I swear, I only stole money before. I never did anything else. He often sells people. The younger brother quickly pointed at the deceased leader. Very well, considering you still possess a shred of conscience. Go turn yourself in, Eve stated. However, before that, I need to make some alterations to you. She descended from the windowsill and approached the younger brother with deliberate steps. What are you going to do? He asked, trembling with fear in his eyes. Even the most ethereal goddess had transformed into a terrifying demon. I shall modify your memories, Eve remarked playfully, and a flash of green light engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. The bard, who had just exited the tavern after settling his tab, passed beneath the hotel and noticed the green glow emanating from the second-floor window. It seems someone has riled her up again. TSK, drinking to excess is ill-advised, and as for selling people, they only have themselves to blame. He shook his head and hurried away. Chapter 21. The ruins of the Northwind Temple the following morning. As the guards of the Knights' headquarters opened the door, they discovered a bound man in black lying at their feet. The Knights rushed over to assess the situation. The man finally stirred awake under their shaking. What happened? The Knight asked urgently. I don't remember, the man replied, bewildered. All I recall is that I was turning myself in. Last night, he recounted all the criminal activities from the previous night and prior, even implicating the tavern owner. However, He omitted any mention of Eve or the murder, as she had already utilized her abilities to alter his memories that I hope he can turn over a new leaf. The knights thought as the man's tale grew increasingly serious. They promptly escorted him to the interrogation room and summoned others. Moments later, a squad of knights, armed and determined, charged toward the Morning Light Tavern. Just as they arrived at the tavern, Ing and her companions were preparing to leave. As they exited, the tavern owner cast a look of incredulity at Ing, but soon he lost interest the moment she left. The knights arrived. Ing, why are there so many knights here so early? Paimon asked, puzzled by the throng behind them. Perhaps they are here to lodge. Ing joked lightly. That's impossible, Paimon retorted. The truth of the matter was known only to Eve. Cradled in Ying's arms, that day, every inn in Mondstadt underwent a thorough investigation. Ing soon arrived at the Knights' headquarters, where Kia, Amber, Lisa, and Captain Jean awaited her. What transpired in the city today? Ing inquired first. Indeed, with such a commotion, it was hard not to notice, Kia remarked. The Knights are conducting a sweep of the city's unregulated inns. Jean said sternly that, oh, I see. Ing nodded. Well, enough of that. Let us focus on executing yesterday's plan. That is of utmost importance, Lisa asserted. Then, let us proceed as planned, that we shall split up, Jean instructed. Amber, make sure to look after Ing and the others, she added. Rest assured, Captain Jean, Amber promised. Then, let us set off, Jean announced, to the north of Mondstadt. Amber led Ing, Paimon, and Eve to the Northwind Temple. This is it, the ruins of one of the 4 Wind Guardian temples. Amber pointed to the dilapidated structure before them. These temples have lain abandoned for many years, and the people of Mondstadt hardly visit. It's possible that beasts have made their nests inside, or that hilichurls have established encampments. Amber expressed her concerns. After all, even the Anemo dragon had forsaken its own temple. Sigh. Ing echoed her sentiment with a sigh. Let us not dwell on that. Do you feel it? The wind here seems off, Amber remarked, sensing the atmosphere around them. That I feel it too. Ing replied, that in any case. Let us proceed inside and take a look. Amber cautioned, Ing, be careful. The dragon's power is influencing this place. Amber instructed, in the Northwind ruins, Lumen and her companions had vanquished numerous monsters and deciphered various puzzles. Finally arriving at their destination. Look, that is the source that affects the ley lines and the winds. Amber pointed ahead and declared, T the terminus stood a stone infused with the essence of wind. Quick, shatter it, Amber urged anxiously. Lumen immediately conjured a one-handed sword and struck the stone with a swift motion. With a resounding crash, the shattered stone transformed into gusts of wind and dissipated. Simultaneously, the temple began to tremble violently, signifying the resolution of the elemental disturbance in the area. Wonderful. Just as Lumen was about to celebrate, several water projectiles hurtled toward her. Be careful, Lumen, Paimon warned urgently. However, it was too late. For his blessing, Eve's voice rang out. A green grass element shield enveloped Lumen instantly, absorbing the impact of the water projectiles, which vanished upon contact, leaving the shield unscathed. The group quickly turned their attention to the source of the threat. A blue abyss mage floated in the air. Supported by the shield, that vile creature, the abyss mage glared furiously at Eve. If it weren't for her interference, that last attack would have succeeded. It's an abyss mage, Amber shouted. Lumen prepared for combat. This foe was exceedingly dangerous, and they could not inflict harm until its shield was broken. Ha ha, under the protection of the abyss, you stand no chance. The abyss mage laughed menacingly. Seizing the opportunity, a grass element projectile shot forth from Eve, striking the abyss mage's water shield directly. With a sharp crack, the shield shattered. What? It was only when the abyss mage plummeted to the ground, landing painfully, that it grasped the reality of the situation. What just happened? Aren't you supposed to ask a few questions first? Eve retorted, why waste time asking when you can just eliminate it? Wouldn't it be better to interrogate it afterward? Lumen, go! Eve commanded swiftly. At that moment, Lumen, equally bewildered as the abyss mage, snapped back to attention upon hearing Eve's command. She conjured a blade and dashed toward the abyss mage. Without its shield, the abyss mage was exceptionally vulnerable. Quickly brought to its knees by Lumen's relentless strikes. Stop! Stop. I will answer any questions you have. Eve jumped atop Lumen's head, gazing at the abyss mage with an expression of disbelief. Since you are here, isn't the answer to your questions quite evident? Lumen, finish it. Eve insisted. Understood. With a decisive strike, Lumen dispatched the abyss mage. The creature vanished in a burst of blue light, leaving behind a sense of defeat. Eve leaped back into Lumen's embrace, snuggling against her. Lumen, let us go. The task is complete. Indeed, Lumen replied, stroking Eve gently as she sheathed her sword and turned. Amber, Paimon, we should return. All right. Paimon flew over eagerly. Just then, Amber approached. You all acted too swiftly. Didn't you think to inquire about that creature's plans? Amber, the abyss mage, is a villain. Its presence here clearly indicates it was up to no good, especially since it targeted us and the Anemo dragon. It was essential to deal with it promptly, Lumen articulated with clarity. Well, you have a point, Amber conceded reluctantly. The group exited the temple, setting off toward Mondstadt. Upon their return, the storm that had engulfed the city had vanished. The gloomy skies were replaced by a brilliant azure. It seems that Captain Jean and the others have successfully dealt with the troubles in the temple, Amber exclaimed, gazing at the clear sky with excitement. Chapter 22. The Hunter's Restaurant. Oh, it appears the timing is just right. You have resolved the troubles. Kia's voice suddenly called out from behind Lumen. Kia. The group turned around immediately. Not far away, Kia approached, disheveled and bearing several bloody wounds, looking somewhat disheveled. Kia, what happened to you? Amber inquired instantly just a little ambush by some adorable creatures on my way back, he replied nonchalantly. Just then, Lisa emerged from the side. Lisa, are you all right? Paimon asked. I'm fine. Just a bit drained of energy, Lisa replied. Hey, those creatures can be called adorable? Kia exclaimed in disbelief. Those 3 abyss mages certainly gave me a headache. So, is this what your abilities have become since joining the Knights? A man with fiery red hair and dressed in black approached from a distance. Master Dialek, Amber gasped in astonishment. Could it be? Master Dialek also went. She asked. Indeed, this fellow appeared suddenly without a word. Kia commented, casting a glance at Dialek. Even without him, I could have handled the situation just fine. Remember to evaluate your own capabilities before boasting next time, Dialek stated before walking away. Kia, is everything all right between you two? Paimon asked cautiously. No worries. Things are still the same between that guy and me. Kia replied with a smile. Well, you all continue chatting. I'm heading back to headquarters, Lisa said lazily. There is still much to attend to. Although the storm in Mondstadt has been quelled, the surrounding damage and the encroaching monsters are a headache for the Knights. So, little adorable Eve, are you interested in coming back with me? Lisa teased. Leaning down to provoke Eve, who was nestled in Lumen's arms, Eve resolutely shook her head. All right then, Lisa's door will always be open for you. Lisa's tone held a hint of allure. Wait, I'll go back with you too, Kia said, following the retreating figure of Lisa. What should we do next? Lumen stood still, watching the two depart. Lumen, since matters have settled for now, why don't we take a stroll around Mondstadt? Eve suggested. After all, they had been preoccupied since their arrival and hadn't truly explored the city. Yes, Paimon chimed in enthusiastically. Well then, let us go. Lumen agreed after a moment's thought. The 3 wandered through Mondstadt, this time. Unlike their initial arrival, the townsfolk regarded Lumen and her companions with warmth rather than suspicion or hostility. This change was likely due to Lumen's triumph over the dragon, which also lessened the scrutiny directed at Eve. They arrived at Mondstadt's most renowned establishment, the Hunter's Restaurant. Paimon buzzed over with excitement. To be frank, if Eve and the others found this place, it's all thanks to Paimon's keen sense of smell. Paimon declared proudly. She had detected the delectable aroma from afar and followed it here. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, seemingly unaffected by the recent dragon disaster. Lumen, along with Eve and Paimon, approached the counter. Welcome, what would you like to eat? Oh, it's you. The owner, Sarah, exclaimed upon seeing them. You recognize us? Lumen asked, puzzled. Blonde girl, accompanied by a white grass slime and a flying emergency food item. Yes, that's right. Sarah scrutinized the trio. You are the heroes who rescued Mondstadt from the Anemo dragon. Hey, what do you mean by emergency food? Paimon protested, stomping her little feet in indignation. See, it's a widely accepted fact. Eve teased Paimon. Eve, you. Paimon fumed once more at Eve's jibe. So, little hero of Mondstadt, what would you like to order? Sarah continued with a smile. Let me order. Let me order. Paimon exclaimed, her previous concerns forgotten at the mention of food. Let us see. I'll have a northern smoked chicken, a sweet flour brewed chicken, a spicy meat sauce pasta, and 3 grilled mushroom skewers. Paimon eagerly pointed at the menu items. Paimon, do you think you could finish all that? As Ing listened to Paimon's order, she inquired, Are you sure you can finish it? Paimon confidently patted her little belly and replied, Don't worry. I will definitely finish it. On order 2, Eve exclaimed as she wriggled free from Ying's embrace and leaped onto the counter. I would like a serving of fisherman's toast, a portion of grilled meat ribs, and a towering serving of stack high. Eve's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the menu. I haven't tried any of these before. Throughout their journey from Sumeru to Mondstadt, she had been feasting on monster materials and was nearly losing her sense of taste. Oh dear, I feel the same way, Ing said helplessly. Hee, don't worry. There will be no food wasted, Eve assured with a smile. All right then, please wait a moment, everyone, and take a seat while we prepare your meals, Sarah cheerfully announced, having ordered such an abundance of dishes. She recognized that this was a significant customer. By the way, even Paimon, why haven't you ordered the honey-glazed carrot grilled meat? Ing asked, glancing at the menu. The dish's name prominently appeared under the special recommendations section. That's because Paimon began. Someone mentioned it should be treated as a treat. Eve quickly chimed in. Exactly. That's why we're not ordering it, Paimon added with a grin, in matters of cuisine. Paimon and Eve finally reached a consensus. Oh, you too, Ing said, shaking her head at the 2 little rascals, a smile creeping on her face. Before long, the dishes arrived one after another. I hope you enjoy your meal. Sarah placed the final dish on the table and then departed. Wait a moment, Miss Sarah, Ing called out as she surveyed the food laid before them. Seems we didn't order this dish. She pointed to the 3 servings of fried eggs on the table. Oh, those are complimentary from our restaurant, as a token of appreciation for our little heroes of Mondstadt, Sarah said kindly. Oh, please, don't refer to me as a hero, Ing replied, feeling a bit bashful. Haha, nonetheless, enjoy your meal. Sarah laughed before taking her leave. Ate the table. The 3 began to eat. After consuming just a serving of fried eggs, a skewer of wild mushroom chicken, and some meat sauce pasta, and was already feeling quite full. For someone with a petite appetite like her, that was sufficient. She watched Eve and Paimon, who were devouring their meals with gusto. This is truly delightful. Ing marveled at the warm scene before her. But suddenly, a thought struck her. Mora seems to be a bit of a concern. Chapter 23. Drunken Eve with a heavy heart, Ing approached the front desk to settle the bill. Fortunately, there was still enough Mora in her wallet. Sigh. It seems I need to be more frugal with my spending, she silently resolved, tucking her wallet away as a sense of despair washed over her, as her already modest finances had taken another hit. With only a few more remaining, she realized that in order to take care of these 2 little ones, she would need to earn more Mora. Ing was determined. There was no other choice. As Eve and Paimon had voracious appetites, this meal had surprisingly cost over 20,000 Mora. Aside from searching for her brother, she now had to contemplate how to make money. After all, she couldn't afford to starve before finding him. Ing, I'm full, Eve declared as she looked at Ing upon her return. As a deity, she could still eat, but considering Ing's financial situation, she thought it best to refrain. She had already witnessed the prices in Mondstadt. How does that drunken fellow manage to survive in this high-cost city? She pondered. Oh right, he is not likely to starve. However, Eve knew she couldn't indulge too much in high-calorie foods, after all. Even deities needed to maintain their figures. Even Ganyu, the half-adeptus, could gain weight. Gods were no exception. Ing, wait, I'm not finished yet. Paimon was still eating, resembling a famished spirit. Ing returned to her seat. Observing Paimon as her eyelids began to flutter, in a moment of daze, she thought she saw her brother. He took her hand and said, Ing, let us go. Leave this place, leave this world. But in another moment of disorientation, the scene shifted, revealing a dilapidated city ruin before her. This startled her awake. How long was I asleep? Ing rose from the table. It should have been about an hour. Paimon's voice chimed in. Huh. Where's Eve? Ing glanced around the table, but could not spot Eve. She's over there. Paimon pointed in a direction. Following Paimon's gesture, Ing saw Eve running towards the sign of the Hunter's restaurant. Using a slime to bump against I asked the slime. What is it doing? I don't know. It looks strange. Stay away from it. The people around them cautiously avoided Eve. While you were asleep, Eve somehow got her hands on a cup of alcohol. After drinking it, she turned into that. Paimon said helplessly, "Oh dear, Eve is truly a handful." Ing sighed. She stood and walked towards Eve. Eve, stop playing. We need to go. Paimon called out, "Go." Eve wobbled and turned her head. Before she could react, her body was lifted off the ground. Wasn't Eve a dendro slime? Was the drink also water? Did she absorb it too well? Ing wondered as she looked at Eve in her arms. At the tea that moment, Eve had quieted down and had fallen asleep. Forget it, Paimon. Let us go, Ing said to Paimon. Okay, let's go. Paimon hastily wiped her mouth and flew to Ing's side. Ing nodded with a smile. After lunch, the three wandered through Mondstadt. With the warm breeze blowing, Eve's intoxication soon wore off. Where am I? What happened? Eve asked immediately upon waking. Hi, Eve. You're finally awake. Do you know what you just did? Paimon teased Eve that I think I drank alcohol. And then suddenly, the mortifying memories flooded back to Eve. I wish I hadn't drunk it. Eve wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. Since I'm a dendro slime, I could just burrow into the ground, she thought, shaking her head as memories from 2,000 years ago resurfaced. She recalled how Barbados had once forced a drink on her, leading to her drunken escapade at the banquet, where she had ended up in a brawl that sent Barbados flying. Morix had nearly failed to stop her, which was why the old man advised Eve to refrain from drinking in the future due to her poor tolerance. Barbados had said, it's too dangerous to get her drunk. Those long-lost memories are suddenly haunting me. Eve lamented. As they turned a corner, Ing abruptly halted. What is wrong, Ing? Why did you stop? Paimon bumped into Ing from behind. Shuing quickly hushed. ISNT that Captain Jean? Eve pointed at a figure ahead. It seems she is conversing with someone. Let us wait until they finish talking before we greet them, Ing whispered. At that moment, the voices of Jean and her companion reached them. So, this is our stance. It's up to you now, a masked woman said to Captain Jean, that if we cannot swiftly eradicate the rampaging dragon, it would be better to entrust the city's defenses to us. The Fatui, that we are confident that we can manage Mondstadt's safety better than the Knights of Favonius, just like the dragon crisis in Mondstadt can be handled. As long as we are allowed to, the woman continued. Beast? Enough. Captain Jean's expression had turned displeased. What does the acting Grandmaster mean? The woman's tone grew increasingly sharp, although she held merely the position of a minor advisor. Her audacity to speak thus to the nation's highest authority stemmed from the formidable organization behind her. The Fatui didn't know. It would not be accurate to merely label them as the Fatui. More precisely, they were the Tsaritz's loyal followers. The nation's immense power lent her a sense of confidence. Jean, the acting Grandmaster, exhaled deeply. I hope your diplomats can adopt a more professional demeanor, she stated sternly. You wish to discuss one of the four winds guardians of Mondstadt? I do not wish to hear such madness spoken in the presence of the Knights of Favonius. Jean's tone was filled with indignation. In times past, when the Grandmaster Varka still led, any Fatui diplomat daring to utter such words would have been promptly expelled from Mondstadt. Yet, the circumstances had shifted. Grandmaster Varka had taken most of Mondstadt's elite on an expedition, leaving the city's defenses considerably weakened. Even the cavalry captain had no knights under his command. Otherwise, the Fatui would not dare to act so brazenly in Mondstadt. Chapter 24. For tomorrow, without tears. Chapter 25. The essential qualities of a bard. You mean to say you do not possess a vision? Lisa exclaimed in astonishment as she regarded Lumen. Jean also scrutinized Lumen from head to toe. Wield elemental powers without a vision. You've piqued my curiosity even further, my dear. Lisa continued. It is truly remarkable. Lumen, do you have any insight into these peculiarities about yourself? Jean inquired. Lumen shook her head. I thought as much, Jean replied, assuming her answered. In any case, let this crystal be entrusted to you, my dear. Keeping it with us would only bring further pain. Lisa added. Agreed, Jean affirmed. Very well, Lumen nodded. Now, Lumen, this marks the knight's second request of you. Jean continued. What is it, Grandmaster? Lumen asked, looking at Jean. Please accept the title of Honorary Knight of the Knights of Favonius, along with the gratitude of the acting Grandmaster. Jean said solemnly. Honorary Knight of the West Wind? Paimon exclaimed in shock. Indeed, this is the highest honor the Knights of Favonius can bestow upon an outsider. Jean elaborated, Is that acceptable? Lumen inquired with some trepidation. Of course, you deserve it, Jean reassured her. And we hope you will assist us once more in uncovering the answers to these mysteries. Jean continued, her gaze fixed on Lumen. Lumen affirmed with determination. Naturally, the assistance of both of you dear ones will be required. Lisa remarked playfully, glancing at Paimon, and no problem at all. But you must treat Paimon to some delicious food afterward, Paimon declared with a hint of pride. I concur, Eve added, the allure of gourmet cuisine. Even the divine cannot resist. Ever since tasting the delectable dishes of Mondstadt, Eve had become quite enamored. Alas, when did I become so indulgent? Eve lamented inwardly. Haha, what an adorable little creature, Lisa teased, the frenzy of the dragon and the strange crystal. I believe the answers behind these phenomena are intrinsically linked to the peace of Mondstadt. May the winds cleanse your vision, allowing you to discern the truth. Let us secure this stone for now. Should any new discoveries arise, we shall reconvene here, the honorary knights of Mondstadt, Jean proclaimed. Lumen departed the headquarters of the knights with Eve and Paimon. Once they reached the street, Paimon suddenly spoke up. Lumen, there's something you haven't mentioned, right? What we saw back then, besides the dragon and the crystal, there was also a girl in a green hat. Paimon queried, puzzled. It was a boy. Eve promptly corrected that I don't think he is a bad person. Lumen said, her expression somewhat distant. See, you both remember that green fellow after all. Paimon continued, just like that passerby down there. Oh, really? They share the same shade, Eve observed, glancing at the individual below. Wait, that seems to be him. Lumen remarked, somewhat exasperated. Huh, is it? Paimon gasped. It seems so. Eve finally connected the dots. The earlier figure was Barbados. Let us catch up and ask him. Lumen immediately took action, navigating through the bustling streets and alleys. Lumen and her companions were unable to catch up to the green figure, ultimately stopping before a narrow alley. The green fellow has vanished, Paimon said, perplexed. She had clearly seen him run this way moments ago. Suddenly, a melodious tune wafted from afar. Look, could that be him? Eve pointed towards Windrise Square, forming a small projection with her hand. It seems like it, Lumen said, squinting for a better view. When did that fellow slip behind us? Paimon gasped in astonishment. Let us go. We should head back, Lumen said, making her way towards the square. Upon arrival at Windrise Square, they found a gathering of Mondstadt citizens encircling the green figure, captivated by his performance. Quite enchanting, Paimon remarked, arms crossed. Shoo, keep your voice down, Paimon, Eve cautioned. The bard is about to tell a story. Meanwhile, the green figure, accompanied by the music, painted an ancient narrative in the minds of the audience. The tale I shall unfold begins in the primordial era. When the gods walked upon the earth, the sky dragon descended from the heavens, filled with curiosity for all things of the world. The dragon sought answers, but could not fathom the chaos of the mortal realm. The bard strummed the strings, and the celestial harp responded to its queries. The dragon, merely a curious child, flew without a care. Until this day, it listened to the verses, yearning to learn the art of song, so that all beings could understand its heart. The bard and the dragon became legends, heralding an age of darkness. This time, the lion's fangs decayed, the eagle's banner fell still, and another malevolent dragon approached Mondstadt. Suffering enveloped the cathedral like a shroud. The poet lamented, weaving words anew. The sky dragon answered the call, battling the evil dragon amidst the storm. The sky dragon swallowed the vile dragon's venomous blood and fell into slumber. Years later, none would recognize its awakening. The great dragon, filled with regret and fury, lamented, "Why do the people now despise me?" The sky harp remained silent. Anguish and sorrow, life and venom, all melded into tears that streamed from the dragon's eyes. The poetry fell silent, decay took its toll, yet the sky harp had no voice left to speak. As the tale concluded, the crowd erupted in applause, enchanted by the captivating narrative. Yet Eve understood that this was no mere story. It was a retelling of the battle between Tuolin and the dragon Durin. Centuries had passed, and this tragic history had faded into obscurity, transformed into a splendid tale. Eve couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. People often said that the forest remembers all. Yet that time, even the forest failed to recall her. Since the audience was so enthralled, well then, Vinny suddenly declared, removing his hat. Eve felt an ominous premonition. For those with Mora, please support us with Mora. For those without, lend your presence. Thank you all. Vinny strolled through the crowd with his green hat that I knew it. Eve sighed in disbelief. Could he not at least appear somewhat divine? However, when Eve beheld Wendy's hat brimming with gleaming Mora, she abruptly had a change of heart. Singing for a living. That doesn't seem too bad. Chapter 26. The symbol of Mondstadt's heroes, Lumen, also contributed her meager remaining Mora. Further burdening a family already struggling financially, it was only after the crowd dispersed that Wendy finally noticed Eve and her companions. Oh, it's you all. Wendy gazed at Lumen, feigning contemplation that, you must be the ones who frightened away Benevolent. Wendy suddenly shifted her gaze to Eve, wearing a knowing expression that seemed to say, look at the good deed you've done. Now, how will you compensate me? Ahem. Eve turned her head to avoid Wendy's gaze. Clearing her throat softly, Benevolent, isn't he usually referred to as the Anemo dragon? Why do you call him that? Are you quite familiar with him? Paimon inquired with curiosity. Guess, Wendy replied, redirecting her attention to Paimon with a playful tone. Hey Eve, Lumen, I feel like this person is quite odd, Paimon immediately remarked. Indeed, I find her rather peculiar, Eve echoed Paimon's sentiment, casting a lingering glance at Wendy. Hey now, you can't just say that about me, Wendy retorted. Feigning hurt, greetings, stranger whom I've only just met. I am the bard, Wendy, she proclaimed earnestly to Lumen. Hello, I'm Lumen, and this is Paimon and Eve, Lumen replied with sincerity as she introduced herself as a bard. Paimon questioned, puzzled. Indeed, to be precise. I'm the reigning champion of Mondstadt's most beloved bard for 3 consecutive years, Wendy boasted, puffing out her chest with pride. Paimon responded, somewhat at a loss for words that so, what brings you all to me? Wendy inquired. Since you've already recognized us, there's no need for further explanation, Paimon stated. Naturally, it's about the Anemo dragon, Wendy said. Wendy feigned forgetfulness. Hey, there's no need to suddenly act like you've lost your memory, Paimon exclaimed. Bewildered. Lumen, why don't you show it to him? Lumen nodded and retrieved the peculiar stone. However, the moment she brought out, the stone seemed to behave oddly. The crystal has been purified? When did this happen? Paimon gasped. The originally red stone had transformed into a celestial blue. I have no idea how this occurred. The last time I saw it, it was still full of impurities. Lumen shook her head. This is Benevolent's, Wendy paused. This is the tears shed by the Anemo dragon in his agony. Tears, transformed into stone? Paimon questioned, perplexed. He was once a gentle child, yet now he is consumed by sorrow and rage. I too possess a tear crystal. Can you purify it? Wendy produced a similarly shaped red stone from her pocket. Let me try, Lumen said as she accepted the red tear. Suddenly, an energy surged forth. And under this force, the tear radiated brilliant light. After the flash, the tear changed from an original red to a profound blue. Success! Paimon exclaimed. Lumen, you truly possess extraordinary power, Wendy declared. But why is this happening? Paimon asked, bewildered. As for why Lumen can purify this crystal, perhaps we should consult this grass historian, Eve. When he shifted her gaze to Eve perched on Lumen's shoulder, Eve immediately shot Wendy a dangerous look. I advise you to be kind. Yes, let's ask Eve. Do you know anything? Lumen inquired, looking at Eve on her shoulder. It may be that Lumen is not from this world, and her power seems to stem from a certain idle wind god. That is why she can purify this tainted tear, Eve remarked, subtly criticizing a certain lackadaisical bard. Then why was there no change when we first encountered it? Lumen recalled the previous situation. That was likely because you did not actively release your power. It was merely the result of the energy leaking from you. Eve continued, oh, I see. Lumen nodded. See. Asking her was certainly a wise choice, Wendy said with a smile, completely unfazed by Eve's remarks that in any case. Lumen, someone like you is destined to be immortalized in the verses sung by our bards. Wendy waved her hand. Standing in the sunlight surely brings about the making of heroes, while lurking in the shadows can also lead to calamity. Regrettably, I currently lack the time to compose a new song for you. Wendy lamented, but there's no need for that. Lumen said, feeling a bit shy. Sigh. Even if Dvalin is not being hunted, his vitality will swiftly wane. He will burn himself out in his rage. Wendy said glumly, is there anything we could do to help? Lumen's kindness was stirred by Wendy's words, there's no need. Purifying the tear is already a great help. And I am very grateful, Wendy replied immediately. However, Dvalin's power is beyond what you can contend with, and I already have a plan of my own. After saying this, Wendy cast another glance at Eve. Sigh, Lumen, let us lend him a hand, Eve said with resignation. Eve understood Wendy's intention immediately. That's fine then, thought Wendy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Then, 50 more for the complete plan after hearing it. Wendy chuckled. Her previous melancholy completely vanished. Wendy, you, Paimon said, a hint of irritation in her voice. Just joking. I'm heading to the symbol of Mondstadt's heroes now. Wendy said promptly that if you're coming, don't fall behind. With a gust of wind, Wendy's figure vanished. Where did she go? Paimon rubbed her eyes, bewildered. The symbol of Mondstadt's heroes. Eve, do you know where that is? Lumen pondered Wendy's earlier words. Well, it should be that large tree at Windrise. Eve answered, oh, that very conspicuous large tree. Right? Paimon interjected. Lumen, you must remember it. We saw it when we arrived, Paimon continued. Yes, Lumen nodded. Let's hurry there. On the way, Lumen continued to inquire of Eve. Eve, why is that place called the symbol of Mondstadt's heroes? Paimon was equally curious. Eve contemplated for a moment. That tree was personally planted by Vanessa, the liberator of Old Mondstadt, the founder of New Mondstadt, and the creator of the Knights of Favonius. Therefore, it is called the symbol of Mondstadt's heroes. However, don't you all think that voice sounds quite familiar? Lumen asked Paimon and Eve. Really? Familiar? But I didn't recognize it at all. Paimon replied, puzzled. Ahem, neither did I, Eve added. It seemed Lumen had sensed something. However, this matter should be discussed by the bard himself. Eve could not interfere. After traversing the hill, they soon caught sight of the grand tree from a distance. Chapter 27. The skies loot quite fast. You indeed found your way here, Wendy remarked as she observed Lumen and her companions arriving. I wish to know more about the Anemo god, Lumen said, gazing steadfastly at Wendy though. The Anemo, God Barbados? Wendy's gaze instantly shifted to Eve. Eve understood the implication and shook her head, seeing Eve's response. Wendy finally breathed a sigh of relief. That fellow has already disappeared from Mondstadt. Wendy feigned helplessness. The Geo-god of Liyue and the Electro-god of Inazuma are both still around, but the people of Mondstadt have not seen their god for quite some time. Why inquire about the Anemo god from a mere idle bard like me? Is it because of Dvalin? Wendy pondered aloud. Well, it's because of the gods. Before Paimon could finish her thought, she was interrupted by Ing. Someone has revealed the dragon's past, Tado. What is the current perception of the Anemo dragon? Wendy's interest was piqued. Sigh, never mind, it's probably not something too pleasant. Wendy's demeanor shifted to one of despondency. I haven't returned here in quite some time, and it seems some entities are rather displeased by my presence, he remarked, gazing at a distant object soaring in the sky. The core of the tempest. Eve stated matter-of-factly. Wow, when did that arrive? How terrifying. Paimon immediately hid behind Ing. Well then, I must entrust this to you, traveler, for I am but a defenseless bard, Wendy lamented from behind. Ing swiftly conjured her unarmed sword and charged forward. The core of the tempest did not appear as formidable as it seemed, and even Ing, still unfamiliar with her powers, managed to dispatch it with relative ease. You all did quite well, Wendy applauded. So, what brings you here? Ing inquired, sheathing her sword. This question, it pertains to a curse, Wendy replied at a curse. Paimon echoed, puzzled. As you've witnessed, the current state of Dvalin is perilous, resulting from the curse inflicted by the Abyss Order. He has already been tainted by poisonous blood, which is why upon awakening, he fell prey to the corruption of the Abyss Order. Wendy elucidated. Abyss order? What is that? Ing asked, her brow furrowed, that a cult comprised of non-human entities, seemingly harboring a deep-seated hatred for humanity on this continent. Eve explained, Ing, the individual we encountered at the North Wind Temple was affiliated with the Abyss Order. Eve added. Ing nodded seriously, and when I previously attempted to communicate with Benevolent, I was interrupted. Wendy interjected, as a result. Not only was I unable to dispel the curse upon Benevolent, but I became ensnared by the Abyss's toxicity myself. Wendy exclaimed, spreading his hands in resignation. This place offers me a slight reprieve from the poison within. Upon hearing this, Eve scrutinized Wendy from head to toe. This fellow hardly appears to be afflicted by the curse of the Abyss. Confirmed, this drunken bard is merely spinning tales that, so could that mean I? Ing reflected on past events, sinking in his self-reproach. Indeed, Wendy said, crossing his arms while gazing at Ing. Ing stared at Wendy with wide, innocent eyes, looking rather endearing that, I'm sorry, Ing mumbled, her head bowed in guilt. But fortunately, there remains a chance for resolution, So as an act of atonement, Ing, I require you to procure a harp known as the Sky from Mondstadt Cathedral, Wendy said with a smile. Eve regarded Wendy with a slightly dangerous gaze. Are you serious about this request? Sigh. It seems there's no other option, Ing replied, exasperated. Then let us not delay further. We shall head to the West Wind Cathedral at once, Wendy declared joyfully, before the West Wind Cathedral. Paimon could no longer contain her curiosity. So, what exactly is this sky harp? She finally asked, contemplating its nature throughout their journey. There is likely only one harp enshrined in the West Wind Cathedral. Eve stated, Indeed, it is that very one, the treasure of Mondstadt, a harp once wielded by the Anemo Archon. When he beamed. What? Both Paimon and Ing gasped in astonishment. Such a precious item. How do we go about obtaining it? Paimon immediately inquired, as the very phrase treasure of Mondstadt hinted at the difficulty of acquiring it. Just watch me. When he hastily entered the West Wind Cathedral. Ing, carrying Eve, quickly followed suit. I could see that moment, when he had already begun conversing with a nun. Greetings, sister. May the Anemo Archon bless you, young poet. How may I assist you? The nun turned to Wendy with polite grace that, in truth, I hold a secret that can rescue Mondstadt from its current crisis. Wendy whispered to the nun, that is indeed a blessing from the Anemo Archon. The nun replied, her tone somewhat flippant. After all, such claims from a bard who seemed to do nothing all day were hard to believe. Nevertheless, she responded out of courtesy. However, this matter should be reported to the Knights of Favonius, rather than brought to someone like me, an unrelated nun, she continued. Dear sister, you certainly possess the means to assist, Wendy replied with a smile. For instance, the sky harp. With its power, I can, please leave. The nun interrupted Wendy before he could finish. Wendy exclaimed, taken aback that, why, dear ones, it's still early. I humbly request a small token of appreciation, and for updates and collections as well. The humble author is kneeling in gratitude. Chapter 28. Stealing. Retrieving the sky harp. That dragon is indeed quite ferocious, but if the acting captain resolves to do so, it is not an impossible task to vanquish it. The nun stated with righteous conviction. That cannot be. If we do that, the Anemo dragon will perish. Wendy protested vehemently. We cannot allow that. It is one of the guardians of the four winds. A foolish beast that defies the east wind. Even if the Anemo Archon himself were to descend, I would not easily forgive it, the nun continued. Thus, the sky harp will not be lent out. Well, big sister, when he suddenly adopted a more endearing tone. And means no, little poet, the nun replied, her tone unexpectedly softening, seemingly pleased by being called big sister. When he felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly rallied his spirits. He then shifted his tone to, it seems I can no longer conceal my identity. Rejoice, my devoted followers, before you stand the Anemo Archon, Barbados himself. Wendy proclaimed, arms outstretched with pride. Sigh, this drunken fool. Eve thought to herself. Observing Wendy's antics. Are you not astonished? Are you not moved to tears? Finally meeting the deity you serve. How does it feel? Quite touching, is it not? Wendy anticipated that revealing his true identity would garner fervent worship from his followers. But the reality was far from his expectations, if there is nothing else. I shall return to my duties of managing the church as documents, the nun stated coldly. She viewed the bard's proclamation as blasphemy against her deity. Huh. Winnie watched in bewilderment as the nun turned away without a backward glance. Ing approached Winnie once their conversation concluded. Wendy, it's not good to speak nonsense. Paimon scolded upon flying over. Sigh. It was a failure, Wendy said, shaking his head in disappointment. So, is this the entirety of your plan? Eve leaped onto Wendy's shoulder. Wendy offered an awkward smile, remaining silent. Wendy, you shouldn't so Ing, it's now up to you. Wendy suddenly interrupted Ing. Huh? Up to me? Ing asked, puzzled that you've seen that my approach is ineffective. Therefore, I am relying on you, the esteemed honor knight of the Knights of Favonius who has repelled the Anemo dragon, Wendy flattered. Me? I can't do it. Ing immediately waved her hands in refusal. Why not? All you need to do is speak to that big sister as the honor knight, and you will surely succeed, Wendy insisted. I can't. Eve interjected. To my knowledge, the use of the sky harp is regulated. It can only be utilized during Mondstadt's traditional festival, the Ballad of the Wind. Furthermore, borrowing the sky harp requires numerous tedious steps, such as the knight's documents, the captain's signature, and the archbishop's endorsement. Eve resumed her perch on Ying's shoulder. Thus, conventional means will not suffice to retrieve it, Eve concluded. What on earth? Ah, how troublesome, Paimon remarked with a hint of exasperation. This is rather odd. Is it not the most commonplace occurrence for a hero to casually seize the finest sword from the village? Wendy stated with resignation. So, what shall we do? Ing pondered. There is but one solution. Eve teased, keeping them in suspense at It seems we are on the same wavelength, Wendy smiled at Eve. Hey, what are you two talking about? Paimon interjected, a touch of irritation in her voice, since Mondstadt is a city of freedom. Then, Eve began that we shall fully respect the will of freedom today. Wendy continued. Could it be? Paimon seemed to grasp something. Sigh. Ing also sighed in resignation that in truth, I have no desire to steal anything. Ing looked at Eve and Wendy, astonished at how the typically obedient Eve had found herself entangled with this unreliable bard. Humph, that statement is erroneous. How could the actions of a poet be deemed theft? We are merely retrieving the lyre of the heavens. Wendy corrected. Moreover, you are far more suited to this task than I am, for apart from singing, I am utterly useless. Wendy continued to address Ing. Besides, I am all alone in Mondstadt. Should I be caught, I would surely be beaten to a pulp, Wendy lamented pitifully. Yet, Ing is equally without support? Wait, if caught stealing, it would hardly be unjust. Paimon immediately retorted. No, Ing is different, Wendy remarked, turning to her. You have contributed to the Knights of Favonius and Mondstadt. You are a rising star among the knights, the hope of Mondstadt. Even if you were to fail and be apprehended, you could easily concoct an excuse to wriggle your way out of it. Faced with Wendy's flattery, Ing seemed to swell with a sense of pride. Furthermore, it appears that the guards here will be off duty come nightfall. Wendy whispered conspiratorially into Ying's ear. Sigh. Very well. Ing conceded with resignation. Hooray! Wendy exclaimed joyfully. By the way, did you just say you were Barbados? Ing suddenly inquired. I seem to have said that, Wendy replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Quite suspicious indeed. Paimon regarded Wendy with a knowing look. That was merely my excuse to obtain the lyre of the heavens, Wendy clarified. Very well. Ing nodded. Enough of this. Let us depart. We shall return at night. Let us set the time for 8 o'clock. I shall wait for you at the Anemo Plaza. With that, Wendy quickly took her leave. Sigh. That fellow, Eve thought to herself as she watched Wendy's retreating figure with a sense of resignation. Since he has said so, let us go as well. Ing led Eve and Paimon out of the church. They wandered about Mondstadt. Ing, I want to eat this, Paimon declared, coming to a standstill before a stall. Ing, I want that, Eve exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of delectable treats at another stall. All right, oh dear, you two, Ing thought, caught between pain and pleasure. Chapter 29, what? You also lack Mora? The appointed hour of 8 o'clock arrived swiftly. Under the cloak of night, Ing arrived at Anemo Plaza, where Wendy had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Ing and the others approach, Wendy immediately called out, Hey, you made it. I've been waiting here for ages. But it's only 8 o'clock. I assent to it? Paimon questioned. puzzled. That's true. Wendy scratched his head. By the way, wear this. Wendy produced a black garment from seemingly nowhere, which included pieces for ing, paimon, and call it clothing would be a misnomer. It was more akin to several scraps of black fabric. Did you pick this up from a trash heap? Paimon quipped that, oh, how did you know? Wendy exclaimed in surprise. Sigh. Eve turned away, indicating her lack of acquaintance with his character. All right, enough of that. Quickly put it on. Don't be shy. Whether we can save Valen depends on you. When he thrust the fabric into Ying's hands and nudged her forward. Fine, I suppose this will have to do. Ying acquiesced with reluctance. Let us go. Eve, Paimon, waiting, I'm not going. Eve suddenly jumped down from Ying's shoulder. What is wrong, Eve? Ying asked, perplexed. Oh, come on, Eve. Are you trying to back out now? Paimon huffed indignantly. Foolishness. I can't hop along at such a slow pace. How could I possibly sneak in with you two? To take something? Eve retorted sharply to Paimon. Surely I can't expect you to carry me during such an endeavor. Eve waved her tiny slime-like arms at Ying. Oh, that makes sense, Wendy exclaimed in realization. Then let me have that piece of fabric back. I could use it as a blanket for my sleep tonight. When he swiftly snatched Eve's piece of black cloth from Ying's hands. Ying gazed at Wendy in shock. All right, enough delay. You shall stay here with me to await your return. Wendy smiled. Wouldn't you agree, Eve? Yes. Eve nodded. Although this feels quite strange, let us leave it at that. In any case, Eve, please keep an eye on this peculiar green fellow. Paimon instructed Eve. After saying this, Paimon grabbed a handful of Ying's hair and followed her into the Favonius Cathedral, under the starry sky. Eve watched the two figures gradually disappear into the night. Well then, now that they have left, we should discuss matters, Barbados. Eve leaped onto the railing, addressing Wendy. What are you saying, Eve? Barbados, where is this great and free deity? Wendy immediately began to look around at Stop pretending, Barbados. You must have known my identity long ago. Didn't you? Eve spoke up once more. Who are you? I have no idea. Wendy feigned innocence. Also, you claim I am Barbados? Don't jest with me. Wendy continued. I am merely a homeless bard. Nothing more. Seeing Wendy still feigning ignorance, he was quite irked. Fine, whether you admit it or not matters not. I am curious, with your current capabilities. Wouldn't it be simple to handle everything? Why orchestrate such a performance? Eve questioned angrily. Before we delve into that, I am more interested in knowing why someone who's been missing for 500 years would suddenly appear in Mondstadt. Wendy's expression shifted. According to external rumors, you have been dead for 500 years, you know. That was an expression that should not belong to a bard. And yet, you appear so frail. Wendy scrutinized Eve from head to toe. Can you not even maintain a human form? Wendy teased. Eve felt her temper rise once more at this frivolous character. In any case, this matter is rather lengthy to explain, Eve said. She had initially intended to request some divine power from Barbados. But now she found herself at a loss for words that the esteemed deity of wisdom. She did not wish to lose face. That truly sounds like an interesting tale. Wendy regarded Eve, his gaze inscrutable. Drunkard, you still have not answered my question. Eve reminded him that question, Wendy recalled, because at present, Mondstadt no longer requires the existence of deities, that IT is now the age of humanity, and humans must learn to resolve their own troubles. Thus, let Mondstadt's issues be resolved by its own people. How does that answer suit you? Wendy smiled at Eve. The age of humanity, you say? Eve mused. Very well. I see that they won't emerge any time soon. I shall go for a drink first. Wendy spoke in a rather irreverent manner. Besides, I am merely a laid-back bard, certainly not the illustrious Barbados you speak of. After uttering these words, Wendy attempted to make her escape. Wait, I wish to join you, Eve called out, halting Wendy in her tracks. What? Wendy turned around, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Eve. Let me make it clear, you are only allowed to drink juice. Wendy declared with utmost seriousness. Eve replied, a gift from the angels. Please bring me 2 bottles of apple wine. Upon entering, Wendy shouted towards the front desk. Certainly. The bartender responded. Wendy led Eve to the bar. Sir, here are the 2 bottles of apple wine you ordered. The bartender announced shortly thereafter. This lady, the slime. The bartender hesitated, unsure of how to address Eve. Madam, Eve interjected, esteemed grass slime lady, may I inquire what you would like? The bartender asked, his demeanor tinged with unease. How peculiar. The patrons of this tavern seemed to be an eclectic mix. Yet the bartender steeled himself to serve. Bring her a cup of hook fruit juice. Thank you. Wendy interjected, having been psychologically scarred by the memory of Eve's drunken antics. Since that incident, Wendy had resolved never to allow Eve to touch alcohol again. Sigh, Eve lamented, while my drinking habits may leave something to be desired. Is this really the level of caution you must exercise towards me? Barbados, are you truly unaware of your own nature? Who was it that sent me flying last time? Moments later, Eve's juice was served. Gazing at the crystalline purple liquid, her mood lifted considerably. Eve leaped onto the bar, straining to reach the straw, while Wendy began to savor his 2 bottles of apple wine. As the drinks flowed. Both of their glasses soon ran dry. What a delightful evening of drinking, Wendy exclaimed, patting his belly. Indeed, I never expected juice to be this enjoyable. Eve lazily concurred. All right, our tasting is concluded. It is time to settle the bill. Wendy declared, let us go. Eve continued her languid repose at the bar, and a moment of tranquility ensued before Wendy suddenly jolted upright from his seat. What? Were you not the one who was supposed to pay? Wendy gazed at Eve in disbelief. What? I was to pay? Where would I acquire more? Eve, too, was taken aback from her lethargy. How is that possible? How could you not have more? Wendy was left dumbfounded, given my current state. How could I possibly have more? That question should be directed at you. Did you not earn a considerable sum during your performance this afternoon? Eve countered. That sum was long ago utilized to settle my previous debts. Wendy asserted with conviction. What? Eve was left bewildered. So, this means that neither of us possesses Mora. Wendy stammered in a panic. Ditto. It seems these 2 patrons have finished their drinks. Which of you will be settling the bill? A total of 9,500 Mora. The bartender approached with a smile, addressing them. Ahem. Wendy stuttered. Sir, someone has consumed alcohol without payment. The bartender shouted towards the back. Inside the tavern, Dialek was perusing the accounts. At it was evident that the dragon disaster had severely impacted the taverness business. Suddenly, he heard the bartender's voice. What is the matter, Charles? Dialek set down the ledger and approached the bar. Upon seeing Wendy, he instantly grasped the situation. Pray, enlighten me. What excuse do you have this time? Dialek scrutinized Wendy. Lord Dialek. Wendy scratched his head. This time, I shall defer the payment. No, you have deferred too many times. This time cannot be allowed, Dialek stated firmly. Did I not settle my last tab? Wendy pleaded pitifully. Last time was last time. This is a different matter altogether. Dialek crossed his arms like a T that moment. He noticed Eve beside Wendy. I recall you as the slime accompanying the esteemed newcomer of the Knights. Am I correct? Yes. Eve could only nod. Indeed. As for our bill, let it be settled by the esteemed newcomer of the Knights. Wendy exclaimed immediately. Eve's expression turned one of despair. Abyss, I am sorry. Your wallet may be in jeopardy. It is truly unfortunate to accompany Wendy. One is perpetually on the brink of starvation. Dialek narrowed his eyes. Very well. Since she is the esteemed newcomer, her credit may be worth trusting, but until she arrives, you both must remain here. Dialek instructed Wendy and Eve. Very well, Lord Dialek. Wendy replied dejectedly. Sigh, Eve sighed. Eve, the illustrious god of wisdom, the sovereign of Sumru, revered as the great benevolent tree king, now find myself detained in a tavern due to debts. Thus, on this day, 2 of the 7 earthly governors were held captive due to their financial obligations. Meanwhile, within the Favonius Cathedral. Who are you? Just as Lumen was but a step away from the skyward harp. She was intercepted by a mysterious figure clad in purple. The individual spoke not a word. A flash of purple lightning flickered, and they vanished. Halt. What are you doing? A knight stood before Lumen, his demeanor alert. Oh no, we must flee. Paimon exclaimed in a panic. Lumen swiftly evaded the knight's grasp and darted outside the cathedral. Where are they? Paimon scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of Eve and Wendy. Do not let them escape. Thief of the skyward harp. The knight soon caught up from behind. Fortunately, Lumen and Paimon were cloaked in the dark fabric Wendy had provided, thus evading recognition. There is no time to waste. Lumen stated, Glancing back at their pursuers, Paimon, hold on tight. With a leap, Lumen jumped from the high platform. Paimon grasped Lumen's hair as they descended. Riding the winds, Lumen unfurled her anemo wings, soaring through the sky. Damn it, pursue her! The knights shouted as they witnessed Lumen taking flight point one by one. They leaped from the platform, activating their own anemo wings to give chase as symbols of Mondstadt's wind. The knights were adept at using the anemo wings. Feeling the pursuers closing in, beads of cold sweat began to form on Lumen's brow. Lumen, let us take refuge there. Paimon pointed to the only shop still open below. Lumen nodded, swiftly steering her anemo wings towards the establishment. Upon landing, Lumen stumbled into the shop with Paimon in tow. Welcome to Angel's Gift. How may I assist you? The bartender greeted as patrons entered. Lumen, you have finally arrived. Wendy's eyes lit up upon seeing them. What? How did you end up here? Paimon gasped, astonished to see Eve, and Wendy did, It's a long story, Eve stammered. Let us set that aside for now. We have been discovered, Paimon interjected. They're already on our trail. Lumen declared earnestly. Understood. Wendy suddenly grew serious. He strode swiftly to the bar. Has the pair arrived? Dialek inquired as he noticed Wendy approaching the Master Dialek, please hold on for a moment, that we are currently facing a bit of trouble and require a more discreet location. Wendy replied. Sighing, Dialek contemplated for a moment. If we're talking about a discreet place, the second floor has fewer people. Today marks the beginning of a new year. I wish everyone a happy new year. Additionally, I would like to quietly ask for some free support, updates, and collections that I hope everyone achieves their goals in the new year, finding success in both career and love, and fulfilling the flags they have set for themselves. Chapter 31. The Spoiled Eve. Thank you, Master Dialek. We'll head upstairs now. See you shortly. After Wendy finished speaking, he took Lumen and the others and dashed up to the second floor. Dialek watched them ascend before returning to the bar. Keep an eye on them. Those few individuals appear rather suspicious. I need to inquire about the situation, Dialek told the bartender. Charles, inquire about whom? Charles asked, puzzled. Look, aren't they just arriving? Just as Dialek finished speaking, the bell at the tavern's entrance chimed. Two knights entered shortly thereafter. Master Dialek, have you seen those two thieves? One portly knight pushed the door open and asked. What has happened? Why has the knight order mobilized so many people? Dialek frowned as he questioned. Master Dialek, it is like this. There are two thieves who actually have their sights set on the sky harp. The knight continued, that is indeed curious. Dialek expressed some interest. Indeed. The sky harp is a treasure artifact personally played by the Anemo Archon. Such a valuable cultural asset. Dialek suddenly burst into laughter. How foolish it is for someone to attempt to steal something that cannot be sold. They might as well steal from my wine cellar. In any case, Master Dialek, have you seen a blonde-haired person and a little fellow? The knight awkwardly asked. My apologies. Straying off topic, the blonde-haired individual seems to have headed toward the right side of the tavern. Dialek pointed in a direction. Very well. Thank you, Master Dialek. The knight expressed his gratitude before hastily exiting the tavern. All right, everyone, it's time to come down and talk. Dialek called out to the upper floor. He's sorry about that. Master Dialek, when he scratched his head as he led Lumen and the others down. Dialek surveyed them before his gaze finally settled on Lumen. That we meet again, the rising star of the Night Order. Dialek remarked, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dialek, and I'm the owner of this tavern. What? You are Dialek, the prominent figure behind Mondstadt's wine industry? Paimon exclaimed. Yes, indeed. A very famous person. I absolutely adore his dandelion wine. Wendy chimed in. Though most of the time, I can only afford the bulk variety, Wendy added with a hint of resignation. Greetings, my name is Lumen, and this is Paimon and Eve. Lumen introduced herself. Now, let's get down to business. Dialek said, crossing his arms, I just heard from the guard about the thieves that I never expected the honorable knights would dare to steal Mondstadt's treasure, the sky harp. Dialek remarked with a bemused expression. Lumen found herself at a loss for words. However, let me state this. I admire your audacity in attempting to steal the sky harp. Dialek's lips curled into a slight smile. For even if you are foolish, you are a rare breed of fool that, when he chuckled awkwardly. Wait, we didn't steal it. The real culprits are elsewhere. Paimon stamped her tiny foot in protest. Yes, indeed. This individual is the Night Order's rising star. How could they possibly steal Mondstadt's sacred relic? Wendy quickly defended, by the way, it seems you and this bard are quite familiar, Dialect commented to UM. I suppose so, Lumen replied, glancing at Wendy. Well then, in that case, please settle your bill. Dialect retrieved a ledger from the counter. What? A bill? Paimon asked, bewildered. Yes, indeed. The total comes to 9,500 mora, which is the bill for this bard in the slime, Dialect stated as he perused the accounts. They were detained here due to lack of funds. Hey, you all feasted without me, Paimon exclaimed. Paimon, is this really about feasting alone? Lumen puffed her cheeks. Oh, is this why you found yourselves here? Lumen's gaze conveyed a hint of resentment towards Eve and Wendy. Lumen, I was wrong. Cuddle time. Eve immediately jumped on a Lumen's shoulder, nuzzling her face. Eve, you've learned bad habits from him. Lumen continued to pout. I was wrong. It won't happen again. Eve continued to act spoiled. Sigh, fine. Lumen sighed deeply. What about me? What about me? When he looked at Lumen with anticipation, Lumen pouted once more. How about, I cuddle with you too? When he tentatively suggested. Humph, go away. Lumen replied, slightly blushing. All right then, Master Dialect, please give me their bill. Lumen finally stated with resignation. Very well. Dialect nodded and handed over the bill. Considering your audacity in attempting to steal the sky harp, I can offer you a discount. Let us make it 9,000 mora. Thank you, Master Dialect. Lumen accepted the bill and carefully flipped through it. She retrieved a pouch of coins from her backpack. Fortunately, while deciphering the ruins of the West Wind Temple, she had uncovered quite a bit of treasure in mora. Otherwise, there would be yet another person detained at the tavern. Lumen counted out 9,000 mora from her pouch and handed it to Dialect. The amount is correct. Thus, our debt is settled, Dialect stated, putting away the mora. His gaze shifted back to Lumen as a traveler. Your willingness to extend a helping hand to Mondstadt in its time of need is commendable. Someone like you would be a great asset to the Night Order. Dialect expressed high praise for Lumen's actions in saving Mondstadt from the Storm Terror. Lumen felt a bit embarrassed by Dialect's words. The West Wind Knights, they're always tentative in dealing with the Storm Terror. Lacking efficiency, Dialect's tone grew increasingly agitated. Moreover, in diplomacy, they remain weak and overly conservative towards the Fatui. Let's not dwell on this topic any longer, Dialect sighed. It seems that Master Dialect does not hold the West Wind Knights in high regard. Wendy teased. Humph. Merely differing paths, Dialect replied coldly. I have my own expectations for this city of Mondstadt. Dialect's gaze drifted to the window. The nighttime scenery of Mondstadt, bathed in moonlight, was indeed beautiful. Eve looked at the man, suddenly reminded of her initial grand sage that, how things have changed. Now then, let us discuss why you sought to steal the sky harp from the church. Dialect continued to inquire. You truly wish to know? You may find yourself embroiled in trouble related to the Night Order. Wendy cautioned, I fear no trouble. I am, in fact, a source of trouble for the Night Order. Dialect scoffed. So, if I were to perform a rendition of the true story, would you believe me? When he crossed his arms. That would depend on the circumstances. I would make a judgment, Dialect replied. Then, will you pay me for my performance? Wendy asked with a smile. Your compensation ranges from 5 mora to the sky harp, depending on your story, Dialect said in an ambiguous tone. Very well then, I shall add one more event. Vinny elucidated the intricacies of the matter through poetry. Upon hearing this, Dialect was utterly astonished. Such a significant secret. Why was it disclosed to me? The gaze Dialect cast upon Vinny transformed. Why? Perhaps it is because the winds of change are blowing. Vinny spread his hands and remarked. So, what say you, Lord Dialect? Did the tale meet your expectations? Indeed, it is quite intriguing, Dialect replied. Grant me some time. I shall devise a plan to forge connections. For now, you are not in any immediate danger. Dialect then turned his attention to Ing. The night earlier only knew the suspect had blonde hair. It seems you were not suspected due to the special status of the knights, Dialect mused, resting his chin on his hand. Let us meet here when the tavern closes, he continued. No problem. Paimon chimed in. Very well. Eve and Ing also nodded in agreement. Chapter 32. The arrival of Jean time swiftly passed until the tavern's closing hour arrived. Ing, Eve, Vinny, and Paimon once again stepped through the taverness door. You all have arrived. Dialect greeted them. Aren't you Ing, Eve, and Paimon? A familiar voice suddenly called out. Ing and the others immediately turned in that direction. They beheld a mature woman clad in snug white stockings and a low-cut outfit, draped with a small shawl upon her shoulders, approaching them. "You are acting Grandmaster Jean?" Ing asked in shock. "What brings the acting Grandmaster here?" Paimon inquired, puzzled. "First, I did not reach out to just one person." Dalek stepped forward to address the group. "Secondly, today's Jean is simply Jean, not the acting Grandmaster. This is someone you, as honorary knights, would not have the opportunity to encounter." Dalek jested. "What a surprise it is to see you all here." Jean smiled warmly. "Although I had heard of the Sky Harp, I never anticipated it would involve you. So the purification of the harp can indeed restore the Anemo dragon to normal." "Is that true?" Jean's eyes sparkled with hope. "Indeed, the honorary knights are presently at the forefront, striving to resolve the matter of the Anemo dragon," Vinny stated, spreading his hands wide, "truly deserving of the title of the Knight's Rising Star." Vinty exaggerated. "Vinny, that is quite enough." His words left him feeling rather embarrassed. "It appears we need the bar to make another appearance to persuade our stubborn Grandmaster. I have faith in you." Before Dalek could finish, he was interrupted by Jean. Dalek looked at Jean in surprise. The East Wind Dragon among the Four Winds Guardians. I had never fathomed the reason for his betrayal. Jean continued. "However, if he were poisoned during the war that safeguarded Mondstadt years ago and subsequently fell prey to the Abyss Mages upon awakening, then it all makes sense. I comprehend everything. Yet these words are not to be uttered by the acting Grandmaster." Jean sighed. "Why not? If the reasons behind these events were made public, wouldn't everyone understand the Anemo dragon?" Paimon questioned, puzzled. "It is due to the Fatui." Eve, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "The knights, pressured by the Fatui's diplomatic stance, find it challenging to publicly express goodwill towards the Anemo dragon. Do they not?" Eve directed her inquiry at Jean. "Alas, that is indeed the case," Jean lamented, "for it would be interpreted as indulgence in an action. Thus I must act discreetly." Jean stated with resignation. "This is one of the reasons I harbor disdain for the knights. Everything must adhere to regulations." Dalek remarked softly. "However, I did not expect the usually meticulous acting Grandmaster to so readily trust an enigmatic outsider." Dalek addressed Jean. "Then why would someone so strict and cautious as you be willing to trust her?" Jean retorted that I told you to refrain from calling me senpai. Dalek turned away. "Senpai?" Paimon looked at the two, perplexed. "Shh, Paimon," Ing cautioned. "Well then, let us make this rare collaboration a reality." After some contemplation, Dalek stated, In any case, I have a lead on the true whereabouts of the Sky Harp." "Has that woman dressed in purple already discovered who it is?" Ing inquired. "I believe it pertains to the Fatui, who have been causing havoc in Mondstadt," Dalek asserted. "Alas, that is correct," Jean replied resignedly. "Essentially, the conflict between the Knights and the Fatui, as well as between Mondstadt and Snezhnaya, mirrors the discord among the 7 nations and 7 archons. The Fatui, under the command of the god of ice, covet the divine power left by the Anemo god." Jean stated solemnly. Eve shifted her gaze to Vinny. "They seek not only the Anemo god's power, but also the Anemo god's gnosis. Indeed, the desire for the gnosis is not confined to the god of ice alone. So, they intend to slay Valent?" Ing asked. "Precisely. Should their attempt to openly kill the Anemo dragon be thwarted by the knights, then," Jean promptly replied, "thus the Sky Harp becomes the only means for them to acquire the Anemo god's power." Eve continued, this moment. The others no longer found it remarkable that Eve possessed such knowledge. They had grown accustomed to it. "Humph, there are plenty of isolated Fatui members in Mondstadt," Dalek suddenly remarked. "I have extracted information from their lips." "Oh, what information?" Vinny asked curiously. "The Fatui have not hidden the Sky Harp in their base at the Goth Grand Hotel," Dalek continued. Upon hearing this, Paimon suddenly grasped the implication. "Oh, I see now. Even they would not dare to be too brazen. After all, this is Mondstadt's territory. If things escalated too much, it could lead to a serious diplomatic crisis," Paimon added. Indeed, Jean nodded. "Therefore, there remains but one choice for the location of the Sky Harp," Eve stated. "That would be their outpost outside of Mondstadt." "Exactly," both Dalek and Jean affirmed simultaneously. "Then let us set forth under the cover of night." Vinny proposed. "I have no objections, but I wonder if you all are prepared?" Dialect inquired of the group, and "Oh problem." Paimon replied, Eve, ending both nodded in agreement. "I've already made arrangements on the knight's side. There should be no major issues," Jean stated. "Very well. Let us depart immediately," Dialect declared. The group promptly exited the tavern and set off swiftly towards the Fatui's outpost beyond Mondstadt. Chapter 33. The Fatui stronghold. "So, have you devised a strategy?" On the way, Dialect inquired, "I it to infiltrate under disguise. Or, of course, we shall charge in and reclaim it," Eve suddenly declared. For some reason, Eve seemed suddenly intrigued by such matters, perhaps due to the thrill. This. Ing looked helplessly at the boastful slime upon her shoulder. "Just as I had thought," Dialect replied nonchalantly. "What?" "Even Lord Dialect agrees," Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. "I concur as well," Jean added. "Even Jean." Paimon was taken aback. "Those Fatui have long been wreaking havoc in Mondstadt. I have longed to deal with them." Dialect clenched his fists. "However, when we force our way in, it is best to maintain some semblance of disguise. Otherwise, if we inadvertently allow a few to escape, it could be used against us," Jean cautioned. That is a valid point," Dialect nodded. "Let us all don these." Dialect produced several masks from seemingly nowhere. "Lord Dialect, what are these?" Paimon asked, bewildered. "Disguises for our infiltration." The crowd donned their masks, each affixing one to their face. "Why was I left out?" Eve noticed that she alone had not received a mask. Perhaps Eve does not need a mask after all," Jean remarked as she observed Eve's expression. Indeed, it suddenly dawned on Eve that she was currently a slime. After exiting the city, they made their way southward, heading directly towards the temporary stronghold of the Fatui. "Everyone, we have arrived," Jean announced, halting at the entrance of a cave. "Then let us charge in without hesitation," Dialect declared, conjuring the Favonius great sword in his hand. Prepare for battle." Jean drew the windborne blade from her waist. Indeed, Ether manifested the unforged in his grasp. Eve promptly leaped onto Ether's wrist, transforming into a bracelet. I'm so nervous. It's about to begin," Paimon exclaimed anxiously, in the dead of night. The defenses of the Fatui stronghold were already lax, and with the sudden assault from Mondstadt's top-tier fighters, they quickly fell into disarray. Bang, bang, explosions echoed throughout the stronghold, flames erupting as the wind spread the fire across the entire compound. "Where is the skyward harp?" Dialect demanded, seizing a Fatui soldier by the collar. "Who are you?" the soldier stammered, clearly frightened. "Let me tell you, the Fatui have an executive overseeing us. When a matron arrives, she will surely have you hung up to be beaten." Dialect seemed weary of his incessant prattling and retaliated with 2 swift punches. Hey, don't be violent. I'll tell you everything." The soldier's demeanor shifted immediately. "We have placed the skyward harp in that room over there, but we need a key," the soldier quickly revealed. "All right, you are of no further use." Dialect tossed the soldier aside. "What now?" "Dialect, should we search for the key?" Paimon asked, worry etched across her face. "And no need," Dialect replied as he entered the room. Inside, the skyward harp lay locked within an iron cage. "Just open it," he said, raising the Favonius greatsword with one hand. Judgment. The greatsword erupted with fierce flames. "Wait!" Wendy gasped at Dialect's actions. With a resounding clang, the cage opened. Wendy rushed over to examine the skyward harp. "Phew! Thankfully, it's only slightly scorched," she said, carefully wiping the instrument. "It appears to be mostly unharmed." Eve transformed back into a grass slime and hopped beside. I've got the angle under control," Dialect announced as he approached. "All right, skyward harp, we must take our leave," Jean stated as she sheathed the windborne blade. "But by the way, who is this matron they mentioned? Such a peculiar name." Paimon inquired, puzzled. "That is the 8th seat of the Fatui's 11 harbingers." "Codenamed the matron," Jean responded. "Indeed, the Fatui's ability to dominate the 7 nations and threaten the Knights of Favonius is entirely due to the presence of these 11 harbingers," Dialect added. "However, even if she were to arrive, there is no need for us to fear her," he continued. That moment, they had already exited the Fatui stronghold. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the compound. "Despicable, mysterious beings, the matron shall surely exact retribution upon you. Just as the poets of Mondstadt will pen your demise into nightmares that haunt children." The voice snarled, seemingly belonging to the soldier dialect, had tossed aside. Everyone turned their gaze toward Wendy. Wendy, you wouldn't... Eve looked at Wendy with disbelief. Hey, why are you all looking at me? I'm not going to sing such a tale, Wendy said, raising his hands in exasperation. The group then averted their eyes. Under the cover of night, they returned to the tavern. Wendy placed the skyward harp on the table. Dear friends, the pitiful author here humbly requests a 5-star review. It would be even better if there were some collections and free little gifts. Additionally, here's a little bonus. Chapter 34. A bold idea. Wendy leaned over the table, gazing blankly at the skyward harp. The rosewood adorned with flowing patterns and the cool star-steel strings evoked a sense of nostalgia. Wendy mused, so, can we use it to summon Valen now? Cheen inquired. Wendy's hand grazed the strings as he carefully sensed the instrument. I'm afraid not just yet, he replied, a hint of regret in his voice. Are you toying with us, Wendy? Paimon said, her tone filled with indignation. No, not at all. Wendy quickly waved his hands. While it is indeed the genuine treasure of the Anemo Archon, I'm afraid it's not ready yet. As you can see, after millennia, the power of the wind has long since waned. Moreover, the rosewood that forms the body of the harp has also suffered some degradation. Wendy lifted the skyward harp. In its current state, perhaps I could perform at Dialec's tavern. That might work. Wendy jested half-heartedly. What do you think, Master Dialec? Would you like to invite me to perform? Wendy looked toward Dialec. The tavern's performance slot is highly sought after, filled with a multitude of bards competing for it. So do not take it for granted, Dialec replied, arms crossed. Is that the main issue here? Eve interjected. So, you intend to steal the skyward harp and play for drunkards? Paimon quipped at Wendy. Hey. Wendy flashed a charming smile at Paimon. What does it even mean? Paimon exclaimed in shock. In any case, to communicate with Valen, we must address 2 pressing challenges, Wendy stated with a serious tone. The first is to replenish the wind elemental power within the strings of the skyward harp, and the second is to repair the body of the instrument. As for replenishing the elemental power. Could my vision suffice? Cheen queried. Not quite, Wendy refuted. What is lacking in the strings is the divine power of the Anemone. A mere mortal's elemental power cannot substitute it, he explained. Then what shall we do? Paimon asked. It's your time to shine. Aether. Wendy extended his hand toward Aether to me. I have no expertise with instruments. Aether responded, bewildered. Oh no, I meant for you to bring forth the purified tears of the dragon. Wendy clarified, tears of the dragon. Can they restore the Anemo power in the skyward harp? Paimon questioned, puzzled. Of course. Valen is a servant of the Anemo Archon, and his tears undoubtedly possess Anemo power, Wendy continued. Come on, drop the tears onto the strings of the skyward harp, Wendy instructed Aether. Aether retrieved the 2 previously purified tears from his backpack. This is the stone I saw in the office before? Cheen exclaimed, astonished at the now blue stone. But wasn't he at red before? Cheen asked. That's because our esteemed knight purified them. Wendy pointed at Aether. How fascinating. Cheen regarded Aether with newfound respect. Aether dripped the tears onto the strings, and instantly the color of the skyward harp became more vibrant. The harp seems to be rejuvenated, Cheen remarked as she gazed at the instrument. The leader is complimenting herself, Eve observed with a smile. Little Eve. I was referring to the skyward harp. Cheen responded, bemused. Quite impressive, but it still requires further nourishment. Wendy took the harp and sensed it carefully. Then we still need more tears, Dialec stated. Indeed, this means you must venture out once more. Wendy smiled at the group. Eve shot him an incredulous glance. Goodness, to fill the skyward harp, all you need to do is lift a finger, and yet you insist on making it so complicated. Eve thought to herself, so, you all do your best, and I shall provide you with delightful songs to send you off, Wendy said with a squint. Are you trying to slack off? Intending to do nothing but sing? Paimon immediately caught on. No. Playing the harp requires hands too, so it's not just about singing. Wendy retorted, how infuriating. I've decided to bestow upon you an unflattering nickname. Paimon, angered, stomped her feet. I've made up my mind. From now on, you'll be known as the street performer. Paimon crossed her arms, pouting. All right, Paimon, don't sulk. It would be more prudent for us to prioritize resolving the issue at hand. Interjected diplomatically. Hey, wait a moment. Speaking of those crimson teardrops, I happened to acquire a few in the black market, Dialek remarked after a moment of contemplation. Really? Paimon inquired, her eyes wide with excitement as everyone turned their gaze towards Dialek. Yes, I purchased them casually during my encounter with the Fatui, Dialek replied nonchalantly. Encounter? Paimon asked, puzzled. Ahem, this is a rather lengthy tale. Jean coughed softly. About 6 months ago, a treasure-hunting gang unearthed a precious item from the ruins of the East Wind Temple. Could it be the cup from which the Anemo Archon Barbados drinks? Eve jested. Ahem. When he cleared his throat a few times, no, although if such an item existed, it would indeed be tremendously valuable, Dialek continued. What might its worth be? Eve queried, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Approximately 1 million mora, I would surmise. Dialek contemplated. Yes, that's so. Eve's gaze towards Wendy grew peculiar. She was struck by a bold idea. Wait a moment. Such an item must have long since faded into the annals of time. Wendy exclaimed immediately. That is true, Dialek pondered. While such an item may exist, it is improbable that it has survived to this day. Now, let us return to our previous discussion. He redirected the conversation. The recently unearthed artifact is among the rarest relics one could ever hope to find. That treasure is a sealed vial containing a wisp of the Anemo Archon's essence. I had no idea such artifacts existed. Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, with such artistic allure, I would certainly wish to add it to my collection, Dialek elaborated. What was the outcome? Paimon inquired. Regrettably, after the news spread. The Fatui coveted its divine power and commenced competing against me. Those ruffians flooded the markets with numerous counterfeits, Dialek said disdainfully. And what did Lord Dialek do in response? Paimon pressed on. My approach was quite simple. I purchased everything, regardless of authenticity, and thus we have remained in a stalemate until now. Dialek replied indifferently. It seems as if you hold a grudge against the mora spent on all those fakes. Well, that truly is extravagance beyond reason. Eve thought in shock that, my goodness, the amount spent on counterfeits could have sustained me with wine for countless years. Wendy exclaimed. Astounded, I have encountered at least 2,000 bottles of fakes, and they have yet to find the real item. Wow. It sounds like both sides have gone quite mad, Paimon remarked in disbelief. However, if that is the case, is it still possible to acquire an authentic piece from the black market? Paimon began to scheme. And then, I shall, sell the genuine article to you at a friendship price, Paimon said slyly. All right, you may attempt it. I wouldn't refuse even if it's fake, Dialek replied without concern. Once you acquire it, come to my winery. Collect 20 bottles, and you can exchange them for a mug of beer, Dialek stated earnestly. Really? Wendy's eyes sparkled at Dialek's words. Indeed, Dialek nodded that moment. A daring thought crossed Wendy's mind. He could tell what Wendy was contemplating just by looking at him. Could the beer be exchanged for dandelion wine? Wendy asked cautiously. For dandelion wine, you need 100 bottles, Dialek replied after careful consideration. Wendy grinned foolishly. Eve could easily guess that this fellow would likely fill bottles with his divine power right away to trade for some drinks. Now, let us set that aside, that we must head to the Dawn Winery, where I have stored the teardrops I purchased, Dialek announced. Very well. The group nodded in agreement and set off towards the Dawn Winery. Chapter 35. Eve's role in restoring the sky harp under the cover of night. The group arrived at Dialek's Dawn Winery. Wow, such a grand estate. Is this all owned by Lord Dialek? Paimon gasped in amazement at the winery. There is nothing to be astonished at, Dialek replied coolly. Eve, recalling her previous passage through this place, remembered having swapped a bottle of dandelion wine. That very bottle now lay quietly in her storage space. As the deity of wisdom, Eve naturally possessed her own means of carrying items. This place is filled with exquisite wines. Wendy gazed longingly at the winery. Dialek entered the building, while the others waited outside. Shortly thereafter, he emerged holding 3 crimson teardrop crystals. Here you go, honor-bound knight of Mondstadt. Dialek entrusted the crystals to Ing. Ing nodded solemnly as she cradled the 3 teardrops in her palms. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived, Wendy said with a smile. Everyone held their breath, watching Ing intently. Suddenly, a mysterious light flickered, and the 3 teardrops began to rise, hovering in the eye in an instant. The crimson crystals transformed into a brilliant azure hue. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe. Jean remarked that Ying's identity was becoming increasingly enigmatic to her. Quite intriguing, akin to filtering wine. It invigorates the spirit. Dialect likened. Very well, with so many teardrop crystals that will suffice, Wendy declared. Next, as we did last time, let us drip them onto the sky harp. Leave it to me. Ying nodded. As the 3 teardrops touched the strings, they instantly melded into the instrument. The sky harp's luster grew even more vibrant, entirely different from its previous appearance. With this, the issue of insufficient wind elements is resolved. Now, the remaining concern lies with the body of the harp, Wendy remarked with a raised tone. However, I recall that the material for the harp's body is rosewood, which has become extinct in Mondstadt, Jean suddenly recalled. That is indeed a problem. Such wood is not even available in the black market. Dialect pondered. There is no need for concern, Wendy reassured. For we have Eve. When he turned to Eve with a peculiar smile. Eve looked perplexed. That moment. Everyone's gaze shifted to her. Little Eve? What could she possibly do? Jean regarded Eve with curiosity. Suddenly, Wendy lifted Eve from Ying's shoulder. Eve appeared bewildered. Ying, may I borrow Eve for a moment? Wendy said, stepping aside under the curious glances of the others. Hey, what are you up to? Wine-loving scoundrel, Eve asked Wendy. Shoo, keep your voice down. Wendy gestured for silence. Ahem, you should be able to repair the harp's body, right? It won't be an issue, will it? Wendy inquired earnestly. Eve contemplated for a moment. The deity of the earth. Wielding the power of nature, she could indeed cause the withered wood to regrow. With this method, Eve could certainly restore the sky harp. However, restoration is feasible, but Eve began to devise her own plan. But what? Wendy suddenly felt a twinge of unease. However, repairing the harp's body will require an immense amount of my divine power. In my current state of severely depleted divine energy, alas, I may be at a loss. Eve feigned regret as she spoke. But do not be swayed by Eve's words. In truth, the divine energy required to mend the instrument's body is but a trifle. Alas, enough. I understand, Wendy replied with a hint of resignation. There is no alternative, after all. She was currently in need of assistance. That I shall grant you divine energy. All right, then. Let us proceed with the restoration at once. Eve's enthusiasm surged instantly. She leapt and skipped back onto Ying's shoulder. Oh, this creature. Wendy observed Eve with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Ying, please retrieve the sky harp for me. Eve instructed from her perch. Very well. But are you truly capable of this, Eve? Ying expressed her doubts. No problem at all. I can make this wood grow anew to meet the standards necessary for the instrument's repair, Eve confidently continued. Yes, that's so, Eve. Paimon fluttered to Eve's side, her eyes wide with curiosity. Wow. Little Eve seems to possess quite an array of talents. The harp was incredulous as she gazed at Eve, who had already brought her many surprises. Oh, a grass slime possesses such skills. How rare indeed. Dialect remarked, skepticism flickering in his gaze. Eve, give it a try. Ying cupped the sky harp in her hands as Eve focused on the instrument. Her entire being radiated a verdant glow. In an instant, the green luminescence connected to the sky harp. Before the astonished eyes of the gathered onlookers, the rosewood that constituted the harp's body began to grow. Little by little, the wood neared completion. Sufficiently filling the instrument's frame, Eve ceased her efforts. Done, the restoration is complete. The green light faded, leaving the onlookers in awe as they beheld the sky harp. That IT truly worked, Dialect exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. And oh wonder she is Eve, the conductor of the orchestra marveled. At this point, she was unfazed by any further astonishing feats from Eve, for the mere fact that a slime could speak was already extraordinary. The flawless restoration was indeed commendable, as the crowd's attention shifted back to the sky harp. Eve hopped down from Ying's shoulder and approached Wendy. Let us fulfill our agreement. Eve's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Wendy. Of course, Wendy replied, and in a moment unnoticed by the others, she infused a substantial amount of wind elemental divine energy into Eve's being. Eve felt the potency of this divine energy coursing through her. She needed to refine this power immediately. Without hesitation, Eve leapt back into Ying's embrace, saying, "Ying, I overexerted myself while repairing the sky harp. I need to rest for a bit, Eve. Are you all right?" Ying's concern was palpable. "That I'm fine. Really. I just need a little sleep. Please protect me." Eve nuzzled against Ying's chest, playfully demanding comfort. "Rest assured, Eve, you simply need to recuperate," Ying affirmed with determination. Seeing the steadfastness in Ying's gaze, Eve felt at ease and drifted into slumber. Chapter 36. The Whispers of the Abyss. Wendy approached the group. "So, we can summon Turin now, correct?" the conductor inquired. "Indeed, it is time. The sky harp has been restored," Wendy replied with a smile. "But where shall we summon Turin?" The conductor posed another question. Ying and Paimon pondered. "Certainly not within Mondstadt. A failure here would bring irreparable losses." The conductor reflected. "And doing so at the winery would also—" She hesitated, casting a glance at Dialek. "Oh, the loss of the winery wouldn't be catastrophic, but it is best avoided," Dialek replied nonchalantly. "The sea breeze or wind from high places can carry a bard song far and wide." Wendy interjected, "If the air is dry, oppressive, and stifling, it would anger not only the bard but even the dragon." When he spread her arms wide, "I see. So sea breezes or wind from high altitudes are what we need." Paimon seemed to grasp the concept. Thus, the most suitable location would be— The conductor suddenly had a thought. "Starfall Valley." Dialek completed her sentence. "Precisely. It seems we are in sync," Wendy smiled. "That place is indeed perfect for my melodies." "Then let us not delay. We shall depart immediately," the conductor declared, her workaholic nature compelling her to complete tasks without delay. "Very well," Ying nodded. The group promptly set off towards Starfall Valley, with Ying cradling the sleeping Eve. After traversing a steep incline, they reached the summit of Starfall Valley. "This place boasts such breathtaking scenery," Paimon exclaimed, gazing around. "It suits the theme of a fateful reunion perfectly, does it not?" Wendy chuckled. "Now it is time to prepare. Regardless of the outcome, at least we have glimpsed a possibility," the conductor encouraged. The burden on Mondstadt had been immense during this period. Her thoughts grew heavy. Yet in the end, the resolution came through a bard, a slime, and an otherworldly traveler. The Knights of Favonius could be deemed to have contributed, albeit marginally, Dialek remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "All right, everyone, step back a bit to avoid any collateral damage," Wendy instructed the group. "The finest bard in this earthly realm is about to set his strings into motion." In that moment, Wendy's aura shifted dramatically, and no longer the carefree spirit. She now exuded a sense of gravity. Her slender fingers moved swiftly across the strings of her instrument, producing melodious notes that danced on the breeze. That moment, everyone present immersed themselves in the joy brought forth by the music. Suddenly, a tempest arose. The group immediately turned their gaze towards the edge of Starfall Valley. A colossal blue dragon surged upward from the depths below. "It is Turin." The conductor squinted, recognizing the creature. The whirlwind created by the dragon's wings caused the onlookers to stagger. Ying instinctively held Eve tighter. Turin hovered before Wendy, his wings stirring the this juncture. "There is nothing left to discuss," Turin declared, his voice laced with fury. "Yes, that's so. Am I mistaken?" "Your eyes betray a recollection of this melody," Wendy observed, locking her gaze with Turin's. Upon hearing Wendy's words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Turin's gaze. "They truly can communicate," the conductor murmured. "Come now, Turin, return to us." Wendy opened her arms, beckoning Turin. But suddenly, a powerful ice elemental attack hurtled toward Wendy. With a resounding crash, the attack struck the sky harp. "Curse it!" The expression on Wendy's face shifted instantly. The bard!" Paimon cried out in alarm. The group reacted swiftly, rushing toward Wendy. That moment, an abyss mage materialized from behind Turin. "Do not be deceived, poor dragon," the abyss mage whispered ominously into the dragon's ear. "They have long forsaken you. Look, they are here to deceive you once more." The abyss mage's voice echoed like a demonic whisper. Lingering in Turin's heart, Barbados, Turin's demeanor grew increasingly menacing. "Let your fury arise. Let your rage consume you," the abyss mage bellowed. "You are now an enemy of Mondstadt, with no turning back." Dear readers, today's triple update is presented in advance. Additionally, This marks the debut of this book, and I hope for your support. The humble author kneels in gratitude. Chapter 37. The Prince of the Abyss, are these people here to hunt me alongside you? Turin's roar resonated through the heavens. No, it is not as such. Turin, please let me explain that Wendy's tone was exceedingly urgent. This dragon should serve its true master. The Abyss Mage perched upon the dragon's back, laughing boisterously at Wendy's impotence. You may continue to linger here, lamenting your own inadequacy. Amidst the Abyss Mage's raucous laughter, Tulin took flight from this place. Tulin, as he watched Tulin gradually recede, Wendy displayed a look of despondency. Barbados, my Lord Wendy, please take care of yourself, Jean said cautiously, observing Wendy's demeanor. From Tulin's earlier utterance of Barbados, everyone had already discerned Wendy's identity. Though difficult to believe, there had been some speculation lingering in their minds. We didn't just now figure out my identity, did you, Jean? Wendy chuckled helplessly. We all had our suspicions, Dialek remarked, arms crossed. However, it truly is shocking. The bard, Paimon, finally processed the events that had just transpired. Ing nodded solemnly. Nevertheless, I am grateful that you all continue to refer to me by this name. When he sighed to by the way, how was the sky harp? Dialek inquired with concern. When he stepped forward to retrieve the sky harp that had been knocked aside moments earlier. Can it still be played? Or can it be repaired with dragon tears? If possible, it should still be available on the black market. Dialek spoke rapidly. Wendy examined the harp closely. It appears that it cannot be salvaged. Wendy lamented, It is no longer a matter of repairing it with dragon tears. The sky harp has sustained severe damage not only to its body, but also to several strings that repair the body. Our Eve is still in slumber, and as for the strings, it is even more impossible to restore them. Wendy expressed regretfully, Alas, is there truly no hope? Jean sighed, No, the sky harp has never been our trump card. Wendy collected the damaged sky harp. The methods of the god of freedom extend far beyond this. Could it be? Paimon looked at Wendy with anticipation. Indeed, our trump card is none other than Ing. Wendy asserted firmly, I knew it. Paimon responded, exasperated me. Ing pointed to herself in confusion. I it because I purified the dragon's tears. Of course, but there are additional reasons. The enigmatic behavior of Barbados. However, what we must do now is pinpoint the source of the pollution. Wendy continued, I will immediately send the reconnaissance knights to investigate. Jean stated promptly, no need. Dialek interrupted her. Not long ago, I personally slayed one of its kind within the ruins of the Anemo Archon's temple. Dialek declared. Ing, we also killed one previously, did we not? Paimon suddenly recalled something. Yes, Ing nodded in agreement. Thus, I subsequently deployed my intelligence network to investigate the Abyss Order. Given the passage of time, it should be nearly ready. Dialek calculated. For now, please return and await my news. I entrust this to you, Senior Dialek, Jean said. Looking at Dialek, I have already said, do not use that title. Dialek replied with resignation. Lord Dialek is also protecting Mondstadt in his own way. Paimon beamed with delight. Little Paimon's tone suddenly became affectionate. Wendy teased, the bard. Paimon stomped her small foot again. At the ruins of the Wind Dragon, the Abyss Mage who had incited Tulin appeared suddenly on a high cliff. Accompanying it were several of its comrades. Your Highness, your servant has once more brought you victory. The Ice Abyss Mage bowed deeply, speaking with utmost reverence. Before it stood a golden-haired youth clad in a midriff-bearing outfit. Gazing into the distance, the boy's features bore a striking resemblance to Ing. Kong heard the words of the Abyss Mage and turned around. When your kingdom returns to the mortal realm, we shall share in its glory. How? Is she? Kong inquired. Your Highness, her condition is currently stable. However, our plans have encountered a slight alteration. The Abyss Mage continued, that I understand, that will indeed pose a threat. Kong's expression grew somewhat grave. Then, Your Highness, should we awaken the lingering soul that slumbers beneath the ruins of the Wind Dragon, the Abyss Mage suggested. Do as you see fit. Kong scoffed coldly before vanishing, that we shall secure the final victory for your Highness. The Abyss Mage groaned. Back in Mondstadt, as dawn had yet to break, Ing and her companions casually settled into an inn. Paimon, when do you think Eve will awaken? Ing placed the still slumbering Eve onto the bed, speaking as she poked Eve's soft form with her finger. I don't know, but it's best for her to remain as she is now. Paimon, cradling the plump Eve, wore a blissful expression. Normally, she would never dare to do this. So soft, so comfortable. Paimon delightedly squeezed Eve and buried her face into Eve's body. Paimon, you shouldn't say that. Ing chided helplessly. Paimon kept her head nestled, emitting muffled sounds. However, if we're to consider when Eve might awaken. Paimon suddenly lifted her head, that I feel like the moment I speak ill of her, Eve wakes up immediately. Paimon recalled an unpleasant memory. Why don't you give it a try, Paimon? Ing suggested quietly. No, let's not. Paimon immediately waved her small hands in refusal. Ing chuckled softly at Paimon's antics. Chapter 38, The Temptation of Candied Hawthorn. Not long after, Ing and Paimon embraced Eve and drifted into slumber. After a night filled with many events, they were exceedingly weary. At an unknown hour, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Has an earthquake occurred? Paimon suddenly awoke in alarm. Paimon, what nonsense are you talking about? It's the sound of knocking. Ing sat up from the bed. Rubbing her eyes. Ing descended from the bed, stretching her limbs. Upon opening the door, a green figure came into view. Hello, how was your rest? Wendy smiled warmly. It's Wendy. Ing yawned. Ing Jean, the acting grandmaster, greeted from behind Wendy. The acting grandmaster has come as well. Paimon fluttered over. Has there been any progress? Ing asked seriously. Yes, Jean nodded. Dialek has tracked down the precise location of the Abyss Order. Where is it? Paimon inquired immediately. The Wind Dragon Ruins, Jean said with a serious expression. The Wind Dragon Ruins? Ing questioned, perplexed and short. Dialek has arranged for us to meet at the entrance of the Wind Dragon Ruins. Jean continued. That I understand. Ing nodded gravely. She knew that a fierce battle lay ahead. Paimon, we must depart. Ing gathered her belongings and spoke to Paimon. But, Ing, what about Eve? Aren't we bringing her along? Paimon asked in confusion. No, it is too dangerous this time. Eve has exhausted her strength, so it would be best for her to rest here. Ing looked at Eve with a face full of affection. Indeed. Paimon thought for a moment and agreed. On the way, Paimon suddenly posed a question to Winnie. By the way, Bard, since you are the Anemo Archon Barbados, why do you still rely on human power? Shouldn't a deity be able to resolve issues with a mere whoosh? Paimon inquired with a look of utter bewilderment. That moment, Jean and Lumen also perked up their ears, eager to discover the answer to this question. Well, how should I put it? Vinny scratched his head. What people refer to as the seven gods is fundamentally known as the seven rulers of the mundane. They govern seven distinct regions of the world, correct? Eve has mentioned this before. Paimon chimed in. Indeed. However, only by fulfilling divine duties can one amass divine power. I must confess, I have no inclination towards ruling. Moreover, I believe Mondstadt shares my sentiments. Hence, among the current seven gods, I am undoubtedly the weakest, Vinny remarked with a shrug, his tone laced with resignation. His seemingly sincere response would undoubtedly provoke a sharp retort from Eve, had she been present. Singing for a living, I see you prefer a carefree existence, uninterested in governance. Paimon shot him a sideways glance. In the inn's room, not long after Lumen and the others departed, Eve abruptly awoke. Eve let out a tremendous yawn, then surveyed her surroundings. Where are Lumen and the others? And how did I end up here? A flurry of questions filled Eve's mind. Yet with her sharp intellect, she quickly pieced together the situation. In a flash of green light, a white-haired lady donned in a flowing dress and adorned with a leafy crown materialized within the room. Eve had returned to her original form. It seems that Barbados has granted me quite a bit of divine power this time. It will suffice to maintain my human form for a while. Eve mused. Stretching her body, she realized that after remaining in her slime form for too long, she felt somewhat unaccustomed to her true physique. Oh no, it appears I've grown accustomed to that form. Eve pondered, resting her hand on her chin. She needed to swiftly adapt to her current body. All right, let us go for a stroll. Having made her decision, Eve delicately opened the door and stepped outside on the streets of Mondstadt. Countless gazes were drawn to Eve. They paused in their activities, captivated by her presence. She was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a goddess. Eve, however, remained indifferent to the attention, her thoughts elsewhere. I simply need to patiently await the unfolding of events here. Once Veni is stripped of the gnosis by the lady, I can swoop in and seize it effortlessly, Eve contemplated with delight. Yet, such a seemingly simple plan only served to heighten her unease. Never mind, since there's little to do now, I shall visit the storm terror's lair, Eve resolved. Just as she was about to make her way to the lair, a nearby stall caught her. Oh, candied hawthorn, Eve exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the vibrant red treats. Hey, beautiful, you've finally arrived. These are the latest snacks from Luo, absolutely delicious. Care for a skewer? The vendor enthusiastically promoted. Only 500 mora per skewered. Yes, that's so. Eve's curiosity was piqued by the vendor's description. However, regrettably, she had no mora. It seems I don't have any mora, Eve admitted sheepishly. I see. The vendor pondered for a moment, then appeared to come to a decision. Ahem, beautiful, here, take this. The vendor placed a skewer of candied hawthorn in Eve's hand. But it's all right. I'm running a promotion today. Candied hawthorn is free, the vendor assured, thumping his chest. Really? Thank you so much. Eve beamed at the vendor, her smile sweet and radiant. In that instant, the vendor felt as though his heart might melt. What? Candied hawthorn is free? Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd. Really? Is that true? Free? In an instant, a throng of people rushed towards the candied hawthorn stall. The vendor, taken aback, was quickly enveloped by the crowd. Meanwhile, Eve, savoring her candied hawthorn, strolled out of Mondstadt, heading toward the storm terror's lair. Chapter 39. The rampaging wind dragon. Eve arrived at the nearest high cliff overlooking the storm terror's lair, still holding the uneaten candied hawthorn in her hand. As she gazed upon the ruins, her thoughts drifted to a certain individual, someone whose temperament stood in stark contrast to Barbados. How nostalgic! I wonder if you have found peace by now, Eve mused, her thoughts wandering. Now, we will descend onto that platform, Vinny shouted amidst the howling winds. The gusts carried Lumen and the others to a platform resembling a stone town. Aim for the other poisonous spike on Benevolent, Venti urged. Understood. The group watched the colossal wind dragon with grave expressions. Benevolent relentlessly unleashed attacks upon them, yet they deftly evaded the wind spheres he launched. Meanwhile, Dialek and the others struck accurately at the poisonous spike behind Benevolent. We're almost there, Vinny stated resolutely, focusing on Benevolent. The poisonous spike was on the verge of being eliminated. However, at that moment, three figures suddenly appear behind Benevolent. It's the Abyss Mages, Paimon exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting them immediately. Ha ha ha! We won't let you succeed so easily. The Abyss Mages cackled in unison, waving their staffs. Dark incantations spilled from their lips, and suddenly, a surge of black energy erupted, enveloping Benevolent entirely. Roar! Benevolent's cries grew more ferocious. Benevolent, Vinny looked at him, his gaze filled with sorrow. Ha! The Abyss is invincible. Surrender to the Abyss. One of the Abyss Mages laughed triumphantly. In an instant, a colossal firebird composed of elemental flames charged towards the Abyss Mages. Clang at that moment, flames still blazed upon Dialek's greatsword. What? The Abyss Mage, taken aback by the rapidly approaching firebird, found itself momentarily stunned. Only when the searing heat inflicted pain did it react, hastily teleporting away. Despicable Mondstadt folk! All three Abyss Mages bore various degrees of burns. If we're talking about despicable, it is certainly you, Dialek retorted. As the black energy dissipated, Benevolent's form emerged from within. His eyes had turned pitch black. No, Benevolent, Vinny gazed at him in despair. Yet, all he received in response was Benevolent's furious roar. Everyone prepare for battle. The situation is dire. Jean steadied her windborne blade, ready for combat. What shall we do now? Lumen asked Venti anxiously. Benevolent has been completely consumed by the abyss. The only way to awaken him is... Only what? Lumen pressed, her anxiety palpable. Only the sky harp. Vinny replied, his voice tinged with despair. He suddenly realized the predicament he was in. Although Barbados possessed the power to instantly suppress Benevolent, the chances of awakening him again were nearly non-existent. But the sky harp was destroyed, wasn't it? Jean struggled to keep herself steady. Isn't there any other way? Dialek's expression darkened. If only she were here. Vinny suddenly recalled that familiar green figure. Benevolent, in a frenzy, summoned a storm that battered the stone platform, leaving it riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse. No, there's no time. Vinny's mind was now in a haze. Wait, Lumen, perhaps you can help. Vinny looked at Lumen, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Me. Ing clenched her fists tightly. Indeed, perhaps with your strength, we can awaken Benevolent once more. Wendy declared resolutely. What must I do? Ing steadied her body. I will use a Nemo to carry you to Benevolent, and then you shall. With a resounding crash, one of the stone pillars supporting the platform collapsed. The platform became increasingly unstable. There is no time left, Wendy exclaimed, waving her hand as a massive gust of wind materialized, lifting Ing high into the skies. Activate the wind wings and soar towards Benevolent. The millennia-old Nemo will assist you, Wendy's voice echoed in Ying's ears. With a determined nod, Ing resolutely flew towards Benevolent. Roar! Benevolent bellowed frantically, seemingly pushed to the brink of agony as a tempest swirled around him, as if it were tearing him apart. Ing braved the storm and leapt onto Benevolent's back. Ing, head towards the wound where we extracted the poisonous spike and channel your strength into it, Wendy instructed once more. Ing obeyed Wendy's command, painstakingly crawling towards the site of Benevolent's injury. This is far too dangerous. On the platform, Paimon anxiously watched Ing. Trust in Mondstadt's noble knight, Wendy asserted with conviction. Outside the ruins of the Wind Dragon. What is happening? The unfolding events seem markedly different from what I recall, Eve observed from a distance. After the poisonous spike was removed, Benevolent not only failed to regain his sanity, but he has also become enraged. No, it is not merely different. It is vastly so. Could it be a butterfly effect? Eve pondered. Yet she felt somewhat reassured, for Barbados was still present. Surely, there would be no trouble. Wait? What are you doing, wine merchant? Eve watched in disbelief as Wendy sent Ing towards Benevolent. Goodness, are you trying to jeopardize my livelihood? In an instant, Eve's apprehension transformed into profound concern. This certainly does not appear to be a secure undertaking. Barbados, focus on something productive. Eve promptly set off towards the ruins of the Wind Dragon. If anything were to happen to Ing, not only would her divine heart be at stake, but her future source of income would vanish as well. The thought ignited a fierce anger within her. Barbados, if anything happens to Ing, I will take your gig as a bard. After all, Eve is quite adept in the realm of music, back in the day during the Flower God Festival. It was the Flower God who danced, the Crimson King who accompanied, and the Tree King who sang. But the crux of the matter lies not there. It is that her means of sustenance now seemed perilously close to oblivion. Eve summoned her divine power, soaring into the heavens, hastening forward. Ding! Today's update has arrived. Chapter 40. The Goddess in the Storm, Chapter 41. The solitary monarch, upon witnessing Benevolent's escalating fury, Eve plunged resolutely into the storm. She could not afford to delay for even a moment, for every second increased the danger to Ing. Entering the tempest, Eve found herself atop a precipice. It appeared to have been formed from the ruins shattered by Benevolent's rampage. It is the power of the abyss, Eve discerned with keen perception, and oh wonder the wine merchant is at a loss. Eve comprehended the entirety of the situation. Benevolent had succumbed to the abyss's corruption to an alarming extent, one that had led him to lose his very sense of self. Such a degree of corruption, it could not be remedied by simple means. If Winnie had previously held a chance of resolution with the Sky Harp, now that Barbados had rendered it inoperative, he had no recourse left. Thus, Barbados had staked everything on using Ying's power to purify Benevolent, not a commendable idea, yet grossly underestimated the peril involved. Anger surged within Eve. Had she not arrived, who could fathom how the situation might have spiraled? In the current predicament, she alone possessed the capability to resolve the issue. Eve immediately summoned her powers, emitting a radiant green light from her being. Moments later, the green glow seemed to find a direction, converging upon her delicate, fair hands. As the myriad points of light coalesced, they gradually took form. A flute, exuding a pure aura, materialized in Eve's grasp. One of Eve's prized possessions. The forest flute. Taking a deep breath, Eve placed the flute to her lips. In an instant, a melodious tune resonated through the skies as Eve's silvery hair danced wildly in the wind. The music seemed to possess an enchanting quality, captivating all who heard it. The sound of the flute was profoundly soothing. Upon hearing the melody, Paimon relaxed visibly. It felt as though the very soul was being cleansed. The harp, too, became immersed in the enchanting notes. It was a piece unlike any ever heard before. Dialek listened intently. Just as Devlin was gathering his breath in a fit of despair, Inget closed her eyes in hopelessness. Yet upon hearing the flute, Devlin seemed to still. Ing cautiously opened her eyes, peering towards Devlin's direction. Devlin remained with his mouth agape, but the gathering of breath had ceased, and the wind energy that had swirled within him dissipated. The dark mist enveloping Devlin began to wane, and a solitary tear fell from his once obsidian eyes. Countless green glimmers gravitated toward Devlin, gradually merging with his being. This flute sound? Ing sought the source of the melody. Amidst the lingering storm, she beheld the flutist, in the scattered green luminescence. A white figure danced elegantly with the wind. Though the face was obscured, the mere sight was breathtaking, akin to a flower blooming amidst a tempest. Devlin uttered with great effort, and at that moment the storm had ceased. Windy, witnessing Devlin's return to calmness, glided gracefully to his side. Devlin, I am deeply sorry. Barbados, what has happened to me? The flute's melody lingered, and the darkness within Devlin's eyes had completely vanished. I feel as though I have committed a grievous act, as though I have destroyed something I have long protected. This moment, Devlin had regained his senses that I seemed to. It is all right now. It is all right, Devlin. You merely experienced a long, long dream. Wendy comforted, embracing Devlin tenderly, a dream that is etched deep within the heart. Wendy leaned against Devlin's form, gently soothing him. Observing this tender scene, the tension in everyone's hearts melted away. How infuriating! How could this be? From a distance, the Abyss Mage watched as the storm subsided and Devlin regained his clarity, gritting his teeth in fury. Your plans have crumbled, Dialek's authoritative voice rang out. Ha ha ha! Do you truly believe that the Abyss possesses only these limited means? The Abyss Mage regarded Dialek with disdainful laughter. The Great Abyss undoubtedly has further schemes in store. The leading Abyss Mage boasted arrogantly. 3 Abyss Mages promptly produced their wands, leaping into the air to perform a peculiar dance while chanting incantations, seemingly casting some sort of spell. This is bad. We must stop them, Jean exclaimed anxiously. Judgment. Within the wind, Dialek unleashed his elemental power. A massive firebird surged forth towards the Abyss Mages. Yet the Abyss Mages continued their dance, seemingly unfazed by Dialek's onslaught. Boom! Flames erupted, and the deafening sound of an explosion rang out. 2 Abyss Mages plummeted into the ruins below, in the air. Only 1 Abyss Mage remained, clinging to life. Your plans end here, Dialek declared sternly, ha ha ha. Suddenly, the Abyss Mage burst into laughter. This perplexed everyone. What are you laughing at? Dialek felt a surge of anger. You cannot possibly believe that you have thwarted our ritual, the Abyss Mage darkly proclaimed. What do you mean? Dialek inquired with caution. Our ritual has already been completed. The final step of the ceremony is the sacrifice of our lives. The Abyss Mage's face twisted into a sinister grin. What? Both Dialek and Jean were taken aback. Before their eyes, the Abyss Mage plummeted swiftly from the heavens, crashing directly into the unfathomable ruins below. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the winds surrounding the ruins were thrown into chaos, becoming ferocious. Even the wind currents conjured by Veni were disrupted. This is bad. The wind currents have vanished. With the disappearance of the winds, Jean and the others began to descend rapidly. Due to the storm, the wings of wind could not be activated. Tartaglia, leave it to me. Tartaglia once again unfurled his 6 colossal wings, instantly catching everyone who was falling onto his back. After a considerable time, the group finally regained their composure from the shock. Phew, that was terrifying. Paimon returned to Ether's side. Paimon, I'm relieved you're safe. Ether lay on Tartaglia's back, her severe injuries rendering her nearly immobile. As she spoke, her voice trailed off. Ether. Paimon anxiously shook her. She's fine, just unconscious, Dialek reassured. Lord Veni, what on earth has transpired? Jean approached Veni, seeking answers that It is him. Vinny's gaze remained fixed on the trembling ruins below. He is about to awaken. Who? Jean asked, perplexed. That solitary king. Vinny's expression grew complex as he gazed at the quaking ruins. Decarabian. On the cliff, Eve observed the stirring ruins of the wind dragon, her expression intricate. Chapter 42. The soul deeply in love with Mondstadt outside the ruins of the wind dragon. Your Highness, it appears they have awakened him. A figure clad in dark blue attire knelt before the empty space. That tyrant of Mondstadt. This individual was an abyss apostle, holding a rank higher than the abyss mage. That only signifies their failure, the empty figure remarked impassively. Your Highness, allow me to guide the abyss. The abyss apostle implored, It matters not. Go ahead, but be cautious not to harm her. The empty figure's gaze remained fixated on a certain individual within the ruins. Yes, Your Highness, this time the tyrant returns to Mondstadt in fury. He will surely annihilate the entire city of freedom. The abyss apostle spoke reverently. I care not for such matters. Focus on what must be done. The empty figure replied coolly. The high tower's solitary king. Decarabian. Eve stood upon the cliff, sensing his presence 3,000 years prior, before the onset of the Archon War. A banquet hosted by Morix in Liua had invited Eve, Decarabian, and several other friendly deities of Liua. That was Eve's first and last meeting with Decarabian. The man, adorned in flowing silks, with hair cascading over his shoulders, exuded elegance. Merely sitting there, his aura was immensely powerful. Among all, Eve was the first to notice him. Upon realizing the Abyss's plan, Eve smiled softly. This solitary king was indeed formidable, strong enough to rival Morix. Even his remnants a millennium later were extraordinary. However, if this is your scheme, then you have already lost. Decarabian? Jean exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that the tyrant you overthrew when liberating Mondstadt? Jean anxiously asked Vinny. Indeed. Suddenly, a foreign voice interjected. Out of nowhere, the Abyss Apostle appeared before them. This is the former king of Mondstadt. The tyrant who once imprisoned the people of Mondstadt with a wind wall? Who are you? Jean demanded warily. Me. I am the envoy of the Abyss, the executor of its will. The Abyss Apostle introduced himself. So what do you think now that you are about to meet the former king? Are you feeling any trepidation? The Abyss Apostle boasted. What of the tyrant? What of Decarabian? The new Mondstadt will not repeat the mistakes of the old. Jean stood tall, speaking with conviction. As expected of Mondstadt's acting grandmaster, you truly possess a strong resolve. The Abyss Apostle continued. Meanwhile, Barbados remained lost in thought. Recalling the war for freedom, he fought alongside his closest friend. It seems our Lord Barbados has been rendered speechless by fear. The Abyss Apostle mocked, observing Barbados frozen in place. What? Reminiscing about the struggles from millennium ago. At that moment, the tremors from the ruins intensified, and the winds grew increasingly chaotic. Damn it. Feeling the upheaval, Jean glared at the Abyss Apostle. Come forth, tyrant of old Mondstadt, the high tower's solitary king, the great dragon of tempests, Decarabian. Follow the Abyss's guidance. The Abyss Apostle bellowed. In an instant, a powerful wind surged from the ruins below, sending fragments of the ruins flying into the AI. It seems our journey has become increasingly absurd. I never imagined we would encounter the former king of Mondstadt. Dialek approached Jean, wielding the sword of the west wind. Just as Dialek began to speak, the storm constricted, coalescing into a human form within the eye of the storm. Here he comes, Decarabian. Jean fixed her gaze upon the figure amidst the tempest. The handsome man with flowing hair opened his eyes, and upon his arrival, he emanated an overwhelming presence. However, his form appeared somewhat translucent. What is this? He looked down at his hands. Great High Tower's solitary king. It is I who awakened you, the Abyss Apostle quickly interjected. What is the current time? Decarabian asked coldly. It has been 2,600 years since your death, the Abyss Apostle replied. That's so. Has so much time truly passed? Decarabian remarked indifferently. Solitary king, it is the Abyss that has roused you anew. Look yonder, that city is Mondstadt, the very place that overthrew and killed you. The Abyss Apostle pointed towards Mondstadt, situated in the center of Windrise Lake. Decarabian's gaze followed the Abyss Apostle's direction. He beheld the thriving city of Mondstadt. A faint smile emerged on Decarabian's previously untroubled visage. Yet the Abyss Apostle failed to notice it so. Enraged tyrant, heed the Abyss's guidance and obliterate the city that once cast you down. The Abyss Apostle proclaimed loudly. Lord Barbados, what shall we do now? Jean asked anxiously. Despite being the Grandmaster of the Knights, her legs trembled before such a scene. After all, this was the tyrant of Mondstadt. A formidable adversary indeed. It seems our opponent this time is this very tyrant. It will be a fierce battle. Dialek raised the sword of the west wind, finding the situation somewhat amusing. What to do? What to do? If this continues, won't Mondstadt be destroyed? Paimon exclaimed in panic. Why must we fight? At that moment, Vinny's voice suddenly echoed. What do you mean by that? Sheen found herself somewhat perplexed by Vinny's words. We need not engage in battle. As Vinny spoke, Decarabian cast a frigid glare at the abyssal apostle before him. The gaze seemed to slice through the air like 1,000 winds that he raised his hand, and a fierce tempest immediately ensnared the abyssal apostle. What do you mean by this? The abyssal apostle was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Why would I seek to destroy Mondstadt? A place I have always cherished. Decarabian's voice was laced with profound fury. I could see that moment. Venti continued, for the lonely king of the tower has never been a tyrant. He is, in truth, a noble and solitary monarch. A piercing sound akin to the tearing of the storm echoed, accompanied by the anguished cries of the abyssal apostle. Please show your support with a triple click. Chapter 43. The Struggle for Freedom. The tyrant of lovers 3,000 years ago, the continent of Teyvat was engulfed in the era of the Archon War. During this time, Mondstadt remained shrouded in a bitter, icy age, after enduring the brutal clashes of the Archons. Only two remained in the region of Mondstadt. One was Decarabian, the god of winds, while the other was Andreas, the wolf of the north, the very cause of the perpetual snowstorms plaguing Mondstadt. Both Archons stood atop the pinnacle of Teyvat, their every action capable of influencing the natural world. In a bid to claim the last seat of the Anemo Archon, Andreas unleashed a tempest of snow and ice, mercilessly ravaging the lives of those dwelling there. Unable to bear the suffering of his people, Decarabian erected towering walls of wind to shield them from the relentless blizzards outside. Within the walls of wind, the climate was temperate, allowing the inhabitants to thrive. While beyond those walls, the snowstorms raged, leaving the people to perish in the cold. Thus, the world within the wind walls was Mondstadt, while the world beyond was the frigid north for nearly 4 centuries. This solitary monarch maintained the wind walls that enveloped all of Mondstadt without fail. However, after 400 years, the citizens began to perceive the wind walls as a constraint upon their freedom. Viewing the lonely king as an oppressor, the Gunhilder family, one of the 3 prominent families of Mondstadt, was the first to turn against their homeland, leading their kin in an exodus beyond the walls. Yet the biting cold and fierce winds rendered their eyes unable to open, just as despair threatened to engulf them. Hope emerged. The youngest daughter of the Gunhilder family, through her fervent prayers, summoned forth a breeze of change and hope. The wind gradually transformed into a wind spirit, appearing before the Gunhilders. The wind spirit answered their desperate call, using the power of faith to construct a temporary refuge for them, having narrowly escaped disaster. The Gunhilders regarded the wind spirit with rekindled hope. They led the wind spirit back into Mondstadt. Thereafter, the war for freedom erupted. The wind spirit encountered a friend of utmost significance in its life, a bard who taught it to sing, to play music, and to appreciate poetry. As the struggle for freedom commenced, the bard and the wind spirit surged into the tower alongside the rebels. To their astonishment, they found the so-called Lonely King, Decarabian, sitting alone atop the colossal tower, without a single servant in sight. The rebels ascended freely to the pinnacle of the tower, confronting the tyrant. The Lonely King sat upon the highest throne, silently observing the group of former subjects who had become rebels. A look of regret flickered in his eyes. From the heights, he could perceive the fervent struggle for freedom blazing within every inch of the land encircled by the wind walls. It seemed the Lonely King began to grasp the enormity of his error. The leader of the rebels was passionately recounting the shackles they had endured, The lonely king listened in silence. Rising from his throne, he locked eyes with the rebels below. "I understand now," Decarabian said, his expression devoid of emotion. The rebels were bewildered by the lonely king's demeanor. Decarabian raised his hand, and with a swift motion, summoned forth an endless storm. This powerful tempest engulfed all the rebels. "And now? Will you still resist? Will you continue to pursue freedom?" Decarabian calmly inquired of the rebels. "I shall grant you one final chance. Surrender now, or face the wrath of the storm." The lonely king spoke with fierce words. Yet his expression bore no malice, his gaze revealing an inscrutable emotion. The rebels fell into silence, some wavering in resolve. In the final moment, the bard bravely stepped forward, and so did the wind spirit. They inspired the others with verses, reigniting their faith in freedom. The conviction of the people surged anew that we fight for freedom. If even freedom is oppressed, we shall resist to the end. Freedom is the highest belief. Our freedom is unyielding. They raised the banner of rebellion, their spirits soaring, unafraid of oppression. Decarabian's surprise, a hint of a smile, graced his face instead of the expected fury in the swirling winds. His hair danced wildly. "So, this is it. I see your conviction." Decarabian exhaled deeply. In truth, he had long understood that the moment his people raised the banner of defiance, he had already lost, completely and utterly. His final display of ferocity was merely a test of their resolve. The lonely king lifted his hand, intensifying the storm, yet it caused no harm to his subjects. The tempest was gentle within the storm. The wind spirit was drawn toward the lonely king. "Speak your name, wind spirit." The lonely king gazed at the spirit before him, as if recalling something that was on a night of fierce winds and snow when a lost wind spirit found itself in peril amidst the tempest. In that moment, amidst the pale snowstorm, a flash of green appeared. A hunter had come to its rescue. Was he who saved the wind spirit from the brink of destruction. From that moment on, the wind spirit followed the hunter, hunting, living, and evading danger together. The wind spirit once asked the hunter why he donned green amidst the stark whiteness of the storm, suggesting that white would be more advantageous for hunting. The hunter, gazing up at the starry sky, replied, "I wish for Mondstadt to be free of the pallid snow, replaced instead by vibrant greenery." Together, they triumphed over the so-called archons, and the wind spirit ascended to become a new archon, while the green-clad hunter lay forever asleep in the icy white. Their pact remained unfulfilled, forever beyond reach. From that point onward, the solitary monarch poured all his strength into creating the ideal Mondstadt he envisioned, watching over this vibrant land and safeguarding its citizens that a tyrant can be a lover. Yet, it seemed the wind spirit had erred. This time, the wind spirit felt a resonance with its former self. A single tear rolled down the handsome visage of Decarabian. "Vinny," the wind spirit replied with unwavering resolve. "Excellent, Vinny. Henceforth, I bestow upon you the authority of the Archon. I hope you shall establish a Mondstadt that truly reflects the desires of its people. It seems I have been mistaken all along. I hope you will not repeat our errors." Under the astonished gaze of the wind spirit, this noble monarch transferred all of his power to her. "From this moment forth, you shall be the new Archon of Mondstadt, the god of winds, Barbados. Moreover, go forth and sing my name as the tyrant. This is my final contribution to the rebirth of Mondstadt." At long last, the tyrant closed his eyes and slowly succumbed to the tempest. The wind gently cradled this sovereign of the gales. He lay in the embrace of the wind, departing into its depths. "Hunter, it seems I have truly erred. The wind appears to have twisted that I failed to fulfill our agreement, not even the final promise. Yet fortunately, there remains a chance a successor has been found. I have seen it. Within his eyes burns the essence of what I once possessed. And now I can finally rest. It seems we shall meet again. I wonder if you have prepared for me the roasted fowl amidst the blizzard, as you always do." Thus, the curtain fell on the tyrant, ushering in a free Mondstadt for posterity. Chapter 44. Fly me to the heights. After that battle, the lonely king of the tower met his end, becoming a tier of the era. A new deity descended upon Mondstadt. The Anemo Archon, known as Barbados, one of Tevat's most formidable archons. The lonely king's demise left behind remnants of his power, potent enough to ripple across the entirety of Mondstadt. Yet, these remnants did not surge forth. Instead, they dissipated with the wind. Only the force unleashed by Barbados, as the new god, shattered the pinnacle of the tower, the Archon of Lovers, until his last breath harbored no intentions of harming his people. Barbados sat in stunned silence at the spot where the body of Decarabian disintegrated. He could not fathom why the lonely king had chosen such a path. He possessed the power to suppress all. Yet he relinquished all hope to a frail, unseen wind spirit. Lonely king, I shall inherit your will, Barbados resolved to that moment. The rebels, having retreated from the tower's ruins, encountered the fervent followers of Decarabian outside. They had learned of the lonely king's fall and blamed the rebels for it. War was imminent, as the followers cried out in anguish, "Return our god." The rebels retorted, "The tyrant is dead. The war for freedom has triumphed. Do not cling to delusions." The scale of the conflict was vast, yet Barbados could not partake. He had assumed the mantle of the god of all Mondstadt, with more pressing matters at hand. For the wind barrier had vanished. After 400 years, the wind barrier, no longer sustained by Decarabian, had dissipated. An unending storm surged into the warmth of Mondstadt. The howl of the northwind wolf echoed through the snow, heralding its arrival as Mondstadt's new god. Barbados resolutely charged forth to confront the biting winds and the Wolf King. The land that the lonely king had safeguarded for over 4 centuries could not falter in his grasp. On this day, 2 archons at the pinnacle of Teyvat clashed violently, causing the very heavens to tremble. The outcome of this battle remains unknown. All we know is that the Wolf King capitulated. He agreed to relinquish the dominion of the storm, bringing an end to the snowfall that had persisted for over 4 centuries. Subsequently, the Northwind Wolf departed from Mondstadt, embarking on a journey with one of his companions. Henceforth, Mondstadt recognized but one deity, the Anemo Archon, Barbados. Barbados dispelled the snowstorm with warm winds, sculpted the mountains with fierce gales, altering the very landscape of Mondstadt. Upon his return to the land beneath the tower, a dire tidings awaited him. The poet had perished in the conflict with the followers. When Vinny arrived, he found the poet pierced by arrows, teetering on the brink of death. Barbados approached him, cradling him gently. The poet gazed up at Barbados, tears pooling at the corners of his eyes. "Vinny, I have yet to behold the azure sky, nor the birds soaring freely." Oh, birds, the poet's gaze lingered on the sky, still shrouded in gray. "Vinny, fly me to the heights, let me witness this world." With that, the poet slowly closed his eyes, his outstretched hand falling limp. In that moment, the deity wept. "Why must I destroy the Mondstadt I have always cherished?" Decarabian's voice reverberated through the storm, laced with profound fury, and I felt myself entirely ensnared by the wind. The abyssal apostles were utterly panicked. Cherished Mondstadt, should not the tyrant's tale be one of ruin? Before the abyssal apostles could utter another word, the tempest tore them apart down on the back of Valen. The onlookers beheld the abyssal apostle being shredded by the wind. In that instant, they felt the might of the lonely king. Even in his fragmented soul, such power could be unleashed as the abyssal apostle was whisked away by the wind. Decarabian's gaze fell upon Vinny and the others. He is staring at us," Paimon gasped. Hiding behind Jean, "Lord Vinny, is he truly not the tyrant?" Jean questioned, disbelief in her voice. "Of course not," Vinny replied with a smile. Just then, Decarabian approached them, having sensed Barbados' presence. "Once more my successor," he declared, alighting before Vinny. "Indeed, it has been a while, lonely king," Vinny said, momentarily serious. "It appears that entrusting Mondstadt to you was indeed the right choice." The lonely king gazed into the distance at Mondstadt, observing its thriving splendor. Filled with contentment, that moment, the lonely king's tone softened, abandoning formalities. "No, it is not my merit, but that of the people of Mondstadt," Vinty corrected. "Regardless, my decision was not erroneous," Decarabian proclaimed with pride. By the way, who are these?" Decarabian inquired, glancing at Vinny's companions. They're the citizens of Mondstadt," Vinny replied. "Citizens indeed." A smile blossomed on the lonely king's previously placid face, a smile never before seen by Barbados. The tempest that had raged around them suddenly stilled. "Oh, by the way, let me whisper something to you. They are the hidden guardians of Mondstadt." Vinny resumed his playful demeanor. Decarabian's gaze softened as he regarded Jean, Dialek, and the others, his demeanor becoming notably gentler, even revealing a hint of satisfaction. "May the storm protect you. May the fierce winds bless you. May the whirlwinds guard you. Citizens of Mondstadt." Decarabian's previously indifferent tone now carried a note of tenderness. "This is your reward." With that, 3 orbs of energy surged from the Lonely King's hands, merging in Lumen, Dialek, and Jean. "What is this?" Jean mused, feeling the extraordinary sensation within her. It was as though boundless strength coursed through her, rendering her more formidable. Dialek experienced the same transformation, while Lumen remained unconscious, yet her life was not in jeopardy. "This is what you have earned," Decarabian stated with a touch of arrogance, "that you am." "Thank you, Lonely King." Jean stammered, unsure of how to express herself. Not force yourself. "I am aware of my reputation within Mondstadt," Decarabian replied casually. A millennium hence. Mondstadt." Decarabian gazed once more towards the distant city, longing to behold it forevermore. Chapter 45. If given the chance, the Lonely King reflected, and all remained silent. Knowing that he was about to fade, he yearned for one last glimpse of the flourishing Mondstadt. Yet he was but a wisp of a lingering soul, his form now growing ever more translucent. "Wait, what is this aura?" Suddenly, Decarabian sensed something and immediately turned his gaze in another direction. In the distance, Eve, who was toying with a flute on the cliff, suddenly felt a penetrating gaze intensely fixated upon her, prompting her to look up. There, she found Decarabian's eyes locked on her. Eve awkwardly smiled and waved her hand. "It seems that today, in Mondstadt, there are guests arriving," Decarabian murmured softly to himself. In an instant, the storm surged, and everyone instinctively shielded themselves from the sudden tempest. "What does the Lonely King intend to do?" Paimon clutched Jean's hair to avoid being swept away. "It's a secret." Wendy smiled at Paimon. Moments later, Decarabian stood before Eve. He raised his hand, using the storm to obscure the view of the crowd. "It has been a long time." "Eve," the Lonely King spoke first. "Indeed, we haven't seen each other since that banquet, have we?" Eve responded, "It seems that after a millennium, both you and I have changed. Your aura is not only vastly different from when I first met you 1,000 years ago, but there is also a peculiar sensation about it." Eve attempted to explain, but the words caught in her throat, refusing to emerge. Could it be akin to the wear that Morik spoke of? "Have you, too, been worn down over this millennium?" Decarabian pondered. Yet he quickly dismissed this thought. No amount of wear could reach such an extent. "Speaking of which, it appears that you are indeed one of the 7 victors of that war." Decarabian remarked with self-mockery that no, there were no victors in the Archon War. "In truth, there are no victors in any war," Eve candidly replied. "War is accompanied by blood and tears, the loss of life, and the emergence of despair. Regardless, you are still a victor, one who has emerged from that brutal contest." Decarabian continued. "You possess the right to evaluate this war. While I do not, I am merely a loser of the Archon War." He added, "Alas," Eve sighed. "However, it seems you are currently facing some troubles." Decarabian observed Eve carefully. "Why have you become so weak?" he queried, puzzled. "This is entirely different from the you 1,000 years ago." Decarabian contemplated. The great Dendro Archon of a millennium ago possessed a power so profound that even he had to step aside, that I merely fulfilled the responsibilities that were mine to bear. Eve thought for a moment before responding. "Every action comes at a price, including that of the divine, that if one chooses to become a deity, one must shoulder the responsibilities that come with divinity." Eve stated solemnly. "Responsibility? Huh. I seem to be the one who has been evading responsibility," Decarabian quipped, gazing into the distance at Mondstadt. In truth, Eve wished to say more. "It appears that your journey now has a clear objective. Yet the answers to your journey remain elusive. Alas, though I wish to continue watching." Decarabian's gaze lingered on Mondstadt. "However, all gatherings must eventually disperse, and I must take my leave, for one whose life is already concluded. Witnessing this scene a millennium later is a luxury." The form of the lonely king began to dissipate gradually. Diacalabian, Eve looked at him, seemingly recalling her past self who had fought desperately for Sumeru. There is no need for farewell words. I have heard plenty in the past. Diacalabian cast one last glance at Mondstadt, then turned to Eve. The corners of his exquisite eyes were unexpectedly damp. He extended his hand, gathering his remaining strength into a sphere of energy. Take this. It is all I can do. I shall not have the opportunity to witness a more prosperous Mondstadt in the future. But you cannot. I hope you can carry this power and find the answers to your journey. Do not let down the expectations of the people. Diacalabian infused the energy into Eve's being. As she watched Diacalabian's form begin to fade, a single tear fell from Eve's cheek. It seemed to be a reflection of shared sorrow, perhaps moved by the lonely king. But what does it matter? The times move forward, and the old are left behind. This solitary and proud monarch had expressed everything that I will find the answers. For a moment, Eve was at a loss for words. Then farewell, may the storm protect you. Diacalabian's form completely vanished. The lonely king had departed. When he seemed to sense the lonely king's departure, that's so, Paimon immediately flew into the sky. Lonely king, goodbye. Please come back to Mondstadt again. Paimon shouted to the heavens. Ha ha, I shall if the opportunity arises. Diacalabian's voice faded with the wind, growing ever distant until it was entirely silent. Chapter 46. The eighth seat. The lonely king had completely left Mondstadt, but this time he departed with a smile. At that moment, Lumen gradually awakened. Lumen, you're awake, Paimon exclaimed joyfully. What is this? Lumen lay upon Turin's back, lifting her hand to inspect it. The pain that had once afflicted her seemed to have vanished. Lumen, you just missed something monumental. Paimon gestured excitedly. Really? Lumen said with a hint of regret. Yes, he was a truly noble king, Paimon beamed. Come, Lumen. Jean approached Lumen, extending her hand. Lumen placed her hand in Jean's, and Jean pulled her up. Yet Lumen appeared to be lost in thought, seemingly preoccupied with something. We should head home, Turin. When he flew atop Turin's head and gently patted him Turin circled in the air, nodding. It seems this journey is finally coming to an end. Dialek sheathed his great sword. Turin let out a dragon's roar high above and flew towards Mondstadt. The final moment of departing the wind dragon ruins. Lumen glanced back at the distant cliff. That tempestuous and breathtaking white figure had already vanished. Thus, the dragon disaster in Mondstadt had come to a complete conclusion, and Turin had re-established himself as one of the four Winds Guardians, the East Wind Guardian. Everyone returned to their respective duties. The resolution of this incident also brought Lumen greater admiration as an honorary knight from beyond. Upon returning to Mondstadt, Paimon suddenly recalled something quite serious. Lumen, Amber hasn't treated us to honey-glazed carrot meat yet. Paimon tugged at Lumen's clothes. Paimon, you only think about food, and if we are to eat, we must include Eve. Besides, Captain Jean is still waiting for us in the cathedral. Lumen pointedly tapped Paimon's head. Got it. Paimon retreated, pouting. After returning from the Wind Dragon ruins, Eve had already grasped most of the divine power left by the lonely king. She silently arrived at the watchtower atop the knight's headquarters. There's actually no teleportation waypoint here. Eve mused. She distinctly remembered there being a teleportation point in the game. Speaking of which, despite being in Teyvat for quite some time, she and T encountered a single waypoint. It seems such convenient things only exist within the game. Eve sighed to T that moment. She noticed Lumen and Paimon entering the Favonius Cathedral. It seems the main event is about to commence. A slight smile crept onto Eve's lips. Inside the Favonius Cathedral, Lumen and Paimon walked in, where Jean, Wendy, and a young priestess were waiting for them. Lumen, you've come. Jean began the introduction. This is the priestess responsible for recovering the Lyre of the Sky. Priestess Barbara, you are indeed an esteemed knight. Barbara approached, warmly grasping Ying's hand. Paimon exclaimed in surprise. May the Anemo Archon bless you all. That I sincerely appreciate everyone's assistance and efforts for Mondstadt, Barbara said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Ing. It's nothing, Ing replied with a smile. So, have you brought back the Lyre of the Heavens? Barbara inquired eagerly. The church has been pressing for it for quite some time. she added, a hint of worry touching her expression. Ah, well, the others suddenly felt a bit awkward that we did bring it back, but, it's somewhat, Paimon stammered, that it's all right, I'm listening. Barbara maintained her cheerful demeanor to this point, and could only sheepishly hand over the already damaged lyre of the heavens. Ah, Barbara gasped in shock upon seeing the lyre. Paimon fidgeted with her fingers, feeling embarrassed. Vinny turned his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. Of the lyre of the heavens. Barbara could hardly believe the sight before her. In an instant, she fell to her knees. Lord Barbados, even if I were to spend my entire life atoning for this, it would not suffice. Barbara prayed in despair. What to do? Vinny, Paimon whispered, flying next to him. This is your devout follower. Sigh. Never mind. Vinny sighed. Hand me the lyre of the heavens. He took the battered instrument from Ying's hands. Instantly, the elemental force of wind surged through Vinny's grasp, gradually converging upon the lyre of the heavens. As the wind dissipated, a seemingly new lyre of the heavens emerged, shining brilliantly. Barbara's eyes widened in astonishment at this sight. She immediately embraced the lyre. It's actually repaired. Paimon exclaimed in shock. Barbara clutched the lyre tightly, casting a wary gaze as if guarding against thieves. Though I don't know how it was fixed, I certainly won't let you touch it again. With that, Barbara dashed towards the church. Vinny, what just happened? Wasn't it said that the lyre of the heavens was beyond repair? Paimon asked regretfully. Well, since she's run off, we should make our exit as well. Vinny smiled at Ing and Paimon. What? Paimon queried in confusion. The lyre of the heavens truly couldn't be repaired, so I used an illusion. Vinny explained with a grin that I should say the spell couldn't be sustained for long. With that, Vinny slipped away, leaving Paimon shouting after him. You street performer. Ing and Paimon covered their faces with their hands. Sigh. Ing sighed and hurried after him. Chin observed the trio, a subtle smile gracing her lips. They chased each other out of the West Wing Cathedral. Just as Vinny reached the door, he sensed something amiss. Suddenly, two dark shadows emerged from the ground behind him. The shadows took on human form, lunging at Vinny from behind. Vinty, watch out, Ing shouted, witnessing the scene unfold. With a resounding crash, a gust of wind erupted, sending the two debt collectors flying and crashing to the ground. Who are you? Ing immediately positioned herself in front of Vinny, confronting the two cloaked figures. He, a feminine voice, chuckled from within their ranks. Abruptly, a snap sounded, and a torrent of icy winds surged towards them. Vinny braced himself, while Ing was swept away by the frigid gale, and Paimon was encased in ice. Vinny quickly reacted, but found his feet frozen in place. The debt collectors seized the opportunity, overwhelming Ing. Oh my, look who we have here! A woman clad in revealing attire and adorned with accessories approached Vinny, flanked by two electro-sorcerers. Who are you? Ing shouted, struggling against their grip. Let me introduce myself. I'm the 8th seed of the Fatui Harbingers, lady, the woman declared, laughing at Ing. How infuriating! Ing attempted to break free. But the debt collector's strength was too overpowering. With graceful strides, she approached Vinny, the god who never attends to his duties, causing so much trouble for Mondstadt. The lady grasped Vinny's chin, looking down on him with disdain. Mondstadt is the city of freedom. Slap. Before Vinny could finish, the lady struck him across the face. You have no right to speak. Relinquish your claim over Mondstadt, and this is your strength. She mocked with a derisive laugh. Your source of ridicule comes from the power borrowed from your master. Vinty retorted disdainfully. He summoned the power of the wind, attempting to break through the ice, and everyone could see his struggle. Yet, Vinty's efforts bore no fruit. The lady's expression darkened as the power of the Ice Queen coalesced in her grasp. Impudent. She raised her hand towards Vinty's heart. With a resounding impact, her hand pierced through Vinny's body. His face paled. Subsequently, she withdrew her hand, revealing a blue chess piece that had not been there moments before. This the heart of God. She mused, gazing at the piece in her hand, while Vinty collapsed to the ground in agony. Chapter 47. Interception. Chapter 48. The Flame Sorceress. Is this truly the heart of the Anemo Archon? Eve gazed at the exquisite piece in her hand, filled with sentiment. While it bore similarities to her Dendro heart, it felt exceptionally familiar to her now. The plan has finally taken its first step. How infuriating! The lady glared at Eve, hatred burning in her eyes upon seeing the heart of God had been seized. Suddenly, a seething heat radiated from her entire being. In an instant, flames erupted, engulfing her in a fierce blaze. Eve quickly retreated, the flames consuming her vines entirely. "You will pay for this," the lady vowed, fixing her steely gaze on Eve. Having witnessed Eve's abilities, the lady deduced Eve's fundamental information, a wielder of a dendro vision. Thus, unleashing her own fire element was the optimal choice. I could see that moment. She was entirely transformed from her earlier demeanor. The icy chill dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of danger. This was the lady's true form, the flame sorceress, Rosalind. The sorceress who had annihilated everything with the power of the dragon. It seemed the situation was growing more intriguing. Eve observed the transformed lady, a smile gracing her lips. "Then I shall test the capabilities of the academia in my absence." "You will regret this," the lady declared, a fiery whip appearing in her hand. Crackling with flames as it lashed out towards Eve, Eve's expression shifted as she swiftly dodged the attack. In response, she quickly condensed dendro elemental energy in her hands, conjuring a tome, the Archon's artifact. The Forest of the Sage. Eve opened the book, and a magical circle formed before her. Echoes of the forest. In an instant, the tome radiated blinding light, and a massive green beam shot towards the lady. "Not good." The lady's expression changed as she summoned her utmost power, the fire elemental energy blazing brilliantly from her dendro vision. Flame tornado. In a heartbeat, the lady transformed into a tornado of endless flames, charging directly at Eve's beam. Bang! The fiery vortex clashed with the beam, and Eve struggled to maintain the output, her expression reflecting the strained "No, I can't drag this out any longer." Eve's expression shifted dramatically, and the forest book in her hands emitted an even more dazzling radiance. In a sudden burst, the force of the beam violently scattered the fiery tornado conjured by the lady at this critical moment. The lady sensed that something was amiss, and with swift resolve, she divided herself into several smaller tornadoes, barely evading Eve's strike. Nevertheless, she sustained injuries. The small tornadoes coalesced, revealing the lady's form as she emerged from within. She knelt on the ground, clutching her chest, gasping for breath. Her strength was nearly depleted, on the verge of exhaustion. How could this be? The lady could scarcely believe it. Mondstadt possessed such a formidable wielder of the Eye of God. The dendro element. Eve was now approaching with measured steps, her own breath slightly erratic. She had not anticipated the lady's power to be so formidable. Yet, at that moment, the lady prepared for a final counterattack. Channeling her remaining elemental energy, she sent a fire butterfly soaring towards Eve. With a resounding pop, the fire butterfly was effortlessly crushed by Eve's bare hands. There was no need to struggle further. Eve stowed the forest book and advanced toward the lady. "How vexing! It is not over yet." The lady stood once more, lunging towards Eve. Eve sighed. "Is it not preferable to exhibit a bit of elegance?" Being of the same gender, clenching her fists, Eve struck the lady's abdomen with force. The lady's gaze momentarily faltered, and she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. "May you enjoy a peaceful slumber," Eve murmured gently as she cradled the now unconscious lady. However, there were still matters to attend to. Eve released the lady, and instantaneously, several vines sprouted from the ground, supporting her body. A green glow appeared in Eve's hands, which she placed upon the lady's forehead. "Your memories require modification. It would be detrimental if certain individuals became aware of my existence." A hint of a dangerous smile played at the corners of Eve's lips. The light dissipated, and the dreamscape gradually faded, reverting the surroundings to windrise. Meanwhile, Eve's figure had long since vanished, leaving only the lady unconscious on the ground. The wind began to stir. The white grass slime hopped merrily toward the great tree. Beneath the tree, a green figure stood quietly, gazing up at it. Chapter 49. The exchange between gods. It appears that our protagonist for today has arrived. Beneath the great tree, Vinny gently plucked at the strings of his lyre. His back turned to Eve. "However, I believe you are the true puppet master behind the scenes." Eve sprang up forcefully, landing on a branch of the great tree. Subsequently, The slime transformed into a maiden clad in white. Sitting gracefully upon the branch, her delicate feet swayed lightly in the air, the gentle breeze causing her skirt to flutter and dance at ah. Then let us reintroduce ourselves. Once the Anemo god, Barbados. Vinny lifted his gaze to meet Eve's. Then I too shall introduce myself. Well, I might be considered the former Dendro god, Boer. You finally acknowledge it. Eve regarded Barbados with a glimmer of amusement. She recalled how Vinny had previously refrained from acknowledging Barbados's identity in her presence. Since I have relinquished my position as the Anemo god, it is of no consequence, Barbados stated nonchalantly. However, why do you imply that I am the one pulling the strings? I am so weak that I cannot even defeat a mortal. Barbados feigned indignation. Barbados, we both know that your words are merely suited to deceive children. Eve exposed the pretense. How utterly dull. Barbados replied, crestfallen. Then let us discuss you instead. What transpired during these past 500 years? And what of that child? Barbados's gaze sharpened instantly. The contamination of the world tree, the forbidden knowledge has tainted it. Eve spoke earnestly to, oh, I see. That explains your urgency in acquiring the heart of God. Barbados mused, and since I am intrinsically linked to the world tree, to cleanse its corruption, I too must cleanse myself. Before Eve could finish, Barbados interrupted. Have you noticed a certain detail? Barbados seemed to have discerned something. What do you mean? Eve furrowed her brow. Why did the contamination of forbidden knowledge erupt precisely at that moment? Was it not due to the knowledge of Kenria? Eve responded without hesitation. No, the contamination and the war occurred simultaneously. Contamination does not arise without cause. I recall 1,000 years ago, the world tree experienced a similar incident due to forbidden knowledge, did it not? Barbados inquired. Indeed, during that time, I was with the Crimson King. Wait a moment. Eve suddenly seemed to grasp something. Forbidden knowledge is rejected by the world, yet it poses a threat to the entire world. Thus, it does not permit the existence of such knowledge. Rather than being tainted by forbidden knowledge, it would be more accurate to say you merely brushed against it, Barbados speculated. Knowledge is neither inherently good nor evil. The knowledge itself does not threaten the world. But the individuals who comprehend it, dude, a dangerous smile crept onto Barbados's lips. Perhaps, for the sake of this world, the contamination must be eradicated, and so must you. Ah, truly an unsolvable conundrum, Barbados lamented. However, Eve remained somewhat perplexed. According to Eve's reasoning, the world tree's rejection of forbidden knowledge would lead to the disintegration of Tevat. And for Tevat's sake, Eve must sacrifice herself to purify the world tree. Logically, this made sense. It was for the greater good. Yet, Eve was now aware of an issue. The heart of God could aid in purifying the contamination. But the 7 gods at that time, Eve seemed to have an epiphany. Perhaps the world's rejection of forbidden knowledge was not instinctual, but rather orchestrated by those wishing to conceal the truth. Well, that concludes our idle chatter. If we continue, she may awaken from her slumber. Barbados said with a smile. This matter ends here, Barbados, but I do have a question. Eve stated, I know what you wish to inquire about. Barbados replied, since someone must bear the banner of rebellion, why should I not take advantage of this opportunity? After all, I stand to lose nothing. Ultimately, the success or failure of this endeavor bears no consequence for me. Yet, it is indeed exhausting to play a role. One cannot simply hand things over freely. Sigh, I am better suited to be a singer or a poet, Barbados remarked lightly. Eve nodded slightly. However, your replacement seems to be... No, she is not a replacement. She is the son, Eve asserted solemnly. Moreover, that child could be considered my daughter. A tenderness shone in Eve's eyes. Very well, though she is certainly more competent than I doubt. Barbados chuckled softly. Additionally, please take good care of that item for me. I have held onto it for several millennia and have grown attached to it. Barbados joked, how swiftly the pleasant moments pass. I must take my leave now, as it is nearly time for me to perform at the tavern, Barbados declared, preparing to depart. Wait, Eve called out to him. What is it? Barbados turned back and saw Eve tossing something toward him, but he swiftly caught it and looked. Dandelion wine. It's actually the genuine, original limited edition. Barbados's eyes sparkled at the sight of the wine Eve had thrown. This is indeed dandelion wine, and of particularly vintage quality. Point one must know that this kind of thing cannot be purchased even with money. Where did you acquire it? No, that is not right. You don't even have Mora? Barbados questioned, puzzled. Ahem, how I acquired it is not for you to concern yourself with. Eve averted her gaze from Barbados, lightly clearing her throat. In any case, one must exchange something for what they receive. This wine is yours, Eve concluded. Hooray! I believe that the delightful moments can linger a while longer. Alas, today marks the final day of Barbados's operations, a perfect opportunity to celebrate with this precious occasion. Barbados clutches a bottle of wine, nearly pressing his face against it in eagerness. Furthermore, Barbados, allow me to utter one last phrase to you. Eve's tone suddenly turned grave. In these chaotic times, one cannot truly remain unscathed. Then allow me to impart a piece of advice to you. Barbados spoke earnestly. From now on, do refrain from drinking. Upon hearing this, Eve could no longer maintain her composure. Her fists clenched tightly. By the way, weren't you supposed to perform? Eve subtly reminded him. Oh, right. Barbados immediately snapped back to reality. Goodness, I'm going to be late. Barbados glanced at the time and hurriedly departed, watching Wendy fade into the distance. Eve found herself alone in the windrise. The breeze rustled the leaves of the great tree, creating a soft, whispering sound while simultaneously tousling Eve's white hair. Her slender legs swayed gently in the air as her gaze turned skyward. The situation, it seems, is far more complicated than it appears. As the breeze swept by once more, Eve's figure vanished, leaving only the relentless wind behind. Chapter 50. The Frozen Paimon Inside the West Wind Church. Wendy, Lumen suddenly awoke with a start, shouting out loud. What is it? Hearing Lumen's cry, Barbara rushed over immediately. Barbara approached Lumen's bedside, her concern evident. It was then that Lumen realized she was in a room by herself. Where is this? Lumen questioned, observing the room's interior with curiosity. This is the medical room of the West Wind Church, where all the injured members of the Knights come for treatment. Barbara replied, that I found you all fainted at the church entrance and brought you back for healing. How do you feel now? Barbara inquired kindly. That I believe I'm all right now. Lumen assessed her condition. Phew, that's good to hear. It seems my medical skills haven't diminished. Barbara smiled brightly. By the way, where's Wendy? Lumen immediately asked Barbara. Wendy? That Bart? Barbara pondered for a moment. Yes, what happened to him? Lumen asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. What are you talking about? Didn't he leave a long time ago? Barbara asked, puzzled. Was he fainted at the entrance too? Lumen responded with confusion. No. When I arrived, only you and Paimon were there. Barbara clarified. That's so. Lumen lowered her head in contemplation. The last moment before fainting, she saw Wendy being robbed of something by the lady, which made her deeply concerned for him. But after Barbara's response, she even began to wonder if she had imagined it all due to exhaustion. All right, how is Paimon? Lumen suddenly remembered. Paimon, I sent in a very favorable condition. Barbara said, her tone somewhat somber. What happened to Paimon? Lumen asked anxiously. When I found Paimon, she was already frozen solid. Barbara continued. Lumen's expression froze in shock. It seems that what had just occurred was indeed not an illusion. What is Paimon's condition now? Lumen hurriedly inquired. Fortunately, Paimon isn't in any serious trouble. She can still speak while encased in ice. However, she keeps saying how cold she is and that once she out, she'll definitely ask you for a hearty meal. Right now, everyone in the church is trying to figure out how to break the ice without harming Paimon inside. Barbara reflected. Lumen found herself at a loss for words. Paimon, even in such a state, is still thinking about food. Lumen threw off the covers and got out of bed. Hey, you can't move yet. You've just recovered, Barbara cautioned. It's fine. Let us go see Paimon. Lumen replied, stretching her body. She felt completely restored now that it seemed that after a battle with Valen, her physical condition had improved. Well, all right, but no strenuous activities. Barbara agreed after some thought. Last time, Amber didn't heed my advice and flew out with her wind glider right after treatment, resulting in her injury flaring up again. Barbara said, somewhat irritated. Lumen suddenly recalled the moment Amber taught her to use the wind glider. Feeling a bit embarrassed. However, I believe that the honorable knight will be obedient, right? Barbara said with a smile, Her eyes narrowed in mirth. An indescribable feeling lingered in the air that I would never act so recklessly. Lumen asserted, patting her chest in assurance. All right, I was just joking. You don't have to take it so seriously. Let us go see Paimon. Barbara led Lumen out of the medical room. They arrived in the main hall of the church. As soon as they entered, Lumen heard the sound of a heated argument. Just break it apart. Get the best blacksmith. It will definitely be fine. No, if we break it, it will hurt her inside. We should use my method and roast it. You can't do that either. Ice has excellent thermal conductivity. If you roast it, the outside will melt before the inside is even warm. Besides, haven't you studied advanced elemental reaction theory? Don't you know this will cause a melting reaction? Then what do you suggest we do? In the hall, several elderly men with white beards were arguing passionately about how to thaw Paimon. Meanwhile, Paimon, still encased in ice, was placed on a nearby table. Beside Paimon's icy prison was a white grass slime figure. That Paimon and Eve. Lumen instantly spotted the two of them. She hurried over to them. Eve, what are you doing here? Lumen asked curiously. Lumen, you finally woke up? Eve turned to see Lumen with Barbara. After I woke up at the inn, I noticed you were missing, and then I inquired and heard that you had resolved the situation at the West Wind Church. So, I hopped over here step by step, Eve explained. Upon seeing Lumen, Paimon began to shout indistinctly from within the ice. Lumen, cold. No. The thickness of the ice made Paimon's words unclear, but Lumen could vaguely sense what she was saying. Lumen, she said you don't have to wait for her to eat. She is already cold and full. Eve translated to Lumen. Eve, Paimon inside the ice, exclaimed angrily. Enough of that. Eve, observing the scene, Lumen felt a sense of calm as the tension dissipated. So how do we get Paimon out now? Lumen asked, puzzled. Personally, I support the suggestion made by that priest to roast it. Eve replied, her big, sparkling eyes blinking. Perfect, she had always wanted to know what emergency food tastes like. Eve. Paimon felt a surge of anger at Eve's suggestion. It seemed the priest had yet to come up with an effective solution. Barbara approached, looking puzzled that I could see that. Eve remarked, eyeing the elderly men still embroiled in their heated debate. This is quite reminiscent of the academic studies back at the Institute of Divine. That moment. A small red figure stealthily slipped into the church from the entrance. The sharp-eyed Eve immediately noticed it. The little red figure hid behind a table, eavesdropping on the priest's argument. Chapter 51. The spark night, the small red figure cautiously made its way to the back of the table. Eve looked at her in confusion and quietly crept closer. She quietly leapt onto the table, carefully maneuvering her way to the edge. Lowering her gaze, a tiny, red-haired little girl appeared. Clee. Eve recognized her at a glance. In Mondstadt, aside from Amber, only Clee donned such a vibrant red. Clee was simply adorable, instantly tugging at Eve's heartstrings. Well, she certainly reminded Eve of her own daughter. However, a flicker of doubt arose within Eve. What was this little one up to? Clee's small head bobbed as she appeared to listen intently. Eve was about to observe quietly when, all of a sudden, Clee lifted her head, locking eyes with Evie. In awkward tension filled the air. It's a slime, Clee exclaimed in surprise. Eve, startled by Clee's outburst, caught the attention of everyone in the church. Hu Tao and Barbara rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon reaching the table and spotting Clee, Barbara couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. Clee, what are you doing here? Barbara asked, her arms wrapping around Clee in confusion. Sister Barbara, Clee didn't sneak out of the confinement room. Clee replied, a hint of fear evident in her voice upon seeing Barbara. Observing the child's demeanor, Barbara immediately understood what had transpired. She must have snuck out while her sister wasn't looking. After all, this wasn't the first time such an incident had occurred. The group of elderly men merely cast a glance and resumed their bickering. They had long accepted the existence of Eve, the slime. Meanwhile, Hu Tao scooped Eve up into her arms. Eve, you naughty one, you've scared the child? Hu Tao scolded. I didn't. Eve quickly retorted, no. The big sister with the yellow hair, Clee wasn't scared at all. Clee immediately chimed in. Clee was simply a bit astonished. It was her first time seeing a white grass slime, akin to the surprise she felt when she accidentally blew up the hilichurl while fishing. Clee explained in an adorable tone. Moreover, slimes are so cute, just like Dada. Clee exclaimed, spreading her arms wide with a smile. See, Hu Tao. Eve wriggled free from Hu Tao's embrace and leaped on a Klee's head. All right, thought Hu Tao felt a twinge of guilt for having wronged Evie T that moment. Barbara addressed Klee. Little Klee, you can play here, but please don't disturb the work of the elders. Yes, yes, Sister Klee promises. Klee nodded vigorously. With Eve perched atop her head. Klee will be very good, but Sister Barbara, can you not tell Captain Jean? Klee asked cutely, placing her little hands on her chest. We'll see how you behave. Go on and play. Barbara replied, gently. Eve, you mustn't bully the children, Hu Tao specifically reminded. Don't worry, Hu Tao. Eve replied lazily. With the assurances from both, Barbara and Hu Tao returned to Paimon, continuing their discussion. Barbara, who was that child just now? Oh, she's a foster child living with Captain Jean, named Klee. Her mother had to leave Mondstadt for a while, Barbara explained. Oh, I see that. Hu Tao nodded. What was that confinement room she mentioned? Hu Tao asked curiously. Sigh, don't let her size fool you. She is one of the most destructive beings in Mondstadt, and she is also the spark knight of the Knights of Favonius, Barbara said, a hint of exasperation in her voice. She is so small and already a knight. Hu Tao was taken aback. What do you mean by destruction? You'll find out later, Barbara said with an awkward smile. Meanwhile, Klee, noticing that everyone had left, curiously tilted her head and asked, a talking slime, what is your name? I'm Klee. I'm Eve, little Klee. Eve replied playfully. Would little Eve like to play with Klee? Klee offered to take her fishing. Fishing? Eve was momentarily at a loss. Why did this child immediately suggest fishing? Well, let me introduce you to Dada, Klee said, cradling the doll at her waist. This is Dada, Klee declared enthusiastically on the other side. The elderly men continued their heated debate. One seemingly leading elder slammed his hand on the table, creating a loud noise that silenced everyone. Enough. This won't work, and that won't work. Why are we even here in the church? Is there no one who can come up with a solution? The esteemed elder spoke with anger. The crowd below remained silent. I could see that moment. Klee, with Eve atop her head, suddenly dashed over to. It's little Klee. Did the elder scare you just now? The old priest, seeing Klee approach, softened his tone to no. It's all right, elder. Klee wanted to say that she has an idea. Klee said earnestly. The old priest suddenly became intrigued. What idea does little Klee have? Everyone held their breath, curious about what surprise this spark night might bring. Well, you see, Klee was listening over there and thought that using Klee's bombs, just like when Klee blew up fish at the ice lake near the snowy mountains, could break the ice, Klee stated seriously. This? Eve was at a loss for words. After all that, it still comes back to blowing up fish. The old priest was taken aback by Klee's suggestion, never expecting a child to have such a dangerous idea. But considering Klee's previous actions, he found it rather normal. Klee, that idea won't work. Barbara interjected. Don't you remember how the fish turned out after you blew them up in the ice layer at the lake near the snowy mountains? So tired, humbly asking for a threefold support. If only there was one more to power this with love, it would be even better. Chapter 52. Get the pot and heat the oil. Boil water. Oh, the fish from that time seemed to have been completely blown to pieces. Klee placed her finger on her lips, reminiscing. Therefore, little Klee's idea is best forgotten, Barbara said with a smile that, Yes. The old priest immediately chimed in. Just moments ago, he had been sweating profusely. After hearing Barbara's words, he finally let out a sigh of relief. It's crucial to understand just how destructive this little girl can be. And little Klee. Blowing up fish is not the right thing to do, Barbara continued. Klee understands now. Klee lowered her head in acknowledgement. How about trying boiling instead? Suddenly Eve, still on Klee's head, spoke up. Boiling? Barbara inquired, puzzled. Boiling? The old priest suddenly snapped to attention. We can place Paimon in the pot, heat the water. Oh no, heat the oil that we can use warm water to melt the ice, Eve asserted with conviction. Right that way, Paimon will be safe inside. Hu Tao contemplated for a moment. Yes, exactly. How did I not think of that? I was too focused on elemental reactions. The old priest pounded his chest in realization. Quickly, go to the alchemy department and fetch a pot. The old priest commanded those below. What if they ask what it's for? One of the priests asked. Well, if they inquire, just tell them it's for making soup. The old priest pondered before replying. All right, I'll go right away. Point when the priest hurriedly left the church. Meanwhile, Eve directed Klee to run swiftly out of the church. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, the pot was brought back. Paimon, still encased in ice from a distance, suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine upon seeing the ominous black pot. They aren't going to cook me, are they? Under Paimon's scrutinizing gaze, Hu Tao assisted the church's priests in setting up the iron pot. You're not going to cook me, right? They then poured water into the pot and added kindling beneath. This kindling was collected by Hu Tao herself from outside the church. Paimon, Hu Tao, I've always known you had ulterior motives concerning my body. Go get that little one and place her in the pot. But be careful, the elderly priest commanded, and immediately, 2 priests rushed to Paimon's side. Together, they carefully lifted her and placed her into the pot. Paimon, just wait a moment. We will rescue you shortly. Ether reassured her gently. I understand, don't... Paimon, floating atop the water, felt tears welling up. All right, ignite the fire and be mindful of the heat. We mustn't burn it, the old priest instructed. Fear not, we were chefs in our previous lives, one of the priests confidently declared. Patting his chest. Let me take a look. The priest promptly crouched down to inspect the bottom of the pot. With a whoosh, the kindling ignited, and as the flames roared to life, the water within the pot began to warm gradually. And the ice encasing Paimon started to melt away bit by bit. I could see that moment. Klee and Eve returned. Eve, where did you go just now? Ether inquired with curiosity. It's a big project, Eve replied with a mischievous smile. Let's go, Klee, Eve directed. Yes, Klee immediately set down her backpack and rummaged through it. After a brief period together, Klee had already become Eve's little follower. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Klee pulled out one item after another from her backpack. Though these items made one's eyelids twitch, there were potatoes, tomatoes, cabbage, onions, radishes, and various seasonings. What are you two planning to do? Barbara asked, exasperated as she watched Klee and Eve. Little Eve said these would help Paimon, so Klee went to fetch them. Klee chimed in adorably, at tea that moment. Eve had already sliced the vegetables with the leaves atop her head and tossed them into the pot. Eve, Paimon exclaimed from within the P.O.T.B. Why this point? Paimon had become intertwined with the vegetables. Eve, care to explain? Ether's head appeared to sprout a vein of irritation. Since it's emergency food, I thought you might be curious about the flavor. Eve began, but was abruptly lifted by Ether. Since it's an emergency, how can you... Wait, how could you think of cooking Paimon? Ether chastised sternly. Ether just said... Paimon shouted from the P.O.T. that moment. The priest tending the fire approached the pot and casually added some seasoning. TSK, if only we had some inazuma seaweed, it would enhance the flavor, the priest mused. Otherwise, it lacks freshness. Paimon, exhausted, sighed. What are you thinking, you fool? The old priest scolded, delivering a light punch to the priest's head. My apologies. My apologies, interim bishop. It's a professional hazard. The priest replied, cradling his head. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance that, if you don't keep an eye on the fire, it will truly turn into soup. What? The priest immediately crouched to inspect the firewood beneath, where the flames blazed fiercely. Phew, phew. The priest quickly blew on the flames and hastily retrieved several pieces of wood to control the heat. Albedo! Klee suddenly shouted, darting toward the entrance. Everyone turned their gaze toward the door, where a man with white hair and ornate clothing stood. Klee leaped into his arms, and Albedo gently patted her head. It's Albedo! Barbara exclaimed with relief. Who? Ether asked, puzzled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Albedo, the chief alchemist of the Knights of Favonius, Albedo said, approaching Klee with her. You must be the honorary knight who helped the knights resolve the dragon crisis, Albedo remarked, looking at Ether. Indeed, I am Ether. He nodded in response. Pleasure to meet you. Albedo replied. Mr. Albedo, what brings you here? Barbara inquired with curiosity. I received word that the church borrowed a pot from the alchemy department. Curiosity got the better of me, and since I had no pressing matters, I decided to come. Albedo explained that I see. Barbara nodded in understanding. This the talking dendro slime. Albedo's interest peaked as he gazed at Eve in Ether's hand. Yes, her name is Eve, Ether introduced with a nod. Fascinating, Albedo remarked, bending down to observe Eve. However, Eve ignored Albedo's gaze and lazily lay in Ether's hand. Alas, the plan has failed. I'm quite disheartened. Chapter 53, Paimon's Vegetable Soup, Interesting Little Creature. Would you like to accompany me for some experiments? Albedo asked Eve. Before she could respond, Ether securely cradled Eve in his arms. In no strange experiments with Eve. Please, he asserted protectively. Very well. Albedo raised his hands in surrender. It's thawing, it's thawing. Suddenly, the priest's voice pierced the air. Everyone redirected their attention, and at that moment, the ice encasing Paimon had completely melted. Despite her body being frozen stiff, Paimon mustered all her strength and swiftly flew out of the pot of vegetable soup. It was utterly terrifying. Paimon darted straight to Ether's side. Paimon, are you all right? Ether asked with concern. Do you think I'll be fine? Paimon replied, her voice trembling from the cold. Even though the water was warm, she still felt somewhat frozen. Come, let me hold you. It will be warmer that way, Ether offered. Paimon turned her head away, visibly annoyed. If I don't want to just a moment ago, someone wanted to cook me. Her tone was laced with grievance. Really not coming? If you don't, you might miss your chance. Ether extended a hand toward Paimon, and Eve made a little room in Ether's embrace. Paimon hesitated for a moment. After a brief pause, she suddenly flew right into Ether's arms. Just for now. I still haven't forgiven you, unless you treat me to sweet flour nectar chicken. Paimon nestled against Ether's soft chest. All right, I'll treat you. Ether replied, gently Duddo, and Eve. Paimon suddenly remembered, glaring at Eve. Eve, how could you add more vegetables to the pot? Paimon poked Eve with her finger. In the end, weren't you also in danger of being cooked? Eve remained absorbed in her failure, lost in her emo state. That was just a close call. A close call. Paimon shouted, All right, I'll share half of Amber's honey-glazed carrot steak with you. What does that sound? Eve offered to point out you am. Paimon pondered. That's more like it. Paimon nodded happily. Albedo observed the dynamic between Eve and Paimon in Ether's embrace. What a pair of intriguing little creatures. By the way, Albedo, what will you do next? Are you going to play with Klee? Klee asked expectantly. Klee, if it were earlier, it would have been fine, but it seems I have some matters to attend to now. Albedo replied, glancing toward the pot. The vegetable soup within emitted a delightful aroma. Sigh. Using an alchemical pot for such purposes is not advisable. It will damage the pot, Albedo said, somewhat troubled that he approached the pot, where the fire beneath had already extinguished, yet the soup continued to bubble. Mr. Albedo, would you like to have some? The priest who was once a chef asked. No, if you all wish to eat, feel free to take it. But please leave the pot. I need to inspect it, Albedo instructed the priest. The priest pondered for a moment, looking at the soup and the pot. To eat or not to eat? Eating seemed morally challenging. Yet not eating would waste food. What a difficult decision. However, the enticing aroma had already drawn the attention of several other priests, who had been busy since morning without a morsel to eat. The fragrance wafted through the air, tugging at their senses. The priests stealthily eyed the pot of soup. This, in turn, highlighted the culinary skills of the priest, even with such simple ingredients and cooking methods. He had managed to create such a delightful soup. Perhaps it was also due to Paimon's influence. Could it be that Paimon truly enhances flavors? The pastor, having pondered a little further, ultimately reached a compromise. Let us eat. After all, we cannot waste food. He procured a container and ladled the soup from the pot into it. Just as he placed the soup on the table, other pastors surged forward, including the temporary bishop. What brings you here? Temporary bishop? Cough, cough. I merely came to check for any food safety issues, he replied. Meanwhile, Paimon exclaimed to Ying, Hurry, let us go find Amber. Paimon was brimming with excitement, having been preoccupied with thoughts of Amber's honey-glazed carrot steak during their time in the icy realm. That seemed to be the very reason she could persevere. Indeed, Ying nodded slightly to You probably want tea finer in Mondstadt right now, Barbara interjected suddenly. Why not? Paimon inquired, puzzled. Amber was dispatched today to deal with the monsters left behind by the dragon disaster. Barbara reflected. She should be back by tonight at the earliest. I see. Paimon lamented. Alas, the food is gone. Eve continued in her melancholic state. Well then, how about this? I shall take you both to the Hunter-S feast for lunch. Ying declared with a hint of tsundere attitude. Really? Paimon's eyes sparkled with joy. Yay. Eve instantly revived with enthusiasm. Let us indulge in the sweet flour chicken, Ying said, waving her wallet enticingly before Eve and Paimon. But suddenly, Ing sensed something amiss. The weight of her wallet fell off and a realization struck her, prompting her to swiftly open it with one hand. As she suspected, the mora within was alarmingly scarce. She recalled that she had nearly depleted her funds when paying for drinks for Eve and Wendy earlier. Eve, Paimon, it appears that we may not be able to afford the Hunter-S feast today, Ing said, her voice tinged with pain. What's wrong? Paimon continued to hope. Might not be able to enjoy the Hunter-S feast. Eve's disappointment was palpable, plunging her back into her emo state. Because there is barely any mora left, Ing replied helplessly. Sigh. We ought to earn some mora first, she concluded, tucking her wallet away. Caring for these two little ones certainly incurs considerable expenses. If one seeks to earn some mora quickly, the Adventurers Guild is a viable option. Albedo's voice suddenly resonated. They post tasks that are brief yet yield high rewards, though they could be somewhat perilous. He approached them. Yes, that's so. Ying's interest peaked. Where's the Adventurers Guild? Well, it's right beside the Hunter-S Feast restaurant. Just head down the stairs and you'll find it, Albedo explained. That moment. Klee dashed over. Did you finish your tasks, Brother Albedo? She asked eagerly. Yes, it's all sorted. The pot is in good condition, and I'll have the church staff return it shortly. Albedo reassured her, ruffling Klee's hair. Then Brother Albedo should play with Klee now. What shall we play? Albedo queried. Let us go blow up. Klee. A stern voice interrupted her. Klee instantly recoiled in fear, glancing back. The figure of acting Grandmaster Jean appeared in the church hall. Klee, I just received reports that you sneaked out of the confinement chamber and came here. Come, we're going back, Jean stated firmly. Chapter 54, Wendy before the Cat's Tail Tavern. Sister, Grandmaster Jean, what brings you here? Barbara exclaimed, astonished. Klee has come here, and you didn't think to inform me, Jean remarked, somewhat annoyed. Well, Barbara averted her gaze, unable to meet Jean's eyes. All right, Klee, come with me. Jean stepped forward, taking Klee by the hand. Wah, Grandmaster Jean. I am sorry, Klee cried as she was led away. Ing stood by, dumbfounded. She was genuinely curious why such strictness was necessary over a mere child. Albedo and Barbara, however, seemed accustomed to it. Well, since that's the case, I'll take my leave, Albedo said to Barbara. Yes, I'll have someone return the pot shortly. Barbara waved him goodbye. With the farce concluded, Ing resolved to take action. All right, Eve and Paimon, let's head to the Adventurers Guild. She declared with renewed vigor that, Eve and Paimon nodded in agreement. That, by the way, if you're registering at the Adventurers Guild, you'll need to prepare some materials first, Barbara reminded them. What do we need? Ing asked, intrigued. Some personal information and identification, Barbara replied after some thought. Upon hearing this, Ing found herself in a predicament. A fugitive with no identity in Teyvat. How could she possibly possess such documents? However, I can assist you in obtaining a certificate from the church to bypass those steps, Barbara suggested after some consideration. Barbara, you are truly my savior, Ing exclaimed, grasping Barbara's hands. Please don't do that. It's the least I can do. Barbara said, suddenly blushing at their close proximity. Before long, a certificate from the church was handed to Ing. There you go, this should suffice, Barbara smiled. Thank you so much, Barbara. Ing expressed her gratitude before leaving the Favonius Cathedral with Eve and Paimon. I remember, the path to the Hunter-S feast is this way, Ing said, feeling slightly lost, since Albedo had mentioned that the Adventurers Guild was right next to the Hunter-S feast. Finding the restaurant would lead her to the guild. It's this way, Paimon pointed excitedly down another path. Huh? Paimon, how do you know that? Ing asked, puzzled. Paimon has an exceptional memory when it comes to food, Eve interjected. Eve, Paimon retorted, annoyed that as Ing followed the path Paimon indicated. They unexpectedly spotted a familiar green figure just as they were about to reach the Hunter-S feast. Wendy? Ing called out at AT that moment. Wendy was standing at the entrance of a shop, seemingly anxiously awaiting something. Eve curiously peered at the sign above, which read Cat's Tail Tavern. Suddenly, it dawned on Eve. It seemed that this bard was mistakenly thought to be underage, hence denied entry to the tavern. Oh, it's you all, Wendy greeted them with a smile upon seeing Ing and the others. Wendy, how have you been? I recall you were... Ing inquired with concern at I'm fine, nothing serious. Just then a figure emerged from the Cat's Tail Tavern. Patting Wendy on the shoulder, and handing him a bottle of wine. Here, that's the drink you wanted. Just this once? Honestly, how could I help a miner buy alcohol? After handing the drink to Wendy, the person grumbled and walked away. You're buying drinks, huh? Paimon looked at Wendy in disbelief. What can I say? I'm often misunderstood. When he scratched his head sheepishly, by the way, Eve, you probably don't know yet. This bard is Barbados, the Anemo Archon. Paimon declared proudly to Eve. Oh, really? That is quite astonishing. Eve replied in a tone so flat it was nearly devoid of emotion. Hey, Eve, are you not surprised to hear this? Paimon asked, astonished. I am surprised. Did I not just say I was? Eve insisted, still quite nonchalant. Let's not dwell on this, Wendy interjected diplomatically. All right, Ing, you must have something you wish to ask me. Wendy addressed Ing, who nodded in response. Wendy, while I was unconscious, I saw you taken away by that woman for the so-called heart of God. Is that true? Ing asked, her disbelief palpable. She still struggled to accept the reality of the situation. Indeed, that arrogant woman has taken my heart of God, Wendy replied. Though her gaze shifted towards Eve, Eve immediately shot her a look of rejection. What exactly is this heart of God? Is it of great significance to you? Ing inquired, perplexed. You should know that the vision is a rare magical organ possessed by only a select few in this world, allowing them to channel elemental power. But what connection does the heart of God have with the vision? Paimon questioned. It seems there is a close relation, yet I cannot discern what it is, Paimon pondered. Let me clarify. The 7 archons of the mortal realm do not require such rudimentary magical organs as the vision. Instead, the divine magical organ is linked to the islands in the sky, which is the heart of God, Wendy elucidated. Then what is that at your waist? Ing pointed to the object at Wendy's side. Oh, this is merely a glowing glass orb, meant to dispel any unwarranted suspicion, Wendy chuckled. Sigh, yet another deception, I'm almost accustomed to it. Ing remarked resignedly. So, does that mean the heart of God is very important to you? Wendy, Ing continued to probe. I humbly request 5-star reviews, urging updates and collections. Another plea for love-driven support wouldn't hurt either. Additionally, I kindly ask everyone to lend a hand to this book during your reading drought. The author is online, kneeling in gratitude. Chapter 55, Adventurers Guild, Chapter 56. Branch leader, let me see what tasks are available, Paimon said as she approached the task wall. The wall was adorned with a plethora of task listings. Reminiscent of a fantastical Western world for Eve, Paimon flitted around, picking up various task slips. Ing observed attentively. Gloria's requirement. Collect 3 dandelion seeds. Reward. 2,000 Mora. Connor's requirement. Collect 5 frostflower blooms. Reward. 3,000 Mora. Dangerous task. High risk. Requirement. Destroy the training equipment of the Hilichurl camp and eliminate the Hilichurls. Reward. 15,000 Mora. Location. The array of tasks left Ing feeling dizzy, unable to make a decision. What about this one? Eve suddenly pointed to a task slip. What? Let me see. Paimon's attention was immediately captured. This is, Ing picked up the task slip to examine a high-risk task, exterminate monsters, requirement. Accompany members of the Knights to cleanse the monsters that have invaded Mondstadt due to the dragon disaster. Reward, 200,000 Mora. Note, this task is extremely dangerous. Adventurers lacking sufficient strength should refrain from undertaking it. Ing read the task details carefully. What do you think? Quite lucrative, isn't it? Eve remarked from the side. After scanning the options, Eve noted that this task offered the highest reward. It does seem quite appealing, Ing agreed, tearing off the task slip. That moment, a middle-aged man in adventurer attire, sporting a monocle, approached. Young lady, I know you are the heroes who saved Mondstadt, but the danger of this task is exceedingly high. It is said that among those monsters, there are creatures akin to Hilichurl kings. Even the knights have suffered casualties. He warned Ing. What? Is it that perilous? Paimon exclaimed. Indeed, therefore, I strongly advise you to gather a few powerful adventurers to form a team. This would enhance your safety, the man advised Ing. Thank you, sir. Your words confirm the task's danger, but I am unsure where to find others, Ing replied. Eve regarded the man, feeling he looked familiar, yet could not place him. Actually, I intended to take on this commission before you arrived. Now that you're here, we can work together. I assure you, I am quite strong, the man proclaimed, giving himself a thumbs up. Really? Stronger than Paimon? Paimon asked curiously. Huh, not as adorable as you, the man answered with high emotional intelligence. Since you say so, let's team up, Ing said cheerfully. Ha, splendid. It is an honor to fight alongside the heroes of Mondstadt. The man laughed heartily. Sir, it's not as you say, Ing replied, feeling somewhat bashful though. Please refrain from calling me sir all the time. It makes me sound old. You can call me Celius. That is my name. The man introduced himself. I am Ing, and this is Eve and Paimon. Ing introduced herself smoothly. In that instant, Eve remembered who he was. Isn't he the branch leader of the Mondstadt Adventurers Guild? The one who regretted not being present during the dragon disaster. By the way, Celius, since we are working together, shall we split the reward for the task? Ing suggested. After all, it was a joint commission, so the reward should be shared. Ha ha, no need for that. You may keep the reward. Contributing even a little to Mondstadt is sufficient for me, Celius replied with a hearty laugh. That won't do, Paimon voiced her disagreement. Then, after completing the commission, please allow me to treat you to a meal, Celius said without a moment's hesitation. Very well, Ing nodded in agreement. All right, let's not delay any further. We must set off at once, Celius declared, leading Ing and her companions promptly to the Adventurers Guild. Once they departed, the previous adventurers began to murmur among themselves. Goodness, did you hear that man earlier say his name was Celius? That's our branch leader. The branch leader is actually taking on a commission with the honorary knight. It must be a piece of cake for him. The branch leader's strength is unfathomable. He will surely succeed. Outside Mondstadt, Celius held the task slip, scrutinizing the accompanying map. This wave of monsters is primarily infiltrating from the Dodapa Valley, so we need to coordinate with the knights to intercept them at the passage between Windrise and Chingsa Village. In other directions, the knights can handle the situation adequately, but this particular path is teeming with monsters, which is why the knights entrusted the task to the Adventurers Guild, Celius explained to Ing. It seems we are in for a tough battle. Ing nodded in agreement. Therefore, we must hasten our pace, Celius urged. They quickened their steps towards the temporary defense line established by the knights. Arriving at the center of the route from Dodapa Valley to Mondstadt, Eve spotted the defense line constructed by the knights from a distance. They're already engaged in combat. Paimon exclaimed, No, the monster's assault appears to be nearing its conclusion, Celius assessed based on his experience. Sure enough, not long after, the monsters began to retreat from the defense line. You could see that moment. Eve glanced into the distance and noticed a red figure clearing the battlefield. Since Klee is still in confinement, then this red figure must be. Ing, look over there, Eve exclaimed, directing Ying's attention. It's Amber, Ing said, her voice filled with delight. Indeed, it is Amber. Paimon also recognized her. Hey, Amber. Paimon waved enthusiastically, calling out. Upon hearing her name, Amber immediately looked up. It's you guys, Amber exclaimed joyfully. Amber curiously inquired. Amber, we are adventurers now, so we have accepted a commission. Paimon proudly crossed her arms and boasted to Amber, Oh, I see. Sigh, the relentless attack from these monsters are truly vexing. Amber lamented. However, with your arrival, the situation should improve significantly, she added cheerfully. Indeed, after all, I did accept the commission, Ing remarked. By the way, Amber, you mentioned treating us to honey-glazed carrot steak, but that hasn't happened yet. Paimon suddenly recalled. Absolutely right, Eve chimed in from the side. About that, you're right that I haven't had in ages, so once this task is complete, I'll treat you all, Amber mused. Who is this? Amber noticed the gentleman beside Ing. He is part of our team. Paimon was about to finish her sentence, but was interrupted by Amber. Celius, the branch leader, Amber exclaimed in surprise. What? The branch leader? Paimon looked at Celius with astonishment. The branch leader of the Adventurers Guild? Ing echoed, equally flabbergasted. Only Eve maintained her composure, having already known the gentleman's true identity. I didn't expect you to be here as well, Amber said earnestly. Oh, it's merely a title. What truly matters is being able to assist the people of Mondstadt, Celius humbly replied. Now then, what is the current situation, Scout Knight? Celius continued to inquire. Branch leader Celius, the situation is rather dire, Amber responded. Setting aside the numerous Hilichurls and their brutes, there are also 2 Hilichurl kings stationed in Dodapa Gorge. This is what we have ascertained so far, Amber elaborated. They seem to launch attacks approximately every half day. Although each time has been thwarted by the knights, our losses have been quite severe. Understand, Celius nodded thoughtfully. Hilichurls are social creatures. If we can eliminate their leader, the entire tribe will scatter. Therefore, if we can take care of the leader, this monster onslaught will dissipate, Celius concluded after some contemplation. So, what should I? Ing began to say, but suddenly realized something. She looked at Celius with shock. Indeed, the leaders must be those two Hilichurl kings. Oh, now it rests on us, Celius said to Ing. Wait, you intend to delve into enemy territory? That won't do. I must join as well, Amber declared immediately. You may join, but Scout Knight, you must ensure your own safety, Celius cautioned. Just then, a voice called out from a distance. Are you planning to directly confront the Hilichurl kings? How could I possibly miss out on that? All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, including Eve's that a striking woman clad in resplendent blue garments and knee-high boots gracefully approached them. Ah, it's Eula! Amber exclaimed joyfully as she rushed forward. Wait, Amber, this is a public place, Eula said, embracing Amber. Oh, the captain of the Knight's skirmish squad. Celius recognized Eula instantly. Allow me to introduce myself. Eula Lawrence, captain of the Knights of Favonia skirmish squad. Eula stated earnestly after freeing herself from Amber's embrace. You are the honorary knight of the Knights, correct? It is a pleasure to meet you. Eula extended her hand toward Ing. Yes, my name is Ing. Ing responded amicably, extending her own hand in return. It seems our chances of success have just increased, Celia said excitedly. Since we are to proceed, I suggest we act immediately, Eula proposed. Now is the perfect time while the Hilichurls are at rest. Launching a surprise attack during this window is our best option. Indeed, let us set forth without delay, Celius declared. The group formed an impromptu team and stealthily infiltrated the edges of the gorge. By the way, during their march, Eve suddenly had a thought. She promptly leaped onto Ying's head. Eve, what are you doing? Ing whispered. Since we are sneaking in, we cannot overlook this, Eve said as a green glow enveloped her. And a thick layer of leaves appeared on Ing. What is this? Ing inquired, gazing curiously at the leaves on her body to aids in concealment. Eve explained, Oh, quite clever, Slime. That idea is fantastic. Please give me a set as well. Celius remarked, looking at Ing. After some contemplation, Eve adorned everyone with the same attire, except for Paimon. Eve, I want one too, Paimon exclaimed. Very well, as Eve glanced at Paimon. A sudden thought struck her, in the next moment. A flash of light occurred, and Paimon appeared in her new form. However, unlike everyone else who wore green, Paimon was clad in purple. Eve, what's going on? Paimon observed her outfit, sensing something was amiss that, I recall. I saw this in Inazuma. It's called a higanbana, Celius suddenly recollected. Precisely, so it's a flying higanbana, Eve said with a mischievous grin. Cough, cough, cough. Some alterations have been made to the plot. Please forgive me. Chapter 58. The Sword Tomb Eve. You are driving me to the brink of madness, Paimon exclaimed, stomping her feet in frustration while clad in the purple higanbana. Witnessing this scene, Evening couldn't help but chuckle. Paimon, you don't understand. This will make you easier to hide. Eve kindly explained. Just think, you can fly up into the sky, and if danger arises, you can perch on a tree and disguise yourself as fruit. Eve elaborated, ditto, right? Paimon exclaimed, enlightened. Exactly, Eve remarked, observing Paimon's bewildered expression. Wait, hold on. This doesn't add up? Paimon pondered and realized something was off. This higanbana is from Inazuma. We are currently in Mondstadt. Shouldn't we be using a sunset fruit instead? Paimon promptly questioned, Is that really the crux of the issue? Well, I can change it to a sunset fruit for you, Eve replied, tapping Paimon lightly with the leaves atop her head. Instantly, Paimon's purple attire transformed into orange. Humph, now that's more like it, Paimon declared, feeling a bit smug. All right, you two, enough of the antics, Ing admonished them. The group continued their advance. Just as they were nearing the depths of the Dapa Gorge, Eve suddenly sensed something. Eve felt a powerful force emanating from within the gorge. Leaving her quite perplexed, think there could be something within this gorge that attracts me, as Eve pondered, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, a pyro-hilichurl brandishing a torch charged towards them. Prepare for battle. Celius swiftly drew his sword, assuming a combat stance. Eula instantly summoned her claymore, Amber readied her bow, and Ing summoned her sword at that moment. They were still concealed in the foliage, uncertain if the hilichurl had detected them. 3, 2, 1. Celius quietly counted down. Just as the pyro hilichurl was about to breach the underbrush, he shouted, "Now!" Celius sprang into action, swiftly cleaving the hilichurl in two, along with its torch. The sound of this operation was nearly imperceptible. Celius returned to the bushes, cautiously maintaining his watch. After confirming that no other hilichurls were in sight, he breathed a sigh of relief. It appears to have been just a lone hilichurl that stumbled upon us. Celius whispered to the others, "Let us continue forward." He gestured for them to proceed. "Wait." Ing suddenly halted them. "What's wrong?" Everyone turned to look at Ing. "Eve is missing," Ing said incredulously. "Eve is missing?" Paimon exclaimed, immediately darting about in search of Eve's presence. Alas, even the underground white radish was not spared from her scrutiny, yet Eve remained elusive. When did little Eve disappear? Amber inquired of Ing. "It seems to have been just a moment ago. My attention was wholly consumed by the hilichurls. And when I turned back, Eve was gone." Ing reflected. "Missing. We cannot afford any further delays in our mission." Selûz reminded, "I trust that the special grass slime will be unharmed, so let us proceed." Selûz asserted, "Indeed, little Eve is quite powerful and can burrow underground. She will surely be fine." Ing contemplated before resolutely deciding, "Let us expedite the completion of this commission." Meanwhile, having slipped from Ing and the other's sight, Eve swiftly transformed from her slime form back into human shape. Ing and the others should be safe. With Eula and Selûz present, there should be no significant issues. She faintly sensed the formidable strength of the branch leader. Eve advanced toward the source of the extraordinary power she felt. What could it possibly be? Eve mused, stealthily approaching the location at an astonishing speed. The magical creatures along her path failed to notice her presence. Since acquiring Barbado's divine heart, Eve had begun to purify the corruption within her, her strength gradually returning. This was the very heart of the Dodapa Gorge. Before Eve lay a shallow lake. Is this the place? She pondered, carefully attuning herself to the source of power. She stepped barefoot into the water, progressing slowly. There appears to be a barrier, she thought, attempting to reach out, only to find her hand halted in midair. No, not just one, but 3 barriers, Eve discerned after a moment of careful consideration. It seemed these barriers required some mechanism to be activated. As Eve contemplated this, a patrol of hilichurls spotted her. Nemasila. A dozen hilichurls pounced upon Eve like famished wolves upon a plump lamb. Unbeknownst to them, Eve was the true hunter, armed and ready. Sigh. Knowing this, yet still, Eve lamented. In an instant, several branches erupted from the nearby forest, ensnaring all the hilichurls and dragging them back into the woods, swiftly dispatching them in mere moments. With her keen intellect, Eve quickly grasped the mechanism surrounding her. However, she opted for a more direct approach, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the barrier instantaneously. Using mechanisms is far too cumbersome, Eve murmured to herself as she pressed deeper into the gorge. Bang, bang. The final 2 barriers crumbled away. Upon closer inspection, Eve discovered that within the barrier lay a sword tomb. Several rusted iron swords stood resolutely in the lake, while a single blue one-handed sword atop the tomb emitted a faint glow. This must be the power I sensed earlier, Eve realized as she traversed the sword array and approached the blade. Observing the sword closely, she noted its entire blue form, with the hilt adorned with a heart motif. This is the Oath of Freedom. Eve instantly recognized the sword. According to her knowledge, this blade seemed to have emerged following the conflict between Mondstadt and the towering Lone King. That it appeared to be an artifact, akin to her flute and the forest book. That moment, Eve noticed a gravestone beside the sword, inscribed in ancient script yet decipherable to her. She quickly translated its message. Greetings, valiant stormbearer. Arrive here. You must possess extraordinary intellect. Moreover, the trial I have set requires considerable strength. In any case, those who reach this point have qualified. You are worthy of becoming the master of this sword. Chapter 59, The Hilichurl King. Chapter 60. Yet again, the wind god himself, Selûz's uncle's strength is truly formidable. Ing gazed in astonishment at Selûz's figure. Each branch leader of the Adventurers Guild, is no trifling matter, Eula remarked from aside. He has defeated 3 dragons, dismantled 2 large multinational treasure-hunting groups, and saved Teyvat from peril once. However, Eula added, but these are merely his own claims. Hey, stop standing around. We need to retreat, Selûz called from a distance. But Uncle Ing suddenly realized that Selûz was already surrounded by the remaining Hilichurl forces. You all retreat first, Selûz urged. I essay revenge for the fallen leader. He tightened his grip on his one-handed sword, speaking with conviction. Very well. Then come. Just as Selûz prepared to strike, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before him. A surge of elemental energy flashed, and 2 abyss mages materialized before Selûz. One icy, one fiery. The 2 abyss mages grinned sinisterly. Ha! I said that the collective assault of such unintelligent creatures like Hilichurls would be suspicious. That it seems my intuition was correct. You are behind this, abyss mages. Selûz glared at them fiercely. Ha! Look who we have here, the branch leader of the Adventurers Guild. What a catch, the Pyro Abyss Mage boasted. Today shall be the day you meet your demise, the Cryo Abyss Mage added. You think you can take me down with just this? Selûz scoffed. Stubborn fool, the Abyss Mage retorted angrily. Charge! The Abyss Mage commanded all the Hilichurls in the valley to attack Selûz. Uncle Ing and the others had not retreated. They watched the scene unfold from the hillside. No, I must go help Uncle Selûz, Ing declared. No, with so many Hilichurls, you'll be overwhelmed, Eula interjected, blocking Ying's path. That I never expected there would be abyss mages here, Eula said indignantly. The Knight's intelligence network is severely lacking. As Selûz braced himself for the oncoming wave of Hilichurls, a loud explosion erupted in the distance. What just happened over there? Ing and Eula's attention was drawn away. In the distant forest. Something appeared to be erupting. Selûz had no time to ponder this. He needed to focus on the immediate threat. As a seasoned adventurer, he understood the adage, many ants can kill an elephant. The abyss mages, however, were more interested in savoring the moment of this man's demise. After all, he had thwarted their plans multiple times, making him a thorn in their side. They would not let this opportunity slip away. But then, the noise intensified and suddenly, a massive storm swept through. Countless Hilichurls were swept away by the powerful gale, lifted into the air. Selûz sensed the impending storm and swiftly plunged his one-handed sword into the ground, firmly anchoring himself to prevent being blown away. What is happening? Ing raised her arm to shield herself from the wind. I don't know, but it's not good. I'll remember this debt. Eula crouched low to the ground. In the distance, Amber and Paimon clung tightly to a tree trunk, narrowly avoiding being swept away. How could this happen? In the midst of the tempest, the Fire Abyss Mage bellowed in fury. This is not good, the Ice Abyss Mage suddenly exclaimed. In an instant, the elemental shield protecting them shattered into fragments. They were 2 opposing forces, one of ice and the other of fire. Yet they stood perilously close to one another amidst the storm. Thus, tragedy ensued. The moment the 2 reactions erupted, the Abyss Mage's shield was obliterated. Without the elemental shield's protection, the Abyss Mage became an easy target, swiftly swept away by the storm, vanishing forever into its chaotic embrace. Before long, the storm abated, granting Silas a moment to catch his breath. Thud, thud! Countless corpses of the Hilichurls, lifted into the air, plummeted to the ground. Where could this tempest have originated? Silas murmured, sheathing his sword. However, one could argue that this had indeed been a tremendous stroke of fortune. Wait, could this be a blessing bestowed upon us by the Anemo Archon Barbados? He pondered. Surely that must be the case. It seems he's been watching over us all along, Silas declared reverently. Meanwhile, a busker reveled in the gifts of the angels. Another drink. Achoo! Who spoke of me? After wiping his nose, Vinti paid it no mind and continued to drink. Silas, are you all right? Lumen and her companions rushed down from the hillside. Thanks to the Anemo Archon. I'm perfectly fine, Silas replied, glancing at the approaching Lumen and her friends. What? The Anemo Archon. At that moment, the flying Paimon swooped in. Indeed. Otherwise, from whence could such a formidable storm have arisen? Silas asserted confidently, Well, Lumen hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. That's how it is. I was wondering why the storm appeared so suddenly, Eula remarked, completely forgetting her earlier grievances. In any case, this commission has been completed. And we've even exceeded expectations, Silas stated joyfully. I will inform the guild of the situation. This commission's ranking will surely rise a level higher. I will also update the knights. The dangers stem from their lack of intelligence. Eula added, addressing Lumen. The knights will surely increase the reward. It should at least double, Eula mused. Really? Instantly, Lumen and Paymon's eyes sparkled with excitement. A small request for a trifling threefold. Chapter 61. Honey glazed carrot grilled meat. This sword can summon a tempest? Eve remarked, lifting the ancient oath of freedom to scrutinize it closely. The blue blade bore intricate harp engravings, imbued with a wondrous power. With a flick of her wrist, the ancient oath of freedom vanished, leaving behind a small sword emblem upon Eve's hand. It was time to reunite with Lumen and the others. Eve surveyed her surroundings. The trees had been ravaged by the storm, leaving them in disarray. This should be fine, right? Having sensed Lumen's position, Eve hastily departed. From behind the trees, she caught a glimpse of Lumen and her companions scattered throughout the forest, seemingly searching for something. Are they looking for me? Eve wondered inwardly. She waved her hand, and in a flash of light, the magnificent goddess transformed into a goofy slime. For some reason, Eve felt that in her slime form, she could express her true nature. It seemed that in this form, her humanity was more pronounced, while in human form, it was the opposite. Eve bounced eagerly towards Lumen's direction. Suddenly, upon hearing someone call her name, Lumen lifted her head from the underbrush. Ah, it's Eve, Lumen exclaimed, a blend of anger and joy in her expression. Just as Eve leaped forward, expecting a warm embrace from Lumen, she found herself tugged by the 4 leaves atop her head. Eve, where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried everyone was? Lumen chided, holding Eve aloft. I was just hungry, so I went to snack on some sweet flour. Eve's amorphous form, under the influence of gravity, elongated into an upright, oval shape. Oh no, I'm going bald. Eve, do you realize your mistake? Lumen still did not release her grip. I understand, I was wrong. Upon hearing Eve admit her fault, Lumen finally set her down. You got scolded, didn't you? Paimon chimed in, fluttering beside Eve. Eve turned her head away, ignoring tea that moment. Paimon had shed her sunset fruit disguise, returning to her original appearance, but it seemed that the entirety of the sunset fruit had already found its way into her stomach. The sunset fruit produced by Eve was indeed genuine. In the distance, Silas continued his search through the forest. Why is there a specialty from Sumu, the Patasahan here? Silas wondered aloud, plucking a purple flower from the ground. As an adventurer, he had traveled to many places in his youth and recognized this flower at a glance. How peculiar, Silas mused, noticing a line of Patasahan flowers growing in the distance. Silas, we've found Eve. Let's go, Lumen called from afar. All right, I'm coming. Silas collected the Patasahan and hurried towards Lumen and her friends. Once they saw Eve had returned, the group resumed their journey towards Mondstadt. After a moment of contemplation, Lumen finally scooped up Eve. Sigh, who could resist the charm of our god of wisdom? She remarked, Oh, Amber. Honey glazed carrot grilled meat. Honey glazed carrot grilled meat. Paimon suddenly remembered, buzzing around Amber. Not a problem. We'll eat as soon as we return. Amber replied with a smile, extending her hand. Eula, Silas, would you care to join us? Amber inquired. No, I must first return to the knights to report on this mission. Eula replied after a moment's thought that I, too, must return to the guild to address this commission's issues. Silas declined Amber's invitation. All right then, Amber said nonchalantly. By the way, Eve might not know yet, Lumen said suddenly, looking at Eve in her arms. What? Eve asked, turning her head in confusion. Our commission reward is going to double, Lumen announced proudly. Really? Eve exclaimed in delight. Does that mean we can feast on the hunter's delicacies many more times? Indeed. This commission was far more dangerous than described. Paimon chimed in beside her. Oh, I see. Eve nodded. Yes, it was perilous indeed. Had it not been for the Anemo Archon's tempest at the last moment, we might not have emerged so easily, Amber added. Eve suddenly looked puzzled. Barbados? Would he even concern himself with this? As long as he's not drinking, That's good enough. It was in the critical moment of danger that a powerful storm erupted, aiding us in dispatching the other hilichurls, Lumen explained to Eve. Though we cannot be certain it was indeed the Archon. In an instant, Eve seemed to grasp something profound. Barbatos, I have once again aided you in a righteous endeavor. Upon arriving at the Knight's headquarters, Eula bid farewell to Lumen and the others, intending to relay the report to the station. Soon, they returned to Mondstadt. You all go ahead and eat. I will handle the commission matters, Celis assured Lumen. Thank you, Uncle, Lumen replied politely. No need for thanks. We fought together. We are comrades, Celis remarked before heading towards the Adventurers Guild. Come on, I'll treat you to honey-glazed carrot grilled meat, Amber declared, the Hunter's Restaurant. Excuse me for servings of honey-glazed carrot grilled meat and 4 drinks. Please, Amber called out. Coming right up. Sarah responded, it's Amber. Why are you back so soon? Have the monsters been cleared? Sarah suddenly noticed Amber. Yes, indeed, thanks to Lumen's help, Amber smiled in reply. That is truly wonderful, Sarah responded with a smile. At that moment, Ing, Paimon, and Eve were seated at an outdoor table, engaged in light-hearted conversation. After placing her order, Amber returned as well. Before long, Sarah approached, balancing 4 steaming plates of honey-glazed carrot steak. The instant the dishes were set upon the table, they captured everyone's attention. The tantalizing aroma of the honey-glazed carrot steak awakened the appetites of all present. Tea looks absolutely delightful. Paimon's mouth was already watering. That I am not mistaken, am I? This is the dish I highly recommend from Mondstadt. Honey-glazed carrot steak, Amber proudly declared. Well then, let us dig in, Amber stated. Ing could hardly contain her eagerness, considering she had just completed the previous commission on an empty stomach. The chatter faded away, replaced solely by the sounds of eating. By the way, Eve, you promised to share half with me earlier. Paimon suddenly recalled. Did I? Eve responded. What do you mean, did you? Paimon retorted. Oh, I seem to remember that you also promised to share half of the honey-glazed carrot steak with me. Eve looked at Paimon. Did I? Paimon exclaimed, taken aback. She had completely forgotten about that. What do you mean? Eve mimicked Paimon's earlier tone. Then we are even, Paimon said begrudgingly. Chapter 62. Miners. The honey-glazed carrot steak was simply exquisite. After satisfying their hunger, Paimon patted her now round little belly while sitting at the table. Indeed, Ing responded. Eve said nothing, merely letting out a satisfied burp in reply. Well, since everyone is full, I shall settle the bill. Amber stood and made her way toward the front counter. I could see that moment. The figure of Celsius appeared. So. You are indeed here, Celsius said as he took a seat across from Ing. Your back, Uncle Celsius. Ing greeted him. Yes, the commission has been successfully completed. The Knights of Favonius acted swiftly, and upon confirming the commission's level of danger, they generously increased the reward to 500,000 mora, Celsius continued. Really? Upon hearing this figure, Paimon was instantly intrigued. That IT more than doubled. Ing exclaimed. Then let us head to the guild to collect our reward, Paimon urged eagerly. No need for that. I've already brought the reward for you. Celsius pulled out a large bag from his pocket. Here, take it. Celsius placed the bag on the table, pushing it toward Ing. By the way, the level of this commission has also been raised from A to S. Celsius added. Thank you, Uncle, Ing said as she accepted the bag and opened it. Paimon and Eve leaned closer. Inside the bag were 50 coins, each worth 10,000 mora. The value of mora is determined by its size. Wow. Paimon's eyes sparkled. However, at that moment, Ing felt a bit embarrassed. Uncle, this reward is quite substantial. You should keep some for yourself, Ing said to Celsius. What a kind-hearted girl you are. Celsius laughed heartily. But really, all I ask is for you to treat me to a drink. Celsius said nonchalantly. All right then, Uncle, Ing replied with a hint of regret. So, Uncle Celsius, shall we go now? How about we visit Angel's Share? Ing suggested after a moment of thought. Sounds great, Celsius replied with glee. President, you've finished your business. I see. At that moment, Amber returned after settling the bill. Yes, the guild is quite efficient, Celsius remarked. By the way, Amber, we are heading to Angel's Share shortly. Ing is treating. Would you like to join us? Paimon asked Amber. No, I must decline. Amber waved her hand immediately. I am not suited for such places, and I still need to return to submit my tasks. I can't linger too long. Amber refused. All right then, Ing said, feeling a bit downcast. Uncle Celsius, shall we be off? Ing stood up, lifting Eve from the table. Well, when it's time to go, Celsius declared loudly. Off we go. Paimon chimed happily, Angel shared. Oh, Master Dialek, I can't believe you're here today. As soon as they entered, Paimon spotted Dialek. She distinctly remembered him saying that he rarely frequented the tavern. Well, I had some matters to attend to today, Dialek replied. What brings you all to the tavern? Dialek asked, curious, because Ing is treating today. Paimon exclaimed immediately. This is the vice president of the Adventurers Guild. Dialek recognized Celsius at a glance. Haha, Master Dialek, you are being too formal. Since we're all at the tavern, let us not discuss our titles any further. Celsius replied nonchalantly. Quite right, Dialek smiled. Celsius and the others took their seats at the bar. May I ask what you would like to drink today? Dialek inquired. Let us start with 2 glasses of Binks wine. Celsius pondered before responding. I would like. Ing glanced at the menu about to speak, but was promptly interrupted by Dialek. Here, these are 3 glasses of fruit juice for you. Dialek placed 3 glasses of dandelion wine in front of Ing. Master Dialek, we still want to order, Ing said regretfully. You 3 are not of drinking age yet, Dialek stated flatly. This made Ing feel somewhat disappointed. Why not? Paimon pouted. You both appear to be underage, and as for Eve, being a slime, who knows what might happen if she drinks, Dialek explained logically. Humph. Paimon sulked. Eve, however, was indifferent. The juice was quite delicious, and besides, Dialek made a valid point. In the end, Paimon sipped her juice, watching Uncle Celsius savor his wine. Almost making her envious tea that moment, a melodious tune filled the tavern. Huh, what is that? Paimon lifted her head, scanning the surroundings. He previously mentioned wanting to perform at the tavern, so I saved the best spot for him. Dialek said casually, Who is it? Paimon asked, puzzled. It's Vindy, Ing realized with a sudden understanding. Eve observed Dialek's helpless expression and instantly grasped the situation. It seemed that ignorance was bliss. Ever since Dialek discovered that Vinny was Barbados, he felt too embarrassed to charge him for drinks, but ultimately, Dialek came to understand that all patrons of the tavern were his customers, and thus, there was no distinction of a god. Even if the other 7 gods showed up, they would still need to pay. Following the beautiful melody, the tavern erupted into thunderous applause. That moment, Vinny's familiar voice rang out. If you have Mora, please support with Mora. If you don't, a kind word will suffice. Thank you all. Eve was rendered speechless. Barbados, can't you take your duties a bit more seriously? Chapter 63. The end of an old journey, the start of a new one. Watching Vinny's antics, Eve felt utterly speechless. However, she soon found peace with it. After all, everyone has their own way of living, including the gods. Soon after, Vinny's music resumed, filling the air with another enchanting melody. As they enjoyed the delightful song, night quickly fell. At that moment, a bustling crowd suddenly entered the tavern. Eve and the others immediately looked up. Leading the group was the conductor of the bard's troupe, along with Lisa, Eula, Kia, and even Amber was present. Several knights accompanied them as well. Wow, it's the bard's conductor, Paimon exclaimed in surprise. What brings you all here so suddenly? Ing curiously inquired Sai. I initially didn't intend to come, especially with so much work still pending. However, since the danger of Dodapa Valley has been resolved, they have been insisting on pulling me over to celebrate. The leader of the knights, Jean, said helplessly. Nonetheless, it is thanks to you all that this matter could be settled. Jean continued, we merely accepted the commission. Ing replied nonchalantly, Oh Jean, don't say that. It's still a collective sentiment from all of us. Kia interjected from the side. Jean, you've been overworked lately. It's a perfect opportunity for you to take a break. Lisa chimed in. Sigh, I find it hard to refuse. Amber said shyly from the sidelines. I just didn't expect the little cuties to be here. What is this? Are the little cuties sneaking some drinks? Lisa teased. Sigh, we want to drink too, but Master Dialek won't sell to us. Paimon grumbled. Oh, is that so? Lisa glanced at Diluc. It is our policy not to sell alcohol to minors. Dialek replied coolly to that moment. Vinny also noticed the arrival of the knights. Hey, the knights are all here. I must perform a song for you with my utmost skill, Vinny said with a smile. To Vinny, No need to go through all that trouble. Jean said, struggling to find the words. It seems some things were indeed better left unknown. Have the anemo archon sing for oneself was a thought too extravagant to entertain. Dialek regarded Jean with a sympathetic gaze, fully understanding her plight. Yet to avoid arousing suspicion from others, Jean took her seat. Ultimately, under the performance of Barbados, the knights enjoyed a delightful evening. However, Jean was not as fortunate, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles throughout the celebration. After today's events, Ing temporarily settled in Mondstadt with Eve and Paimon. Utilizing the 500,000 mora, they rented a house in Mondstadt as their temporary residence. Over the next month, Ing visited the Adventurers Guild daily to accept commissions and earn mora. Besides the visible increase in wealth, Ying's strength was also rapidly growing. During this time, Eve took advantage of Barbados' gnosis to accelerate her recovery. Paimon continued her usual habit of eating in her spare time. Ing carefully calculated the food expenses for Paimon and Eve, to her astonishment. The cost for Paimon alone reached an astounding 300,000 mora in just 1 month. Eve's expenses were not much different for Paimon's. This meant that excluding Ing herself, their monthly food expenditure amounted to a staggering 600,000 mora. However, commissions that could earn 500,000 mora were not something one could come across frequently, and some commissions could be quite taxing both physically and mentally. Ing once accepted a particularly nauseating commission from a merchant named Chayevi from Snezhnaya, whose attitude was such that even Eve wanted to give him a good thrashing. Additionally, aside from earning mora through commissions, they encountered many interesting events. For instance, helping Klee search for treasures, adventuring alongside Bennett, assisting Lisa in locating lost books, being tricked by Kia into treasure hunting, uncovering the Lawrence family's schemes with Eula, participating in Albedo's experiments, and searching for ingredients with the chef Xiangling from Liu, among others. However, when Xiangling saw Eve, she rushed forward exclaiming that she finally found her. Her actions relentless until Ing promptly stopped her. These moments were invaluable memories from their journey. Simultaneously, there were profound experiences to ponder. Hans Archibald, may I entrust the soul of my old friend to you. If you find yourself in a windless land, I shall play the song of the skies, and the wind will guide your soul back home. On that day, a great adventurer wept bitterly. Yet he ultimately found liberation, as did the soul of his old friend. There were also historical lessons, such as the reasons behind the downfall of the ancient nation of the Snowy Mountains and the Wolf King's unwavering stand. Furthermore, they coincided with Mondstadt's annual Balloons Festival, where they had a splendid time on that festive day. In summary, the myriad events unfolding in Mondstadt deeply influenced everyone, including Eve. Eve's resolve grew stronger. She could not allow tragedy to strike again. Daughter, wait for me, Dad. Mommy will come to rescue you soon. On that day, Ing shouldered her backpack, bringing Eve and Paimon along as they departed from their rented house. "We setting off now," Paimon remarked wistfully, casting a glance back at the room. Indeed, Jean mentioned that the ritual for inviting the Adepti in Liu is about to commence. Ing added, feeling a tinge of reluctance. "We cannot halt our journey," Eve stated resolutely. "Indeed," Ing replied with a smile. With a soft click, the door to their abode closed. This signified the end of one journey and the commencement of another. Bidding farewell to the people of Mondstadt, Ing left the city and set forth on her travels once more. The nation governed by the divine through contracts awaited their arrival. End of the Mondstadt chapter. Ahem. Now, let us briefly summarize and move on to the tense and thrilling self-critique segment. The chapter of Mondstadt concludes here. Let us sprinkle some flowers. During this period, I have received much feedback from everyone. And through these comments and insights, I have become aware of many of my shortcomings, which have greatly inspired me. I am immensely grateful for your support. The author bows in appreciation. Thud. In conclusion, this book still has many deficiencies, including my writing style, the control of the plot, and various other aspects that I will take the suggestions and feedback from everyone to heart and strive to improve this book further. The next chapter set in Liu will undergo significant changes, so please look forward to it. Additionally, I humbly request a little support in the form of a triple click, whispered softly. Chapter 64. Wang Shuin. In Snezhnaya, at the Snezhnaya Palace, the severely injured lady has returned from Mondstadt. This moment, Aside from the Harbinger and the Balladeer, the 9 other executive officers of the Fatui have gathered at the negotiation table. Rosalind, it seems your mission has failed. The tall jester at the head of the table spoke in an irritated tone. Yes, this is my oversight. Rosalind admitted her fault. However, I distinctly remember acquiring the gnosis of the Anemo Archon. Yet I am unaware of what transpired afterward. Rosalind recollected. Regardless, your mission has failed, and the Empress is quite disappointed in you. I will retrieve the gnosis. The issue must lie with that traveler, the lady declared fiercely. However, before that, the Liu mission, the lady suddenly recalled something. No, Rosalind, the plan has changed. You need not involve yourself with Liu any longer. Proceed directly to Inazuma and collaborate with Scaramouche to complete the preliminary arrangements. The jester instructed the lady. But this is the Empress's command, the jester stated seriously. Understood. Rosalind reluctantly agreed. Subsequently, the lady exited the meeting. Furthermore, regarding the gnosis of the Geo Archon, let Pantaleon handle it. The jester turned to the wealthy man beside him. He was an exceptionally elegant merchant. Together with Tor, bring back the gnosis of the god of contracts. It has indeed been a place I longed for, but now, the wealthy man suddenly chuckled softly. Morix, let me see if the city of wealth will be lost under the weight of gold. There's another treasure chest here. Under a large tree, Paimon waved at in the distance. Coming. Hurried over to Paimon with Eve. With a chime, opened the treasure chest. Inside, there were a significant amount of mora, some fine enhancement ores, and a silver sword. What is this? Picked up the silver sword and examined it. Wow, there's actually a weapon in the chest. Previous chest didn't have any, Paimon remarked curiously. Swung the silver sword and found it quite comfortable to wield. Let us keep it for now. Gathered all the items from the treasure chest in her backpack. This moment, she and her companions had already crossed the stone gate and entered the region of Liu. Look over there, Eve exclaimed, extending her tiny slime hand to point in a direction. Ing's gaze was immediately drawn to it. Through the leaves of the towering trees, she beheld an enormous tree, upon which a house was nestled. A house built upon a tree? Questioned, perplexed. That must be the Wangshu Inn of Liu. Paimon chimed in from the side. It's a place specifically designated for weary travelers to rest. How wonderful. Just as night is about to fall, replied joyfully. The sky was already dimming into twilight. Let us hurry, Paimon urged eagerly. Soon after, they arrived beneath the Wangshu Inn. Wow, this tree is truly magnificent. Gazed upwards in awe. Indeed. Paimon echoed enthusiastically that, I wonder how that house was constructed on the tree. She pondered. That moment, a young man approached them. You must be travelers visiting Liu. If you wish to stay, please follow me to the lift, he said, gesturing towards the side lift. Thank you, replied, noticing the location of the lift. No need for thanks. We are all travelers away from home, he said before departing. Accompanied by Eve and Paimon, made their way to the lift. Inside, as they waited, Ing's curiosity piqued. Eve, how does this contraption ascend and descend? She inquired. I know. It must be operated by someone below. Paimon interjected confidently. That is certainly not the case, Paimon, Eve said, shaking her head. If it were as Paimon suggests, how many people would be required to lift this thing so high? What is it then? Paimon asked, confused. It's hydraulics, Eve explained. There's a flowing water source near the inn, and they constructed a water wheel to operate this mechanism using water power. I see. And Paimon nodded in understanding. Just then, the lift began to move. Shortly after, they arrived inside the Wangshu Inn. Hello, would you like to dine or stay? The innkeeper's wife inquired. That we would like both dinner and lodging. Paimon waved her tiny hand. Very well. Please select your dishes from the menu over there. Our recommendation is the golden shrimp balls. Really? Paimon and Eve immediately rushed to the menu to choose their meals, while remained at the front desk. Additionally, for your lodging, it will be one room. Correct? Room number 3. Here is your key, the innkeeper's wife said, handing the key to Just in time, Eve and Paimon finished selecting their dishes. After settled the payment, she led the two of them to their room. I wonder what Liu's culinary delights are like. Paimon expressed her excitement that I'm a bit tired of the honey-glazed carrot steak from Mondstadt. She continued, "Patience, my friend," Ing replied with a smile. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and the inn staff brought in the prepared dishes. Seeing the table laden with food, Paimon's eyes sparkled with delight. "Hee, I'm diving in," Paimon exclaimed, enthusiastically beginning her meal. "Wait for me." Eve quickly followed suit. "Hey, you two are breaking the rules." Ing joined in the feast as well. Outside the inn, the sky gradually darkened. After dinner, the steam rose once again in the inn's bathhouse. A scene of infinite springtime. Tonight, the stars of Teyvat shone particularly brightly. Chapter 65. Arrival at Liu Harbor. The next morning, Ing departed from the Wangshu Inn, continuing her journey toward Liu Harbor, crossing the Gili Plains and traversing the mountains. They finally caught sight of Liu Harbor in the distance. "Wow, that is Liu Harbor," Paimon exclaimed. "Indeed, how beautiful." Ing gazed at the resplendent and prosperous Liu Harbor in the distance. That it was a city with an architectural style entirely different from Mondstadt. Eve also marveled alongside her. And no matter how many years pass, Liu remains as vibrant as ever. Perhaps it is not only due to the governance of the God of Contracts, but also because Liu Harbor is the financial capital of Teyvat, possessing the authority to mint currency. "Let us go. We should enter," Paimon suggested on the way. Ing posed a question. "The Geo-Archon is named Morix. Doesn't that name sound quite similar to the Mora we use?" "Indeed, Mora is named after this deity," Eve explained. "The Mora circulating on the continent is the very essence of this god. Additionally, in Liu, remember to address the Geo-Archon as the Geo-King, or else you might be asked to leave." Eve continued, "Oh, you know where the rite of dissension is held?" "Eve?" Ing asked further. "Yes, I do." "Follow me." Eve guided Ing on their path. Soon, they arrived at the venue for the rite of dissension. The chatter of the crowd drew Ing's attention. Last year, it was the Yuhing star of the Liu Qixing who invited the divine oracle, and this year it seems to be the Tianquan star, Lady Ningguang. That's right, this year it is indeed Lady Ningguang. I wonder what the Geo-Archon's decree will be this year. We merchants must listen closely. Indeed, I recently received a shipment and am gambling on it, awaiting the Geo-Archon's decree. The crowd continued to discuss matters related to the rite of dissension. Liu Qixing? Ing questioned, puzzled. "The Liu Qixing is," Eve began to explain, but Paimon interrupted. I know. Let me take this one." At Eve willingly ceded the opportunity to Paimon. After all, one cannot simply feast without contributing. Just as Mondstadt is a free city-state, Liu, as a land of contracts, venerates commerce and trade. The 7 great merchants, representing 7 commercial powers, the Liu Qixing, are the true rulers of this nation. "Ha, little girl, you must be foreigners, perhaps from Mondstadt." Suddenly, an elderly man approached. "How did you know?" Ing asked, puzzled. "Because foreigners always say the same thing," the old man replied. "But the true rulers of Liu will always be the Geo-King." He added with a look of admiration, "The Qixing are but mortals, while the king is a god. Just as the god of freedom is absent from Mondstadt, our god remains eternal in Liu. Well, since you are foreign guests here to witness the ceremony, I shall not intrude. Simply immerse yourself in the experience." The old man concluded and walked away. "The Geo-King seems to hold a very high reputation in Liu," Paimon remarked, watching the old man's figure fade. "Indeed," Ing nodded. Eve agreed as well. After all, in the hearts of the Liu people, the Geo-King's status is irreplaceable. However, the old man may not realize that the history of walking with the gods is soon to come to an end. As she pondered this, Eve's expression grew somber. She could no longer afford to wait patiently. Previously, in Mondstadt, she had refrained from acting recklessly due to her lack of divine power and weakened strength. But now that she had obtained the Anemo-Archon's gnosis, her divine power had been partially restored. Thus, in Liu, she could no longer delay. The impending Liu war would be perilous, and she needed to see if she could obtain the gnosis from Morix before it occurred. It remained uncertain whether Morix had already forged a contract with the Fatui. If he had, given Morix's character, it would likely be difficult for her to obtain it beforehand. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. Even if she could not acquire it now, it would be relatively easier to obtain once the final transaction was completed. "Excuse me, madam. Could you please repeat that?" Thus, it became imperative for Ing to depart from Ing and make some advanced preparations to ensure everything was foolproof. A suitable moment for departure needed to be identified. Stealthy evasion was no longer an option. He was not keen on being ensnared by the fickle strands of fate once more. Nevertheless, Eve had devised a feasible plan. As she contemplated her course of action, the ritual of summoning the divine commenced. Ningguang, holding the token, ascended to the altar, accompanied by two maidservants. The auspicious hour had arrived. The divine summoning ceremony was about to begin. Standing solemnly before the altar, Ningguang proclaimed her intent. Subsequently, she summoned her elemental power, which coalesced into several crystalline formations around her. With a decisive gesture, she sent the crystals soaring into the incense burner before her. Instantly, the burner erupted in a brilliant golden light. Above, the sky swirled ominously, as if something momentous were about to manifest. Just as everyone awaited the divine edict from the Geo Archon, an unexpected calamity unfolded. A dragon plummeted from the heavens, crashing down upon the altar and overturning it entirely. The onlookers stood in bewilderment, grappling with the surreal scene before them. What had transpired? Ningguang's reaction was swift. After a brief moment of shock, she rushed to assess the situation. Upon discovering the dragon's lifeless form, she swiftly turned back. The Archon had been slain. The area was to be sealed. With a commanding voice, Ningguang ordered the Qinyan soldiers to encircle all attendees. What on earth had happened? Did she imply the Archon of Geo was dead? Paimon, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "This is bad. It seems we are about to be surrounded by the Qinyan soldiers," Paimon noted, observing the approaching forces. At this moment, Ing had formulated a plan. "We must flee quickly. We cannot fall into the hands of the Archon's followers." Ying's expression was one of grave concern. After all, she was still uncertain whether the Geo god was indeed the enemy of yesteryears. With urgency, Ing, accompanied by Eve and Paimon, sought to escape the scene. Chapter 66 Eve. This is my escape route. Just as Ing prepared to stealthily take a step forward, a sudden noise disrupted her. The mishap that inevitably occurs when eavesdropping or attempting to flee had transpired. Ing had inadvertently stepped on a loose tile. Who goes there? The Qinyan soldiers nearby immediately noticed Ing. "Run!" Paimon cried out. "They re-on to us!" The Qinyan soldiers shouted. In mere moments, a considerable number of Qinyan soldiers were racing toward Ing and her companions. Seeing this, Ing had no choice but to flee with Eve and Paimon. At that instant, Ing felt Eve and her arms become unexpectedly slippery. However, she paid it little mind, but in her haste to descend the stairs, she inadvertently flung Eve from her grasp. "Eve!" Ing shouted in realization. Eve's trajectory landed her squarely in the hands of a Qinyan captain. "What is this?" "The dendro slime." The captain looked perplexedly at the creature in his hands, although Ing yearned to rescue Eve. The pursuing soldiers were closing in rapidly. She had no option but to dash down the stairs. "Captain, they've gone down. The main force of the Qinyan army is catching up," the soldiers reported. "Quickly pursue them," the captain commanded. "We cannot allow those suspected of assassinating the Geo Archon to escape." "Yes, Captain." The Qinyan soldiers immediately pursued Ing's escape route. "Captain, what do you have in your hands?" another Qinyan soldier asked. "Eyeing the dendro slime. This must be the pet of that suspect. It seems to have accidentally slipped into my hands," the captain replied. "This rare white dendro slime seems rather docile. I recall the Adventurers Guild reporting sightings of white dendro slimes. And it hasn't shown any aggression, so it appears to be a gentle companion." The Qinyan soldiers regarded Eve with curiosity. "I shall take it back for further questioning by Lady Ningguang," the captain declared. That moment, Eve noticed that only these two Qinyan soldiers remained, with no others in sight, and a dangerous smile crept on her lips. "It's time for you to take a little nap." Eve's voice resonated, and before the soldiers could react, a brilliant green light emanated from her. In an instant, the green light flashed, and both Qinyan soldiers collapsed, snoring heavily. The white dendro slime vanished, replaced by an enchanting white-haired woman. "Morix, I have arrived," Eve stated coolly. Subsequently, she began walking away, her figure gradually fading into the streets. Meanwhile, Ing found herself cornered by the Qinyan soldiers, trapped in a dead-end alley. Where will you run? The soldiers brandished their long spears, aiming at Ing and Paimon. Cursed be the followers of the divine, realizing escape was futile. Ing drew her silver sword, ready to fight. Just then, an unfamiliar voice emerged from behind her. Miss, be careful not to move. As the words were spoken, several arrows imbued with water elemental energy flew toward the Qinyan soldiers. Caught off guard, the soldiers had no time to react and were struck by the arrows, their spears falling from their grasp. Then, a young man clad in exotic attire, wielding a short bow with brown hair, leaped in front of Ing. This individual was none other than the 11th of the Fatui Harbingers. Tartaglia at a moment of weakness, fleeting as it may be. Tartaglia's bow transformed into two gleaming blades, slicing through the Qinyan soldiers before him. Bang, bang. The strikes were swift, rendering all the soldiers unconscious. However, Tartaglia refrained from excessive violence, merely incapacitating them, for he was aware of the delicate balance in Luo. Follow me, he urged Ing gently. But what about Eve? Ing hesitated, guilt gnawing at her heart, for Eve had been captured because of her. Ing, we should leave first. With our current numbers, we cannot rescue Eve. Paimon urged from the side that I witnessed everything that transpired. This little one is correct that we are not in a position to act, Tartaglia concurred. Follow me. Afterward, I will devise a plan to rescue your companion. Moreover, in Luo, even if captured, there will be no inhumane treatment before guilt is established, he reassured. Hearing Tartaglia's words, Ing felt her resolve wavering. Hurry, the Qinyan soldiers are closing in. Tartaglia glanced at the approaching forces. Very well, I will follow you. Ultimately, Ing made her decision. The two hurried after Tartaglia, escaping into the distance. Once in a safe location, they all exhaled in relief. Who are you really? Ing inquired. You may call me Tartaglia, he replied with a smile. Tartaglia? Paimon questioned, puzzled. Just as Paimon was about to voice her thoughts, Ing suddenly recalled something. Tartaglia? What is your relationship with the Harbinger? Ying's tone became cautious. Indeed, the Harbinger and Tartaglia. Paimon quickly caught on. Hey, I did save you once, and even if I'm a Harbinger, I am not here to fight, Tartaglia clarified, after a period of discussion. Tartaglia explained the situation and offered a solution. He handed Ing a talisman of absolution, instructing her to seek out the Adepti to clear her name. He also pledged to gather information regarding Eve's predicament in hopes of uncovering useful intel. As Ing rushed toward the direction of Jian Karst, Tartaglia's expression revealed a hint of dangerous amusement. However, the smile was fleeting. Tartaglia returned to the Northlander Bank in Luo. Upon entering, a cultured voice greeted him. Long time no see, Tartaglia. The young master swiftly turned his head, drawn by a familiar voice. Pantarni, when did you arrive here? And what of the lady? He inquired, a note of puzzlement in his tone. The lady failed her mission in Mondstadt. Hence the Empress dispatched me to fulfill the task she could not complete. The gentleman replied elegantly. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you have already made contact with that individual, have you not? He continued. Indeed, though it was quite unexpected. The god of contract departed on the very day of the divine invitation ceremony, the young master lamented. You shall understand in due time, the gentleman smiled. Furthermore, my plans are already underway. I am certain I will obtain the god's heart of the Geo Archon. The young master continued that I wish you success. I have other matters to attend to, the gentleman stated, preparing to leave. Oh, and by the way, feel free to access the fund from the Northern Bank, provided you ensure the success of your plans. His voice echoed from a distance that in the dim corridor, the sound of his footsteps resonated. Beneath the muted light, a hidden, cunning smile played upon his lips. Since the divine of contracts and wealth wishes to depart, it is time for my plan to commence. In this city, stripped of its deity and coinage. Can it succumb to the might of wealth, Morix? We shall see. Once more, I beseech you for a trifecta of support, a comment, a favorite, and a small free gift. Nothing peculiar. Chapter 67. The reverse bargaining of Zhongli in the bustling streets of Liyue Harbor. Prosperity abounded at this moment. The news of the Geo Archon's assassination had yet to spread, allowing the streets to remain vibrant and lively. Now, where shall I search for Morix? Eve pondered, glancing around. Her presence drew the attention of numerous passers-by, captivated by her beauty, regardless of age or gender. Surely, I cannot be simply browsing for goods in a shop. Eve mused to herself, realizing the absurdity of such a notion, especially given her lack of mora. At that moment, a voice emerged from a nearby jewelry store. Boss, to speak rationally, the price of this accessory is enough. You wish to say it is too expensive, correct? You are the fourth person to say so today. No, I believe you have misunderstood. My intent is to convey that the price is rather low and should be at least 30% higher. Please wrap it up. I shall pay the price I just mentioned. And the bill can be sent to the Wangsheng funeral parlor. Very well, esteemed guest. Eve stood at the entrance, wanting to voice her thoughts. Who taught you how to bargain like that? The more she listened, the more she felt the voice and manner of speaking were strikingly familiar. This is Morix's voice. There could be no mistake. Not only was it the voice, but the manner of speech was almost identical. She stepped inside, just as Zhongli emerged with the packaged accessory. Their eyes met, and upon seeing Eve, Zhongli's expression turned momentarily bewildered. Such an expression on the imposing god of war was rather amusing. Long time no see, old friend. Eve initiated. It has indeed been a while. Zhongli responded with a soft chuckle. Let us find a quieter place, he suggested as he exited the shop to find a serene spot in this thriving city under the dominion of the god of contracts is quite the challenge. Eve remarked, Fear not. I am somewhat familiar with this place. Zhongli replied nonchalantly. Come with me. During the day, it is generally devoid of visitors. With that, he led Eve to a secluded yet solemn locale within the bustling Liyue harbor, the Wangsheng funeral parlor. Entering through the back door, Zhongli stated, This is where I currently work. During the day, there are no staff present. Your workplace? Eve inquired, though she already knew the answer. Indeed, the one before you is not the god of contracts of Liyue, but merely a guest of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. Zhongli, he replied serenely. Please, have a seat. He gestured to a chair opposite him. Eve nodded slightly and settled into the chair. Truth be told, reuniting with an old friend is indeed a delightful occurrence amidst mundane days. Zhongli remarked, You must have just come from that drunken poet, for I sense his aura lingering on you. Indeed, Eve affirmed, I imagine he would not dare ply you with wine and Mondstadt. Zhongli mused. He insisted I drink juice instead. Eve replied with a hint of indignation. Such is his nature. Zhongli sighed. I am quite curious. If you are alive, where have you been for these past 5 centuries? Zhongli inquired while preparing a pot of tea, if one must insist. I have been asleep, Eve candidly responded. Was it due to weariness? Zhongli asked. No, it was the world tree. After cleansing its corruption, I fell into slumber. Eve explained. I see. So your loss of power was indeed a consequence of the tree's taint, Zhongli reflected. Then the one in summer must be your avatar? No, life that is birth should be regarded as an independent entity. My terminology was inaccurate. Her existence can be considered that of my daughter, Eve replied gently. Then, buyer, I surmise I now understand your purpose for coming here. It must pertain to my goddess heart. Given that the drunken poet is already with you, Zhongli deduced. Indeed, but I apologize as much as I wish to assist you. A contract is a contract. Years ago, I entered into an agreement with the current ice god, exchanging my goddess heart as part of the bargain as the god of contracts. I cannot breach this agreement. He stated solemnly that I understand. This has always been your principle, Eve said, a touch of regret in her voice. Moreover, my goddess heart is tied to the forging of Mora. I cannot relinquish it until I have ensured the stability of Liyue Harbor. It appears that even without the contract, obtaining Morix's goddess heart remains elusive until Liyue Harbor can navigate its own crisis. After all, unlike the goddess heart of the wind god, the power contained within the Geo Archon's heart is far greater. I apologize, my lady. It seems you must endure another period of slumber. However, the moment I relinquish the goddess heart, the contract shall be fulfilled, and what transpires thereafter will no longer concern me. Zhongli remarked as he sipped his tea. Eve appeared outwardly unperturbed, yet internally. She felt a peculiar contrast. A realization that the strict adherent to contracts, Morix, harbored such a cunning side. It seemed they were finally in accord. I have one more question, Zhongli continued, offering a cup of tea to Eve. What is it? She asked, taking a sip. Once you acquire the goddess heart and regain your powers, what shall become of the one in Sumru? She is currently the de facto leader among the seven. Zhongli queried. Morix, to be honest, I am quite conflicted. For these past 5 centuries, she has faced everything alone that it would be cruel to suddenly abandon her, leaving a mess for a child who has just ascended to divinity to handle. Upon awakening, she will confront all of this without having truly experienced the world. Therefore, my return is to rectify all that she has missed and to resolve what she cannot address, both as the god of Sumru and as a mother. Eve articulated earnestly. This has always been my responsibility, not hers. She need not bear this burden. Having clarity within your heart is the best course. Zhongli set down his cup, the two falling into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, Eve spoke up. By the way, I have another question. What are the two of you up to? The wind god has gone missing, and the geo god feigns death, leaving me, a divinity eager to return. Feeling somewhat out of place, Eve said with a smile, perhaps in this regard, I actually share a thought with that drunken poet. Zhongli took another sip of tea. In Liu, the era of God should come to an end, and the age of humanity shall inevitably dawn. Well, it is now time for lunch, Zhongli remarked as he glanced at the clock. It has been a long time since I last saw my old friend. There is no better way to welcome him than with a feast. Today, with Xiangling at Wanmin Hall, it is worth a visit. Rising from his seat, Zhongli declared at the mere mention of the girl named Xiangling. Eve felt a slight headache, recalling the scene of her fervently pursuing her. What's wrong? The local dishes that Xiangling prepares are truly exceptional in Liu, Moritz remarked. Yes, I know, Eve replied, rubbing her temples before standing up as well. By the way, she suddenly remembered an important matter before they departed. Zhongli, you must have brought Morix along, right? Eve asked nervously, for she did not wish to relive the experience of being stranded in a tavern with Barbados due to a lack of funds. Naturally, Zhongli responded, brandishing his wallet before as a guest elder of the Wangsheng funeral parlor, I certainly receive a salary. This morning, Hu Tao has already placed my wages in my wallet.as for the amount. I didn't check, but dining at Wanmin Hall should be within my means, Zhongli assured. That is reassuring, Eve sighed in relief. Having relied on Ing to cover expenses previously, she found herself without any more at the moment. Let us be off. If we delay any longer, Wanmin Hall will surely be packed, Zhongli stated as he stowed his wallet away to Chapter 68. Once again detained, the two departed from the Wangsheng funeral parlor. Before leaving, Zhongli thoughtfully locked the door. Alas, Hu Tao is indeed careless. She forgot to lock the door during the day, Zhongli mused before exiting. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Wanmin Hall. This is the place. It is indeed bustling with business, Zhongli observed, looking at the throngs of patrons inside. Indeed, Eve replied, feeling a bit apprehensive at the sight of so many people. How long will we have to wait in line? Hello, welcome. May I help you? Ah, Mr. Zhongli, Xiangling exclaimed, having just finished serving a table. Yes, we heard you were here today, so we decided to come, Zhongli replied to Xiangling. Hee, and who might this lovely lady beside you be? Xiangling inquired, her curiosity piqued as her eyes fixated on the elegant woman in white beside Zhongli. The moment she laid eyes on her, Xiangling felt captivated by her beauty and sensed a familiar aura that she could not quite place. Eve observed Xiangling with a slight unease, recalling the girl's fervor in pursuit of her. She is a friend of mine. It is her first visit to Liu Harbor, so I brought her to savor the renowned Wanmin Hall. Zhongli continued, That is no problem at all. Thank you, Mr. Zhongli, for your kind words. However, you may need to wait a while, Xiangling lamented, as today's business was exceptionally good, and there were no available seats. Well then, we shall wait, Zhongli responded. Alas, it seems we may be waiting for quite a while, Eve sighed in resignation, surveying the crowd. Just as she finished her sentence, a voice rang out. Miss, I see you have no seat. Please take mine. I have just finished my meal. That a man approached Eve, speaking with great courtesy. Oh, that is not necessary. You still have so much food left on your table, Eve noted, observing the remnants of dishes before him. No worries. I naturally eat little, the man replied, motioning for the bill. Come, settle the tab, he called out. Seeing this unfold, both Xiangling and Zhongli sighed in resignation. Nonetheless, a seat was secured after the man settled the bill. He departed, having intended to invite Eve to view the lanterns that evening, only to be politely declined by her. May I take your orders, esteemed guests? Xiangling asked, presenting the menu to Zhongli and Eve. Though her gaze remained fixated on Eve. Let Mr. Zhongli decide, Eve said gracefully, pushing the menu towards him. Then we shall have a serving of 4-point piece, a portion of matsutake stuffed meat rolls, and a signature dish of wanminhao. The boiled fish, Zhongli promptly listed a multitude of dishes. Eve sat quietly beside him as Xiangling's pen danced across the paper without pause. All right, Mr. Zhongli, that will be all, correct? Xiangling finally noted down all the dishes. Indeed, Eve. Do you see anything else you wish to order? Oh, and remember, no alcohol, Zhongli reminded. That will suffice. It is already quite ample that I have no further requests, Eve replied with a polite smile. Very well, please wait a moment. Your dishes will be ready shortly, Xiangling said before retreating to the kitchen. Indeed, it is only at wanminhao that one can experience such vibrant culinary delights, Zhongli remarked as he sipped his tea. Indeed, Eve idly fiddled with her teacup, feeling somewhat bored as the din of chatter enveloped them. The dishes began to arrive one after another. Wishing you both a delightful meal, Xiangling greeted as she attended to other tables. Do not stand on ceremony. Zhongli initiated the meal, picking up his chopsticks. Eve followed suit, this being her first experience with chopsticks since arriving in this world, having primarily used knives and forks in Mondstadt. Time swiftly passed, and the dishes on the table dwindled, signifying the nearing conclusion of their meal. Many patrons around them stared in astonishment at the two. They were incredulous that such a vast array of food had been consumed by just 2 individuals. And yet their physiques did not seem to suggest such appetites. After finishing, Zhongli wiped his mouth with a napkin. How do you feel? Are you full? He asked with concern. Eve nodded, setting down her chopsticks. Xiangling, please bring the bill, Zhongli called to Xiangling, who was busy at a distance. Coming right away, Mr. Zhongli, she replied, rushing to their table. Upon reaching, Xiangling calculated the total on her paper. Mr. Zhongli, your total comes to 53,000 mora? But I will give you a discount. It will be 50,000 mora, she said, handing him the bill. Understood. Zhongli accepted the bill without glancing at it, retrieving his wallet from his pocket. It was a striking black and gold wallet, quite exquisite in appearance. 50,000 mora. Is it? Zhongli stated as he opened the wallet. However, upon doing so, he fell silent, remaining seated in stillness. Xiangling, unaware of the situation, continued calculating the cost for other tables, observing Zhongli's demeanor. Eve suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Eve, do you have any more with you? Zhongli inquired, lifting his gaze towards her. Eve exclaimed in shock, realizing her apprehension was well-founded. What about your wages? Eve pressed. Well, there's been a slight complication. Zhongli's explanation trailed off as Eve swiftly approached him, peering into his wallet. Inside, instead of gleaming mora, lay a single piece of white paper. What is this? Eve queried, picking it up to her astonishment. It was an IOU. The note read, Zhongli, I discovered that you had the little sister from the funeral parlor secretly reimburse your bill last month. That I wondered why the Wangxing funeral parlor had such an increase in expenses. Your wages for this month have been deducted. Hu Tao this. Eve's head spun upon reading it. Morix, what on earth have you done? You suddenly seem even less reliable than Barbados. You see, now you understand why I asked if you had any mora. Zhongli said, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. That is indeed a serious question, Eve replied, her demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. I do not have any. Alas. Very well then. Zhongli sighed in resignation. Xiangling, could you please send this bill to the Wangsheng funeral parlor? Zhongli spoke decisively to Xiangling, his words once again leaving Yifei in a state of astonishment. Goodness, just after being reprimanded, and yet he dares to be so bold again. Oh no, Mr. Zhongli, master who has already informed me in advance. Xiangling shook her head as she set down her pen. She mentioned that the debts you've accrued cannot be sent to the Wangsheng funeral parlor for the time being. This, Zhongli seemed to find himself at a loss. Thus, a sense of unease suddenly gripped Yifei. Alas, it appears there is no other option, Zhongli said resignedly, lifting his teacup with calm composure. Surely not. Yifei's heart sank into despair. Once again, the two members of the Luo Tian found themselves detained in the shop due to their debts. Chapter 69. A recruitment for Master Hu Lumen. I miss you. Yifei stood at the entrance of the shop, lost in profound reminiscence. Zhongli was beside her, idly toying with the trinkets he had purchased earlier. He appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any sign of anxiety. They asked for why they were standing there. Naturally, it was because their presence occupied space, inconveniencing other patrons. While they languished in boredom, a whimsical voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Come, esteemed guest, come and take a look at our latest offers. The Wangxing Funeral Parlor is holding a limited time sale. Buy one, get one free. Buy two, get three. The more you buy, the more you gain. Provide your family with peace of mind. Our service is absolutely top-notch. Hey, don't rush to leave. Just take a look. At this price, you can't afford to miss out. Yifei immediately lifted her gaze, spotting a petite girl clad in black garments, topped with a black hat adorned with a plum blossom. Energetically promoting her wares, she exuded an endearing charm, radiating an air of mischief. However, once one learns what she is peddling, those thoughts quickly dissipate. It's Master Hu. Zhongli also recognized Hu Tao's figure. Zhongli, is that you? Hu Tao paused her sales pitch, turning her attention towards him. She approached Zhongli with curiosity. What brings you here? And who might this be? Hu Tao inquired, glancing curiously at Yifei. From the very first glance, Hu Tao found herself captivated by Yifei. This is an old friend of mine, named Yifei. Zhongli introduced as for why we are here. It's a rather lengthy story. To make a long story short, we are being held here due to our lack of funds, Yifei interjected, covering Zhongli's mouth. If allowed to speak, Zhongli might launch into a lengthy discourse. Well, to sum it up, that's the situation. Zhongli nodded in agreement. Oh, I see, Hu Tao acknowledged. But, Master Hu, why are you promoting on the street during the day? Zhongli queried. It is because our expenses at the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor exceeded the budget last month. As she spoke, Hu Tao glanced at Zhongli. Zhongli averted Hu Tao's gaze. Furthermore, I intended to return to the parlor, but for some reason, someone locked the door behind them, and I didn't bring my key, leaving me stranded. Hu Tao expressed her frustration. I think I might know a thing or two about that. Yifei suddenly recalled that it was someone who locked it when they departed. Hu Tao looked at Yifei with curiosity. Zhongli quickly covered Yifei's mouth discreetly. We're not quite sure what happened either. Perhaps the person who left accidentally locked it. Zhongli replied calmly. Never mind. How much did you spend? I'll cover it for you. Hu Tao said, looking at the two of them standing in the corner with a resigned expression. Thank you, Master Hu, Zhongli replied promptly. Xiangling, I'm here to pay for our release. As Hu Tao walked into the Wanman Hall, she declared loudly. Yifei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, while Zhongli remained unfazed. After settling the payment, Hu Tao returned to their side. This, beautiful lady, surely you are not also short on funds. Are you? Since you're a friend of Mr. Zhongli, you must be quite knowledgeable, Hu Tao said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. How about this? Come work at the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. We provide meals and lodging. With excellent salary and benefits, it was evident that Hu Tao had taken a liking to Yifei. Yifei felt a flicker of interest. I think it's a good idea. Master Hu is very reliable when it comes to treating people. Zhongli remarked from aside. Right? Hu Tao gazed at Yifei with eager eyes. Yet, Yifei still hesitated. 1 million more per month, plus commission. Master Hu, what should we do now? Wishing all of you a joyous little new year. It seems today and tomorrow mark the little new year. Chapter 70. The first job, so, do we really have to wear this? Yifei asked, somewhat resistant, within the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Of course. How else can we provide excellent service to our guests? Hu Tao responded, her reasoning sound. The guest experience is paramount. If you don't dress this way, how can we expect them to come and spend? All right then. Ultimately, under Hu Tao's persuasive insistence, Yifei donned the attire of a guest attendant at the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. The outfit was predominantly black, adorned with various intricate patterns. While it may not have been particularly appealing, any garment worn by Yifei appeared stunning, as she resembled a living mannequin that Hu Tao regretted not sending Yifei to the clothing store for a purchase, as it would undoubtedly sell well. Master Hu, what should we do now? Yifei inquired after changing. Let me think. Hu Tao pondered, gazing at Zhongli and Yifei. How about this? Hu Tao suddenly recalled something and retrieved a stack of flyers from a nearby table. You two should go out to the street and distribute these flyers to advertise the Wangsheng funeral parlor, informing everyone about our current promotions. Hu Tao declared proudly, isn't it a bit inappropriate to be handing these out in broad daylight? Yifei questioned, looking at the flyers with uncertainty. All right, understood, Master, Zhongli said, promptly taking the flyers and heading towards the door. Hey, Zhongli. Yifei took a flyer as well, chasing after him. Watching the two of them walk away, Hu Tao couldn't help but reflect. As expected of the youth, their enthusiasm is truly commendable. On the streets of Liu, Zhongli called out in a calm voice. Wangsheng Funeral Parlor is holding a limited-time sale. Buy one, get one free. Buy two, get three. The more you buy, the more you gain. As he finished, a youthful voice echoed beside him, repeating the same phrases, albeit with a tone that suggested a nonchalant attitude towards life and death. Passers-by looked on, pointing and whispering, "Oh dear, perhaps I was too hasty in agreeing to this," Yifei thought, feeling a surge of regret. This is too mortifying, but the clever Yifei had already devised a solution. Not to mention, can you not revert back? Zhongli looked at Yifei, his tone tinged with exasperation. However, Zhongli's gaze was not directed forward. Rather, he looked down. Beside him stood not the once resplendent goddess, but a petite girl, no taller than 1.30 meters, clad in the guest-attendant attire of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. Indeed, this little girl was Yifei that moment. Her appearance resembled that of a miniature version of the deity Na. As Yifei transformed, she also utilized her divine power to resize the attire, ensuring it fit her perfectly. I refuse. That would be far too awkward. The little Yifei clutched the flyers tightly. Besides, my divine power is limited. I must conserve it. Eve continued to speak with her youthful voice. It seemed that due to her transformation, Eve had discerned a pattern. Just like now, as she had taken on the form of a little lowly. Not only had her body diminished in all aspects, but her voice had also undergone a change. Furthermore, her thoughts and methods of action had shifted somewhat towards that of a child, in her slime form. She felt the most liberated, able to act without restraint, and her thinking appeared to align more closely with her previous life's mindset. Conversely, in her tree king form, many of her actions were constrained by her consciousness, and her thoughts tended to be more composed. Perhaps this was the influence brought on by her ability to change forms that will. I grant you divine power. Now change me back, Zhongli said through gritted teeth for the first time. Otherwise, everyone will think we're employing child labor. You give me divine power, but I won't change back. I refuse, Eve retorted playfully. After all, it's not me who will suffer social embarrassment. At this moment, Zhongli realized that Eve's main concern was not the issue of divine power at all. "Sai, forget it, let's just finish this and head back quickly," Zhongli said helplessly. He promptly moved to the front, promoting to passers-by. "Please take a look. Today, the Wangsheng funeral parlor is hosting an event." "Oh, go away." "Such bad luck. Today, the Geo Archon has just departed, and I encounter this on the street. What terrible fortune." The man, upon seeing Zhongli, reacted as if he had encountered a plague god and quickly left. Indeed, it is still somewhat challenging. Zhongli sighed on the other side. Eve's situation was rather different. Uncle, take a look at this." Little lowly Eve bounced toward a man, holding out a flyer. "Oh, little sister, what are you handing out?" The man gazed at little lowly Eve, feeling as if his heart might melt. He gently accepted the flyer from her hand. "Uncle, we at the Wangsheng funeral parlor are having an event today with great discounts. Would you like to join?" Eve said in an adorable manner. "Yes, absolutely," the man replied instantly. "Today we received news that even the Geo Archon has passed away, so we mere mortals should really prepare ourselves." The man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eve was at a loss for words. "Thank you, little sister. I will go find out more," the man said as he took Eve's flyer and hurried off in the direction of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. Instantly, the pedestrians on the street turned their attention to Eve. Indeed, what he said is correct. Even the Geo-Archon has departed. We should be even more prepared. Come, little sister, give me a flyer. Step aside. I was here first. Within moments, the crowd began to surge towards Eve. Hey, wait. Eve felt her mind momentarily freeze at the sight of so many people. Zhongli, witnessing this scene, also felt his mind momentarily blank. Before long, the flyer in Eve's hand began to glow. Those who had failed to grab one lamented, "Sigh, I didn't get one and I'll wait for the next time. If I had known, I would have acted faster." Just then, Zhongli approached them. "Young man, I still have some here." Zhongli offered a flyer. The man merely glanced at it before shoving it back into Zhongli's arms. "What bad luck," he said before walking away. Zhongli looked at Eve, his fists clenched for the first time. Chapter 71. A Funeral for Oneself. Chapter 72. Is Wangxing Funeral Parlor a hitman organization? At the Liu Pavilion, the young master entered a private room with Ying and Paimon. Both Ying and Paimon curiously examined the room's decor. Feeling intrigued by everything to tea that moment, Eve and Zhongli had also noticed their arrival. "Please, have a seat," Zhongli said calmly. Eve smiled gently at Ying and Paimon, who were completely captivated by her presence. "That's so beautiful," Ying thought, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. "Let me introduce you. These two are individuals from the underworld, guest officials of the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, Mr. Zhongli and Miss Eve," the young master introduced. "These two travelers are Ying and little Paimon." Eve, upon hearing this name, Ying and Paimon gasped in surprise. "What's wrong? Do you know each other?" the young master inquired, puzzled that no, we don't know each other, and shook her head. "Eve is the name of our slime companion who was captured by the Millilith." Paimon chimed in, "Yes, that's so." "What a coincidence," Eve said lightly. "Captured by the Millilith. Such a thing happened." Zhongli's gaze turned to Eve, as if he began to understand the situation. "Sigh. This is all my fault. It was because of me that Eve fell into the hands of the Millilith," Ying said, filled with self-reproach. Seeing Ying's remorseful expression stirred something within Eve. Just a name. What a coincidence," the young master quickly interjected to ease the tension. "By the way, have you ever been to Mondstadt?" Ying suddenly asked Eve. That Eve's heart trembled. Had she discovered something? No. That distance was so far, and there was a storm in between. She should not have been able to see my face clearly. Moreover, she was now dressed differently. She should be even less able to recognize me. Besides, if she really did recognize me, she wouldn't be acting this way. That "I'm sorry. I've never been to Mondstadt." "Have you always been in Liu?" Eve replied. "Why do you ask?" Eve questioned in return. "Oh, it's nothing, just a sudden thought," Ying continued. "All right, let us discuss something serious now," the young master said. "Yes, indeed," Paimon echoed. "But what does it mean to be part of the underworld?" Paimon asked, puzzled. "In industries like the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor inevitably come into contact with some underworld business," the young master explained. "How did you come to know each other?" Ying asked curiously. "We, the Fatui, have always enjoyed associating with those who operate in the shadows." The young master replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you both. I've heard rumors about you in Mondstadt," Zhongli said, setting down his teacup as he addressed Ying. "Wait, underworld, shadows, sending people to the afterlife. I understand." Paimon seemed to have a revelation. Could it be that the Wangxing Funeral Parlor is... The Wangxing Funeral Parlor is an organization that oversees funerals, aiming to ensure a peaceful passage for the deceased. Eve interjected. "Typically, family and friends seek us out when someone has passed away or is nearing death. So, little one, do you suppose we're a hitman organization?" Eve smiled at Paimon. I don't think so." Paimon felt her heart pierced by the truth. Hitmen, how amusing." The young master laughed heartily. "Indeed, among the Fatui's associates, there are many hitmen, but the Wangxing Funeral Parlor does not operate in that line of work, at least not openly." The young master continued. "Openly?" Ying still looked at Eve and Zhongli in shock. After all, they are from the underworld. Cough. That is a detail we can't delve into too deeply to... In any case, I brought you here to meet these two because... The young master said, "Because we have a way to let you see the Geo-Archon's divine body," Zhongli said, taking a sip of tea. "What? Are you serious?" Ying and Paimon turned to Zhongli. No need to be surprised. Although the Geo-Archon's divine body has long been hidden under the manipulation of Ningguang of the Tianquan, still, let us first hear what these two have to say. The young master turned his gaze towards Zhongli and Eve. Although the Geo Archon is the ancestor of all immortals, he is still one of the immortals. Throughout Liyue's thousands of years of history, many immortals have departed. This is irrevocable. Zhongli continued after taking a sip of tea. As times have changed, you must have experienced this transformation while in Jian Karst. Indeed, the immortals are gradually distancing themselves from Liyue, and not in agreement. As you can see, the era of the immortals is fading, and the age of mortals is gradually becoming a reality. In other words, the era of the seven gods is crumbling. In previous years, whenever a celestial being departed, a grand memorial ceremony would ensue, a cherished tradition of Liyue. Yet this time, even the seven stars have neglected this custom, which is indeed quite unbecoming, sighed Zhongli. After all, this is a peculiar case of divine murder. The true culprit has yet to be apprehended. Remarking that a peculiar case of divine murder. The Wangxing funeral parlor does not concern itself with such matters, interjected Eve suddenly. What truly occupies the Wangxing funeral parlor's attention is the sending off ceremony for the departed. If the invitation ceremony is so grand, then who will oversee the sending off ceremony? Eve stated with poise. I've already heard about your circumstances, since you have some acquaintance with the Anemo Archon. Would you join me in preparing a farewell ceremony for the Geo Archon? Zhongli inquired of Ing. How do you know about our connection to the Anemo Archon? Paimon suddenly reacted. After all, I am somewhat of a figure in this realm and can acquire knowledge through certain channels. Zhongli said, maintaining a composed demeanor as he looked at Eve. Eve pretended to sip her tea, clearing her throat. This matter is not something she mentioned. Very well. Ing conceded to Zhongli's words. What is your decision? Zhongli continued to inquire. Ing fell into contemplation. I suppose accepting the invitation is not out of the question, she responded after careful consideration. It is indeed a well-informed choice, remarked the young master from aside. The Tian Shu, Ningguang, is currently preventing anyone from gazing upon the remains of the Geo Archon. Therefore, if you wish to achieve your goal of meeting the seven gods, this is the only avenue available. The young master continued. Indeed, only by participating in the sending off ceremony can you once again behold the body of the Geo Archon, Zhongli stated solemnly. Alas, it seems there are no other options. Ing lamented. Then, since that is the case, let's have a meal first. One must be nourished to have the strength to undertake tasks that I will elaborate on the details during the meal, Zhongli added. Hooray! Finally we can eat! Paimon exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 73. Shortage of ore at the dining table. Perhaps you could provide me with a different set of cutlery, the young master said helplessly, holding the chopsticks. Although he had been in Liyue for some time, he still had not mastered this dining utensil. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Eve smiled at the young master. Meanwhile, Zhongli was conversing with Ing. Ing, having experienced the city-state after the goddess' departure, what are your thoughts on Liyue, this divine land? It is an entirely different style, Ing pondered before responding. Yet now, it seems akin to Mondstadt, Eve remarked with a gentle smile. Zhongli ignored Eve's comment. Liyue boasts a historical depth of 3,700 years, the most profound among the seven nations. Preparing for the sending-off ceremony will also become a part of your journey. Broadening your horizons. Liyue is the most prosperous of the earthly nations, historically guarded by deities and ruled by the seven stars. Thus, the fatuous tactics employed in Mondstadt cannot be executed here. Zhongli paused momentarily. Hey, Mr. Zhongli, I am still here. The young master interjected. Is that not the case? Otherwise, how would one resort to the Wangxing funeral parlor's connections to conduct affairs? Zhongli looked at the young master. Mr. Zhongli is right. I shall rely heavily on the Wangxing funeral parlor then. The young master could only laugh to mask his discomfort. However, we remain in a cooperative relationship. Zhongli continued. All right, enough of this that I have some matters to attend to. I apologize, everyone, but I must take my leave. I have already settled the bill for this meal, and I will reimburse the full expenses for the subsequent sending-off ceremony. With that, the young master swiftly departed from the Luli pavilion. Young master. He left so quickly. Paimon remarked with confusion that if he had stayed any longer, he would have been pierced to the core by someone. Eve said, sipping her tea. Let's not dwell on that. Have you all finished your meals? Zhongli wiped his mouth with a napkin. Yes, Both Ing and Paimon set down their chopsticks. Then let us prepare for the first step of the ceremony, acquiring the finest quality night watch stones. Worthy of the divine. Zhongli rose from his seat. Where shall we go? To mine in the mountains? Paimon asked, puzzled. No, we should be able to purchase them at Liyue Harbor. Zhongli contemplated if it can be resolved with money. There is no need for such trouble. Wow. Zhongli is indeed generous, Paimon exclaimed. Because the bill can be sent to the Northland Bank, Eve ruthlessly exposed Zhongli. Is that so? Paimon exclaimed in surprise. Ahem, let us first seek out your merchant to see if they possess the night watch stones we require. Zhongli briskly exited the Luli pavilion. We should go as well. Eve said gently to Ing, Liyue Harbor, Jitsue walk. Hey, esteemed customer, what can I get for you? The owner, sure to, greeted Zhongli and his party warmly as they approached. Boss, we wish to purchase night watch stones, with at least a quality of candlelight level, Zhongli stated to sure to. Candlelight level night watch stones. Sure to exclaimed in astonishment. It seems you are not mere tourists but connoisseurs. My apologies. After regaining his composure, Sure to continued. However, I regret to inform you that I currently have no stock. Not only do I lack candlelight level night watch stones, but I do not even have ordinary quality night watch stones available. Sure to lamented. No stock? As a major producer of, or how could Liyue possibly be out of night watch stones? Zhongli queried, perplexed. Hey, esteemed customer, I see you are knowledgeable. Hence, I will confide in you. There is not a single merchant in Liyue Harbor with stock. Sure to leaned closer to Zhongli and whispered. How could this be? Zhongli's expression grew increasingly strange. It appears that recently, for reasons unknown, all the ore in Liyue Harbor has been purchased by a person of significant influence. Not only did he acquire night watch stones, but he also bought up precious ores such as amber and crystal, or, regardless of quality, he would seize them as soon as they appeared on the market. All our ores have been bought out by him, Sure to said helplessly. I see. Then, boss, do you know who this person is? Zhongli inquired. I am not certain. I've only heard that he seems to be a prominent figure from Snezhnaya. Sure to pondered. If you have a way to reach that influential person, you might find the ores you need there, Sure to advised Zhongli. Understood. Zhongli nodded, deep in thought as he turned back to Eve and the others. Zhongli, what happened? At that moment, Eve stepped forward to inquire. A slight mishap has occurred. It appears we must personally go to the mines to extract the ores, Zhongli said, somewhat resigned. All the ores in Liyue Harbor have been sold out. How can this be? Ing questioned, bewildered. Where can we go now to extract night watch stones? Paimon asked. If we're to speak of, or extraction, it must be the chasm. However, due to certain reasons, it is currently closed. So our first choice is Mingyun Village, Zhongli contemplated. That is one of the primary sites for night watch stone production, and we need to hasten our steps. Otherwise, we will delay the sending off ceremony. Agreed. The group nodded in unison. Mingyun Village, Zhongli and Eve walked side by side at the forefront, while Ing and Paimon trailed behind. Zhongli, what do you think about this situation? Eve quietly asked Zhongli. What situation? Zhongli replied, puzzled. Do not hide any longer. I know you have concerns, as far as I understand. Liyue is a major ore-producing nation. Even if the chasm is halted, there should not be a complete shortage of ores in Liyue Harbor. Moreover, while a shortage of premium ores may be understandable, the absence of inferior ores and those used for crafting weapons is quite abnormal. Eve analyzed meticulously. Alas, you have indeed noticed. I have been contemplating this matter as well. Though I have begun to formulate a theory, Zhongli paused momentarily. It resembles a trade war. Eve interjected. Precisely. The other party likely intends to hoard the ores, waiting for prices to soar before selling them all at once. Merely a business maneuver. Zhongli pondered for a moment before speaking. However, I believe it will not be so simple. He remarked. Eve, with a meaningful tone, added, forget it. These matters are no longer my concern. I shall leave them to the Qixing to fret over. With a sigh, Zhongli continued. Ahead lies the entrance to the mining site of Mingyun Town. Chapter 74. The Rich Man's Scheme. North Bank, my lord, we have completed the procurement plan you requested. A member of the Fatui reported to the nobleman seated in the shadows. Here is the list of acquisitions for your review. Another member of the Fatui handed a document to the nobleman. Very well, the nobleman acknowledged, taking the list with one hand while adjusting his glasses with the other. Is it not a bit reckless to proceed with this procurement? A member of the fatui ventured cautiously. The nobleman lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of warmth. No, my lord, that is not what I meant. The fatui member hastily clarified. Just that this operation has already depleted a significant portion of the North Bank's financial reserves in Liu. This matter does not concern you. I have my own standards, the nobleman replied coldly. Furthermore, keep a close watch on the output of the nearby mines in Liu. The moment any ore is produced, secure it at once. Additionally, strive to acquire as many shops in Liu Harbor that sell ore as possible. Price is not an issue, but do not let it exceed reasonable L with a wave of his hand. Suddenly 30 to 40 individuals came rushing from the distance, their hands laden with weapons emblematic of the fatui. What do you intend to do? Paimon exclaimed in a panic. What do we intend to do? Naturally, we seek the stones in your possession. Just now, we attempted to purchase them, but you foolishly refused. Now, you shall receive not a single coin, came the reply. Wait, I must inform you that we are acquainted with your executive officer. Paimon quickly interjected. Acquainted with the esteemed officer. I could just as easily claim to know Her Majesty the Queen. Hand over the stones, lest you force my hand and cause a tragedy. The leader of the fatui snarled menacingly. Such coercive tactics, a blatant disregard for others' opinions, an intention to rob, all blatantly contravene the principles of the contract, Zhongli remarked with a tone of severity. And what of it? I shall proceed as I please today. A contract, the god of contracts is dead. What do you wish to discuss regarding contracts? The fatui leader boasted arrogantly that a contract is of no consequence, stubborn and unyielding. Zhongli's voice now carried a hint of anger. Such blasphemy against the contract is something the god of contracts cannot tolerate. Eve, assist me, Zhongli requested, handing the nightstone to Eve. All right. Eve accepted the nightstone, perplexed. She observed Zhongli as he stepped forward with determination. It seemed that Morix was genuinely incensed this time. Mr. Zhongli, retreat. They are numerous, Ing exclaimed, drawing her silver sword in preparation for battle. Indeed, Zhongli, leave it to us. They are beyond your capacity to handle, Paimon urged anxiously from the side. Despite their warnings, Zhongli strode forward without hesitation. What? Have you lost your wits? You simply walk closer. The fatui leader's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Zhongli's face, which bore an intensity that could send tremors through any who dared to gaze upon it. Regardless of the presence of the god of contracts, the contract must be upheld. This is the most fundamental principle of humanity, Zhongli declared sternly. Fire, commanded the leader as he watched Zhongli approach. Bang, bang, in an instant. A barrage of firepower rained down upon Zhongli. Zhongli! Ing shouted in concern. As Zhongli appeared to be engulfed in flames, he raised a hand. All is absorbed, the transparent golden shield materialized, encircling him. Boom! The cannon fire struck the golden shield. Yet the seemingly ferocious barrage could not even rattle it. Zhongli is, Ing gasped in shock at the spectacle. Not good, Ing. Those stray attacks are heading our way, Paimon cried, in addition to the attacks directed at Zhongli. Some were now hurtling towards Ing and her companions. Damn it. Ing instinctively prepared to parry with her sword. I could see that moment. Eve arrived at Ying's side. Lady Eve? Ing looked at her, puzzled. Be careful, Eve said gently. Immediately, with a wave of her hand, a green transparent shield appeared before Ing. Bang! The attacks continue to have no effect on the shield. Eve is surprisingly formidable as well. Paimon exclaimed. How could this be? The fatui leader, witnessing the ineffectiveness of their assaults, began to feel a tinge of fear. Those who defile the contract shall face appropriate retribution. A chilling indifference flickered in Zhongli's gaze. Quick, run. He uttered a single word. Instantly, the golden shield shattered, and an unstoppable golden shockwave surged forth, toppling all the fatui. Wow. Zhongli is incredible. Paimon marveled at the sight of everyone sprawled on the ground. It was nothing. Zhongli replied, nonchalantly, I merely incapacitated them for a moment of reflection. He exhaled deeply. I never anticipated that not only Mr. Zhongli, but even Lady Eve would possess such hidden depths, Ing remarked, observing Eve's exquisite countenance. The sight of the green shield had sparked a sense of familiarity within her. Is that so? Eve smiled gently. After all, we could be considered, what did little Paimon call it? People the road da. That seems accurate. Paimon scratched her head in agreement. Ing continued to gaze at Eve. Now that the matter is resolved, I shall take the Nightstone to find the craftsman in the port. Eve, please accompany Ing as you continue with the next preparations, Zhongli instructed, grasping the Nightstone. All right, Eve nodded slightly. Chapter 76. Eve's counteroffer, let us proceed. Eve said as she headed towards Liyue Harbor. We're coming. Paimon and Ing hurriedly followed in her footsteps. Miss Eve, why did Mr. Zhongli behave in such a manner earlier? Ing inquired as she walked beside Eve. Yes. It was quite terrifying. Paimon chimed in from the side. Regarding that matter, do not be fooled by his usual amiability. He may appear like an elderly gentleman, yet when confronted with a situation, he can transform entirely. Eve reflected thoughtfully, oh, is that so? Paimon mused that it seems Mr. Zhongli places great importance on contracts, and recalled the earlier events. Yes, that old relic values it highly. After all, he has received the favor of the Geo Archon. Eve explained. Wow, Eve seems to know Mr. Zhongli quite well. Paimon remarked, intrigued. Well, I have known him for quite a long time, so long that I'm nearly forgotten. Eve replied, contemplating her words. Eve appeared remarkably youthful, yet spoke as if she had known Zhongli for centuries. Paimon was perplexed. Little Paimon will understand in due time, Eve said with a gentle smile. By the way, what was that fragrance oil Mr. Zhongli mentioned? Should we buy it directly? Paimon continued to inquire. That is the second step of the rite of dissension. The incense offered to the gods is special and generally unavailable in the city. Moreover, the quality of the Nivis flowers required for its concoction is also exceptional. Eve elucidated. Nivis flowers? Paimon seemed to recall something. Writing, we gathered some while at the Wangshu Inn. Paimon exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Ing agreed, recalling the moment. Check if these can be used, she said, retrieving a handful of Nivis flowers from her backpack and presenting them to Eve. I am afraid these Nivis flowers are of insufficient quality. Eve examined each flower and shook her head. Very well, Ing said, disappointed as she put the flowers away. Where can we find those special Nivis flowers? Paimon inquired. Such things are not like ores. They should be available at flower shops in Liyue Harbor, Eve replied. The flowers known as Nivis are often used to create brocade, yet their fragrance is particularly elegant, making them fitting for solemn occasions involving deities. That it was now Eve's turn to impart knowledge of high society. Oh dear, Paimon sighed. Little Paimon is truly amusing. Now, let's first visit the merchant. Eve affectionately ruffled Paimon's hair. Though Paimon did not resist, she reveled in the attention. The hint of envy flickered in Ying's eyes. Eve sighed in resignation. Liyue Harbor, flower shop. Welcome, esteemed guests. The proprietor exclaimed cheerfully. Do you have Nivis flowers? Paimon inquired. Of course, which variety do you seek? The owner responded courteously. Which variety? I mean the best one, Paimon stammered, unsure. Humph, so you are but an inexperienced outsider, the owner scoffed. You jest, good sir, Eve said with a disapproving smile directed at the proprietor. Do you have the golden chamber hidden beauty, the mountain shade brocade, or the ethereal destiny varieties of Nivis flowers? This young lady is indeed knowledgeable. My apologies, the boss suddenly adopted a humble demeanor. Of course, I have these exquisite niche of flowers here. Please, allow me to present one for your inspection, he said. Eve continued, no problem. With that, the boss returned to the shop and carefully retrieved 3 niche of flowers. What do you think? He inquired eagerly. Eve scrutinized the flowers attentively. The goddess of wisdom. She could discern their quality. They're quite commendable, she remarked. How many would the customer like? The boss pressed on with his attentiveness. For crafting the incense for the celestial offering, one of each will suffice, Eve contemplated aloud. How much does each one cost? She asked the boss. These niche flowers are of the finest quality, thus they are non-negotiable. Each is priced at 1 million mora. The boss stated emphatically 0.1 million mora. Indeed, Eve responded calmly. How exorbitant! Paimon exclaimed, so. Do you have any funds? Eve turned to Lumen and inquired. Has no one brought any money? Not even you, Eve? Paimon gasped. Wait, I recall that someone was to cover the cost for this ceremony. Eve reflected that, esteemed guests, pardon my interruption. But are you intending to present these flowers to the Geo Archon? The boss suddenly interjected. That would be accurate. Paimon chimed in. Oh dear. Had you mentioned it sooner, I wouldn't require payment from you. The boss declared. After all, we have received quite a bit of favor from the Geo Archon. Hold on, you must accept this payment. Eve interrupted the boss. The boss was rendered speechless. This is, after all, a part of our agreement and something the Geo Archon wishes to see. It seemed Eve had formulated a plan in her mind well, that does make sense, the boss conceded after some thought. Shall I wrap these 3 flowers for you? No, we no longer need 3. Make it 30, 10 of each variety of niche of flower. Eve said with a slight smile, so many. Both the boss and Paimon exclaimed in unison, I it that the shop's stock is insufficient. Eve asked with concern, no, we certainly have enough stock, but the mora. The boss replied, somewhat apprehensive. You need not worry about that. It totals 30 million mora, correct? Considering your dedication to the Geo Archon, I shall add an additional 1 million mora, bringing the total to 31 million mora. Eve countered with a firm negotiation. The gentle demeanor of Eve left the boss momentarily at a loss for words. Eve, where are we to find such a large sum of mora? Paimon expressed her concern from the side. And what purpose do we have for purchasing so many flowers? Wasn't it mentioned that someone would reimburse us? Having more incense is never a disadvantage, Eve replied with a gentle smile. Boss, please send the bill to the Northern Bank. Eve turned back to the boss and stated, Chapter 77. Blocking the path of the carriage amidst the boss's flustered state, Eve received the 30 wrapped niche of flowers. Now that we have the flowers, what shall we do about the incense production? Paimon asked curiously. I am aware of someone who is quite capable in the realm of incense making. Eve replied nonchalantly, that's so. No wonder you possess knowledge akin to Zhongli's. Paimon praised immediately. All right, let us proceed and seek him out. Eve led Lumen and the others away from the flower shop. Take care, dear customers, the boss called after them, reluctant to see them go. This was the largest transaction he had conducted in half a year. These individuals are evidently backed by the Northern Bank. I must cultivate a good relationship with them, the boss thought to himself. Spring Fragrance Pavilion, it seems that your arrival here indicates you are quite the connoisseurs. Inger remarked to Eve, her gaze laden with meaning, my dear beautiful sister, I presume you wish to craft some incense, yes? Is it for a wedding, daily use, or perhaps to impress a beloved? Inger inquired with curiosity. If it is neither for a wedding nor to impress someone, I can offer to make it for you free of charge. Inger's gaze towards Eve grew increasingly peculiar. Upon gazing at Eve's stunning visage, Inger appeared to be smitten. Is there an odd atmosphere here? Paimon suddenly sensed something amiss. No, neither. We have brought our own materials, Eve replied coolly. Eve produced 3 niche of flowers. Are you truly planning to create 3 types of incense? You wouldn't be. Inger gazed at Eve with excitement. We intend to use them for the celestial offering. Eve said calmly, Oh, you hastily concocted that excuse. Do not worry, sister. I am well aware, and you need not conceal anything. You are quite the aloof sister, Inger said, misinterpreting the situation. Oh dear, I see. With a hint of reluctance, Eve realized that coming here might have been a mistake. In any case, we would appreciate your assistance in crafting these 3 types of incense, and we will compensate you fairly. Eve stated, No need. Crafting incense for such a beautiful sister is naturally a free service. However, I wonder if you might be interested in modeling for me just once. Inger looked at Eve with hopeful eyes. Modeling? Lumen queried, puzzled. You know, the kind that involves applying the incense for others to admire. If you were to join, you would surely attract the attention of the entire city. Inger remarked meaningfully. Why does this feel awry? Paimon expressed her fear. I'm afraid I must decline. Eve firmly rejected Yinger's offer. The goddess of wisdom. How could she possibly engage in such affairs? Oh, very well. If you do not wish to, so be it. However, I will require you to assist me during this period. You must focus solely on me and be prepared to take responsibility, Inger said with a teasing hint. Paimon sighed helplessly. All right, first, I need you to extract the essential oils from these niche of flowers. You will need to head to the synthesis table and stir at your own pace until all the juices are extracted. Cough, cough, we understand. Eve quickly interrupted Yinger's instructions. Oh, how shy you are. Inger chuckled. Off you go. I will be waiting here. Upon arriving at the alchemy table in Liu Harbor, Eve expertly operated the apparatus. After all, alchemy was a domain the academia had delved into. As one of the initial founders of the academia with the most profound knowledge, Eve had taught countless exceptional students, including the former chief alchemist of the Kenria Kingdom, Gold Raindot, who was once her pupil. Thus, Eve's alchemical proficiency had surpassed the golden level. Before long, under Eve's guidance, 3 vials of Nisha flower essential oil were produced in succession. Wow, this is the essential oil from the Nisha flowers, Paimon exclaimed in wonder, gazing at the 3 vials of pink oil. Well then, let us return, Eve said as she collected the 3 vials of essential oil. The group made their way back to Spring Fragrance Pavilion. Though Eve felt some reluctance, she returned nonetheless that Yinger's pace was rather swift. Excellent quality. It appears you have mastered the technique well, Yinger remarked to Eve as she examined the essential oil, listening to Yinger's words. Eve could no longer contain herself. She was ready to retaliate. Oh, is that so? Would you care to learn about my business? Eve suddenly leaned closer to Yinger, playfully lifting her chin with a finger. Oh dear, an unusual side of Miss Eve has emerged. Paimon gasped, covering her mouth. It seems my sister is quite knowledgeable. Do share what it is if it pleases me. I shall certainly become a regular customer. Yinger responded fearlessly, countering Eve's advances. The MY business location is at the Yuhing Terrace. You are welcome to visit me at midnight, Eve whispered enticingly near Yinger's ear. W? The songbird suddenly retreated in a flurry. Wang Shengtang, she cast a fearful glance at Eve. Could it be that sister hasn't noticed? This attire I wear is indeed that of a guest from Wang Shengtang. Eve inched closer to Yinger's presence. Sister, would you care to indulge? Eve said enticingly. No, I must prepare the perfume right away, Yinger promptly replied, seizing the essential oils to commence her crafting. Miss Yinger seems quite startled, Paimon remarked with curiosity, observing Yinger's actions. A slight smirk graced Eve's lips. Oh, my dear, do you think I cannot handle you? Before long, 3 distinct perfumes were completed, filling the room with an enchanting aroma. Wow, it smells divine, Paimon exclaimed. Indeed, Lumen nodded in agreement. Now, the 3 perfumes are ready. Allow me to present them to you. Swiftly handed the perfumes to Eve. Oh, thank you, dear sister, Eve replied half-jokingly to Ha, it's nothing. Just be sure to visit less. Oh no, more often will suffice. Yinger stammered. As for the payment. Oh, no need for that. Since this is a gift for the celestial ceremony, I shall not accept payment. Yinger insisted immediately to no, that simply won't do. The account must be settled. Just send the bill to the Northern Bank. Eve stated nonchalantly. Oh dear. Chapter 78. The Lost Paradise. Where should we go now? Lumen inquired as she stepped out of the spring fragrance kiln. You should first take these perfumes to Zhongli. He should be by the 7-day statue outside the city. Eve instructed, handing the 3 perfumes to Lumen. Is Miss Eve not joining us? Paimon asked, puzzled. I have some matters to attend to, so I will not be accompanying you. I will meet up with you later, Eve concluded before departing. Sigh. I truly wonder what Miss Eve is up to, Paimon remarked, gazing at Eve's retreating figure in confusion. I could see that moment. Lumen pulled Paimon closer. What is it, Lumen? Paimon questioned, observing Lumen's expression. Paimon, Haven T, you noticed? I have this feeling that we have encountered Miss Eve before. Lumen expressed her suspicion. Really? Let me think. Paimon pondered. Do you not feel it? Miss Eve gives me an incredibly familiar impression. Lumen queried. Not at all. Perhaps it's simply because Miss Eve is inherently gentle, Paimon suggested. Well, that could be it, Lumen sighed. Enough of this. Let us hasten to find Zhongli, Paimon urged. Indeed, Lumen nodded in agreement. At Liu Harbor. On Feiyin Slope, Eve strolled casually, arriving in front of a shop that appeared to specialize in foreign products. Miss, what would you like to purchase? The shopkeeper inquired. Hello, do you have any specialties from Sumeru? Eve asked directly. Certainly, we specialize in foreign delicacies, the shopkeeper replied promptly. You have Hamu, Yevawood, robust mycelium, dormant mycelium, spore crystals, and the truth of the oasis garden. Eve continued her inquiry. Wait, slow down. I can hardly keep up. The shopkeeper hurriedly jotted down notes. Once the shopkeeper organized the list, he fell into contemplation upon reviewing it. Forgive my curiosity, miss, But may I ask what you intend to do with such a large quantity of materials? The shopkeeper queried, puzzled. The initial items were understandable, possibly for crafting furniture or alchemy, but the last item, the truth of the oasis garden, was unusual that I in sumo. It was a treasure from a secret realm, and many adventurers had perished in their quest to explore it, rendering such items exceedingly rare. I in sumo. This treasure could enhance weaponry. Yet in Luo, he had never encountered anyone seeking it. Customer privacy should be respected, I believe. Eve spoke gently. That a valid point, the shopkeeper conceded with resignation. I have all the items you mentioned. However, the prices are rather steep. How much do you require, miss? I would like 3 of each material. Money is no object, Eve stated generously. Including the truth of the oasis garden? The shopkeeper asked incredulously. Indeed, Eve nodded. All right, I understand that I will prepare it immediately. The shopkeeper hurried to the back of the shop to gather the materials. Moments later, he returned with a large box. Miss, here are the items you requested. The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow. These things are quite heavy. The total comes to 10 million mora, with the truth of the oasis garden being the most expensive at 3 million mora. The rest adds up to 1 million mora, and oh problem, please send the bill to the northern bank, marking it as supplies for the celestial ceremony, Eve said as she departed with her items. Oh, by the way, could I also have a cup of coconut milk? At Liua Harbor, on Feiyan Slope, Eve returned to the alchemy table. The reason for her substantial purchase was that she had devised a powerful alchemical creation, perfectly suited to complement the remaining rainbow flowers. This creation was a potent alchemical product, invented by the flower goddess herself. After all, beneath the beauty of the endless sea of flowers lies a deadly secret. Eve mused to herself. She quickly began her operations at the alchemy table. Using the truth of the oasis garden as a base, she proceeded to blend the other materials through alchemy. Phew! Now, I just need the flowers. Eve exhaled. This alchemical creation was named the Lost Paradise. Its appearance resembled a golden plate, quite similar to the unrefined truth of the oasis garden, albeit adorned with flowers. The essence of this alchemical artifact lay within the flowers. The higher the quality and quantity of the flowers, the more formidable the resulting power. Eve crafted 3 lost paradises, utilizing all 9 rainbow flowers of varying qualities. Alas, Sumeru's roses cannot compare to these rainbow flowers. I wonder if the quality of Patashalan can match. Nevertheless, this time as potency should be even greater. Eve stored the 3 completed lost paradises. At this moment, she realized that much of the day had already passed. It seemed the complexity of these alchemical creations was immense, even for someone of Eve's caliber, surpassing the golden level, taking such a lengthy period, time to find Zhongli and the others. Eve contemplated. Chapter 79. The wealthy seek an audience. Eve strolled through Liua Harbor. Amidst the Feiyan Slope, as she passed by Kite Stall, a familiar voice caught her attention. The grass leaf patterns paying homage to wisdom. The silverwood rings, intricately fused within the kite's framework, are truly commendable. The details are impressively executed. Granny A. Sean, I shall take all these kites. And after the bill, please send it to the northern bank. Zhongli's steady voice resonated. Again with the northern bank? Paymon's astonished exclamation followed. Why do you say again? Zhongli inquired, perplexed, because Lumen began to explain but was suddenly interrupted by Eve, because the bill is meant for reimbursement by the northern bank. Eve's gentle voice interjected. Oh, it's you, Eve, Zhongli remarked, noticing Eve approaching. Miss Eve has returned, Paimon exclaimed joyfully. Wait, I seem to have figured something out. That earlier... Zhongli's eyes widened in realization as he regarded Eve. So, what are you all discussing? Suddenly, the gentleman appeared at the corner of the alley. The wallet has reappeared, Paimon exclaimed in surprise. Cough, 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 cough. Eve and Zhongli exchanged tactical coughs. What wallet? In any case, it is a pleasure to see you all again. The gentleman remarked, puzzled. Oh, by the way, sir, your fatui are truly driving me to madness. Paimon suddenly interjected. Hey, what has happened to make our little Paimon so furious? The gentleman said with a smile, that it's those fatui under your command. We have just painstakingly mined the Night Harbor stone, only for you to set your sights on it. Not only can we not buy it, but you also attempt to seize it by force. It is utterly outrageous. Paimon retorted angrily, "Oh, is that so? I was unaware of this matter. It must be that my subordinates are lacking in discretion. I shall reprimand them accordingly." The gentleman contemplated. "That is more like it," Paimon said, crossing her arms. All right, all right. Are you here to purchase kites?" The gentleman inquired, glancing at the kite stall. "That if that is the case, allow me to cover the cost of the kites," he declared proudly. You have arrived a moment too late. The bill has already been sent to the Northern Bank by Zhongli." Paimon continued. Is that so?" The gentleman said, scratching his head awkwardly. Mr. Zhongli remains as he always is when it comes to settling bills or calling upon someone to pay. He never glances at the price or his purse," the gentleman said, raising his hands in resignation. "Yet, on the other hand, he seems to comprehend the struggles of mortals, yet cannot fathom that poverty could also befall him. In other words, he simply cannot imagine a version of himself without wealth." The gentleman pondered deeply. "How remarkable! How has such a person not starved to death?" Paimon lamented. Indeed," Eve chimed in with a smile. "Wait, aside from Zhongli, there's another person like that," Paimon suddenly realized. Both Ing and Paimon instinctively turned their gazes towards Eve. Do I count as one?" Eve said, slightly embarrassed. "Humph." Paimon nodded with her arms crossed. "So, Miss Eve is also one of those people," the gentleman exclaimed in astonishment. "Mr. Gentleman, you still love to jest. Very well, since all is well with the kites, we need not rest before proceeding to the next preparation." Zhongli stated calmly. "The sending of the immortals requires both materials and manpower, but we can hire some capable workers near the docks." Zhongli continued. "I understand. Come, Ing, take this pouch of coins. You know what to do without me saying it. Right? As for bargaining, you and Paimon handle it, and make sure Zhongli doesn't interfere." The gentleman handed a pouch to Ing. And Miss Eve, he added as he leaned towards Paimon. Once Ing and the others departed, the gentleman muttered to himself, arriving late. It seems I have missed some intriguing news. That I shall find a way to appear at a more opportune moment next time." Just as he was about to head back, another member of the fatui unexpectedly emerged from around the corner. "Sir, the affluent gentleman requests your presence at the Northern Bank. He claims to have some important matters to discuss with you." I understand." The gentleman nodded and waved for the fatui member to leave. "An affluent person seeks me. What could be of such importance?" He mused and promptly made his way towards the Northern Bank. Cough, cough. With the arrival of the festive season, inviting friends and family, preparing holiday goods, and cleaning the dust from the house, time is short. Thus, I present 2 updates today. Chapter 80. The Apothecary upon arriving at the docks. Ing had already negotiated the price with the cargo handlers and paid them in full. They walked towards Eve and Zhongli, who were waiting in the distance. The task was complete, and there was still a considerable amount of money left for what the gentleman had given. Ing jingled the pouch in her hand. "What shall we do next?" Paimon inquired, looking at Zhongli and Eve. "Next, we must go to the apothecary to acquire the everlasting incense. It is the most renowned apothecary in Liyue Harbor." Zhongli stated, "As the sun sets, we must act swiftly," he added after glancing at the time. At that moment, the sun was about to dip below the horizon, casting a heavy dusk over Liyue Harbor, enveloping the ancient city in a profound sense of history. Zhongli gazed thoughtfully at the port city. "It is beautiful, isn't it?" Eve's voice echoed in Zhongli's ear. "This is my steadfast commitment." A look of contentment graced Zhongli's face. "I too hold a city in my heart. It is just as beautiful to me." Eve's voice trailed off, her expression becoming somewhat distant. "Then let us hasten." Paimon's voice suddenly interrupted them. That moment, Paimon and Ing had already walked quite a distance. You know the way. Eve called out gently to Ing and Paimon. As a guide, of course I know." "Hurry up," Paimon declared proudly. "Humph." Eve smiled warmly at Paimon's proud demeanor. It seemed she was recalling something, yet her thoughts remained elusive. "All right, let's catch up." Eve urged Zhongli beside her, and then quickened her pace towards Ing. Zhongli responded and also hurried along. The apothecary. "There's no one at the counter." "The atmosphere feels somewhat eerie," Paimon remarked as she entered the apothecary with a hint of confusion. "Excuse me, is the owner in?" Ing called out to the counter. "Welcome." A sudden, stiff voice emerged. Did you all hear that voice just now?" Paimon inquired. It seemed to come from behind the counter. Zhongli noted. Paimon looked towards the counter, but found it utterly vacant. How about you go take a look first? Paimon hid behind Eve and cautiously approached. Suddenly, a little girl wearing a purple hat, adorned with a yellow talisman, popped out from beneath the counter. So, you were here. Ing exhaled in relief. What? What? Paimon flitted over immediately. So, you were here, she exclaimed upon seeing the girl, who barely reached the height of the counter. Actually, in terms of height, Paimon is even, and glanced at Paimon hovering beside her. Hey, I'm flying, so height doesn't matter, Paimon retorted, hands on her hips. By the way, doesn't she look a bit strange? She has a yellow talisman stuck to her forehead. Paimon redirected her attention to Chi-Chi, if I'm not mistaken. This must be the legendary zombie, Eve remarked as she stepped forward. Very cute, Eve said, gazing at Chi-Chi with delight. Welcome to the apothecary. I am Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi promptly extended her hand in greeting, though her tone was quite stiff. The beautiful big sister is correct. I have passed away once, but was saved by an immortal, which is why I am a zombie, Chi-Chi explained to the group. Miss Eve is truly impressive. She knows everything, just like Paimon began but then paused. She suddenly recalled that round figure that often infuriated her. Just like what? Eve asked curiously. Nothing, Paimon said with an awkward smile. Sigh, zombies are utterly unimaginable in Mondstadt. Paimon quickly changed the subject. Indeed, Ing nodded in agreement. I could tea that moment. Zhongli approached. Excuse me, little one, may I inquire if you sell everlasting incense here? Zhongli asked tentatively. May I ask, do you have a prescription? Please bring a prescription, Chi-Chi replied in a stilted manner. Buying everlasting incense, doesn't tea require a prescription? Does it? It's not related to treating illnesses. Zhongli said, slightly embarrassed. If you have a prescription, Chi-Chi can assist in preparing the medicine. This is an order from Chi-Chi herself. Chi-Chi continued in her stiff manner. In order? Ing expressed her confusion. In order for the zombie to act. A decree must be issued. Yet this young child appears to be in a state of giving herself such a decree, Eve explained. Therefore, little Chi-Chi, listen to your big sister. We do not possess a remedy, but we hope you can assist us in procuring the everlasting fragrance. Eve bent down gently to speak to Chi-Chi. Of course, big sister. Chi-Chi replied calmly. Indeed, it is still the charm of Miss Eve. Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. However, the beautiful big sister must also assist Chi-Chi. That would be fair. Chi-Chi added promptly. Sigh indeed, Eve said, covering her forehead in exasperation. Alas, even Miss Eve is at a loss. Paimon gasped again. Not to worry. Such an equitable relationship is quite acceptable. In Liu, the art of trade lies in empathy, Zhongli remarked with keen interest. Then please come to the Guizhong machine at Tianing Mountain to assist me in hunting the coconut sheep. Chi-Chi continued. What is the Guizhong machine? And what is a coconut sheep? Paimon inquired, puzzled. The Guizhong machine? I have heard of it. Zhongli contemplated. T is an ancient contraption set up by the celestial beings on Tianing Mountain. A product of mechanical arts, possessing formidable power. Located between the ancient city of Tianheng, it can autonomously combat colossal beasts and guard against external dangers. Zhongli elaborated. In short, it is a defensive weapon, Mr. Zhongli, Paimon summarized. Exactly, Zhongli nodded. Then what is a coconut sheep? Ing asked, perplexed. Indeed, I have never heard of it, Paimon added. Zhongli pondered for a moment. I must admit I have not heard of this coconut sheep before, Zhongli replied helplessly. Oh, Paimon said, disappointed. Does Miss Eve know? Paimon then turned her gaze toward Eve, as it seemed Eve was not lacking in knowledge compared to Zhongli. I am afraid I am also unaware. Eve shook her head. Sigh, I did not expect that not only Zhongli, but even Miss Eve is in the dark, Paimon said resignedly. On the surface, Eve remained composed, yet internally she found the situation amusing. She was well aware that the creature known as the coconut sheep did not exist, and that coconut milk was simply coconut milk. Watching Zhongli's troubled expression was rather entertaining. Occasionally teasing this old serious one was quite delightful. The coconut sheep is a legendary beast of semi-divine nature. Chi-Chi interjected, Is there any further useful information? Zhongli continued to inquire. The coconut sheep is a legendary beast of semi-divine nature. Chi-Chi reiterated what she had just said. Alas, it seems this is all the useful information we have. Zhongli lamented. This poses a challenge. Ing mused. Let us head to the Guizhou machine first. Perhaps we will discover some clues. Zhongli proposed. Indeed, let us set forth at once. Ing and Paimon concurred. With that said, the group prepared to depart from the unseen pavilion. Just as Eve was contemplating whether to call them back to reveal the mystery, a voice preemptively halted them. Please wait. Returners of the absolute cloud. Outside the shop, two young women, one with blue hair and the other with purple hair, stood before Ing and the others. Who are you? Ing asked, her tone wary. There is no need for such tension. We are neither the Qinyan army nor officials come to apprehend you. I am Ganyu, the secretary of Yuehai Pavilion, and this is Kaching, the Yuheng star of Liyue's 7 stars. Ganyu introduced herself promptly. Greetings, Kaching said, looking at Ing. The 7 stars of Liyue? So you are not here to capture us. Paimon nervously ducked behind Ing. What do you want? Ing asked cautiously. I come on behalf of Lady Ningguang, the Tianquan star of the Liyue 7 stars. Ganyu stated that I seek the returners of the absolute cloud. Accept this invitation, as Lady Ningguang wishes to meet you at the Chuanyu Pavilion. Ganyu handed a letter to Ing. What is this? Ing asked, puzzled as she gazed at the letter. It is an invitation to the Chuanyu Pavilion. Ganyu explained. The Tianquan star wishes to see me. Ing questioned again. Indeed, she stated. I wish to meet her at the Chuanyu Pavilion to assist her in severing the intricate threads of hidden currents. Ganyu continued. I understand, Ing said as she tucked away the letter. And what is the Yuheng star here for? Paimon inquired once more. I am not here to seek you. I am here to find Mr. Zhongli. Kaching interjected immediately. Zhongli's interest was piqued. What business could a prominent merchant like the Liyue 7 stars have with me? Zhongli curiously asked. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Mr. Zhongli, and learned that you possess profound knowledge of Liyue's past. I have come to consult you regarding a matter of great importance. Kaching addressed Zhongli earnestly. What is this matter? Pray tell, Zhongli inquired. Are you familiar with the Guizhou machine? Kaching asked. The Guizhou machine. Zhongli had just explained it. Paimon immediately chimed. It seems I have indeed found the right person. Kaching said, satisfied with Zhongli's response. Is it related to the Guizhou machine? Zhongli asked. Precisely, Mr. Zhongli. The Guizhou machine located at Tianning Mountain has been damaged for some unknown reason. I implore you to see if you can repair it, Kaching requested. Furthermore, if you could obtain the blueprints, that would be even better, Kaching added. I see, but only pondered. While I am not particularly skilled in mechanical arts, I do have a friend who excels in this field, and I can recommend you to her, Zhongli stated. Who is it? Kaching inquired instantly. It is my colleague, Miss T once. Everyone's gaze turned to Eve, who was blissfully disengaged. What was happening? Eve asked, still trying to grasp the situation. I did not know that Miss Eve possesses such skills, Paimon exclaimed. Miss Eve, you can repair the Guizhou machine, can't you? Kaching rushed to Eve's side. Grasping her hands fervently. Still bewildered, Eve hurriedly responded, A.S. for mechanical arts. The academia also delves into this, and Eve is quite adept in that area. Repairing the Guizhou machine should pose no issue. However, Eve shot Zhongli a resentful glance, as he had pushed the task onto her despite being capable of handling it himself. This is wonderful, Kaching exclaimed with delight. Let us set off at once. She urged eagerly. Perfect, we can accompany you. We also require the Guizhou machine, Ing added from the side. Indeed, Zhongli nodded in agreement. Then, I shall take my leave. Returners of the absolute cloud, please do not forget your invitation, Ganyu stated as she prepared to depart. Just then, something clung to her leg, causing her to look down in alarm. Her surprise, it was a little girl with a yellow paper on her forehead. What is Chi-Chi doing? Paimon exclaimed. Coconut sheep. Coconut milk, coconut sheep, Chi-Chi continued to chant. Ganyu's expression turned blank. Could it be that the coconut sheep is Ganyu? Paimon seemed to have made a profound discovery. The semi-divine beast, the coconut sheep, Chi-Chi kept repeating. Her tearful eyes remained fixed on Ganyu that moment. Ganyu knelt down to meet Chi-Chi's gaze. Coconut sheep? I am indeed a semi-divine beast, but I am a Qilin, not a coconut sheep, Ganyu clarified, puzzled. What exactly is a coconut sheep? Zhongli pondered deeply. As everyone was deep in thought, Eve slowly approached Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, look, is this coconut milk what you were referring to? Eve gently placed a cup of coconut milk before Chi-Chi. Yes, yes, this is it. Coconut milk, Chi-Chi exclaimed, releasing Ganyu's leg and carefully cradling the cup of coconut milk in her hands. Coconut sheep? No milk. This beautiful sister has milk. As Chi-Chi sipped her drink, she spoke up, Eve couldn't shake the feeling that Chi-Chi's words were somewhat off. Where did Miss Eve acquire that? Paimon immediately flitted over, her curiosity piqued, and Lumen leaned in closer. Just ordinary. Coconut milk, Zhongli remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. He had discerned that the beverage Chi-Chi was enjoying was indeed nothing more than plain coconut milk. I apologize, ladies, in my attempt to maintain fairness with Chi-Chi. I acted thoughtlessly and nearly wasted my efforts. Zhongli addressed Lumen. It's quite all right. After all, we hadn't anticipated it either, Lumen replied with a resigned tone. Did Chi-Chi say something incorrect? Chi-Chi paused her drinking, looking puzzled. Ahem, it's not good to shatter a child's illusions. Eve smiled gently. Wait, Miss Eve. Paimon suddenly had a revelation. So you knew all along that Zhongli's gaze was now fixed intently on Eve. Ahem. Eve averted her eyes. So, Miss Eve has been watching us make fools of ourselves. How utterly unfair. Paimon expressed her indignation. Oh, it's just that you seem so engrossed. Eve replied playfully. Regardless, even though the coconut sheep matter has been resolved, we still need to visit the Guizhou machine, Zhongli stated, exasperated. Oh, right. Paimon exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Before that, let's complete the task we set out to do. Zhongli continued. Oh, by the way, we came to purchase the everlasting incense. Paimon realized anew. That moment. A voice rang out from a distance. It appears we have guests. A man with glasses, green hair, and a snake draped around his neck approached them. Thank you for taking care of my Chi-Chi, he said to Eve, a constant smile gracing his face. And you are? Zhongli inquired, regarding the man with curiosity. Why apologies. I am Baizhu, the owner of this humble establishment. He explained, I am grateful for your protection of Chi-Chi's innocence. At that moment, Baizhu noticed Kaching and Ganyu standing nearby. What a delightful surprise today. I did not expect the Jade Chamber's Kaching and the secretary of the Sea Moon Pavilion to grace my little shop. Baizhu greeted politely. Chapter 82. Kaching's Invitation. Chapter 83. Regarding the bill, an update for a nameless gang leader. The North Country Bank. The young master strode briskly into the North Country Bank's interior. He opened a door and stepped inside. In the room sat a wealthy man alone, holding a few documents, his smile intact yet seemingly rigid. Why the rush to see me? The young master casually pulled up a chair and sat before the wealthy man. Is there something of great importance? He asked, puzzled. Indeed, there are some pressing matters. The wealthy man continued to smile, though his grin gave off an unsettling impression. What is it? The young master observed the wealthy man's demeanor, growing more perplexed. Could you clarify what these are? The wealthy man placed the documents in front of the young master with a smile. What? The young master casually glanced over, gaining a general understanding of the contents. These are merely part of the plan, items needed for the immortal sending ceremony, he replied nonchalantly, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Is that so? Take a closer look, the wealthy man urged, maintaining his smile. What's the issue? Surely a reputable banker wouldn't. The young master picked up the document again. What? 30 million? His words faltered as he was startled by the figure on the bill. You better give me an explanation. The wealthy man struggled to suppress his rising anger. I don't know. The young master appeared bewildered. What could possibly cost 30 million? If that's the case, then 30 million isn't an insurmountable amount. Look at the other bill, the wealthy man insisted. The young master, hearing this, picked up another document. This one is only 10 million, not as much as the previous. He questioned, confused. Look more closely, the wealthy man advised. The young master furrowed his brow. That moment, he began to discern the underlying issue. The wealthy man paused before continuing. The immortal sending ceremony requires materials from Sumeru, does it not? And it also includes a cup of coconut milk. The wealthy man's fists were now clenched tightly. Under normal circumstances, such sums would be trivial, mere millions of mora. But the situation was different now. The wealthy man was currently engaged in a trade war with Ningguang, making cash flow crucial. Moreover, The Liu branch of the North Country Bank didn't possess such reserves, and the sudden shortfall of millions was what incited the wealthy man's ire. I don't know, the young master replied, feigning innocence. Phew. Well, thankfully it remains within manageable limits. The wealthy man released his clenched fists, speaking with resignation. Sigh. Who could have foreseen this? The young master echoed his sentiment. Besides, didn't you say there was no need to worry about funds? He murmured softly. The wealthy man hadn't caught what the young master had said. Ahem, nothing. The young master quickly responded. Just then, a member of the fatui burst through the door, entering the room with urgency. Not good, sir. His pace was frantic, a white piece of paper clutched in his hand. What is it? The wealthy man finally displayed a hint of impatience. It's bad news, sir. The fatui member approached the wealthy man. The wealthy man was now fuming that I refused to believe there could be more bad news. He retorted dismissively. Sir, take a look at this. The fatui member handed over the document. The wealthy man snatched the paper, examining it carefully. After a moment, he exclaimed, What? His fists tightened once again. What is going on? The young master inquired, puzzled. The wealthy man slammed the document down before the young master. Clearly written upon it were the words, 10 sticks of everlasting incense, totaling 29 million mora. The wealthy man gazed at the young master with a chilling smile, the light reflecting ominously off his finely crafted glasses. You better explain how this bill came to be. An update for a nameless gang leader. Thanks to the esteemed patron for their generous support. The author bows in gratitude. Another deep bow. Chapter 84. The irreverent Kaching Chapter 85. Guizhou machine, just as Kaching found herself at a loss for words. A knock at the door unexpectedly provided her with an escape. Lady Kaching, the meal you ordered from Wanmin restaurant has arrived. A familiar voice called out. Ahem, my takeout is here. I must go retrieve it. Kaching quickly diverted the topic. With that, she promptly stood and made her way to the door. Wanmin restaurant. Upon hearing that the food was from Wanmin, Paimon immediately forgot about the clay figurine incident. After all, she had heard that the cuisine from Wanmin was a renowned delicacy of Liu. That voice seems rather familiar, Lumen pondered, recalling the earlier voice. Wait, isn't that Xiangling? Paimon suddenly exclaimed. They had met Xiangling back in Mondstadt, even teaming up to gather ingredients, such as for a particularly delicious frosted treat, Xiangling. The mere mention of Xiangling's name caused Eve to unconsciously shift to the side. As they spoke, Kaching and Xiangling entered the room, both carrying food. So you all are here too. It's lovely to see you, Lumen and Paimon, as well as Zhongli and Miss Eve. Xiangling greeted the group warmly. Hello, Zhongli replied, sipping his tea nonchalantly. Hi. Xiangling, Lumen, and Paimon chimed in unison. Oh, wait, where's that little grass slime? Did it not come with you? Xiangling surveyed the room, yet she could not find the elusive white slime anywhere in sight. The mere mention of it caused Eve to tense up instantly. Eve has been taken away. Paimon uttered forlornly, of course. And I'm not referring Miss Eve. Paimon quickly clarified, oh right, Kaching, isn't that part of the Liu Qixing? A sudden thought struck him. Indeed, what about it? Kaching inquired with a puzzled expression. When a Geo Archon was attacked, did you happen to capture a grass slime, one with white leaves atop its head? Ing asked anxiously. A white grass slime? Let me think. Kaching placed her belongings on the table, deep in contemplation. Have you remembered? Paimon asked with anticipation. No. Kaching shook her head. I'm afraid I have no recollection of that. Sigh. It seems so, Paimon replied helplessly. How could it be? Even the Qixing are unaware. Yet Eve was clearly captured by the Millilith, Ing lamented. Observing Ing and Paimon's distress, Eve felt a pang of embarrassment. Sigh. It appears I should find an opportunity to confess to them. But that moment is certainly not now. Eve mused silently. Come tomorrow, you might inquire with Ningguang. She oversees more matters than I do, and this incident regarding the Archon's assassination has always been under her purview. Kaching advised Ing. She should know more than I do. Ing nodded decisively. All right then, let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us eat, lest our meal grows cold. Xiangling interjected, a cold Wanmin restaurant dish is certainly not as delectable as when it's hot. Indeed, there's no rush, Zhongli remarked nonchalantly. You all eat first. I must take my leave. Xiangling bid farewell. Xiangling, won't you stay a while? Paimon asked while munching on her food. No, I have many tasks awaiting me at the shop. I cannot leave everything to Guoba. With that, Xiangling departed. That night, after dinner, everyone settled down for the night. Zhongli had his own room, while Keqing naturally remained in her master bedroom. Eve, however, shared a room with Ying and Paimon. Just like old times, as the moonlight bathed Eve in its glow, she lay awake, quietly watching Ying in the soft light, her mind deep in thought. The next morning, the ever-efficient Keqing was the first to rise, awakening each of them in turn. Eve was the first to be roused. Sleepily stepping out of her room as she emerged, she overheard voices from the adjacent room. "It is still early. There's no need to rush." "I require a bit more rest," Zhongli protested vehemently. "Get up. The sun is already high in the sky," Keqing chided, exasperated. Listening to their exchange, Eve couldn't help but snicker softly. Who would have thought that the usually solemn Geo-Archon would indulge in sleeping in? Eventually, at Keqing's insistence, Zhongli reluctantly rose from his slumber. "Let us hasten our breakfast. Then we shall head to Tianing Mountain to find the Guizhou machine," Keqing urged while eating. "Understood," Paimon replied, still half asleep. Ying, on the other hand, was full of vigor, quickly finishing her meal. Eve, however, savored her food at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of elegance. Once they had all finished their breakfast, they promptly set off for Tianing Mountain to be by the way. "Keqing, why are you repairing the Guizhou machine?" Paimon inquired curiously along the way. "I'm not entirely sure. It was Ningguang's request. Besides, it is considered an ancient artifact, so restoring it is quite necessary." Keqing explained further. "Oh, I see." Paimon nodded. After traversing a winding mountain path, they arrived at the site of the Guizhou machine. "Wow, this is the Guizhou machine. I never expected it to be so massive. It truly is a creation left by the Adepti." Paimon exclaimed in awe. "Strictly speaking, this is not an Adeptus creation." Keqing clarified. That's so?" Paimon asked, intrigued. "The Guizhou machine was invented over 2,000 years ago by the Geo-Archon's close friend, the god of dust. Guizhou. Thus, it bears the name Guizhou machine," Keqing elucidated. "God of dust? Guizhou?" Paimon echoed, perplexed. Suddenly, Zhongli's expression shifted, his demeanor darkening, as if recalling something. "So, where is such a formidable deity now?" Paimon queried with curiosity. "She is no longer with us." Zhongli replied abruptly. 2,000 years ago, during that brutal war. Mr. Zhongli is correct. Lord Guizhou has long since departed during the Archon War. Keqing continued. "I see," Paimon said, disheartened. Yet the creations left by Lord Guizhou continue to endure, aiding the people of Liue to this day, Keqing remarked. "All right, everyone, let us focus. There are still tasks awaiting us," Keqing urged. "Indeed, we must not dwell on the past," Zhongli added, his voice trembling slightly. Observing Zhongli's reaction, Eve pondered silently. That expression was certainly not one of letting go. "Though you say so, it seems you're the one still clinging to the past. Morix. During this festive season, Mahoyo, you have dealt me a devastating blow. My Guizhou, just like that. It has vanished. Fine, if I cannot obtain it through the game, I shall take matters into my own hands and provide for myself. Finally, I wish all you dear ones a joyful New Year's Eve." Chapter 86. The rocks may still have heart, such a formidable mechanism. How could it have broken? Paimon asked, gazing at the dilapidated Guizhou machine with confusion. It was in a state of utter disrepair. A vile band of treasure robbers. They damaged the Guizhou machine for their own selfish desires not long ago. Keqing explained it. That is truly despicable, Paimon exclaimed indignantly. "However, I have brought them to justice," Keqing continued. "As expected of the Qixing, your efficiency is commendable," Ying remarked. "Capturing criminals is my forte, but the subsequent matters will fall to the two of you," Keqing humbly addressed Eve and Zhongli. "Not to worry. My friend here possesses great expertise in mechanisms and should be able to resolve this issue," Zhongli stated. Sigh. Eve sighed helplessly. She approached the Guizhou machine to assess its condition. The bowstring and the mechanism were completely ruined, and the gears of the base were also damaged. To restore it, a substantial overhaul of the parts will be necessary. "Are there any spare materials for the Guizhou machine?" Eve inquired. "Yes, when the Guizhou machine was initially constructed. Spare materials were prepared to address battle damage. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a supply room in this ancient city where we can find the materials needed for its restoration. Zhongli mused, as expected of Mr. Zhongli. You truly know everything, Paimon praised. You flatter me, Zhongli replied modestly. All right, then please fetch the materials for me, Eve said, continuing to examine the Guizhong machine without turning around at, Zhongli responded, quietly walking into the ancient city nearby. Ing and Paimon followed suit, while Kaching remained to observe Eve's actions. Miss Eve, do you have a way to repair it? Kaching asked with concern. As long as the materials are adequate, it can be restored. Eve replied, having already removed the damaged components. As for the blueprints of the Guizhong machine, we will need to wait a bit longer, Eve continued, examining the machine. Despite its age, being a creation of the gods, it remained exquisitely intricate. As long as it can be done, waiting a little longer is no issue, Kaching assured her promptly. Before long, Zhongli and the others returned with the materials. These are all the materials. Zhongli placed them beside Eve. Eve responded softly, and then immediately began to gather materials to repair the return machine. After a series of clinks and clatters, a brand new return machine made its grand debut before the onlookers. Finally, it was complete. Eve wiped the sweat from her forehead. Wow! Paimon exclaimed upon seeing the restored return machine. Zhongli observed the newly repaired machine in silence, his expression somewhat dazed, as if reminiscing about long-forgotten memories. As for the blueprints, I have a general understanding of the structure of the return machine and can sketch it out shortly, Eve continued. That would be much appreciated, Kaching replied promptly. After a while, a set of blueprints was placed into Kaching's hands. She gazed at the drawings with excitement, her heart racing with anticipation. All right, the task is complete. We should be on our way, Eve stated. Oh, right, Paimon. We still need to meet Ningguang. A sudden thought struck Lumen Dada. Yes, indeed. Paimon chimed in that case. Allow me to escort you to the Yujing Terrace. After all, it is not a place easily accessible to the common folk, Kaching said to Lumen. Lumen nodded in agreement with Kaching's suggestion. However, Mr. Zhongli, Miss Eve, what about you too? Lumen inquired. You may go ahead. I intend to enjoy the scenery of the mountains before departing. Eve replied gently, I share the same sentiment. Zhongli concurred. Very well, Paimon said. Then Lumen, Kaching, let us hasten our departure. We will soon meet the wealthiest person in Liu. I wonder if she will bestow upon us a greeting gift. Paimon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Paimon, do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. Lumen promptly dissuaded her friend from her dangerous musings. Haha, let us be off, Kaching said with a smile. Once Lumen and the others had departed, only Eve and Zhongli remained amidst the ancient city of Qianheng Mountain. Zhongli's gaze lingered on the return machine. Eve approached him. Ultimately, the one who has not let go is you, Morix, she said to Zhongli. No, I have let go since a millennium ago. Zhongli's tone was somewhat off. Eve understood that he was merely putting on a brave front. Is that so? Then why such a strong reaction? Eve teased lightly. What is your relationship with the return? Oh no, with Hagtutus? Eve inquired with keen interest. Just a dear friend, Zhongli replied nonchalantly. Really? Do you ever feel regret? Or perhaps a sense of having let Hagtutus down? Eve pressed further. Regret? Certainly, it was because I failed to arrive in time. No, Eve interrupted Zhongli. I mean regarding your feelings for Hagtutu's this juncture. Zhongli visibly trembled. No, Amorix is the god of contracts. Deceiving your own heart is not a commendable habit. Eve interjected once more. After a long period of contemplation from Zhongli, Eve quietly sat on a nearby stone, waiting patiently. Perhaps that is the case. After an extended silence, Zhongli finally spoke. Rocks can possess a heart, and so can I. If only I had noticed this sooner. Zhongli gazed at the return machine before him, by osmanthus flowers while carrying wine. Alas, when shall I meet my old friend again? It is too late to say anything now. Even if I confront my own heart now, it would merely lead to further wear and tear. Zhongli sighed. I see. Eve replied, her tone laced with regret. That moment, the sound of bells seemed to resonate within the ancient city, ethereal, as if not present, yet clear as day. By the way, after Hagtutus' death, it seems the remnants of the demon gods did not erupt. Did they? Suddenly, a thought struck Eve. Zhongli nodded. Tea that time. Many of the citizens of Gili Assembly had yet to evacuate. To protect them, I led the 5 yakshas to seal it before the remnants of the demon gods could erupt, Zhongli stated calmly, and it has remained sealed until now. Eve inquired. Indeed, until now, Zhongli confirmed. That means the demon's body still exists, and its soul has not dissipated. Eve suddenly stood up. Happy New Year, everyone! Wishing you prosperity in red envelopes. Cough, cough. That was a slip of the tongue. Chapter 87. Preconditions for resurrection, what do you mean? Zhongli looked at the suddenly standing Eve in confusion. Where is Hagtutus currently sealed? Eve immediately asked Zhongli. What do you intend to do? The seal is located beneath this ancient city, Zhongli replied, unsure of Eve's intentions, but still providing the information. Take me there now. I need to confirm something, Eve said with grave seriousness, a matter that can reverse and make amends. Could it be that you... Zhongli stared at Eve, momentarily taken aback. That I understand. Follow me. Zhongli nodded in agreement. Deep within the underground of the ancient city, this is the place of sealing, Zhongli declared. A power surged through his hands. A grand door creaked open. The moment the stone door swung wide, golden light burst forth from within. It was the light of the seal. Simultaneously, Eve felt a wave of decay wash over her. That must be the aura of Hagtutus. Eve looked up to see a sealing disc inscribed with ancient characters spinning incessantly. Within the golden translucent seal, there existed the statue of a short-haired girl. The girl knelt, cradling her knees, a single petrified tear poised at the edge of her eye, yet to fall. This is Hagtutus, Zhongli murmured, entranced by the sight. When the Gili assembly was invaded by the demon gods, Hagtutus vowed to resist to the death for her people. Be why the time I arrived, it was already too late. Zhongli lamented. That time, aside from Marcus, who remained in Liue harbor, all the adepti of Liue had come, but it was still a moment too late. Eve stepped forward directly. She raised her hand, releasing specks of green starlight that drifted towards Hagtutus' body. The green glow penetrated the seal, merging into the statue. Eve closed her eyes, carefully sensing the energies within. After a while, Eve lowered her arms. She approached Zhong. To say that you arrived too late would not be entirely accurate. Fortunately, your arrival was still quite timely, Eve said to Zhongli. Zhongli looked at Eve, puzzled. Though Hagtutus has perished, due to your timely sealing, the remnants of the demon gods did not erupt, and her soul remains intact. Eve explained. Then that means... Zhongli's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, there's still a chance for redemption, Eve said, a smile gracing her face. Really? Is this true? Hearing Eve's words, even the usually serious Morix couldn't help but smile. Ahem, do not be too quick to rejoice, Eve cautioned, dousing Zhongli's enthusiasm. Although her soul remains, her body has decayed beyond repair. Moreover, while I possess the authority over life, resurrecting a demon god is not a simple task. You will owe me a significant favor for this, Morix, Eve stated earnestly. As long as Hagtutus can be revived, any request of yours, within my capacity, I shall fulfill. That is my contract, Zhongli declared solemnly, and the heart of God. Eve regarded Zhongli with a playful glint in her eyes. Zhongli hesitated. Sigh, never mind, I understand your predicament, Eve said with understanding. Let us leave this contract for another time when I may need it. However, there are several preconditions for resurrecting Hagtutus, Eve suddenly said to Zhongli with a serious tone. Speak. Zhongli listened intently. First, the remnants of the demon gods have been sealed for so many years, and they harbor a great deal of resentment. When the seal is lifted, it will undoubtedly unleash a force of destruction even more potent than the remnants of the demon gods. Therefore, I need you to suppress it at the moment before the resentment erupts and extract Hagtutus' soul. I understand, Zhongli responded thoughtfully. Secondly, Hagtutus' body has decayed beyond repair. Eve paused momentarily before continuing. I shall employ the sacred wood to craft her a new corporeal form, but it necessitates the heart of a demon god to serve as its power source. The heart of a demon god? Zhongli mused, resting his chin upon his hand in contemplation. Very well, those are the prerequisites. As for where to procure it, that will be your endeavor, Morix, Eve remarked out of course. I will require a substantial amount of divine power while resurrecting Heckanthus, which will also depend on our Geo-Archon, she added. Understood, Zhongli nodded, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. At the North Country Bank, the wealthy patron sat in a chamber, perusing his bills while sipping tea. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, and members of the fatui entered. What is it? The patron asked, still engrossed in his documents. Why, Lord, as you anticipated, the Liu at Qixing can no longer contain themselves, a fatui member announced, placing a piece of paper before him. Oh. The patron finally lifted his gaze. Indeed, the Qixing had begun purchasing vast quantities of or from us, only to resell it at the original price to the people of Liu. If this continues, their defeat is inevitable, the fatui member asserted confidently. Let's not celebrate too soon, the patron replied with a light chuckle. Those who attain the position of Qixing are not to be underestimated. Yes, my lord, the fatui member responded. By the way, my lord, preparations at Qingce village are complete. The head has been secured, and the heart within the body is well preserved. Your plan is bound to succeed, he continued. I see. The patron gestured for him to leave. The room fell silent once more. Let's await the outcome, Morix, the patron murmured, reflecting on the message he had just received. Chapter 88. Nightly shunned at Eve, and Zhongli eventually departed from the ancient city, sealing once more the place of Heckanthus's confinement. Eve, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Zhongli stated as they exited the ancient city. Coincidentally, I also have tasks to complete. Eve replied. Until we meet again in Liu, Zhongli said before taking his leave, while Eve headed towards another ancient ruin, where she sought certain essential items. In the Gili Plains, within an ancient ruin, Paimon trembled behind him, exclaiming, there are indeed fatui here, just as the paper indicated. Before them stood dozens of fatui members. Those who trespass here shall be mercilessly slain, the leader of the fatui proclaimed, raising his blade towards Ing. Paimon, we must exercise caution. Ing swiftly conjured a silver sword, preparing for battle. Attack, commanded the fatui leader. Instantly, the fatui members surged towards Ing with remarkable speed, just as the debt collector's blade was about to strike her visage. Ing raised a hand, channeling her geo-elemental power. With a resounding crash, a massive boulder erupted from the ground, sending the collector hurtling away. Watch out! Ing, over there! Paimon alerted. Breathing heavily, Ing spun around, raising her silver sword defensively against the oncoming lightning hammer's assault. A flaw! In the distance, a gunner seized a momentary gap in Ying's defense, firing a bullet infused with pyro-elemental energy to hit. The fatui leader rejoiced internally at the sight. Turned to dust. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of geo-energy erupted from Ing. Planting a foot firmly on the ground, she unleashed a shockwave that radiated outward. Retreat. The fatui leader sensed the imminent danger, urgently warning his subordinates. Many heeded his command, retreating to safety, though a few remained within the shockwave's radius. With a thunderous impact, those within the range were struck by the geo-shockwave, sent soaring atop the rising stone columns. Damn it, keep attacking, the fatui leader commanded his troops, witnessing Ying's display of strength. The ice and water users activated their jet guns, unleashing a barrage of elemental attacks towards Ing. Watch out, Ing! The elemental reactions could freeze you! Paimon cried out, recalling her previous experience in Mondstadt. Damn it. I can't. Ing attempted to unleash her elemental skill once more, but it was evidently too late. True form of the Guardian, she intoned, weaving a thread of fate. Suddenly, two voices emerged from behind her. A white-haired woman and a deep blue-haired woman stood before Ing, shielding her from the onslaught. The souls of ice and water elemental energies erupted, countering the fatui's attack. Who are you? Ing inquired, perplexed by the two women before her. Liu is Yelan, disciple of the cloud-embracing wind. Shenhe, Yelan replied, urgency in her voice. We could discuss later. First, we must deal with these intruders, she declared, charging towards the fatui. Shenhe's reaction was slightly delayed, yet she too brandished her spear and joined the fray. Though I am unsure of the circumstances, it seems they are here to assist us, Paimon remarked, her spirits lifted. Indeed, Ing nodded in agreement. Yelan's figure darted through the ranks of the Fatui, her threads ensnaring enemy after enemy. Gather! Yelan halted her movements, tightening the threads in her grasp. In an instant, several Fatui members met their demise. Damn it! The Fatui leader clenched his fists in frustration. Shinha wielded her spear with immense strength, effortlessly sending a Fatui member flying with each strike. Soon, countless Fatui surrounded her. Soul manifestation. Shinha summoned a spell, her soul appearing in a brilliant display as ice elemental energy erupted around her. In an instant, several Fatui members collapsed. Observing the dwindling numbers of the Fatui, the leader remained unfazed. You will come to regret this, he bellowed with laughter. What delusions are you harboring? Yelan retorted, her gaze fixed dangerously on the leader. For you are unaware of just how formidable that thing truly is, the Fatui leader sneered. All of you attack. As he finished his command, 3 or 4 dozen more Fatui members burst forth from the ancient ruin behind him. Just a horde of cannon fodder, Yelan scoffed dismissively. Everyone, utilize the banishment talisman, the leader declared arrogantly. What? Yelan's brow furrowed. Immediately, under the scrutiny of all, the newly arrived Fatui produced yellow talismans. Ing and Paimon recognized them instantly. They were the very banishment talismans given to them by the patron. The banishment talismans from the tea house are indeed in your possession, Yelan seethed. What of it? Since you recognize this item, you should be well aware of its potency, the leader boasted. In that instant, all of the Fatui members glowed with a golden light, their auras becoming dangerously threatening. This is not good, Yelan's expression darkened. Danger! Shinha swiftly positioned herself in front of Ing. What on earth is happening? Ing questioned, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Under the enhancement of the banishment talismans, these Fatui have gained extraordinary power, Yelan explained. Now that you understand. Charge! The leader arrogantly proclaimed. The foolish crowd responded in unison, their speed now magnified several times over. What shall we do now? Ing inquired anxiously. We must delay and wait for the time of the forbidden talismans to pass. Nightlon replied with a grave expression. She had not anticipated the current situation. Delay. Do you truly possess such time? The leader mocked, just as the foolish crowd was about to rush towards Ing and her companions. A familiar voice rang out. Man Sheng. In an instant, countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring all the members of the foolish crowd. Nightlon immediately sought the source of the voice. This voice seems somewhat familiar. Ing remarked in confusion. Yes, I too find it somewhat reminiscent. Paimon chimed in. Shinha, however, displayed no reaction, remaining steadfast in front of Ing. The echo of the forest reverberated. Suddenly, a powerful surge of dendro energy burst forth, and green beams of light instantaneously engulfed all present members of the foolish crowd. Chapter 89. The forbidden talismans. The green beams submerged the entire foolish crowd. Once the light faded, the foolish crowd lay on the ground in disarray. The vines that had ensnared them had completely drained the divine power of the forbidden talismans from their bodies. Who dares? The distant leader of the foolish crowd exclaimed in terror. At that moment, Eve, clad in the attire of the Yenshang Hall, emerged from the shadows, holding an open forest book. It appears you have encountered some trouble. Eve's melodious voice resonated. I knew it. It is indeed Miss Eve, Paimon exclaimed with delight. Miss Eve is truly formidable, Ing remarked, somewhat dazed. You know her? Shinha asked in puzzlement. Yes, she's a guest of the Yenshang Hall, Paimon proudly responded, a dangerous individual. Nightlon murmured to herself. What brings you here? Eve feigned ignorance in her inquiry. It was a message from Ningguang, Paimon began to explain, only to be interrupted by the leader's shouts. Damn it, you wretched fools, we of the foolish crowd shall. Silence, Shinha suddenly interjected. Following that, the spear in Shinha's hand shot forth at astonishing speed towards the leader. With a resounding thud, the spear pierced through the leader of the foolish crowd, pinning him against the wall, but the leader cried out in agony, before drawing his last breath. The matter has finally been resolved. Nightlon sighed in relief. What on earth is happening? Ing remained perplexed by the situation, and why Master feared for your safety. Thus dispatched me to covertly protect you, Shinha stated in a calm tone. Master? The great bird? No, it's that woman. Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. It is the Luoyun borrowing Wenjinjuan. Shinha replied with a hint of resignation. Nightlon approached Ing. I have been investigating the movements of the foolish crowd for quite some time. Upon learning that Ningguang intended to infiltrate their camp, I immediately made my way here. Nightlon elucidated, your timely appearance together means that you. Paimon seemed to uncover something. No, our simultaneous intervention was purely coincidental. Nightlon clarified. Shinha nodded in agreement. You two surely know each other, right? Paimon questioned incredulously. It is our first meeting, Nightlon replied, slightly awkward. Shinha nodded once more. Sigh. Very well. Paimon was at a loss for words. Let us set aside our affairs for now. I must admit I find this guest of the Yinshang Hall quite unexpected. At this moment, Nightlon shifted the topic towards Eve. Oh right, Miss Eve. What brings you here? And where is Mr. Zhongli? Ing inquired, puzzled. Zhongli had to leave for a matter. I was merely taking a stroll in the mountains and noticed that you seemed to be in distress. Eve explained casually. Oh, what a coincidence. Nightlon remained vigilant towards Eve. Eve merely responded with a smile. However, why does the foolish crowd possess so many forbidden talismans? Paimon questioned in confusion. That I, too, am puzzled. Should not the forbidden talismans be exceedingly rare? Ing added, equally perplexed. This matter requires a recounting of events from before. Nightlon began. It is unclear what means the foolish crowd employed to procure a genuine forbidden talismans from the previous owner of the Yinshang Hall, the genuine one. The forbidden talismans? Paimon had grasped the crux of the matter. So, these forbidden talismans are. Ing began to connect the dots. Indeed, they are all replicas, Nightlon confirmed. They have fabricated a plethora of counterfeit forbidden talismans, and astonishingly, these replicas possess genuine efficacy. This has been the information I have been pursuing. And today I finally located the stronghold of the foolish crowd. At this moment, Paimon had already ventured into the ruins. Indeed, there are still many forbidden talismans and blank papers here. Her voice echoed. Yet, what purpose does the foolish crowd have in crafting these forbidden talismans? Ing inquired, still baffled. One must recognize that this is a perilous item. Eve replied with a smile. After all, in bygone days, it was not utilized as a token of faith. Precisely, my master once conveyed that when the Geo Archon crafted the forbidden talismans, it was not intended for use as a token of faith. Shinha interjected. The original purpose of this talisman was to harness divine power during the Archon War. Shinha continued. Wield divine power in warfare. That sounds quite ominous. This juncture. Paimon had fluttered over, clutching the remaining forbidden talismans beside Ing. It seems the foolish crowd has grand designs, Ing asserted gravely. Indeed, Paimon echoed. Hand over those forbidden talismans to me. I require them to report to the Liu Qixing. Nightlon instructed Paimon. One must never let their guard down against the foolish crowd. Nightlon murmured, Oh. Paimon promptly relinquished the remaining forbidden talismans to Nightlon. I shall take my leave first. You two take care of yourselves afterward, Nightlon said before departing. However, with her presence, there should be little danger ahead. At last, Nightlon cast a final glance at Eve. Eve returned the gesture with a smile. Her objective had been achieved. The divine power of the forbidden talismans had been absorbed through the vines and gathered into Eve's possession. Thus, the remaining few were of little consequence. By the way, what of you, Shinha? Paimon inquired of the icy beauty before her. Why master instructed us to protect you from the shadows. Thus, Shinha, as if recalling something suddenly, swiftly departed from Ing and Paimon's sight. Both Paimon and Ing were left speechless. By the way, Ing and Paimon. Zhongli has instructed us to meet later at the 7 statues in Dihua. Eve remarked, having retracted the forest book and addressing Ing and Paimon. The final stop on the journey of preparing the immortal sending ceremony. Then let us hasten our pace, Ing suggested after a moment of contemplation. Updates will gradually resume starting tomorrow. Chapter 90. The Wild Glaze Lily Dihua Isle. Eve led Ing and Paimon to the meeting point with Zhongli. The 7 statues at this moment. Zhongli was gazing upwards, admiring the statue of the Geo Archon above, his posture exuding an air of arrogance. Eve could not help but compare Zhongli's demeanor, which seemed entirely incongruous with the statue. Not entirely unrelated, but rather completely different. Zhongli, Paimon called out loudly. Hearing the voice, Zhongli swiftly snapped back to reality, turning to face Eve and the others. You are quite punctual. I have only just arrived, Zhongli remarked indifferently. Zhongli, we just infiltrated the stronghold of the foolish crowd. It was perilous. Fortunately, we encountered Miss Eve, who saved us, Paimon continued. Oh, is that so? Zhongli glanced at Eve, who merely smiled faintly. By the way, how was the Chuanyu Pavilion? Zhongli asked curiously. Incredibly vast, exceedingly magnificent, and extraordinarily costly. It is the most expensive edifice I have ever encountered, Paimon promptly responded. Indeed, if the Chuanyu Pavilion were to be deemed second, no one in Liyue would dare claim the first position, Zhongli candidly remarked. You must have encountered Ningguang then. What are your thoughts? Zhongli continued his inquiry. She is immensely wealthy, exceedingly generous, and an exceptionally amiable individual. Paimon exclaimed with enthusiasm. Paimon, do not be deceived by appearances. Amiability can also be a merchant's weapon, cautioned Paimon. Haha, quite right. It is indeed a merchant's tool. One could say that anything that can be utilized is a merchant's weapon, Zhongli stated. However, her rise to her current position is entirely due to her own efforts. Such a person undoubtedly possesses extraordinary qualities, Zhongli added. Yet extraordinary individuals must wield ruthless means, Eve interjected. Nevertheless, Ningguang truly is very kind. Paimon expressed her confusion. After all, people can only perceive what they wish to reveal. Zhongli said with a meaningful glance that I have heard that the ever-expanding Chuanyu Pavilion is the second most important aspect of her life. Even if she were to relinquish her position of power, she would never part with the Chuanyu Pavilion, Zhongli continued. The Chuanyu Pavilion is second? What then is the first? Paimon asked, perplexed. Ing also displayed curiosity. Naturally, it is Mora. Zhongli replied nonchalantly, That makes a great deal of sense. Paimon remarked awkwardly. By the way, the topic she most frequently discusses with us pertains to the Fatui. She mentioned that ever since the demise of the emperor, the Fatui have been stirring trouble in Liyue and have even instigated a trade war. This is dire news, Paimon lamented. Furthermore, we nearly fell victim to the Fatui just now. It was only thanks to Miss Eve's sudden appearance that we were extricated from the predicament. Paimon continued. The Fatui have always behaved in this manner. I am not the least surprised, Zhongli said indifferently. Moreover, they are attempting to replicate the forbidden talismans, Ing reminded. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongli said, well, regardless of the Fatui's schemes, it is prudent to remain vigilant when dealing with them. With that, Zhongli shifted his gaze towards Eve, already aware of her recent activities. Alas, it seems we must exercise caution in all matters, Ing sighed in resignation. By the way, is there anything on Dihua that we need for the immortal sending ceremony? Paimon inquired with curiosity. Yes, we are in search of wild luminous lilies, Zhongli replied. Upon hearing this, Paimon pondered for a moment. Luminous lilies? Why must we come here? There are plenty in the gardens of Yujing Terrace. I have also heard that there are some in Qingsa village. Paimon questioned in confusion. Furthermore, I recall that when we encountered Granny Ping, she was observing the luminous lilies. Perhaps we should simply ask her for some, Ing suggested from the side. That would not suffice. Eve interjected. Why not? Ing and Paimon asked. Perplexed, because those are all artificially cultivated and thus unsuitable. Eve explained. Luminous lilies once thrived in Dihua, Isle, and Guili Plains. They are joyous flowers that would listen to the songs of people. However, during the Archon War, due to the rampant fighting and the corruption brought by the Archons, the luminous lilies of Guili Plains have become extinct. Before the Archon War, Dihua was still land. And it was the invasion of the Archons that led to its submersion, transforming it into marshland, where the luminous lilies nearly vanished. Though a few can still be found, Eve elucidated point by point. Wow, Miss Eve, you truly know so much, Paimon exclaimed in admiration. That it is nothing. I have merely perused a few more books, Eve replied with a smile. Then why is it imperative to find wild luminous lilies? Ing still questioned, puzzled, because these wild luminous lilies possess a rich fragrance. When ground into powder and placed in the incense burner for the immortal sending ceremony, it constitutes a complete ritual, Zhongli stated with gravity. One must conduct their own funeral with the utmost grandeur that I see. Ing and Paimon nodded in unison. However, to gather such flowers, we shall require your assistance. Zhongli addressed Ing. What do you need me to do? Ing was momentarily taken aback. T.O. Sing. Of course. Eve chimed in with a smile that Ying's bewildered expression is quite endearing. Sing? Ing queried, perplexed. Precisely. Your voice will undoubtedly coax the flowers to bloom and elevate their fragrance to its zenith. Zhongli continued, I feel a strange sensation about this. Paimon remarked skeptically, By the way, Ing, how proficient are you at singing? Paimon asked Ing that I am exceptionally skilled. Ing proclaimed confidently, patting her chest, yes, that's so. I find it hard to believe. Paimon shot her a disdainful glance. The efficacy of it shall be revealed in due course. Zhongli crossed his arms. Indeed, indeed. Let us give it a try. Eve enthusiastically concurred, her face brimming with anticipation. She has long awaited Ying's singing. I can't shake the feeling that Miss Eve has ulterior motives, Paimon muttered in exasperation. Over there is an unopened, luminous lily. Eve deftly diverted the topic, pointing to a distant bud of a luminous lily. They found one so quickly. Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. Sigh. Very well, Ing conceded reluctantly. The group promptly approached the luminous lily. Ing, it is time to showcase your vocal prowess. Go for it. Paimon cheered from beside Ing. There's still a chapter to go. Chapter 91. Eve's Song. Ing stood before the still-closed, luminous lily, taking a deep breath that it is about to begin. Eve watched attentively from the side. Ing cleared her throat. Tap, 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 tap. Ying's voice resonated. But suddenly, something seemed amiss with the luminous lily before her, as vibrations emanated from beneath the flower. What is happening? Paimon questioned, puzzled. Not good, Ing suddenly exclaimed. Immediately, before the eyes of the onlookers, the luminous lily transformed into a dandelion knight. No, it should have emerged from beneath the luminous lily. Moreover, it was not just one. 2 more dandelion knights followed suit. These flowers suddenly sprang up. They appear quite irate. Could be due to the song you sang from Mondstadt. Paimon said, hiding cautiously behind Eve. No, they're not luminous lilies at all, Ing stated solemnly. How intriguing. They seem to be dandelion knights masquerading as luminous lilies, Zhongli remarked with interest. Prepare for battle, Ing immediately readied herself. However, oddly enough, just as the dandelion knights prepared to strike, they abruptly halted. How strange. Why are they not attacking us? Paimon peered cautiously over Eve's shoulder. Ing and Paimon failed to notice that the dandelion knights seemed to be fixated on Eve, exhibiting signs of profound fear. Eve too gazed at the dandelion knights, then smiled. Instantly, the dandelion knights turned tail and burrowed into the ground, fleeing in unison. Did they just run away in fear? Paimon reemerged, astonished. They must have encountered something terrifying. Zhongli mused after a moment's thought. He then focused his attention on Eve, having already discerned the source of the issue. What on earth happened to the dandelion knights, causing them to flee so swiftly? Zhongli's mind was brimming with curiosity. Alas, we must search for another one. Eve sighed in resignation. Look, there seems to be another one over there. Paimon suddenly pointed in a direction. The group followed her gaze to find another luminous lily poised to bloom. They approached this luminous lily. This time, to prevent the dandelion knights from appearing again, let's have someone else sing, Ing suggested. That seems reasonable, Zhongli nodded. However, I lack musical knowledge and simply cannot sing, Zhongli admitted with reluctance. Moreover, if I were to take the stage, who knows what other creatures might emerge. Zhongli immediately deflected, exclaiming, Oh no, do not look at me. I am merely emergency food. How could I possibly sing? No, in any case, I cannot sing. Paimon, with her arms crossed, swiftly interjected. Then, it appears the only candidate left is, in an instant, everyone's gaze fell upon Eve. Wait, am I to take part? Eve exclaimed, astonished. She had originally intended to merely enjoy the spectacle of Ing's singing. But how had the spotlight suddenly shifted to her? Indeed, at this moment, you are the only one capable, Zhongli asserted firmly to Eve. But I cannot sing the songs of the... Eve replied awkwardly, although Eve could sing. It was the songs of Sumeru. No matter, just sing. I believe that Hua Hua would not dare to disregard your request, Zhongli implied with a knowing tone. Eve attempted to retort but found no suitable counter. Miss Eve, I beg you. Ing suddenly grasped Eve's hand, pleading with a touch of endearment. Sigh. Very well, very well. Ultimately, Eve could not withstand the onslaught and conceded. Hooray! We shall hear Miss Eve sing, Paimon exclaimed with excitement. Under the watchful eyes of all, Eve stepped forward, positioning herself before the glazed lily. It is about to begin, Paimon said, brimming with anticipation. Paimon, lower your voice, Ing promptly cautioned. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, Eve's melodious voice filled the air. How beautiful! Paimon exclaimed in a "It is simply divine," Ing echoed, entranced by Eve's singing. Indeed, it was delightful. Zhongli listened attentively. It felt as if the trees surrounding them swayed in harmony with Eve's song. The rustling leaves produced a gentle sound, seemingly accompanying her melodic performance. The forest rejoiced, celebrating the moment. As the song resonated, flecks of green starlight merged into the glazed lily before them. The flower gradually began to bloom. Look, it has blossomed, Paimon exclaimed, filled with joy. Noticing the flower had opened, Eve ceased her singing. Once the melody faded, Ing appeared somewhat wistful. Is it over already? She lamented. It feels as though I have not had my fill. She continued. Indeed. Zhongli nodded in agreement. Miss Eve, could you sing a little longer? Ing tentatively inquired. That is only fitting, Zhongli replied with a nod. Eve responded to Ing with the gentlest of smiles, while simultaneously uttering the most heart-wrenching words. No, I cannot. Ahem, it is getting late. My apologies. Chapter 92, The Persecuted Vinayug. How could you do this, Miss Eve? Ing protested, unwilling to accept defeat. A no is a no. Eve insisted, shaking her finger. Sigh. Very well. Ing sighed in disappointment. However, the glazed lily has already bloomed. Let us hasten to pick it. Paimon fluttered to the side of the glazed lily. That is true, Ing replied, moving forward cautiously to pluck the flower. She presented the glazed lily to Zhongli. The flower, with its rich fragrance, evenly shaped petals, and upright stamens, was indeed a masterpiece among flowers, suitable for use in the ceremony of offering to the immortals. Zhongli examined the flower meticulously and remarked on its quality. Wonderful! The final step of the offering ceremony is finally complete, Paimon exclaimed joyously. I could see that moment. A figure emerged from the woods. You all are searching for the glazed lily, are you not? Ganyu inquired with certainty. Ah, it's you. Oh no, I can't remember your name. Paimon scratched her head, deep in thought. Hello, Wang Xiaomei, Ing greeted Ganyu. Wang Xiaomei? Who is that? Ganyu replied, puzzled. It seemed Ganyu had not remembered a single character correctly. Ganyu expressed her dissatisfaction. By the way, Ganyu, how did you know we were looking for the glazed lily? Paimon asked curiously. Because I just heard the beautiful singing. Ganyu responded immediately. Such a melodious voice must surely be singing to the glazed lily. Oh. Paimon was momentarily at a loss for words. By the way, Ganyu, what brings you here? Paimon inquired, curious. Oh, I came here to admire the flowers, Ganyu replied slowly. Admire flowers? Why not enjoy them in the city? Why come to such a remote place? Ing questioned, bewildered. Sai? Yujingtai is the place of the emperor's passing. To view flowers there is rather melancholic, Ganyu said, gazing at the sky with a hint of sorrow. That's so. Paimon said regretfully. Eve glanced at Zhongli, who remained as composed as ever. In recent days, while working at Yujingtai, I have kept my windows closed to avoid gazing at the scenery outside. Ganyu continued. I apologize for bringing up this topic. Ing quickly interjected. No, it is I who have failed to adjust my own state of mind, Ganyu said, filled with remorse. 2,000 years ago, when the War of the Archons concluded, the original 7 gods gathered in Liue and drank with the emperor. And now, with the turnover of divine positions, 5 of the 7 from that banquet have passed on, Ganyu said, lost in thought. That means, and was somewhat shocked. Yes, since the emperor has ascended, only Barbados from Mondstadt remains among the original 7 gods. Ganyu stated gravely. This moment. Eve and Zhongli exchanged glances, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Both Eve and Zhongli felt a sense of implicit understanding. Meanwhile, far away in Mondstadt, Barbados, indulging in drink, suddenly sneezed. Ganyu continued. The remaining 5, including the Raiden shogun of Inazuma, are no longer the same individuals from 2,000 years ago. The current 7 governing in the mortal realm, the Dendro Archon of Sumru, is the youngest, merely 500 years old, while the Emperor has existed for over 6,000 years. Ganyu elaborated. Eve and Zhongli once more locked eyes, their expressions revealing an unspoken sentiment. So, it seems that Barbados, the Anemo god, is indeed quite lonely. Paimon lamented that moment, far away in Mondstadt. Vinny sneezed again. What is happening? Is someone speaking about me behind my back? Be careful, the wind might be eavesdropping, Vinny remarked, wiping his nose. Thus Liua, with its 3,700 years of history, has been under the Emperor's rule since its inception. Unlike Mondstadt, which has never experienced a period of godlessness, Ganyu continued. Vinny, having left the tavern, sneezed once more. Whoever it is, I must tell you, if you continue to speak of me, I shall be quite displeased. Venti expressed with mild annoyance. So, what are your thoughts on this matter? Zhongli inquired of Ganyu. Caught off guard by the sudden question, Ganyu hesitated. After a moment's reflection, she adjusted her mindset and replied, As a human, I cannot fathom what Liua would become without the Emperor. Yet, as an adeptus, I believe I will eventually come to accept this reality, Ganyu stated with seriousness. Since the Emperor has departed, the era of the pact between the Adepti and Liua has, in essence, reached its conclusion. That I wonder, as the nation of contracts, will the fall of the god of contracts impact this land? Ganyu expressed with urgency. Indeed, while the era of the Emperor has ended, the contract remains an unchanging principle. In the age of mortals, the contract still holds validity. Zhongli interjected, speaking with gravity. Wait a moment. Wang Xiaomei, did you just say? As an adeptus? Paimon asked, somewhat regretful. It is Ganyu, not Wang Xiaomei. Ganyu corrected once more. Moreover, I am a hybrid of human and Qilin, possessing half of the bloodline of the Adepti, and during the War of the Archons, I contributed to the Emperor and to Liua. Ganyu continued. Then why would why would Ganyu become the secretary of the Liua Qixing? Paimon inquired further. That it is because after the war concluded, I entered into a pact with the Emperor and began my role as the secretary for successive generations of the Qixing. And thus it has continued until this very day. Ganyu elucidated. And no wonder you were mistaken for Yi Yang. Ying remarked, observing the horns atop Ganyu's head. Ahem. Let us discuss something else. Ganyu deftly shifted the topic. Have you found a glazed lily? She asked. That we have indeed found it. All thanks to Miss Eve, Paimon exclaimed excitedly. Eve. That name. Suddenly, Ganyu seemed to recall something. Ganyu, do you know Eve? Ying asked, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Eve's heart raced. Celestial being who participated in the Archon War, and currently the secretary of the Qixing, Eve had indeed encountered Ganyu at that banquet. Ganyu ought to recognize Eve as well. Hence, Eve could only pray that Ganyu had forgotten. Otherwise, her cover would be blown. No, I merely find that name somewhat familiar, but I cannot quite place it. Perhaps you heard a long time ago? Ganyu said helplessly. Though, is that so? Ying replied, somewhat dejected. She had initially hoped Ganyu would have knowledge of Eve's whereabouts. Upon hearing Ganyu's words, Eve beside her let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 93. Shinha and Ganyu well. I must return to my duties now. This exchange has been quite enjoyable. That I wish you all the best, Ganyu stated before heading towards Liua Harbor. As she walked, she muttered to herself, the work is never-ending. Over time, why does it seem like Ganyu is always so busy? Paimon asked, watching Ganyu's retreating figure. As the secretary of the Liua Qixing, her workload is undoubtedly immense, Zhongli remarked. Yet she still finds time to come here and admire the flowers. Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. One can only surmise that the recent passing of the Geo Archon has profoundly impacted her, Eve observed, gazing at Ganyu's distant silhouette. Indeed, I see that so. Zhongli. Eve suddenly directed her question at him. Ahem. It should be so, Zhongli replied, somewhat resigned. In the distance, Ganyu arrived beneath a large tree at Dihua. As she walked, she suddenly sensed something amiss. An oddly familiar presence enveloped her. Abruptly, Ganyu looked up at the tree, where she spotted Shinha crouched on a branch, clutching two twigs in front of her face, intently observing something ahead. Master, junior sister, what brings you here? Ganyu inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing Ganyu's voice, Shinha turned her head briefly before swiftly redirecting her gaze. It's senior sister Ganyu. I am here per Master S instructions to covertly protect them, Shinha replied coldly, her eyes fixed on Ing in the distance. This. Ganyu was momentarily taken aback. Oh, right? Junior sister. Suddenly, Ganyu seemed to remember something. Master instructed me to tell you to go to Liyue Harbor to find her. Ganyu informed Shuni. Yes, that's so. What about the task? Shinha promptly asked. Master mentioned that it seems protection is no longer necessary. So you are to find her instead. Ganyu pondered aloud. Understood, Shinha affirmed. With that, she nimbly leapt down from the tree, twig still in hand, and made her way towards Liyue Harbor. Hey, junior sister, wait for me. Ganyu's words trailed off as Shinha's figure vanished from sight. Sigh. Ganyu let out a resigned sigh. After Ganyu departed, Zhongli remarked, with that, the preparations for the sending-off ceremony are nearly complete. The task of flower picking is quite convenient in many ways and poses no difficulty. Which is why I left it for last, Zhongli explained. Zhongli's disposition is indeed suited for pioneering endeavors, Ing noted. In a certain sense, he is indeed the most suitable for such undertakings, Eve pondered aloud. Zhongli looked at Eve with curiosity. In what sense do you mean? If he were to engage in business in Liyue, he would likely relish the entrepreneurial life, Paimon chimed in. That is also true. Entrepreneurship and pioneering. The initial stages are always the most challenging, requiring substantial emotional investment. Once everything runs smoothly, over time, that emotional investment may gradually wear thin. Zhongli mused that, if that word becomes excessive, one must reassess oneself. If mishandled, one's soul may bear irreparable cracks. I believe Miss Eve understands this well, Zhongli remarked, turning his gaze to Eve. Ahem. Eve cleared her throat strategically. See? That tone clearly indicates someone with experience. Paimon pointed at Zhongli, declaring. And Miss Eve is no exception, Paimon continued. All right, since everything is settled, we should return to Liyue Harbor, Zhongli stated nonchalantly. Both Ing and Paimon nodded in agreement. Dear readers, this book will soon undergo a title testing phase. If you have any fitting title suggestions that resonate with the content of this book, please feel free to share in the comment section. The author is most grateful. Chapter 94. The well-informed guest Zhongli and his companions departed from Dihua Isle and returned to Liyue Harbor. Paimon joyfully fluttered ahead, but the atmosphere in Liyue Harbor seemed somewhat unusual. What is going on? Why are there so many millilith at the city gate? And the Fatui as well? Paimon wondered aloud. Observing the situation at the gate, the Fatui appeared to be confronting the millilith, creating an odd tension that suggested something significant was unfolding. Indeed, the atmosphere is rather peculiar. Zhongli analyzed the situation. Yes, it does feel strange. Eve added, sensing the tension. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to inquire further, Zhongli suggested. But whom should we ask? Ing pondered. What about that Fatui over there? I recall seeing him when I met the 11th Fatui Harbinger. Paimon pointed to a nearby Fatui member. Very well. Ing quickly approached. Hello. Ah. You're a friend of the young master, and also the guest of the Wangxing funeral parlor, Mr. Zhongli, and Miss Eve. The Fatui recognized them immediately. Speaking warmly, Indeed. What is happening now? Paimon promptly inquired. I noticed the atmosphere in the city seems quite off. Ing added. Indeed, the millilith are keeping a close watch on us. We are in a state of heightened alert during this critical period. So do not act recklessly. The Fatui warned. A critical period? Zhongli appeared intrigued. Indeed, the celestial beings of Yinshin have finally made their move. Their intentions may not be benevolent, the Fatui stated gravely. Is it an act of retribution? Zhongli inquired curiously. Most likely that it is said that several members of the Qixing have already set out to greet them, although one might say they are attempting to keep the celestial beings at bay outside the city. The Fatui whispered to Zhongli. And what is the stance of both parties? Zhongli asked, contemplating. Both sides are quite adamant, resulting in a stalemate, the Fatui replied. The celestial beings do not recognize the Qixing. They only acknowledge the pact with the Geo Archon. If they decide to press forward, Liu Harbor may struggle to withstand the onslaught. This situation appears to be quite serious. Paimon interjected. However, the Liu Qixing is not one to sit idly by, Zhongli remarked. Yet, it is precisely this rigidity on both sides that has led to an imminent conflict between humans and celestials, Eve stated with a serious tone. Indeed, Zhongli nodded. But what does this have to do with the Fatui? Ing questioned in confusion. Yes, why has the Fatui become the target of scrutiny? Zhongli expressed his own confusion as well. The Fatui seems somewhat at a loss for words. It must be due to the actions of the North Country Bank. Eve immediately pierced through the veil of ambiguity. Truly, as expected of a guest of the Wangsheng funeral parlor, she is indeed well informed. The Fatui replied with a hint of embarrassment. What just happened? How does Miss Eve know? Paimon looked at Eve with curiosity. Noticing the little expression on Paimon's face, Eve chuckled softly. Indeed, it is because that esteemed individual from the North Country Bank has instigated a trade war against the Liu Qixing. Consequently, Ningguang seized this opportunity, claiming that during this impending storm, the Millilith must thoroughly control the movements of the Fatui. The Fatui continued. Tisich, only now do they think to restrict our actions. The Qixing are hardly impressive. The Fatui scoffed. That esteemed individual? Paimon asked, puzzled, isn't the only executive of the Fatui in Liu, the 11th Harbinger. Ing also inquired in confusion. Ahem, you all might not be aware. The Fatui leaned in closer to them. A few days ago, the president of the North Country Bank, who is also the 9th Harbinger of the Fatui, the affluent gentleman, arrived here from Sneznayat. He is currently stationed at the North Country Bank. All these moves in Liu originate from his hand. Quite formidable, wouldn't you agree? The Fatui proclaimed proudly. Affluent. The 9th Harbinger? He must certainly be more powerful than the 11th. I recall, the 11th is the lowest rank. Paimon pondered aloud. Ahem, that is indeed the case. The ranking of Fatui executives is determined by strength. The Fatui elaborated further. Affluent? Eve furrowed her brow. It is surprising that he is not a lady. This deviates from her previous recollections, suggesting her actions have influenced the course of events. However, it is not a significant deviation, and it matters little. As long as she can intervene at the last moment, it will suffice. Yet, she harbored a lingering sense that something ominous might transpire thereafter. The affluent Pantaleon is a man obsessively devoted to wealth. Zhongli mused, as expected of a guest of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. You possess some knowledge about our affluent gentleman. The Fatui continued to praise. Merely hearsay. Zhongli replied, nonchalantly, in any case, Mr. Zhongli, Miss Eve, as collaborators of the 11th Harbinger, your demeanor reflects upon us. Do not allow anyone to catch wind of any incriminating evidence. The Fatui cautioned the two. It seems that the various tensions in Liu Harbor have reached a breaking point, Eve remarked meaningfully. Indeed, Miss Eve sees clearly. The Fatui nodded in agreement that I do not wish to stand idly by. Ing declared resolutely that are you suggesting that you intend to mediate using your unique neutral status, or do you wish to leverage your personal strength to alter a certain balance? Zhongli queried with interest. Both paths may not be so easily traversed. Zhongli contemplated by the way, Mr. Zhongli, Miss Eve, I have heard that your Wangsheng funeral parlor seems to have been drawn into the conflict and is currently confronting officers at your doorstep. The Fatui reminded. This is not good. Zhongli expressed concern. Indeed, it is so. Eve concurred. I must take my leave to visit the Wangsheng funeral parlor. I hope, Master, who can manage for the time being. Let us not stir up any major troubles, Zhongli said with great worry. Ing, you should also reflect on this. Tiomi, it seems that in order to prevent an imminent explosion, it is better to first consider where the fuse lies. Having said that, Zhongli departed towards the Wangsheng funeral parlor. Ahem, today has been rather busy, so. Chapter 95. The Golden House. Phew, being friend with the Fatui seems to bring both benefits and troubles, Paimon remarked as she watched Zhongli's figure grow distant. What about Miss Eve? Ing turned to Eve beside her. With Zhongli managing things, he should be sufficient on his own. Eve stated with confidence he should have ample experience with such matters. The preparations for the ceremony have been completed. I can take a moment to rest, Eve said, stretching her back. It appears that Miss Eve is also taking a break. Paimon exclaimed that no, this is not slacking off. This is a reasonable rest after work. Unlike certain individuals, Eve waved her finger in front of him. By the way, what did Zhongli mean by fuse just now? Paimon asked curiously. I have been pondering that as well, Ing said thoughtfully. The riddle left by Zhongli is truly perplexing. It would be better if you were to speak plainly. I absolutely detest riddlers, Paimon said, somewhat irritated. Sigh. Eve sighed as she looked at the two to think carefully. Throughout this journey, who has been footing the bill for us? Eve pointedly reminded that, Paimon suddenly connected the dots. It is the 11th. Ing exclaimed in surprise. Yes, that is it. I think I understand now, Paimon said after a moment of contemplation. That I was wondering how someone could possibly take on such a financial burden without reason. That is a mountain of Mora. Paimon nearly drooled at the thought. Indeed, the Fatui's insistence on being responsible for delivering the ceremony must have ulterior motives, Ing asserted confidently. Moreover, if we consider who would most eagerly anticipate such a chaotic situation, it would undoubtedly be the Fatui's executive, who thrives in murky waters. Ing pondered. Her expression turned serious. Precisely, this fellow must be scheming some nefarious deed while everyone is preoccupied. Paimon chimed in. Both of their expressions were filled with righteous indignation. But where do we find him now? Suddenly, Paimon's enthusiasm waned. Well, I certainly do not know either. Ying's spirit also dampened. Sigh. Eve helplessly covered her forehead. Think carefully about why the Fatui would go to such lengths to prepare for the ceremony. Eve prompted. Why? Paimon immediately inquired. Ing, having absorbed Eve's words, fell into contemplation. I understand now. Suddenly, Ying's eyes lit up. What did you understand? Paimon asked anxiously. Paimon, the Fatui's influence is vast. Even in Liyue Harbor, they hold significant sway. Therefore, if they are willing to invest so much effort into planning, it must pertain to something beyond their reach, Ing remarked earnestly. Bayou, correct. Eve made a checkmark gesture. I still don't get it, Paimon said, scratching her head. Think carefully about what the core of this entire ceremony is. Eve reminded once more. The core is Mora, Paimon exclaimed loudly. Sigh. Both Eve and Ing simultaneously covered their faces. Paimon, the core, is not Mora. It is the Adeptus within the ceremony. Ing corrected. An Adeptus? Could it be? At this moment, Paimon finally made the connection. Indeed, it is the remains of the deceased Geo-Archon. Eve concluded with finality. But why did they want to get close to the Geo-Archon's remains? Paimon asked in confusion. Paimon, do you not recall what transpired in Mondstadt? Ing reminded Paimon. Are you suggesting that their goal is that? Paimon responded with realization. Exactly. It must be that object. Otherwise, they would not go to such lengths to approach the Geo-Archon's remains. Ing concluded. Therefore, she must be in that location, the only minting facility on the entire continent, the Golden House, Ing asserted confidently. Then, let us hurry. We cannot allow their plans to succeed, Paimon urged. Let us go, Ing stated immediately. By the way, Miss Eve, do you wish to join us? Ing suddenly turned and asked. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well accompany you. Eve replied nonchalantly that Eve's plan was originally to wait until the heart of the god was delivered before taking action. For now, she just needs to ensure that everything proceeds smoothly. That is splendid, Paimon exclaimed with delight. With Miss Eve, I feel much more at ease. Yes, let us quicken our pace. Eve followed Ing and her companions toward the southern part of Liyue Harbor, heading in the direction of the Golden House. Upon entering the Golden House, they encountered no guards along the way, allowing for an unobstructed passage inside. Wow, this is the Golden House, Paimon exclaimed, marveling at the grand and opulent decor within. The exterior was already impressive, but the interior was even more lavish. Moreover, the ground was strewn with Mora. Paimon's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the piles of Mora around her, practically drooling. After all, this was the only mint in Teyvat. Eve felt a twinge of temptation as she beheld the Mora. Given that all Mora in Teyvat was produced here, wouldn't a slight discrepancy go unnoticed? Paimon was already scheming. That's quite a constructive idea. Eve mused aloud. To be honest, it wasn't just Paimon. She herself was starting to entertain similar thoughts. After all, As a deity, one couldn't be perpetually devoid of mora. Zhongli had a stable salary, even if it would eventually be depleted. Vinny earned tips from his performances, though they were invariably spent on alcohol. Ultimately, they couldn't muster even a single mora. Yet at the very least, they were better off than her. Today, she was determined to shatter the notion that gods possessed no mora. But suddenly, Eve had a change of heart and recalled a saying, "Do not reach for what is not yours, for such actions will lead to capture." Sighing, she resolved to simply accompany the traveler and enjoy their meals and drinks. Deep down, she thought it rather unfortunate. After all, as a deity, borrowing was always somewhat disreputable. Meanwhile, Paimon inched closer to the pile of mora. Chapter 96. Eve's attitude. Paimon gradually approached the pile of mora. Clearly, she lacked Eve's profound awareness. Ahem, Paimon, if it were truly that simple, chaos would have ensued long ago. Ing swiftly pulled Paimon back, cautioning her. Indeed, little Paimon, it could very well be a baited trap. Eve said earnestly to Paimon, "What you cannot possess, you must not allow others to claim." That makes sense. How fortunate we have Miss Eve to remind us. Paimon exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. But even if they couldn't take any, surely it was acceptable to admire them up close. Paimon's gaze remained fixated on the mora. The golden piles of mora were indeed captivating. If possible, I would love to lie down in it for a nap. Using mora as a blanket would surely make for sweeter dreams. Paimon chuckled dreamily at the sight of the mora. Sigh. Both Eve and Ing covered their faces in exasperation. Paimon was simply too avaricious. Let us investigate the situation with the Anemo Archon's remains first. Something feels amiss here, Ing said, observing their surroundings with vigilance. It is far too quiet, Eve added. Whether it's the location of the Anemo Archon's remains or the mint itself, the silence is unsettling. So quiet that there are no guards. Eve continued, "Oh right. We didn't see any guards when we entered." Paimon suddenly recalled. "I thought something fell off." Paimon voiced her confusion. "Look over there." Ing pointed towards a direction immediately. Beside a pillar lay several individuals, motionless on the ground. "Those are the Millilith." Paimon recognized their identity at once. "This is bad." Ing hurried forward, concerned for their well-being. "It's all right. Don't worry. They're merely unconscious," Eve assured as she approached. "Phew. That's a relief." Ing exhaled in relief. "However, I have a bad feeling about this," Paimon said anxiously. "Let us check if there is anything unusual with the Anemo Archon's remains," Paimon suggested, eager to act. Ing and Paimon dashed towards the Anemo Archon's remains, while Eve stood still, making no move. Just as Ing and her companions were about to approach the Anemo Archon's remains, a familiar voice echoed. "As the guides. Your mission has already been completed. Why seek out trouble?" Who is it?" Paimon turned around in fright. Ing furrowed her brows and also turned her head. She already knew who it was at that moment. The 11th of the Fatui, the Harbinger, emerged from the shadows. Striding towards them, that if you were members of the Fatui, perhaps you could obtain a generous reward from the Empress. But alas, as it stands, you are nothing more than bothersome nuisances, the Harbinger stated nonchalantly. "It's him," Paimon exclaimed in panic. "Indeed, it's you," Ing replied calmly. "However, it's not too late for me to pursue you now," Ing asserted resolutely. "While I appreciate your assistance in leading me to this hidden place, dreaming of stopping me now is futile," the Harbinger boasted arrogantly. Willing to halt the minting of mora just to conceal the Anemo Archon's remains, the Seven Stars have truly invested heavily, the Harbinger murmured. Gazing at the Anemo Archon's remains not far off. "So, you truly wish to unearth the heart of God from the Anemo Archon's remains?" Paimon gasped. This is reminiscent of what transpired in Mondstadt. The Harbinger's intentions mirrored those of the Lady A.S., the 11th Harbinger of the Fatui. "It is my duty to execute the Ice Queen's will," he stated solemnly. "What the Empress desires, we shall retrieve." A smirk appeared at the corner of the Harbinger's mouth. "That I will not allow such a thing to transpire," Ing declared, positioning herself in front of the Anemo Archon's remains. "Ha! The issue is not who will permit me, but rather who can stop me," the Harbinger taunted. "You are not yet sufficient." The Harbinger regarded Ing with disdain. "Oh, by the way, Miss Eve over there, would you care to join?" the Harbinger called out loudly, turning his back on Eve. Indeed, we still have Miss Eve, whose strength is formidable. Paimon proclaimed with bravado. I could see that moment. Eve stepped back to the side of the arena. No, I am merely a guest of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. The current developments lie beyond my purview. Eve shook her head. Haha, a wise choice. The Harbinger laughed heartily. Yet despite his laughter, the cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his unease. He was well aware of Eve's strength. From previous reports of the Fatui, he had learned of her formidable capabilities. She was powerful, perhaps even stronger than him. It was precisely because he feared such a formidable presence might interfere with his plans that he had intentionally provoked matters concerning the Wangsheng funeral parlor, hoping to lure Zhongli and Eve back to address the issue. But who could have anticipated that while Zhongli did not arrive, Eve would? The moment the Harbinger laid eyes on Eve, a sense of trepidation washed over him.